Chapter 518, Rescuing Ariel 1. System Hint 1, this game is a hell-level dungeon, so the rewards are extremely generous. However, during the game, you may lose your life at any time. Please prepare yourself mentally. If you cannot handle such a risk, players may choose to forfeit this game, but doing so will also forfeit your player identity. Reading this first hint, Ling Mo silently cursed the system. It first mentions the high rewards, then warns of deadly risks, and finally tempts players with the option to give up their identity. This is obviously designed to make people hesitate. The remaining players had already persevered through countless hardships to reach this point. How could they easily give up, especially with generous rewards dangling in front of them as bait? System Hint 2, this game has scarce resources and a harsh environment. Players, please prepare yourselves mentally. System Hint 3, this game will have no time limit. It will continue until players either complete the game, give up, or die. Please follow your heart when making decisions. Once chosen, there will be no chance for regret. After the voice faded, two buttons appeared before Ling Mo, one red and one blue. Red, forfeit. Blue, continue. Ling Mo hesitated for a moment. The system had already warned her about the danger. With her current situation, there was really no need to take this risk. After a short pause, she chose to follow her heart and continue. Not for anything else, she couldn't let her shop disappear, and she also believed in the saying, "Fortune favors the bold." If things got dangerous, she could abandon the game midway or hide in her space. She had plenty of escape options. After making her choice, everything seemed to return to normal, as if nothing had happened. However, online, the news had already caused a huge stir. Some players, out of fear, chose to forfeit, while the majority chose to continue. Ling Mo looked around and realized she was still in her elf treehouse. Looks like this time the system just wanted to warn us. It's not actually pulling us into the game yet. At that moment, Jiang Xian and Fuyu returned, one after the other. Seeing both present, Jiang Xian immediately asked. You all chose to continue, right? Both nodded. Jiang Xian breathed a sigh of relief. This game looks extremely dangerous. What do you think we should do? Fuyu asked. The second hint mentioned harsh environments, scarce resources, and no time limit. We should prepare defenses and stock supplies. As for the mission, my suggestion is to prioritize safety. Ling Mo said. After all, survival is the most important. I agree with Ling Mo, safety comes first. You need to be alive to have a future, Jiang Xian said. Even if we choose to abandon the game later, based on the last experience, the system might not immediately return us, Fuyu continued. If we're left in that environment, the most likely outcome is death. Only when we've run out of options will the system allow forfeiture. The group fell silent after hearing Fuyu. Ling Mo thought simply, bring as many supplies as possible, fill all the space links, and set a threshold. If supplies drop below that line, decide whether to abandon the game. Even if a player was left behind, she could rescue them later using the teleportation portals. Jiang Xian and the others had intelligent brains, so she could pinpoint their locations and extract them precisely. Time was tight, so they could only use the previously dismissed soldier rations, nutritional syrups, and energy bars. Since Jiang Xian and Yi Kai didn't know Ling Mo's true identity, she couldn't let them use the cheaper rations. Only Fuyu took some from her. Once all the space links were filled, their minds were finally at ease. The next day, the system voice sounded as promised. Dear players, welcome to this game. The main mission is Escort. Ariel Planet has recently suffered a violent war. Ruthless interstellar pirates have attacked this once beautiful world, leaving it in ruin. Brave defenders are still resisting with all their might. The Federation has received their pleas for help and learned of their lack of supplies. You, as escort agents, must deliver supplies to assist them and help them survive. Friendly reminder, the pirates are still around, avoid them and run if encountered. The people of Ariel Planet have never stopped resisting, so avoid accidental killings. Your clothing serves as your identity proof. Additionally, the supply boxes emit slight energy fluctuations. Ordinary people cannot detect these, but they may bring you unwanted trouble. Please remain cautious. The game begins now. A white light flashed, and Ling Mo opened her eyes to find herself in front of a warehouse. Other players were around, all alert and scanning their surroundings. She didn't spot any familiar faces. This would be a solo run, which also gave her more freedom. Inside the warehouse were black square boxes, the system's supply containers. Ling Mo walked over and examined one. It was roughly the size of a large first aid kit. Can such a small box hold much? She wondered. Cradling it, she estimated its weight at about 10 pounds, easy for her to carry. She noticed writing on the box. Water? This box contained water resources. She had thought all boxes were the same. Other players noticed the system's reminder. Each escort should carry supplies according to their capacity. Avoid greed. Ling Mo smiled and stored the box in her space. Using her space link as cover, nobody paid much attention. Seeing this, others followed suit. Chapter 519, Rescuing Ariel 2. Ling Mo didn't pay much attention to the other players and focused on selecting the supplies she would take. She had already observed the warehouse. Besides the water she had just collected, there were food, medicine, and even weapons. She also noticed that the boxes had symbols resembling signals. Water, 1 bar. Food, 2 bars. Medicine, 3 bars. Weapons, 4 bars. Chairman, what do these symbols mean? Since these were rescue supplies, anything marked on the boxes had to be important. Chairman's explanation, these are danger markers. The supply boxes emit faint fluctuations during transport. Humans cannot detect them, but machines or sensitive creatures can. Once detected, these creatures will attack without hesitation to claim the supplies. Research shows that the fluctuations from these boxes are highly attractive to these creatures. The more danger markers a box has, the stronger the fluctuations and the more dangerous the transport. Advice: carry more medicine. In these situations, medicine is even more important than food or water, and it is safer than weapons. After hearing this, Ling Mo decided to take extra medicine. Just as she was about to move, she heard shouting nearby. 2 players were arguing over a box. The argument stemmed from a notice on the wall. Well, not really a notice, more like a payment schedule. Transporting water, 10 gold per box. Transporting food, 100 gold per box. Transporting medicine, 1,000 gold per box. Transporting weapons, 10,000 gold per box. With such rewards, players who usually earn only a few coins or silver went crazy. Naturally, almost everyone wanted the weapon boxes. Unsurprisingly, weapon boxes ran out quickly. Ling Mo didn't bother watching the chaos. Instead, she quietly walked deeper into the warehouse, a section no one had reached yet, ensuring she could collect supplies safely. She had thought about warning others about the danger markers, but there was no guarantee they'd believe her. Most would probably suspect her of selfish motives, especially since she was already taking plenty of boxes herself. Better to just mind her own business. After all, these players had survived this long, they were not weak. She instructed Qiaman to inform Jiang Xian, Yi Kai, and Fu Yu about the danger markers. Finally, while everyone else was distracted, Ling Mo quietly collected 100 boxes of medicine, 50 boxes of water, 50 boxes of food, 30 boxes of weapons. The warehouse corner emptied quickly, but other boxes blocked the view, so no one noticed. Meanwhile, players continued fighting over the weapon boxes, and some who lost interest in weapons turned to medicine boxes, sparking another round of skirmishes. Ling Mo prepared to leave low profile, even holding a resource box as if it was extra personal storage. She tied it to her back with a rope, making it look like she just added one more box to her already full space link. Other players saw she carried a water box, so no one suspected anything. Before leaving, she noticed another warning inside the warehouse. Note: escort agents may not open or use supplies before completing the mission, nor claim them for themselves. Violators will face severe punishment, including imprisonment. Do not try your luck. That explains why everyone had to prepare their own supplies and why the system gave prior warnings. Given the situation on Ariel Planet, without prior warnings, only the wealthiest players would bring food. The rest would struggle to survive until the game ended. After leaving the warehouse, a black spherical cockpit appeared in front of Ling Mo. The cockpit's door opened automatically, just large enough for one person. She placed the remaining supply boxes into her space link and climbed inside. Ling Mo worried briefly about piloting, but the cockpit was fully automated and had already locked onto Ariel Planet. She only needed to sit and wait. The machine shuddered, then a mechanical voice announced. Cockpit started. Target locked, Ariel Planet. Since cities on Ariel Planet have been occupied, to prevent escort agents from being surrounded, the machine will automatically select a landing location. Ling Mo felt a wave of dizziness. Seasick? She wondered. After what felt like an hour-long ride, she sensed the craft slowly landing. As the doors opened, a foul stench hit her from all directions. Stepping out, Ling Mo looked around with a blank expression. If I'm guessing right, this is a garbage dump. The craft certainly chose its landing sites wisely. On closer inspection, there were plenty of discarded items, including animal corpses, unlike any garbage she had seen before. Normally, Ling Mo might have explored 4 treasures, but now completing the mission was the priority. Before leaving, she stored the cockpit in her space link. It was disposable, but in good condition, she could sell it for a high price later. After leaving the garbage dump, she immediately faced a new problem. Which direction should I go? In previous games, the arrows on the back of her hand pointed to the mission location, but this time, nothing appeared. Qiaman could hack a map, but Ling Mo couldn't read it clearly, and in this environment, the map might not even be useful. Chapter 520, Rescuing Ariel 3. Since the map was useless and there were no guidance indicators, Ling Mo had no choice but to explore using her mental power. At the same time, she released a few red celestial eyes to survey the situation on Ariel Planet. Master, the Adventurers Guild has missions related to Ariel Planet. Do you want to accept one? Mission? Ariel Planet is already like this, and there's still a mission? Ling Mo asked in surprise. Yes, and it relates directly to the current state of Ariel Planet. Do you want to accept it? Tell me the details first, then I'll decide, Ling Mo replied. The mission is to take photos or videos of the current state of Ariel Planet. Based on the content, the value of the photos or videos will be determined. Master can even assign celestial eyes to complete this mission. Ling Mo had originally thought she might skip the mission if it was too hard, but after hearing Qiaman's explanation, she had only one thought in her mind. Accept it. Absolutely accept it. After all, as long as she didn't go to the guild headquarters, she didn't have to worry about adventurer levels. Having already released several red celestial eyes, she now sent a few golden celestial eyes in different directions. Some were assigned to record video, others to take photos. Qiaman, do you think it would be more profitable if I livestreamed this? Not only could she complete the mission, but she could also earn tips. Although livestreaming existed in the star systems, Ling Mo, being underage, was not allowed to do it. She was rather annoyed by this restriction, so what if I'm underage? Can't I livestream? Watch out, I'll see you guys. After venting a little, she suddenly sensed movement in one direction. Someone was approaching quickly. Seeing there was no place to hide, Ling Mo activated her stealth mode, put on a red clown nose, and dove into the nearby trash pile to conceal herself. A few minutes later, noisy voices and the sounds of groaning reached her ears. Through her mental detection, she spotted several unkempt, brash-looking figures. The leader was holding a black creature with red ears. This creature was called a gasso, ferocious, skilled in tracking and hunting. During hunts, they don't kill their prey immediately, preferring fresh food. Because of this violent nature, the Federation strictly forbade keeping gassos. Anyone found with one would be shot on the spot. However, such creatures were highly favored by pirates. The moment Ling Mo saw the gasso, she knew these people were pirates. The pirates approached the garbage dump area. One of them said, "Are you sure we're not mistaken? That flight pod came flying this way, right?" "No mistake. That was definitely a flight pod. Let's search carefully, it must be nearby. Hopefully, this escort will bring something good. We've been eating expired canned food for days, everything's tasteless." Of course. These escorters always carry supplies. Maybe we'll even find medicine or weapon boxes. The pirates laughed and sped up their search. One of them suddenly spotted a circular crater in the trash pile. It was left by the landing of the flight pod. They circled the crater. "Looks like we're late. That escort has already left, even took the pod. She must have a high-level space link." A high-level space link meant a lot of supplies. Thinking this, the pirates pulled on the gasso's chain. "Little guy, find that escaping mouse. I'll reward you when we get back." The gasso sniffed the air and began tracking. After a few minutes, it paused, its sharp gaze showing confusion for the first time. The pirates muttered. Didn't it find her? This was impossible. The gasso had excellent smell, and the escort wasn't far. Even if the scent was weak, carrying so many supplies should emit a detectable signal. The gasso should have sensed it. The gasso barked again. If the pirates understood animal language, they would know the gasso was thinking. "There's too much smell everywhere. I can't tell where she is." The creature felt watched from all directions, making it uneasy. It wanted to leave. The pirates, seeing the gasso move, mistakenly thought it had found her, and happily followed it in a direction. Once they left, Ling Mo waited a while longer in the trash to ensure they didn't return. Then she emerged and deactivated stealth. Looking down at herself covered in garbage, she pulled out a blue bubble from her space link. Cleaning fruit instantly removes all dirt, stains, and odors from the user and their clothes. It was the first batch of fruit from the lowly fruit tree. She crushed the blue bubble, and within seconds, all debris and filth disappeared. Ling Mo felt fresh and clean. After glancing in the pirates' departing direction, she headed another way. Her clothes were her identification during the mission, so she didn't change. They also seemed locked, she could only remove them after the mission was completed. After walking for several minutes, her mental power finally detected life signs a few hundred meters away. To ensure they weren't pirates, she sent out golden celestial eyes to investigate. Once confirming they were survivors, Ling Mo quickened her pace. Chapter 521, Rescuing Ariel 4. After walking for about 10 minutes, Ling Mo arrived at her destination. From a distance, she saw a cluster of buildings destroyed by shelling, with the remnants of battle scattered around. There was no one in sight. If anyone else came here, seeing this scene, they wouldn't expect any survivors to be hiding nearby. Using her mental scanning, Ling Mo found the only remaining building that was relatively intact. She surveyed the surroundings and approached a wall, knocking lightly. The wall was hollow, it concealed a secret space. "Come out. I know someone's inside. I'm not a threat, I'm an escort." After a long pause, a door in the wall slowly opened, and a half-grown child cautiously stepped out. He had golden antennae on his head, large eyes, and soft yellow skin, reminding Ling Mo of a goldfish. His wary eyes softened immediately when he saw Ling Mo's escort uniform, and tears filled them. All the frustration and fear he had suppressed erupted at once. Soon after, a dozen more children emerged from the secret space. Ling Mo understood why the first child had looked so distressed. As the leader among these children, if he had broken down, the younger ones would have been even more terrified. Ling Mo stepped forward and gently patted his head. "You've done very well. She then took out water and food supply boxes from her space link. These children had been trapped for a while, and their food had long been depleted. Seeing supplies, they immediately started eating. Ling Mo wanted to ask questions, but seeing their hunger, she decided to remain silent and simply watch them eat. Eat slowly. There's plenty more here. After a while, the eldest child paused, looking at Ling Mo with gratitude. Thank you for bringing us food. My name is N. Escort work is the most dangerous profession in the star systems, because the destinations are often still perilous, and one can lose their life at any moment. Ling Mo smiled. You're welcome. It's my duty. By the way, why are you here? What happened to your family? Judging by the damage outside, it had been a pirate attack. But why were there only children left? No adults at all. N's expression darkened as he explained. The adults were taken by the pirates. We are orphans from the orphanage. When the pirates came, I led everyone into this hidden space. When we finally came out, everything outside had become like this. Sometimes the pirates returned, so we didn't dare leave. We survived on the food inside the secret space all this time. Looking at the place where N and the others hid, Ling Mo realized that if she hadn't discovered them and been vigilant, she might never have found this secret space. The space seemed to be specially treated to block mental scans. Any detection machines would report this space as solid. How is there a secret space here? Ling Mo asked curiously. N replied. This place is a refuge. The reason we ended up here is that once a year, the orphanage staff run disaster drills, teaching us how to enter shelters safely. So that explained their luck. Ling Mo's focus, however, was on her mission. It hadn't registered as completed. Perhaps it was because she hadn't used up all the supplies? She regretted bringing so much, but it was too late now. Ling Mo offered to give N and the others more food, but they politely refused, saying, there are people who need it more than us. By the way, N, you said the pirates took the adults away. Do you know where they were taken? N shook his head. I don't know. When the pirates came, I hid in the shelter. But every time they came from that direction. He pointed in a direction. Ling Mo released a golden celestial eye to scout ahead. Do you know if there are other survivors like you elsewhere? N shook his head again. I don't know. We haven't contacted the outside world to avoid being discovered by the pirates. All right. Although Ling Mo felt a bit disappointed, she understood. Seeing that some children had fevers, she left some medicine before departing. Before leaving, Ling Mo had Chia Man mark the location on the map, making it easier for the rescue team to find them later. Chia Man, bring out the aerial planet map. Let's try our luck in the nearest city. Aerial planet wasn't very large, with only a few 100,000 inhabitants. The total population might not even equal that of a single city on other planets. But don't underestimate it. If Aerial planet were ordinary, the space pirates wouldn't risk war with the Federation just to occupy it. According to Chia Man's research, Aerial planet produced only one resource, a purple crystal called Aerial crystal, similar to amethyst, extremely valuable. This crystal wasn't mined, it grew naturally. As long as Aerial planet existed, aerial crystals would keep growing, turning the small planet into a golden egg-laying hen for the universe. The pirates' interest was clear, they wanted the aerial crystals. I wonder where these pirates came from, Ling Mo muttered. Chapter 522, Rescuing Ariel 5. Ling Mo recalled that during the Red Alliance incident, she had saved a pirate named Liao, who had given her a pendant. From the information she had at the time, Liao seemed to be a pirate leader. If she ran into him? Ling Mo shook her head. Better not. I don't want to meet him. She remembered that Liao coveted her abilities and had wanted to kidnap her. Although she had refused, pirates were essentially bandits, and bandits didn't reason. Previously, it was only because Ayers was present that Liao gave up. Now, with no one by her side, she couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't forcibly take her if they met. With that thought, she pulled her hat lower over her head. Following the map, she approached the nearest cluster of buildings. Since Ariel Planet was small and sparsely populated, it didn't have formal cities or villages. People built houses wherever they liked. Those who liked quiet areas would live alone, while those who liked crowds would settle together. Being inhabitants of a planet that produces constant wealth in the form of Ariel crystals, money wasn't an issue. The downside? Finding survivors was difficult. In this area, Ling Mo found more survivors. Unlike the lucky orphans from before, the Ariel people were well aware of their planet's value and highly security conscious, with almost every home having a refuge space. Even if pirates searched house by house, some people would inevitably escape notice. Compared with N's group, these survivors reacted with much more excitement upon seeing Ling Mo. Some even leapt forward, trying to grab her. Their eyes, already large, widened even more from excitement and hunger, as if they might pop out at any moment. Startled, Ling Mo backed away quickly, leaping onto a nearby taller building. The survivors became even more frenzied, climbing after her, shouting repeatedly. Water. Food. Seeing this, Ling Mo pulled out 2 water boxes and a food box from her space link to calm them down. As expected, upon seeing the boxes, they immediately opened them and scrambled for the contents. Those who got food first ate voraciously, caring little for others. Once everyone had eaten and regained their composure, Ling Mo jumped down from the building. A man approached her and asked, "When will we be free? How much longer must we live like this?" Ling Mo had no answer, she truly didn't know. Apologetically, she said, "I'm sorry, I don't know. My mission is only to deliver supplies." Though harsh, this was the truth. An escort's duty was to deliver supplies, and nothing else. Previously, some escorts had tried to rescue people captured by pirates, ignoring the mission. While the people were saved, the escorted supplies were lost. Those supplies often contained weapons and medicine. The result, although one life was saved, many more were lost. The escort was sentenced to lifelong exile for negligence. Was this right or wrong? For the escort, rescuing someone was not wrong, being kind was never wrong. For the rescued, they were lucky. But for those who died because of the escort's actions, was their death justified? Such incidents were rare, but they demonstrated why the Federation enacted strict laws. Escort missions must prioritize the delivery task above all else. If supplies are lost due to personal decisions, the escort bears full responsibility for any resulting losses or casualties. Before leaving, Ling Mo gathered useful information from the survivors, the pirates' origin and where they had taken captives. According to them, these pirates came from the Do-Xian system, and were all desperate convicts. Some joined the pirates out of necessity, others were rescued by the pirates themselves. Although they primarily operated in the Do-Xian system, they occasionally ventured into other systems. Their main targets were interstellar prisons. Most convicts, once rescued, joined the pirates, even if they had previously repented. Not joining meant certain death. Hearing this, Ling Mo didn't fully grasp the scope but knew this pirate group was infamous and ruthless. Why not the most ruthless? Because an even stronger king pirate force existed above them. The leader of this group? Liao, the same person Ling Mo had encountered before. Wait, wasn't he supposed to be formidable? Looking at his photo, the gentlemanly appearance didn't match her memory of a ruthless pirate. Are they really the same person? Could it be a namesake? Although she couldn't rescue anyone here, Ling Mo relayed the information back. The rest was no longer her concern. She left the survivors with water, food, a medical supply box, and a weapons box, even though she initially didn't want to give them the latter too. Ling Mo preferred they wait for rescue rather than risk going out, but the survivors were insistent. They looked at her resolutely, saying, "We know your mission is important, but we want to rescue our friends and family." As an outsider, Ling Mo could make the cold, rational decision, but they could not. For some reason, their determined eyes moved her, and she felt a shiver in her heart. Ultimately, she left the medical and 2 weapons boxes. "I hope these help," Ling Mo said as she prepared to leave. Chapter 523, Rescuing Ariel 6. Although escorts had their rules, these 2 rounds of rescues made Ling Mo realize that if she wanted to fully distribute all the supplies she carried, searching for survivors one by one would take a very long time. No wonder this mission didn't have a time limit. Searching for survivors was truly a time-consuming task. Ling Mo sighed. Knowing this, well, I'd still bring this many supplies anyway. She came across another cluster of buildings. Looking around, these were the most heavily damaged structures she had ever seen, as if they had been specifically targeted. Judging by the style, these didn't seem like residential buildings. Opening the map confirmed it, this was a hospital. Judging by the extent of the damage, Ling Mo thought. There probably aren't many survivors here. After all, anyone in the hospital would either be doctors, patients, or patients' relatives. The relatives aside, the patients themselves were already sick, and with the sudden attack, few would have the strength to escape. They were either all captured or... Ling Mo hoped it was the former. Being taken by pirates at least left a chance for survival. However, as Ling Mo scanned the hospital with her spiritual perception, she detected a large number of life forms inside. The life signs were very faint, indicating these were mostly patients. Since there were survivors, Ling Mo hesitated for a moment, then headed into the hospital. Before she could enter, a person dressed in white ran out. Judging by their attire, Ling Mo assumed they were a doctor or nurse. Upon seeing Ling Mo's uniform, the person burst into tears, saying, "Thank heavens! You're finally here." Without another word, they grabbed Ling Mo's hand and rushed her into the hospital. Inside, Ling Mo immediately understood their urgency. The hospital was now filled only with critically ill patients and newborns crying for milk. Among all this, there were only 3 intern nurses left. All the hospital's medicine and food had been looted, leaving them unable to save anyone properly. Some patients were so critical they were on the verge of death. And the children? The hospital had no food, and their parents had already been taken by pirates. They had survived the past few days only on water, and even that was limited. In this desperate situation, Ling Mo arrived. At first, the interns thought they were seeing things. When Ling Mo approached, they recognized her uniform, confirming she was an escort. Salvation had come. Several of the patients were so critical that they only had a breath of life left. Seeing this, Ling Mo immediately took out the medical supplies. The 3 intern nurses quickly grabbed the medicines and began treating the patients. They started with those in the most severe condition. Some of the most critical patients, however, were beyond the interns' capabilities. It wasn't that they didn't want to save them, it was impossible under these conditions. Even a fully equipped hospital might not have been able to save them, let alone a looted hospital with only 3 interns. The medical supply box had many medicines but couldn't cover everything. Seeing the interns overwhelmed, Ling Mo pulled out her sacrificial staff. A green light instantly filled the room. Everyone within the light froze in shock, staring at Ling Mo with incredulous eyes. Those patients who were barely clinging to life stabilized. They weren't fully healed, but they wouldn't die the next moment, giving them more time until rescue. With Ling Mo's help, the interns' pressure was greatly reduced, allowing them to focus on the children. Ling Mo then took out a food supply box and removed nutritional vials. These weren't ordinary infant formula. They were special nutrition vials designed for severely injured or comatose patients, containing all essential nutrients. They could be absorbed through injection or skin, and newborns could use them too. Attaching the vials to the infant incubators, the nutrients flowed into the babies, preventing starvation. There were over 20 newborns, all born within the past few days. After equipping all the incubators, the interns finally relaxed for a moment, then rushed to assist each other. Once they stabilized all the patients, they finally had a brief moment of rest. Seeing this, Ling Mo took the opportunity to ask, "Can I ask why you're here? What about the others?" Ling Mo noticed something. The outside was heavily damaged, but inside the hospital, it was a different world. Except for being looted, the interior was far better preserved than the outside. One intern answered. The others were taken away. We were left because we're all critical patients and newborns. To the pirates, we were burdens, so they left us to die rather than take us. Ling Mo asked. And you three? Why weren't you taken? She didn't think pirates suddenly became compassionate and left a few interns behind. The intern explained. When the pirates stormed in, we were on the third basement floor, where deceased patients without family were stored. As interns, we did all the dirty work and were sent to the basement routinely. We never expected that this time it would save our lives. The intern smiled, but Ling Mo saw no relief on her face, only exhaustion. Chapter 524, Rescuing Ariel 7. After witnessing how busy the interns had been, Ling Mo deeply sympathized with the exhaustion in their eyes. Since it was unclear when rescue would arrive, she left them plenty of food, water, medicine, and even some weapons so they could protect themselves. This consumed a large portion of her supplies, bringing her closer to completing her mission. Just as Ling Mo was about to leave, a hoarse, elderly voice called out. Young lady, please wait. I have a matter I'd like your help with. Turning her head, Ling Mo saw an old man with a pale face, his cloudy eyes staring at her, filled with a look she couldn't quite read. Ling Mo stopped and approached him. May I ask what it is? She remembered him, one of the patients she had just saved from the brink of death. The old man looked at her but didn't answer immediately. Instead, he asked. Are you a healer? Ling Mo shook her head. Not yet. Not yet, but perhaps someday. The old man seemed slightly surprised at first. Then, as if realizing something, he muttered to himself. That's true, a healer wouldn't be an escort, would they? But young lady, your treatment just saved us old folks from the brink of death. Your talent must be exceptional. If you become a healer in the future, your level will surely be high, your prospects are limitless. Everyone enjoys flattery, and Ling Mo was no exception. Yet she remained rational, not losing herself in his praise. She smiled faintly. Please get straight to the point. I still have a mission to complete, and cannot linger here too long. Seeing her directness, the old man stopped beating around the bush and said. I hope you can treat me again, preferably curing my illness entirely. Looking into the desperate plea for life in his eyes, Ling Mo hesitated, then subconsciously scanned him with her spiritual perception. She quickly got a rough understanding of his condition. Yes, he was sick, and not just mildly, otherwise, he wouldn't have looked so close to death earlier. But most of his ailments were age-related. In youth, he hadn't taken care of himself, and now all the hidden health issues had accumulated. Could Ling Mo cure him? Truthfully, yes, but it would require revealing her true strength. Moreover, fully curing him would need at least 3 comprehensive treatments, according to her estimation. Right now, the circumstances were clearly not ideal for treatment. Also, he hadn't mentioned compensation. Healing for free? Ling Mo wasn't keen on that. Seeing her expressionless face, the old man immediately realized the problem and added. If you can cure me, I will give you half of my assets. Ling Mo asked. How much do you own? If the amount was significant, she might consider it. If not, she could pass, overexerting her talent is unpleasant. The old man's eyes lit up with sudden delight. For him, Ling Mo's question about his assets meant she was indeed capable of curing him. He was willing to pay any price to survive. The old man said. My wealth is vast. Explaining it verbally is tedious, so I prepared a file detailing my assets. You can take a look. Here's my contact information as well. He handed her a blue and gold card. I understand your mission as an escort, and this isn't a proper place for treatment. Besides, thanks to your previous healing, I can hold on for a while. Take your time reviewing this. Ling Mo glanced at the first page and was stunned. It boldly stated, 800 planets. She swallowed hard. Planets. Not 8, not 80, 800 planets. And that was only a portion of his wealth. She couldn't believe this elderly man possessed such resources. Of course, not all 800 planets were prime real estate, but the sheer number was astonishing. Ling Mo fought to keep her expression calm, telling herself repeatedly to stay rational. After a while, she finally said, "You're very generous, sir. I'll take this task. I hope you won't go back on your word." She manifested a white feather in her hand. "This is a token. Once my mission is complete, I will contact you." The feather came from her wing, part of her spiritual energy, and could monitor his condition remotely. To prevent anything from going wrong before she finished her mission, she also gave him a quick treatment before leaving. Once the white energy entered his body, he felt unprecedented relief. It had been a long time since he felt this light. This strengthened his belief that he had found the right person. After making the agreement, Ling Mo looked to the other patients, but they lacked the wealth or decisiveness of the old man. "Fine, let's leave it at that." As she departed the hospital, Ling Mo's steps lightened, showing her good mood. She hadn't expected that completing a mission task could yield such a reward. Indeed, one could never give up on this game, otherwise, opportunities like this would never arise. Even the lack of survivors outside did not dampen her spirits. After the hospital visit, she had consumed a lot of supplies. Feeling her stomach growl, Ling Mo decided to eat first before continuing. Chapter 525, Rescuing Ariel 8. Ling Mo found a standalone house. The house showed no signs of damage, but it had long been abandoned. Inside, the living room showed traces of a struggle, likely caused by the homeowner's desperate resistance. After confirming that no one was around, Ling Mo righted the fallen table, grabbed a stool, and pulled out some pre-prepared food from her space. She began eating heartily. While she was focused on her meal, she suddenly heard a faint sound, like someone swallowing. Ling Mo didn't think she had imagined it. She immediately stood up, eyes alert, and scanned the surroundings with her spiritual perception. If she could hear the sound, the person making it must be nearby. After repeatedly sweeping the room with her spiritual energy, the hidden person could no longer resist and revealed themselves. Before Ling Mo's eyes, the table she had just been eating at suddenly transformed into a living person, leaving her stunned. The person had red curly hair, and unlike the aerial survivors she had seen before, this one looked entirely human, with no other alien features. "Who are you?" Ling Mo took 2 cautious steps back, eyes wary. But the person ignored her question, focusing instead on the half-eaten lunchbox Ling Mo had left behind. Because of her earlier movements, the lunchbox had fallen to the ground, spilling some of the food. The person didn't seem to care. They quickly picked up the box and devoured the food with their hands. Seeing this, Ling Mo's suspicion was partially relieved. How lucky, just randomly picking a house, she had already found a survivor. The half-eaten lunchbox was gone in just a few bites. Once the last grain of rice was gone, the person looked up at Ling Mo eagerly, their round, dog-like eyes making her smile slightly. Ling Mo pulled out a food resource box. Upon seeing the food, the person's eyes lit up, and they once again ate with abandon. Only after they were full to bursting did they stop. Ling Mo approached, originally intending to hand them water, but worried the food might swell in water. She gave them digestive tablets instead. "Here, take these, they'll make you feel better." She had seen many survivors before, but she had never seen anyone this starved. Had they really gone without food all these days? "Why did you disguise yourself as a table?" Ling Mo asked. The person swallowed the tablets and replied. "My name is Chow, Ling Mo. I wasn't disguising myself as a table, I was tricked into becoming one." Through their conversation, Ling Mo learned the full story. Chow had moved to this area to attend school. His parents, worried about him, built him a house here, and he had just moved in a few days ago. Of course, moving into a new house meant inviting friends over for a small party, and Chow did the same. During the party, they played hide and seek, and one friend gave him a gadget that could randomly transform him into a piece of furniture. The gadget worked for 3 days unless someone discovered him, in which case he reverted immediately. Xiao agreed to use the gadget and became a table. During the game, pirates suddenly burst in, captured all the other kids, and trashed the room. Luckily, Xiao's table disguise saved him, but the bad luck was that he couldn't change back. For 3 whole days, he remained a table, until Ling Mo arrived, breaking the spell. After hearing this, Ling Mo's expression was mixed. He was lucky, his friends were captured but he survived. Yet unlucky, he nearly starved as a table for 3 days. Looking around the room, Ling Mo realized there was no food at all. Had she not come, he would have had nothing to eat. By the way, judging from your outfit, you're an escort, right? Xiao asked suddenly. Ling Mo nodded. Yes. Xiao lit up instantly. That's great. I can help you. I wanted to become an escort long ago. I almost registered, but my parents found out and revoked my application. Seeing his innocent excitement, Ling Mo harshly shattered his fantasy. Being an escort isn't as glamorous as you think. It's the most dangerous profession, only those desperate or needing money choose it. Escorts receive high pay for the risk, and if they die during a mission, there is a hefty death compensation. Many become escorts just for the money, not out of idealism. I'm not afraid. Even if it's dangerous, I don't care. If I can save more lives with my own, it's worth it. Ling Mo rolled her eyes but held her tongue. After all, everyone has been young and idealistic, dreaming of saving the world. Anyway, I don't need your help, she said firmly. Why not? Xiao insisted. You'd just slow me down. Take care of yourself and stay safe from pirates, she added. Fortunately, Xiao was young but still rational. He didn't demand that she take him along. Besides, he had just eaten and was too full to move, making him unsuitable for traveling at the moment. Chapter 526, Rescuing Ariel 9. Although Xiao couldn't help much physically, he did give Ling Mo a direction to go. For safety reasons, Xiao's parents had carefully chosen the location where his house was built. Although the place seemed isolated, it was actually very convenient. From there, it was easy to reach crowded areas, hospitals, and other facilities. As for security, not far from his house was a security company. In order to maintain their reputation, they regularly patrolled the surrounding area. Otherwise, if news spread on the interstellar network that someone living near a security company had still gotten into trouble, their company would quickly lose its credibility. Over the past 3 days, those people had indeed come to search for survivors, but because Xiao had been transformed into a table, he had never been discovered. Originally, Xiao had planned to go find them himself, but he was too full to move right now, so he could only wait a while longer. Following Xiao's directions, Ling Mo located the security company. However, when she arrived nearby, the sight before her left her stunned. The building in front of her was pitch black and covered in spikes. Was this really a security company? It looked more like a fortress bunker. There were signs of battle everywhere, the air still carried the smell of explosives, and there were even bodies lying not far away. Just as Ling Mo was about to move closer, she suddenly stopped. There were many timed bombs buried here. Their positions were extremely well hidden, and they were linked together. Triggering one would activate the rest. However, under Ling Mo's spiritual perception, none of them could hide. Just as she was preparing to carefully cross the dangerous area, someone suddenly appeared behind her. It's dangerous ahead. Please follow me. Hearing the voice, Ling Mo turned around and saw a heavily armed man, his body stained with blood and his expression stern. You came from there? Ling Mo asked, pointing at the black spiked bunker in the distance. The man nodded. Yes. Please come with me. Those pirates could launch another attack at any time. Speak of the devil. The moment he finished speaking, the sound of engines roared in the distance. Several flying crafts passed overhead, and black objects began dropping from them. Seeing this, Ling Mo hadn't even reacted yet before the man grabbed her and ran. Or rather, not grabbed. She was hoisted over his shoulder like cargo and carried away. Ling Mo felt the world spinning, everything in her vision shaking violently. By the time she regained her senses, she had already arrived inside a metal passageway. Outside, the sound of bombardment continued. As they descended deeper, the explosions gradually became quieter. Only then did Ling Mo realize that this passageway was actually the entrance to the black bunker. After passing through a long corridor and entering the interior, Ling Mo saw a group of fully armed people wearing identical uniforms, along with several survivors. When these people noticed the uniform Ling Mo was wearing, they instantly became excited. Great! It really is an escort. I thought old Wu might have mistaken it before. How many supplies did you bring? Do you have weapons? Although they had managed to hold out until now, they were already close to their limit. After all, they were just a security company. Against ruthless pirates, they could do little more than defend themselves. More importantly, their weapons were far inferior to those of the pirates. They were excited to see Ling Mo. Little did they know that Ling Mo was just as excited to see them. Fighting back was good, it meant that the weapons she brought finally had a use. There were also medical supplies, because wherever there was battle, there would inevitably be injuries. And there were quite a few survivors here, which meant a lot of supplies would be needed. Ling Mo began taking out large numbers of supply crates from her storage, food, water, medicine, and weapons. When the people inside the bunker saw this, they were overjoyed. They hadn't expected this escort to be carrying such a massive amount of supplies. You must have faced countless dangers on the way here. Thank you. If I survive this incident, I will tell everyone about your bravery. One man suddenly grabbed Ling Mo's hand, tears in his eyes. The sudden enthusiasm left Ling Mo a bit embarrassed, but she quickly understood why he was saying that. Yes, there had been danger. But not quite as much as they imagined. That won't be necessary, Ling Mo said politely. I prefer living a low-profile life. The man nodded with a knowing expression, as if he completely understood. After distributing the supplies, more than half of Ling Mo's resources were gone, especially the weapons. Out of the 100 crates of weapons she originally had, only 10 crates remained. Even those 10 were something Ling Mo deliberately kept back. Otherwise, these people would have taken everything. After all, no one ever complains about having too many weapons. But Ling Mo still had to consider the people she might meet later. With the new weapons, the defenders finally decided to launch a counterattack. While they went out to fight, Ling Mo stayed inside the bunker with the survivors. Because she had brought them food, the survivors treated her very kindly, even offering her some homemade food. I know the rules of escorts. This food is our own, so you can eat it without worry, one of them said. Ling Mo accepted it and replied, "Thank you." At that moment, someone suddenly ran over with a panicked expression. Oh no! Our storage room is full. Hearing this, everyone except Ling Mo looked worried. A full storage room, shouldn't that be a good thing? Seeing her confusion, Chi-Man explained in her mind. Master, the storage room they're talking about is actually the garbage disposal room. Ling Mo. If it's a garbage room, just call it a garbage room. Calling it a storage room is misleading. Is a full storage room really such a big problem? Ling Mo asked curiously. Even if the garbage room was full, it didn't seem like something worth such worried expressions. One of them explained. The storage room contains all the trash produced during our daily lives these past days, along with some old waste that was already there. Normally, someone would come regularly to collect it, but under the current circumstances, no one will come. If it stays there too long, it could produce dangerous gases, which might threaten everyone's lives here. Chapter 527, Rescuing Ariel 10. After hearing their explanation, Ling Mo said. I can help you move those things out, but on the condition that you pack everything first. She was willing to help, but she absolutely would not use her own storage space to transport garbage. Hearing this, the others immediately agreed and called everyone to the storage room to help pack the waste. Meanwhile, Ling Mo stayed where she was, watching the outside through a screen. Outside, the pirates' bombardment had not yet ended, but with the weapons Ling Mo had provided, the defenders had finally begun to fight back. Even so, although the pirates were temporarily suppressed, it was only temporary. About 10 minutes later, the battle gradually quieted down. In the end, the short fight ended with the pirates temporarily retreating. However, when the fighters returned, their faces showed no joy of victory, only worry. Seeing this, Ling Mo didn't ask what had happened. Even if she asked, it wouldn't solve anything and would only add to her own concerns. By now, the survivors had already packed everything from the storage room. It took several disposable spatial storage buttons to hold all the trash. "Thank you for the trouble," one of them said. Ling Mo accepted the items, nodded slightly, and turned to leave. The bombing outside had ended, making it the best time to leave. The moment she stepped outside, Ling Mo smelled the sharp, choking scent of gunpowder lingering in the air. Even with a mask on, the smell did not weaken much, making her frown in discomfort. She quickly left the area at top speed and continued searching for survivors. However, this time she searched for a long time without finding another survivor. Instead, she discovered many aerial crystals. According to the information provided by Chi Man, aerial crystals could grow from the ground, but the output was normally very low, and places where they grew abundantly were usually fixed mining locations. But looking at the patches of purple crystals sprouting from the ground like bamboo shoots after rain, Ling Mo was stunned. After repeatedly confirming with Chi Man that these were indeed aerial crystals, her first thought was that she had struck it rich. Aerial crystals were not only important minerals, but because of their beautiful appearance, they were also used as gemstones and could be set into rings. However, crystals suitable as gemstones had strict selection standards. After all, the value of gemstones came from rarity and uniqueness. If everyone had the same ones, they wouldn't be special anymore. The specially selected gemstone-grade crystals were no longer called simply aerial crystals, but aerial gemstones. Looking at the huge number of crystals before her, Ling Mo wondered how many gemstone-grade ones might be among them. According to the rules of Aerial Planet, aside from a few designated mining areas, any aerial crystals found elsewhere belonged to whoever picked them up. Ling Mo tried to use her spiritual power to collect all the crystals into her space. But the next moment, she failed. Part of the crystals was still buried underground. She could vaguely sense that the crystals had a kind of attraction to the earth, preventing her from directly pulling them into her storage space. Well then, she muttered. If spiritual power didn't work, she would have to pick them up one by one. Fortunately, this time there was no obstacle. She easily pulled one crystal out of the soil. Holding it in her hand, she examined it carefully. The crystal had a deep purple color, and its surface was smooth like it had been cut and polished, making it hard to believe it had grown naturally from the ground. Constantly bending down was too tiring, so Ling Mo eventually lay directly on the ground, pulling out the crystals one by one and tossing them into her storage space. Whenever she got tired, she rested for a while before continuing. After an unknown amount of time, she had finally collected every crystal in the area. She didn't know the exact number, but there were definitely more than 1,000. If all these aerial gemstones were sold, one family could live comfortably for the rest of their lives. Ling Mo stood up, brushed the dirt off her knees, and stretched her stiff body. At that moment, she glanced up at the sky and suddenly realized something. "Chi Man, how long have we been here?" Ling Mo asked. "It has been over 36 hours. Is there a problem?" Hearing that number, Ling Mo was stunned. 36 hours? That wasn't just a small issue, that was a huge problem. Why didn't I notice anything? In her mind, it had been at most half a day since arriving here. How could it possibly be 36 hours, an entire day and a half? But thinking carefully, since the game began she had rescued many people and traveled a great distance, so maybe that amount of time was reasonable. Another reason was that the sky had never gotten dark since she arrived. Earlier she hadn't thought much of it, but now she realized this was why she had lost track of time. From the moment she arrived, the sky had always been grayish with a hint of red, like an eternal sunset. Hearing her question, Chi-Man quickly explained. This is caused by the special magnetic field of Ariel Planet, which gradually blurs people's sense of time. Additionally, Ariel Planet has no natural sun or moon, so there is no natural day or night. To maintain normal routines, the inhabitants created artificial suns, artificial moons, and even artificial stars to simulate daytime and nighttime. The current situation is likely because the pirate attack shut down those systems. Artificial sun? Ling Mo said in surprise. You can actually make something like that? Of course. Chi-Man's tone carried a hint of pride. Not only can artificial suns be made, but custom partners can also be created, designed entirely according to one's preferences. Nowadays, many young people are too busy or too lazy to date, so they simply order customized partners instead. It's expensive, but relationships cost money too and may not even work out. In comparison, the price seems acceptable. If you're interested, Master, you could try it too. Ling Mo. Honestly. She was a little tempted. After all, a partner completely customized to one's own preferences would make almost anyone curious. Chapter 528, Rescuing Ariel 11. Ling Mo was only slightly tempted by the idea earlier. After all, regardless of her mental age, her current body was still young, and she had no intention of thinking that far ahead yet. After confirming that she hadn't missed anything, Ling Mo prepared to leave the area. Just then, she suddenly heard noisy commotion in the distance. After confirming that a group of people was approaching, and there were quite a few of them, Ling Mo frowned. It was already too late to run. After thinking for a moment, she decided that no matter who they were, it would be better to hide first. Meanwhile, on the other side, 123 Wooden Man was running for his life with his two teammates. Each of them carried a severely injured person on their backs. Behind them were more than a dozen other players, all fleeing in a similarly miserable state. Further behind them were 3 ferocious Gasuo creatures and 7 or 8 gigantic rabbit-like beasts. They were giant claw rabbits. Ordinary rabbits were herbivores, but claw rabbits were not. They were even more brutal than the Gasuo sea demons. The group was fleeing in a miserable state. Gasuo were already extremely fast runners, and with the addition of the giant claw rabbits, whose every leap closed the distance between them, the situation was becoming more dangerous. Boss. They're about to catch up with us. What should we do? One of Wooden Man's teammates asked anxiously. Maybe we should drop the people we're carrying. That way we could run faster, another suggested. They had been running for a long time, but personally they didn't feel that tired. This amount of exercise was nothing compared to their usual training. However, the injured people on their backs were seriously slowing them down. No, 123 Wooden Man said firmly. If we throw them away now, wouldn't we lose the reward they promised us? Thinking about the conditions those people had offered, he decisively rejected his teammates' suggestion. Anyway, they could still hold on for now. After glancing at the monsters chasing them, he added. Later, the two of you cooperate with me. Let's see if we can take down 1 or 2 of them. Just as Wooden Man was thinking about strategies, a black shadow suddenly appeared, rushing straight toward the Gasuo and giant claw rabbits behind them. With several miserable screams, the once ferocious monsters were suddenly lying on the ground as bloody corpses. After killing them, the black wolf elegantly licked its paw, its eyes seeming to say, "For such a trivial matter, you still needed me to step in?" 123 Wooden Man was the first to notice the commotion behind them. When he turned around, he saw a very familiar creature standing there. Meanwhile, the monsters that had been chasing them were now nothing but corpses. Seeing this, he stopped running. When the others saw him stop, they also halted and looked back. Boss, doesn't that creature look familiar? I feel like we've seen it somewhere before. That's Black Wolf, Wooden Man said. He had already recognized it. If Black Wolf was here, that meant Ling Mo must be nearby as well. At that moment, Ling Mo stepped out from her hiding place and waved with a smile. Captain Mu, long time no see. Although she greeted him, her gaze was actually focused on the people they were carrying. Judging by their clothing, they didn't seem to be players. And one of them felt strangely familiar to her. Seeing that it was really Ling Mo, Wooden Man finally relaxed. Thanks for earlier, he said. Ling Mo waved her hand casually. It was nothing. But how did you end up in such a miserable state? Now that the pursuit had ended, the group, who had been running purely on survival instinct, finally relaxed. To be honest, one of them said, since arriving here, we've been constantly chased by all kinds of creatures, and we even encountered pirates several times. Since the game began, they had barely completed any missions. Most of their time had been spent running for their lives. In contrast, Ling Mo looked completely relaxed. Aside from a little dirt on her knees, her clothes were perfectly clean. Thinking about Ling Mo's talent ability, Wooden Man couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Clearly, he believed Ling Mo's easy experience was thanks to her ability. By the way, he asked, are you alone? Aren't the others with you? If Jiang Xian or Yi Kai were here, they would have another powerful helper. Ling Mo shook her head. I'm alone. We were separated from the start. At that moment, Black Wolf walked over. It first went to Ling Mo's side, then looked at Wooden Man and the others with a greedy expression in its eyes. Seeing this, Wooden Man immediately became alert. He was about to warn Ling Mo that her wolf might be losing control, when suddenly... Smack! Ling Mo slapped Black Wolf hard across the face. She used all her strength, sending the wolf's head turning to the side. Are you awake now? Awoo! Black Wolf let out a round whine, as if saying. Next time just call my name. You don't have to hit me that hard, it hurts too. I was afraid calling you wouldn't wake you up, Ling Mo replied. She then put Black Wolf back into her storage space. That just now was, Wooden Man said, still shaken. He had seen that kind of look many times before. Along the way, aside from pirates, every creature chasing them had shown that exact same expression. That's because the resource crates you're carrying emit a special kind of fluctuation, Ling Mo explained. Humans can't detect it, but animals with sharp senses can. And that fluctuation is extremely attractive to them. You saw the signal icon on the crates, the one that looks like a phone signal indicator, right? The stronger the signal, the stronger the fluctuation, which means it's more likely to attract creatures. After hearing this explanation, everyone's expressions turned ugly. Because in order to earn more rewards, they had deliberately chosen resource crates with stronger signals, mostly weapons and medical supplies. No wonder the rewards were so different. So if we just throw away all these supplies now, will we be safe? One player asked. Exactly, another said. We can just drop everything. The game rules never said we're not allowed to do that. Technically we've already escorted the supplies to Ariel Planet, so it should count as completing the mission, right? Ling Mo looked at him as if he were an idiot. What nonsense are you talking about? The game rules might not forbid it, but interstellar law does. Do you want to go to prison? Chapter 529, Rescuing Ariel 12. After that, Ling Mo briefly explained the law to the players, telling them that their earlier idea was absolutely unacceptable. Of course, if someone insisted on courting death, she wouldn't stop them. After hearing her explanation, the players learned that if supplies were abandoned and later picked up by survivors, the worst consequence would be negligence, they would lose their reward and receive a fine. But if the supplies were picked up by pirates, then any casualties caused by those pirates using those supplies would be blamed on the escort responsible for abandoning them. After realizing this, most players felt lucky they hadn't done something so reckless earlier. However, a small group of players suddenly turned pale. Though they were few, Ling Mo noticed them immediately. I want to ask something, one pale-faced player said. What happens if supplies are accidentally lost? Ling Mo replied expressionlessly. No matter the reason, as long as the supplies were lost while under your responsibility, the consequences will be calculated the same way I just explained. After all, when students say they forgot their homework at home, do they really think the teacher will believe them? However, she added, if you recover the supplies in time, then it won't be a big issue. After all, losing supplies could happen, but as long as they were retrieved quickly, the consequences wouldn't be severe. After running for so long, 123 Wooden Man and his team decided to rest here for a while before continuing. They also needed to treat the injured people they were carrying. Wooden Man took bandages from the spatial button he carried and began treating the wounds. Since receiving the system's notification, the base had unusually become generous, preparing various supplies for each player. Even so, these supplies were not unlimited. They didn't know how long they would have to stay here, and the escort supplies couldn't be used freely. So the resources the base had given them were limited, every use meant one less remaining. One of Wooden Man's teammates, a player called Dry Chewing Brown Sugar, condensed a ball of water in his hand and used it to wash away the dirt and blood from the 3 injured people. Once their faces were cleaned, Ling Mo clearly saw one of their appearances and her eyes widened in shock. Lai Ao. Why was this guy here? Wait, wasn't he the pirate leader? How did he end up in such a miserable condition again? And why did she think again? Ling Mo didn't reveal Lai Ao's identity. After all, not only was he a pirate leader, he was also an SSS-level wanted criminal. In terms of bounty value, his life was worth more than the 2 A-level criminals she had captured before, combined and multiplied by 10. With that much money, if she weren't worried about pirate retaliation, she really would have been tempted to turn him in. But considering that Lai Ao had entered and escaped prison 7 times, very few bounty hunters were still interested in him. Usually, the sequence went like this. The man was sent to prison in the morning. The prison exploded by noon. And the person who captured him was dead by the afternoon. There was also another reason. Lai Ao was technically one of her connections among the pirates. Ling Mo's mind wandered with all sorts of thoughts, but her expression remained calm as she asked. You rescued these people? From the situation, that seemed like the only possibility. 123 Wooden Man answered. We saved them from a group of pirates. At the time they looked extremely miserable, like they had just escaped from somewhere, and there was a group of fierce pirates chasing them. And then you rescued them? Ling Mo said. Such behavior really did fit these people's style. Before she finished speaking, Dry Chewing Brown Sugar interrupted. We originally didn't plan to interfere, but this guy said that if we saved them, he'd give us a hurricane battle armor. Hurricane battle armor? Ling Mo knew what that was. In fact, anyone on Blue Planet with an intelligent terminal knew about it. Half a month before entering the game, every player with an AI terminal suddenly received an advertisement promoting the Hurricane Battle Armor. In the promotional video, the armor casually smashed an entire planet apart with a single punch. That ultimate display of violent aesthetics instantly captured everyone who saw it. And you believed him just because of that? Ling Mo asked. Weren't you worried he might be lying? The others didn't know Lai Ao's identity, but Ling Mo did. He was a pirate, and not just any pirate, but the pirate leader. Could anything he said really be trusted? Whether it's a lie or not, we had to try, Wooden Man said. What if it's real? After all, for them, saving people was just a matter of convenience anyway. Ling Mo said nothing more. She walked over to Lai Ao, who had already been bandaged, and secretly had Chi Man scan his injuries with a medical scanner. A few seconds later, she received a detailed report. Although Lai Ao's external injuries looked severe and miserable, his internal injuries were even worse. His organs were displaced. Blood vessels ruptured. Multiple bone fractures. Possible brain trauma. And he was poisoned. With injuries this serious, the fact that he was still alive and breathing steadily meant he was truly tough. No wonder he's the boss, Ling Mo thought. The scanner also showed that his wounds were slowly healing, but the process was extremely slow, likely because the poison was interfering with recovery. Ling Mo took out an antidote, pried open Liao's mouth, and fed it to him. Then she quietly began healing his injuries. In his unconscious state, Liao suddenly felt as if his body was soaking in a hot spring. Warmth spread throughout his body, making him feel extremely comfortable. But he clearly remembered that he had been severely injured. Had he been rescued? About 5 minutes later, Liao slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was a person wearing a mask and a hat, with only their eyes visible, and even those were behind glasses, watching him with a curious gaze. Liao had excellent memory. Even with such heavy disguise, he quickly recognized Ling Mo. Realizing that most of his injuries had healed and the poison had been neutralized, he immediately understood who had helped him. He smiled slightly and said, "Long time no see, little girl. Seems I'm lucky. Every time I get seriously injured, I end up running into you." In his life, he had only suffered 2 truly serious injuries. The first had been an accident. And this time he had been set up by someone. Both times he had been on the verge of death, yet both times the same person had saved him. If he hadn't already confirmed that Ling Mo had nothing to do with his enemies, he might have suspected this was some carefully planned honey trap arranged by his rivals. Chapter 530, Rescuing Ariel 13. But after thinking about it again, Liao felt a little regretful. If it had been a honey trap, then he could have openly kept her by his side. Not to mention anything else, that group healing ability alone would be enough to make him and his pirate crew nearly invincible. At this moment, Ling Mo had no idea what he was thinking. If she did, she would definitely slap him without hesitation. Nice dream. 123 Wooden Man was surprised that the man had woken up so quickly, and after hearing the conversation between him and Ling Mo, he asked, "You two actually know each other?" "We know each other, but we're not familiar," Ling Mo explained quickly. Hearing that, Liao showed an injured expression, as if saying, "So that's the place I hold in your heart?" Ling Mo completely ignored his self-directed performance and said, "I heard them say that you promised to give them a hurricane battle armor if they saved you. Since you're awake now, hurry up and fulfill your promise. Don't make them wait too long." As soon as Ling Mo said this, Wooden Man and his 2 teammates instantly forgot their earlier doubts and stared straight at Liao. Their gazes made him feel uneasy. In fact, Ling Mo's earlier guess had been correct. He never intended to keep that promise in the first place. After all, he was a pirate. And pirates don't usually keep promises. However, he hadn't expected Ling Mo to appear here. Judging from the situation, the players knew her quite well. With that connection, he had to reconsider his decision. After all, considering Ling Mo's abilities and value, as well as the benefits she could bring him, he didn't want to leave a bad impression on her. The first time she saved him could be explained by not knowing his identity. But now that she had saved him again, Liao was certain that she was the person he had been searching for all along. Otherwise, she wouldn't have saved him. She would have killed him directly. As a pirate, he faced injuries almost every day, whether from enemies or from betrayal within his own crew. Just like last time. And this time. At moments like that, a powerful doctor became extremely valuable. The healers within the Federation were too heavily protected, giving him no chance to approach them. Now that he had finally encountered a wild one, he absolutely couldn't let her slip away. "Of course, no problem," Liao said. "I'm a man who values his promises." As he spoke, he took out a first-generation hurricane battle armor that he had bought from someone else. Ling Mo looked at the golden sphere and blinked in confusion. "This is the hurricane battle armor?" Her expression seemed to say, "You're not fooling me, are you?" Liao explained. "This is the initial form of the hurricane battle armor. To release this form, someone must activate the armor first." Wooden Man carefully accepted the sphere. He held it in his hands like a fragile, priceless treasure, even unconsciously softening his breathing. After putting the armor away, he suddenly thought of something and asked, So, how do I activate it? Ling Mo replied. The hurricane battle armor can't be used by just anyone. Its design concept was inspired by the human legend Fation D, the ability to enlarge oneself to a massive scale. When operating it, the pilot's own abilities are amplified proportionally. But that also means the armor has extremely high requirements for its user. Currently, among the Federation, fewer than 10 people were known to be able to successfully operate a hurricane battle armor. And the armor also has side effects, Ling Mo continued. It can cause serious harm to the user, so you must be careful when using it. In other words, the current hurricane battle armor was something you piloted with your life on the line. When he bought it at a high price, his intention had simply been to study it, hoping to reduce its side effects. Now that he had given it away, he didn't intend to care anymore. After all, he had already explained the risks. If something happened later, it wouldn't be his responsibility. If he wanted another one for research later, he could simply buy another. At this moment, Ling Mo looked at Ling Mo with a flattering smile. Little Mo, I want to discuss something with you. Ling Mo immediately felt goosebumps all over her body from his overly sweet tone. She shivered and said, If you have something to say, just say it. Don't make that disgusting expression. Ling Mo chuckled. Look, we've run into each other twice already. That must mean we're destined to meet. Since we're practically old acquaintances now, could you heal the injuries of my two subordinates as well? Ling Mo might not be a good person, but he was extremely loyal. He was ruthless toward traitors, but he cared deeply for subordinates who were loyal to him. Especially since these two had protected him earlier. Ling Mo said that she had no problem with it, but when Ling Mo saw her extend her hand, he misunderstood and instinctively placed his own hand on hers. The next second, smack. She slapped his hand away. Who wants your paw? She said. I'm asking for the consultation fee. Do you think medical treatment is free? Are you trying to freeload? Only then did Ling Mo realize. But I don't have anything on me right now, how about? He was about to say he'd owe her, but when he looked down, he noticed the necklace around his neck. It was a necklace made of teeth. Each tooth had been carefully selected from the most ferocious beasts he had killed. It was both valuable and meaningful, and he never took it off. But now, without hesitation, Ling Mo removed the necklace and said, I'll use this as the payment. Is that enough? Ling Mo glanced at it. The teeth were clearly real, and there were gemstones embedded between them. The craftsmanship was exquisite. It was obviously very valuable. That's enough. Ling Mo then walked over to Ling Mo's two subordinates. Since other people were present, she couldn't directly use her healing talent. Fortunately, their injuries weren't as serious as Ling Mo's. A few healing potions later, and their wounds were mostly healed. Once the two men woke up, Ling Mo prepared to leave with them. He still had to return and deal with the traitor and his crew, otherwise he might actually be overthrown. Before leaving, he provided Ling Mo and the others with a lot of information about the pirates. They also learned the reason for the pirate attack. It was indeed for the aerial crystals. And the reason they had captured so many hostages was to force them to mine aerial crystals. Their plan was to completely drain the planet's supply of aerial crystals, leaving it unable to produce any more. Once that happened, aerial crystals would become extremely rare. And with countless crystals in their hands, the pirates could manipulate the market and control the price, effectively holding everyone hostage economically. Chapter 531, Rescuing Ariel 14. These people really have a well-thought-out scheme, Gon Jiaohong Tang muttered. After seeing Ling Mo off, 123 Wooden Man looked at Ling Mo and said, Those pirates are extremely vicious. Do you want to move together with us? That way we can help each other if something happens. Better not, Ling Mo refused decisively. What a joke. At a time like this, staying with them would actually be more dangerous. Besides, with so many people together, if they encountered survivors later, who would the supplies go to? That was a very serious problem. After all, before the game started, the system had already warned them about how dangerous this game would be. Her refusal was within Wooden Man's expectations. Ling Mo had always given people that kind of impression. Still, he felt a little regretful. If Ling Mo had been willing to travel with them, then with that black wolf, their journey would have been much safer. After parting with Wooden Man and the others, Ling Mo continued walking in another direction. About half an hour later, she still hadn't discovered any trace of survivors. At this moment she couldn't help yawning. Realizing that she hadn't rested for more than 24 hours, Ling Mo decided to find a place to sleep for a while. Looking around, she soon noticed a huge rock in the distance. The rock leaned against a wall, forming a small triangular gap between them, just big enough for someone of Ling Mo's size to crawl into. After confirming it was safe inside, she pulled out a sleeping bag and smoothly squeezed in. Before falling asleep, Ling Mo asked Qiaman to set an alarm. As long as the time was up, or if anything unusual happened, it should wake her immediately. After arranging everything, Ling Mo finally relaxed completely. Probably because she was too exhausted, she fell asleep very quickly. No one knew how long had passed when Ling Mo was suddenly woken up by a voice. But the voice wasn't Qiaman's. It was the system's voice. Attention all players. Due to unknown reasons, internal turmoil has broken out among the pirates. A large number of survivors have escaped. Please locate these survivors and provide them with assistance. The broadcast was repeated 3 times in a row, completely waking Ling Mo up. After crawling out of her sleeping spot, she heard the distant sound of explosions. Master, this is the video footage just sent back by Golden Sky I number 3. Soon, a video projection appeared before Ling Mo. In the video was one of the locations on Ariel Planet where aerial crystals could be mined in large quantities. At this moment, a large number of survivors had been captured by pirates and brought here. The pirates were supervising them, forcing them to mine the freshly grown aerial crystals with their bare hands. Ling Mo watched the video, and her gaze quickly focused on one person. Ye Kai. After confirming several times, Ling Mo finally determined that among the captured people, one of them was indeed Ye Kai. Wait, why was he captured? No, something else was wrong. Why were his clothes different? Ling Mo glanced at the clothes she was wearing. They had been forcibly changed by the system when she entered the game. But the clothes Ye Kai wore in the video were clearly his own personal clothes. Could it be, he isn't an escort? As soon as that thought appeared, everything suddenly made sense. If Ye Kai wasn't an escort, then it was normal that he wasn't wearing the escort uniform. She continued watching the video. Ling Mo's attention remained completely fixed on Ye Kai. Based on what she knew about him, he shouldn't have been captured so easily. Unless he had been unlucky enough to be sent directly to the pirates' main base. In the video, something suddenly happened. All the pirates abruptly looked toward a certain direction. The next moment. Boom! An explosion erupted there, followed by instant chaos. In the video, Ling Mo clearly saw Ye Kai break free from his restraints, then help the other hostages escape their bindings as well. He then led the group of people to escape. Although the pirates quickly reacted and tried to stop them, Ye Kai still managed to rescue quite a few people. Through the sky eye, Ling Mo could tell that this rescue was definitely not impulsive. It had clearly been carefully planned in advance. The video ended after Ye Kai brought the group to a relatively safe location. Is there more after that? Ling Mo asked. No. After that, Ye Kai seemed to notice that someone was watching him, so he stirred up a gust of wind. Golden Sky I number 3 was blown away. However, I've already marked the exact location on the map. Nicely done. Now that she had a precise location, Ling Mo decided to go find them first. After all, the group Ye Kai had just rescued looked to be dozens, maybe even over 100 people. They would definitely need supplies urgently. Originally, Ling Mo wanted to fly directly there, but after thinking about it, that would make her too conspicuous and easily expose her position. So instead, she took out her small electric scooter. Small body. Fast speed. Since the distance between them was still quite far, Ling Mo didn't waste a single second, immediately riding toward Ye Kai's location. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ye Kai was also trying to find a way to contact Ling Mo. Ling Mo's earlier guess had actually been correct. This time, Ye Kai's identity was not an escort. Instead, he was a member of the rescue team, people whose job was literally to risk their lives to save others. The mission Ye Kai received this time was to pretend to be a survivor from Ariel Planet, get captured by the pirates, and then create chaos from the inside in order to rescue as many hostages as possible. According to the original plan, someone was supposed to meet him outside and provide support. But for some unknown reason, after he successfully brought the hostages out according to plan, the people who were supposed to receive them were nowhere to be found. Ye Kai knew he hadn't made any mistakes. Which meant the problem must have happened to the people who were supposed to meet him. At this moment, Ye Kai felt like he had been played. But now wasn't the time to settle scores with those people. At present, aside from the food he had prepared before entering the game, he had no other supplies. Yet in front of him were dozens of pairs of hungry eyes staring at him. The pirates had given these people just enough food to keep them alive, so they could continue working. Nothing more. So now, Ye Kai thought of Ling Mo. He remembered that earlier Ling Mo had mentioned something about supply boxes in their group chat. At the time he had found it a bit strange. But thinking about it now, it was probably because their missions were different. Chapter 532, Rescuing Ariel 15. At this moment, Ling Mo was hurrying toward Ye Kai's location when she suddenly received a call request from him. After pressing accept, a screen that only Ling Mo could see appeared in front of her, and on the other side of the video was Ye Kai. Noticing that the background behind Ling Mo was moving quickly, Ye Kai asked in confusion. "Are you running away?" Thinking that, he almost hung up immediately, worried that the call might slow her down. But then he reconsidered. If she were really running for her life, she probably wouldn't have answered the video call. "I'm riding an electric scooter." "What do you need?" Ling Mo said. In fact, she had already guessed the reason, but she still asked on purpose. After confirming that Ling Mo was fine, Ye Kai finally remembered his real reason for calling. "Do you have supplies with you? I remember you mentioned supply boxes before. I just rescued dozens of survivors from the pirates. Their condition isn't good, and many of them are injured. We need medicine. I have some. Send me your location first." "I'll head over right now," Ling Mo said. "All right." After ending the call, Ye Kai quickly sent over his current coordinates. Ling Mo glanced at the location and realized it wasn't the same place the sky I had previously marked. It seemed Ye Kai had noticed the surveillance and changed locations for safety. However, this new location was actually closer to her than the previous one. About an hour later, Ling Mo finally reached the place. She could have arrived earlier, but along the way she had encountered several pirate patrols, forcing her to take detours and wasting some time. When Ye Kai saw her appear, he instantly became excited. "Great, Mo. You finally made it." If she had come any later, he felt like he wouldn't have been able to hold on. These people had just escaped from the pirates and were still terrified and shaken. On top of that, many were injured, and several people were already on the verge of emotional collapse. But because they were afraid their hiding place would be discovered, they didn't even dare to cry out loud. Ling Mo's arrival was like a shot of adrenaline, giving everyone hope of survival. "It's an escort. We're saved!" Someone shouted, and instantly all eyes turned toward Ling Mo. Being stared at by so many people made Ling Mo feel a little uncomfortable. She directly took out supplies and told everyone to line up to receive them. As for the injured people, since their wounds weren't too serious, she didn't personally treat them. After all, there were medicines in the supplies. After distributing food, water, and warm blankets to everyone, their mood finally calmed a little. At least they were no longer as terrified as before. Only now did Ling Mo and Ye Kai finally have time to exchange information. "What's with those clothes you're wearing?" "They're so ugly," Ye Kai said, looking at her with obvious disgust. Not only were they ugly, but they were also extremely conspicuous. You could see them from far away. "This is the escort's uniform," Ling Mo explained. "It's used to confirm identity. I can only take it off after the mission is completed." "I see. Good thing I'm not an escort." "No way I'd wear something that ugly," Ye Kai continued complaining. He simply couldn't imagine himself wearing such terrible clothes. Seeing his disgusted expression, Ling Mo felt speechless. She really wanted to say, "You're just bait. What right do you have to mock me?" Yes. Based on Ye Kai's experience just now, Man had already analyzed his role. Put nicely, he was part of the rescue team. Put bluntly, he was bait, a disposable one at that. However, in order not to affect Ye Kai's mentality, Ling Mo decided not to tell him this cruel truth for now. "Oh right," Ye Kai asked. "Did you see the boss or Fuyu on the way here?" Ling Mo shook her head. "I didn't see either of them. If I had, I wouldn't have come here alone. I think I saw the boss when the mission started, but only for a moment. I'm not completely sure. His task seems different from ours. I tried contacting him with the smart terminal afterward, but he never replied." Ye Kai recalled the back view he had seen before departure. At first glance, he had been sure it was their boss. But now, he wasn't so certain. After all, there were many people with similar silhouettes. "What about Fuyu? Have you seen him?" Ling Mo asked. She had also tried using the communication corridor, but the distance between them was probably too far, so it didn't work. Suddenly, Ling Mo slapped her forehead. So stupid. If the communication corridor didn't work, she could just use the smart terminal. Man, contact Fuyu and ask what he's doing." Clearly, Ye Kai had thought the same thing, because he also contacted Fuyu using his terminal. A few seconds later, both of them got the same answer. They raised their heads at the same time and looked at each other. After a moment, Ye Kai spoke first. "You know too?" Ling Mo nodded. "Fuyu became a pirate. And not only that, thanks to his divination ability, in this short time he had already gained the trust of the pirate crew's third-in-command. As for why it was the third-in-command and not the first or second, that was because the one leading this attack was the third-in-command. The first and second weren't here. This is probably Fuyu's mission. We shouldn't interfere," Ling Mo said. Ye Kai nodded in agreement. He still had so many survivors here and couldn't leave anyway. Because of these survivors, Ling Mo's supplies had been used up again, leaving only a small amount. "How about you go rescue some more hostages? Maybe my mission will finish faster," Ling Mo joked. "No thanks," Ye Kai refused immediately. "But speaking of which, my mission seems to already be completed." "What was your mission?" Ling Mo asked curiously. She already knew he was the bait, but the mission description definitely wouldn't say that directly. So she was very curious what the system had actually told him. Man, if Ye Kai sued those people, what are his chances of winning?" Ling Mo asked silently. "Master, in situations like this, participants usually sign a liability waiver before the mission begins. In other words, no chance at all." "My mission was to rescue all the hostages," Ye Kai said. "But even though I saved some, there are still many who didn't escape. Yet my system shows the mission is completed. That's really strange." Chapter 533, Rescuing Ariel 16. "Your mission is completed, but you didn't leave." Ye Kai nodded. "Yeah, I didn't leave. That's because I refused." He said it very casually. "This round of the game, not only did I gain nothing, I almost lost my life. How could I possibly be willing to leave just like that?" As he spoke, his face was full of dissatisfaction. "Ling Mo. Wait, actually, it's not like I got nothing. Ye Kai suddenly remembered something. He pulled Ling Mo into a corner, making sure the survivors couldn't see them, then took out a brown box from his spatial storage. What is this? It looks pretty high-end. The brown box had different patterns carved on the surface, with silver edges around it. Right? When I went in to set the fire, I saw a group of people lining up to load these boxes onto a vehicle. They were being very careful, so I guess there must be something valuable inside. So during the chaos, I sneaked onto the truck and took all the boxes. As he spoke, Ye Kai picked up the box and examined it carefully, but couldn't find any way to open it. It looks like this thing needs a password or a key to open. Ling Mo scanned the box with her mental power. It shouldn't be a password lock. Since it wasn't a password box, it would be easier. Ling Mo extended her mental power into the box. With several clicking sounds, the closed box suddenly opened. Inside were 12 neatly arranged aerial crystals. Their surface was deep purple, even darker than the aerial crystal stones Ling Mo had collected before. Looking at the carefully packed box, it was obvious these crystals had been specially selected. "Chairman, these aerial crystals should be very valuable, right?" Ling Mo asked. "Yes, very valuable. True top-grade aerial crystals are extremely rare. You can compare their price to jade on Blue Star." Ling Mo suddenly looked up at Ye Kai. "You said you collected a lot of boxes like this just now?" Ye Kai felt a little uncomfortable under her gaze, but still answered honestly. "Yeah, about dozens of boxes, I guess. By the way, are these aerial crystal stones or aerial crystals?" "Aerial crystals." "Name your price." "I want all of them," Ling Mo said boldly. Not to mention her current assets, not long ago someone was even willing to give half their fortune just to have her treat an illness. So she wasn't nervous saying that at all. And she didn't think Ye Kai would try to take advantage of her. Hearing this, Ye Kai didn't answer immediately. Instead, he asked, "Why do you need so many aerial crystals?" Sure, aerial crystals were gemstones, but buying so many at once was way too exaggerated. Besides, before this, he, the boss, and Fuyu had given Ling Mo plenty of valuable items, including all kinds of gems and jade. But he had never seen her wear any of them. "I want to open a shop. These will be my startup capital," Ling Mo said honestly. "A shop? Here?" By here, Ye Kai meant the interstellar world. Ling Mo nodded. "Alright then. These things are useless to me anyway. You can take them. No need to pay. Just treat it as my investment." After spending so much time together, Ye Kai had almost blind confidence in Ling Mo. In his opinion, whatever she did would never fail. Investing now would definitely be a profitable deal. Besides, he had basically picked up these boxes for free, so even if it failed, he wouldn't lose anything. Ling Mo had no problem with that. An investment was fine with her. So just like that, very happily, Ye Kai handed over all the boxes to Ling Mo. Ling Mo then told Xiaoman to store them properly and send them to Yunhai Star after the game ended. At that moment, a young survivor walked over. She came to Ye Kai's side and asked timidly, "Are you planning to abandon us?" Her soft voice attracted both of their attention. They turned around and saw a figure dressed in pink. She gave off an elegant and noble aura. Even though she looked a little disheveled, she still carried a sense of grace, like a princess fallen into the mortal world, unstained even after emerging from mud. At first, Ye Kai was attracted by her big eyes and didn't fully understand what she meant. There was only one thought in his mind. Her eyes are really big, they take up almost half her face. Seeing this, Ling Mo immediately slapped away the hand that was grabbing Ye Kai's clothes and said seriously, "There's no such thing as abandoning you. We're strangers. Saving you already means we've done everything we should." Seeing Ling Mo's tough attitude, a trace of unwillingness flashed in the girl's eyes. She avoided looking at Ling Mo and instead looked at Ye Kai with watery eyes, as if hoping he would speak up for her. But Ye Kai's reaction was destined to disappoint her. You're safe now. The food we left is enough until rescuers arrive. We still have more important things to do. We need to save more people. His words were gentle, but his tone was firm. A hint of regret flashed across the girl's face. Then she took out a pink, crystal-like leaf from behind her. Please accept this as my thanks for saving me. No need. Saving people is our duty. We can't take your things, Ling Mo said again. She smiled faintly, but there was no warmth in her eyes. There was even a hint of warning. The girl clearly noticed that warning. She realized Ling Mo had already guessed her identity, and her expression became a little unnatural. In that case, forget it. After a brief farewell, Ling Mo and Ye Kai left the place. On the way, Ye Kai asked, Mo, why were you suddenly so hostile toward her just now? Was there something wrong with that leaf? He could feel that Ling Mo had only been cautious at first. But the moment the girl took out the pink leaf, her caution turned into hostility, and he even sensed a trace of killing intent. Chapter 534, Rescuing Ariel 17. Hearing this, Ling Mo didn't try to hide anything. There was nothing worth hiding anyway, so she explained. In the interstellar world, there is a race called the Golden Wings. The Golden Wings live in a matriarchal society, similar to bees or ants. But the difference is that when a Golden Wing queen is young, she constantly looks for outstanding males and makes them submit to her. Once she reaches maturity, she continuously gives birth with those husbands until she drains them dry. After hearing the explanation, Ye Kai's eyes widened. You mean, that person just now was a Golden Wing queen? Ling Mo nodded. Looks like she hasn't reached maturity yet. She's still in the stage of collecting good seeds everywhere. That's not right, Ye Kai said. You said the Golden Wing queen makes the men she chooses submit to her, but I didn't like her at all. He was very confident in his own taste. The Golden Wing queen from earlier wasn't just slightly outside his preferences, she had nothing to do with them at all. There was no way he would like her. Ling Mo rolled her eyes at him. Do you think ant queens and bee queens control their colonies with personal charm? Ye Kai. In that case, that pink leaf just now, was it? That's right, Ling Mo said with a smile. That pink leaf is the key that would make you fall in love with her. Hearing this, Ye Kai shuddered and felt a wave of lingering fear. So close. If Mo hadn't been there, he might have lost his dignity. But then again, how did you recognize that she was a Golden Wing queen? This? Ling Mo hesitated for a moment, not knowing how to answer. She couldn't exactly say that she had sensed the other person's overly active mental power, so she became suspicious. Ever since she took the wires potion, Ling Mo's mental power had undergone another qualitative leap, making her perception of the outside world much sharper. So when the Golden Wing Queen approached, she immediately felt something was wrong. And after seeing the pink leaf, she confirmed the identity. Ant queens and bee queens control their colonies with pheromones. But Golden Wing queens control theirs with mental power. Their mental power is extremely special. It can leave the body and act like a parasite, living inside another person. Once parasitized, the person still looks the same on the outside. But in reality, they have already been controlled without realizing it. I guessed, Ling Mo said casually. You know, a woman's sixth sense is usually very accurate. Looks like there's movement ahead. Let's go check it out. With that, she ran forward. Ye Kai scratched his head when he saw her running away, then quickly followed. Ling Mo hadn't lied. She really had sensed movement in the distance, she just wasn't sure what it was. After a few minutes, the sound of fighting came from ahead. Hearing it, Ling Mo and Ye Kai both slowed down. When they got closer, they saw something unbelievable. A plant was going berserk. Yes, a plant. The crazed plant was swinging more than a dozen vines, each covered in dense white spikes. Every spike looked extremely sharp and vicious. If someone got hit, it would definitely pierce straight through. And the unlucky people being attacked right now were a group of players wearing the same escort uniform as Ling Mo. Should we help? Ye Kai asked quietly. He wasn't the type to meddle in other people's business, but the final decision was still up to Ling Mo. Although those players looked a bit miserable, they didn't seem to be in real danger yet. Help them. This plant is valuable. It can be used for medicine, Ling Mo said. Golden malvine, a carnivorous plant. Its sap is known as flowing gold and has extremely high medicinal value. Sliced vines applied to the face can even rejuvenate the skin and enhance beauty. Ling Mo took a sharp machete out of her space storage and handed it to Ye Kai. In a moment, don't worry about anything else. Avoid the vines and cut the plant at the root. Make sure to cut horizontally, that way there will be the least resistance. Ye Kai took the blade and nodded. Got it. But this plant is huge. Can your storage even hold it? Ling Mo gave him a reassuring look. At this time, the players being attacked had already used their agility to gradually move out of the plant's attack range. Just when they finally breathed a sigh of relief, a sudden gust of wind passed by. Some people who hadn't stood firmly were pushed back a few steps. One player seemed to see something and stared toward the plant in shock. The others quickly looked too. Then they saw a young man with a pair of cyan wings on his back, holding a large machete. Cut the huge plant cleanly at the root. The moment the plant was cut, the vines that had been wildly attacking suddenly stopped. Golden liquid began to gush out from the severed root. Seeing this, Ling Mo immediately appeared beside Ye Kai, holding a container she had prepared in advance. She stored the cut golden malvine into her space. Then placed the container under the broken root to collect the flowing golden liquid. These were precious materials. She absolutely couldn't waste them. The players who had just been saved finally came back to their senses. They looked at each other, the scene they had just witnessed leaving a deep impression. When they had faced the plant, they couldn't do anything except dodge. Even though the plant couldn't kill them, they also couldn't fight back. They had struggled so hard just to escape its attack range. But these two people. With one move, the plant was killed instantly. No, to be precise, only one person made the move. A strong sense of envy rose in everyone's hearts. They were all players, so why was the gap so huge? They were sure that person must have awakened a very powerful talent. After a moment, one of the players gathered his courage and walked toward Ling Mo and Ye Kai. Chapter 535, Rescuing Ariel 18. At this moment, the first container on Ling Mo's side was already full. The golden liquid inside gave off a faint fragrance of grass mixed with fruit. It smelled very tempting. Mo, this smells like fruit juice. Can we drink it directly? Ye Kai asked. The golden malvine isn't poisonous. In theory, the liquid inside can be drunk directly, but... Ling Mo sealed the container, then took out another square container. This was actually a smart fish tank from the interstellar era, originally designed for fishing enthusiasts. Later, people found it was too small, so it was marketed to aquarium hobbyists instead. But the sealing was too good, and fish easily suffocated inside, so the product was eventually discontinued. However, it was perfect for Ling Mo to store things. The sealing was excellent, and she didn't have to worry about anything leaking. But theoretically yes. In reality, no. After saying that, Ling Mo took out a bottle of ice-cold cola from her space and gestured for him to drink that instead. Ye Kai didn't stand on ceremony. He took the cola, twisted the cap open, and gulped it down. After some time had passed, the speed at which the golden malvine root released liquid had clearly slowed. But Ling Mo knew this wasn't its limit. So she took out a dagger and prepared to make a few more cuts on the remaining root. Thank you for what you did just now. A voice suddenly sounded. Ye Kai paused mid-drink and looked at the approaching player without speaking. Ling Mo only glanced up briefly, then lowered her head again and continued what she was doing, maintaining her cold persona with no intention of starting a conversation. Seeing this, Ye Kai knew she didn't want to deal with the other party, so he spoke first. "You're welcome." He even had a faint smile on his face. Ye Kai already had a bright and cheerful appearance. And when he smiled, he seemed even more approachable. "We're planning to head east next. Do you want to come with us?" the player asked. He could tell these two were very strong. If they could travel together, it would definitely be safer. He also noticed that Ye Kai's clothes were different from theirs. So he guessed their mission might be different. Or maybe even a hidden quest. Hidden quests had appeared several times in previous games. They didn't know the trigger conditions, but the rewards were always very generous. "No thanks. We probably won't be leaving this place anytime soon," Ye Kai replied. Hearing that, the player looked at Ling Mo, who was still stabbing the plant root with a dagger. The liquid flowing out had become slower and slower. The new container was only 1/3 full. Even though Ling Mo kept cutting the root, the flow only sped up slightly. Seeing this, Ling Mo put away the dagger. Then she raised one hand, and a pure black shovel suddenly appeared in her hand. This shovel was not ordinary. It was a tool item. Name, digging shovel. Level, mid-tier item. Item No. 055. Effect, excavation. Can be used on any terrain. Each swing can easily dig out 1 cubic meter of earth. This item was basically a tunneling. When she first got it, she had planned to sell it. But after listing it in the shop for a long time, nobody bought it. No one even asked about it. So she kept it for herself. It was still useful for planting flowers or turning soil. She just didn't expect the first real use would be like this. Ling Mo swung the shovel with great force. The super strength girl had returned. When one shovel strike created a pit about 1 cubic meter in size. Ye Kai didn't think the shovel was special. Instead, he remembered something from long ago. Ling Mo casually lifting a full gas tank onto her shoulder and carrying it into the kitchen. The shock he felt back then was no less than now. If he was this shocked. The player seeing this for the first time was even more stunned. He had thought this was a strong man plus weak woman duo. But now reality told him he was wrong. This was a strong man plus even stronger woman combo. Every shovel swing looked effortless. Her muscles didn't bulge. She didn't sweat at all. And she looked completely relaxed. This was very different from players who awakened body enhancement or strength talents. Who usually had obvious muscles and enlarged physiques. Because of Ling Mo's slender build, the player even doubted his guess for a moment. But the next second, that doubt disappeared. After enough of the root was exposed. Ling Mo grabbed the top of the golden Malvine root with both hands. And pulled. The huge root buried underground was ripped out completely. Because it was pulled out by the root, the surrounding ground collapsed. Ye Kai and the other player both stepped back to avoid getting hit. Ling Mo satisfiedly stored the uprooted root into her space. When she turned around, she saw 2 pairs of stunned eyes staring at her. She didn't even realize what shocking thing she had just done. In her perception, she hadn't relied on physical strength alone. She had used countless threads of mental power to assist. Each thread had the strength of a strong adult man. So on the surface it looked like she did it alone. But in reality it was like dozens of people pulling together. "What's wrong with you two?" Ling Mo brushed the dirt off her hands and walked toward them, her expression slightly confused. "Nothing. You finished collecting everything?" Ye Kai asked. Ling Mo nodded and gave a soft Good. I just received a message from the captain. He told me to bring a few escorts over. After saying that, Ye Kai looked at the nearby player. "Your mission isn't finished yet, right?" Chapter 536, Rescuing Ariel 19. At this moment, the player still hadn't fully recovered from the shock. After hearing Ye Kai's words, he just nodded blankly. Their mission indeed wasn't finished. In fact, it wasn't just unfinished. Ever since the game started, for some reason, they hadn't encountered a single survivor who needed help. Even when they occasionally ran into one or two, those survivors had already been helped by others. Although there was no rule saying supplies couldn't be given to the same person twice, the survivors knew about the escort's mission. If they already had enough food, they wouldn't accept extra supplies. Otherwise, if discovered, their behavior wouldn't be illegal. But they would be condemned by society and their own conscience. So until now, the supplies they carried hadn't been used at all. Seeing him nod, Ye Kai said, "Perfect. Then come with me. I just received news that there's a place with a large number of survivors. They need a lot of supplies." Hearing this, the player's eyes lit up. "Really? That's great." Just like that, the group followed Ye Kai in a certain direction. On the way, Ling Mo asked quietly, "What was that about just now?" "It's the captain from that rescue squad before," Ye Kai replied. "They seem to have found the survivors I saved earlier and realized I didn't die, so they contacted me again. When they heard I had an escort with me, they asked me to bring you over. It sounds like they rescued quite a lot of survivors." Then I told him there were several escorts with me. I asked if I should bring them too, and he said yes. "Aren't you angry? Why are you still helping them?" Ling Mo asked. After all, Ye Kai's role had been bait, with a 99% chance of dying. She remembered he had been very angry when talking about it earlier. Ye Kai shrugged, looking indifferent. "Of course I'm angry. I'm not planning to forgive them. But those survivors are innocent. And besides, I need to help you finish your mission, don't I?" So it was for her. After hearing that, Ling Mo showed a touched expression. "You feel moved after hearing that, right?" Ye Kai suddenly asked. Ling Mo nodded. "Then when we get back, how about you do the housework for a month?" "No." The touched expression disappeared almost instantly. One thing was one thing. She had no intention of doing housework. Seeing this, Ye Kai pouted, looking disappointed. Under Ye Kai's lead, the group walked for about 2 hours before finally reaching their destination. A man wearing a black trench coat, with a curved black horn growing from his forehead, walked toward them. When he saw Ye Kai completely unharmed, a flash of surprise crossed his eyes, but he quickly returned to normal. "Welcome back to the team." He patted Ye Kai on the shoulder, then looked past him at Ling Mo and the others wearing escort uniforms, the joy in his eyes becoming more genuine. Because of what happened to Ye Kai, even though Ling Mo knew the man did it to save more people, she still didn't have a good impression of him. Even if, in the interstellar world, this kind of thing was completely normal. Using one person's life to save many others. No matter how you looked at it, it was a worthwhile trade. But Ling Mo was a selfish and protective person. Anyone who touched the people around her was unacceptable, no matter the reason. In her eyes, the lives of strangers weren't worth more than Ye Kai's life. Ling Mo walked straight past the man without even giving him a look and headed toward the rescued survivors. The man's smile froze awkwardly on his face. Fortunately, the other players didn't have Ling Mo's confidence. After greeting the man one by one, they hurried toward the survivors. Since Ling Mo arrived first, she quickly took out all the supplies she had, including medicine and weapons, before the others came over. After the last box was placed down, the game system's voice sounded in her ear. "Congratulations to player drank soy sauce and went crazy for completing the escort mission. The secondary rewards will be issued after the game ends. Do you want to leave the game now?" After thinking for a moment, Ling Mo chose no. Player has chosen to remain in the game. You will stay until the last player completes or gives up the mission. During this time, you may leave at any moment, but it will require 1 hour for approval and preparation. Additionally, since your mission is complete, you are no longer protected by the system. All consequences from now on will be borne by the player. As the system voice disappeared, the escort uniform on Ling Mo's body also vanished, returning to her original clothes. The other players who arrived a moment later felt regret. If they had been just a little faster, the one completing the mission might have been them. Fortunately, there were plenty of survivors here. Even though Ling Mo had already handed out all her supplies, it still wasn't enough. They still had a chance. Without wasting any time, they began taking supplies out of their space storage, afraid of being slower than the others. Meanwhile, Ling Mo, now relaxed after finishing the mission, returned to Ye Kai's side. "Let's go." Ye Kai nodded, then said to the man. "Captain, we're leaving now. About what happened before, I believe you said it was just a misunderstanding." "Yeah, right. But I think it's better if I don't stay here any longer." Seeing that Ye Kai had made up his mind, disappointment flashed in the man's eyes. After all, someone who could survive that situation completely unharmed was definitely not ordinary. It seemed he had misjudged him. Not only him, even the person who provided the bait list must have misjudged. With this kind of ability, Ye Kai was fully qualified to become an official rescue team member. But now, it was too late. Even though Ye Kai said he believed it wasn't intentional, that kind of thing might fool children, anyone who truly believed it would be the fool. Since a bad impression had already been made. The only thing he could do now was prevent the relationship from getting worse, and when he returned, file a complaint against the idiot who provided the bait list. Chapter 537, Rescuing Ariel 20. At this moment, Ye Kai and Ling Mo had no idea what the man was thinking. They had just finished their mission and were feeling completely carefree. "So, where should we go first?" Ye Kai asked excitedly. Seeing his eager expression, Ling Mo couldn't help but pour cold water on him. "We're in the middle of a war, and you look like we're here on vacation." "I'm serious. Keep acting like that and you might lose your life." Hearing this, Ye Kai froze for a moment, but still stubbornly replied. "I know that. I've run into pirates a few times before, and they weren't that strong. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, nothing will happen to you." Ling Mo sighed after hearing that. Hopefully that's true. By the way, what race was that rescue team captain just now? Ye Kai asked curiously. "Don't you have a smart brain too? Just search it yourself." "Don't rely on me for everything," Ling Mo said helplessly. Ye Kai frowned slightly. "You think I didn't try? I asked you because I couldn't find anything." "Couldn't find it? How is that possible?" Ling Mo clearly didn't believe him. The Interstellar Network recorded information about all races in the galaxy. Even if it wasn't very detailed, the names should at least exist. How could it not be found? "It's not exactly that I couldn't find anything," Ye Kai explained. "When I tried searching with a photo, the result was completely black. I couldn't see the person at all. When I searched by features, dozens of horned races came up, but none of them matched. And you don't know this, but that rescue captain was incredibly strong. I once saw him cut more than a dozen pirates in half with one hand, without using any weapon." To be honest, that scene had completely amazed Ye Kai. Part of the reason he obediently pretended to be captured later was because of that. "I wonder if I can become that strong someday," he said, his voice full of envy. "You can," Ling Mo replied. "If a wind-type ability is trained to the extreme, level 7, the wind blades you create can easily split a planet in half." "Really?" Ye Kai's voice shot up several octaves. He grabbed Ling Mo by the shoulders excitedly. "Then what should I do?" Ling Mo pulled herself free, looking annoyed. "You're hurting me. Which one are you talking about? Splitting a planet, or being as strong as the rescue captain? Level 7 is too far away for us right now. Just teach me how to become as strong as that captain first." Ling Mo rolled her eyes. "I don't even have wind abilities. How am I supposed to teach you? Go find tutorial videos yourself. There are plenty online. Most of them are basic, but a lot of advanced techniques come from those basics. You're the one with the wind talent. You should understand wind better than I do." In Ling Mo's opinion, talent mattered, but how the user developed and used it mattered just as much. As for that rescue captain, he should be a warrior of the Agura race. Ling Mo repeated the answer she had just searched. Male Agura develop curved horns after adulthood, and they become sharper. Their whole body is covered with hard, extremely sharp scales, and they specialize in close combat. You couldn't find him because the photos online show females. As for the black photo, that's probably related to his talent. There's a talent called divine favor. People who awaken it have bodies as if blessed by the gods, far beyond normal. In Earth terms, it's like a real-life Superman, actually even stronger than Superman. Because they are favored by the gods, ordinary cameras can't capture their appearance. In short, divine favor is far stronger than simple body enhancement. Body enhancement has limits. Divine favor doesn't. Someone once conducted an experiment. They put a person with divine favor into a life-or-death situation. Every time people thought he would die, his body would release even stronger power, sometimes even awakening new abilities to survive. In other words, the more dangerous the situation, the greater the pressure, the greater the potential of someone with divine favor. Among the 3 commanders of the Federation, 2 had awakened this talent. Because Ye Kai wanted to become as strong as the rescue captain as soon as possible. He spent the entire journey watching wind ability tutorial videos while traveling. In the past, multitasking like that might have been impossible. But after deliberate training, they could now do it easily without slowing down. After watching those tutorials, Ye Kai realized something: he hadn't even developed 1% of his talent. His use of wind was far too simple. After turning off the video, his mind was full of new ideas, and he couldn't wait to try them. Mo, we've been walking for so long and haven't seen anyone. This is boring. Why don't we go on the offensive? Go on the offensive? Yeah, let's hunt pirates. Those guys have done all kinds of evil anyway. We'd just be delivering justice. Sure, Ling Mo said without objection. We're free anyway. But if we're going to hunt pirates, we might as well accept a related mission on the adventurer website first. That way we can get rewards too. Ye Kai's eyes lit up. Of course, it has to be you. Soon, he picked a mission. Alright, let's go find pirates. Where do we start? He looked around, then his gaze landed on Ling Mo. Of course, she had to guide them again. Since she couldn't reveal her mental power, Ling Mo simply summoned the Black Wolf. Take us to find pirates, she ordered. The wolf barked once, then rolled its eyes at her. You're better at this than I am. Why call me out? Fortunately, Ye Kai couldn't understand the wolf. Cooperate a little. I can't expose myself in front of Ye Kai. Awoo. You still don't plan to tell the truth? If you ask me, you should just confess already. It'd save trouble. What are you talking about? They haven't figured out the truth yet. How is that my fault? Ling Mo looked completely innocent, as if the problem was everyone else being clueless. In the end, under Ling Mo's intimidation, the Black Wolf agreed to lead them to the pirates. Of course, the one actually guiding the way was still Ling Mo. Chapter 538, Rescuing Ariel 21. Ling Mo and Ye Kai sat on Black Wolf's back. The wolf crouched slightly, then suddenly pushed off with force, shooting forward like an arrow released from a bow. Under Ling Mo's secret guidance, Black Wolf quickly ran toward a place where pirates had been spotted. Since many survivors had already been rescued, the pirates were desperate to find more people to keep working for them. They were practically digging 3 feet into the ground searching for survivors. The pirates also knew that after rescuing survivors, the rescue team wouldn't stay to protect them forever. After all, there were still many people waiting to be saved. So as long as they could find those survivors again, they might even gain another batch of supplies. Of course, that wasn't easy. Even though the rescue team didn't stay to guard the survivors, they always left them in extremely safe and hidden shelters. Because of this, the pirates searched everywhere, unwilling to miss even the smallest clue. The group Ling Mo had locked onto right now was one of the pirate teams sent out to search, and they had already found survivors. 7 or 8 pirates were escorting dozens of dirty, exhausted survivors along the road. Black Wolf stood on high ground, and Ling Mo and Yi Kai, riding on its back, saw everything clearly. Mo, you focus on saving the people. I'll deal with the pirates, Yi Kai said. He wanted to test the new techniques he had just learned. Ling Mo had just nodded when she suddenly felt a gust of wind behind her. When she turned around, Yi Kai was already gone, leaving only an afterimage in the air from his movement. By the time she looked again, Yi Kai had already appeared behind the pirates, catching them completely off guard. Even Ling Mo couldn't help but praise. So fast. Yi Kai's speed now was on a completely different level. Only, just as he tried to launch a sneak attack, he failed to control his body and rushed past his target. Not only did the sneak attack fail, he also alerted everyone. Seeing this, Ling Mo couldn't help but close her eyes. His speed had increased, but his body hadn't caught up yet. Fortunately, Yi Kai reacted quickly. He raised his hand and sent out a powerful gust of wind, blowing all the pirates off their feet. Of course, the captured survivors were also blown over. Total equality. But the move wasn't wasted. It bought Yi Kai enough time and prevented the pirates from using the survivors as hostages. Soon, a few wind blades flashed, and several pirates fell dead. Even after winning, Yi Kai didn't look happy. He kept thinking about his earlier mistake, his face serious enough to scare the survivors lying on the ground. At that moment, Ling Mo also jumped down from the high ground with Black Wolf. She untied the survivors first. Seeing that they were only exhausted but not injured, she took food out of her space and handed it to them. The survivors were extremely grateful after receiving the food. Some of them even burst into tears, which made Ling Mo very awkward. Of all things, comforting people was what she was worst at. After finally calming them down, Ling Mo told them to find a place to hide and not get caught again. Then she immediately left with Yi Kai. After traveling some distance, Yi Kai suddenly asked to get off. Not off the car. Not off the horse. Off the wolf. Ling Mo watched him jump down and stretch his limbs. What are you doing? She asked. I figured out what went wrong just now, Yi Kai said seriously. My body hasn't adapted to my speed yet. So from now on, I'll run on my own to get used to it. You don't need to wait for me. Let Black Wolf run at full speed. The faster the better. I can definitely keep up. Seeing his confident expression, Ling Mo raised an eyebrow, a hint of mischief in her eyes. You sure? Yi Kai sensed the strange tone in her voice, but his confidence won. Of course. All right then. I'll wait for you ahead. Just don't lose us. As soon as she finished speaking, Black Wolf disappeared. All Yi Kai could see was a tiny black dot in the distance, which vanished in the blink of an eye. So fast. So the wolf hadn't even been using its full speed before. After realizing this, Yi Kai immediately started running after them. He had already bragged, so he couldn't lose too badly. Meanwhile, Ling Mo was laughing so hard on Black Wolf's back that she could barely sit straight. Awoo. If you do this, Yi Kai will hate you when he finds out the truth. If he hates me for this, then he's too petty. Relax, I'm just joking. You run normally from now on. Yes, what Yi Kai saw just now wasn't Black Wolf's speed at all. Ling Mo had secretly used spatial teleportation. It was the first time she had teleported something as big as Black Wolf. And alive at that. She didn't expect to succeed on the first try. She really was a genius. Seeing Yi Kai getting closer and closer behind them, Ling Mo told Black Wolf to start running again. Green flashes appeared under Yi Kai's feet. Each flash shortened the distance between him and the wolf. But after seeing the earlier speed, Yi Kai wasn't happy at all. In his eyes, Black Wolf still wasn't using full strength. Soon, while chasing each other like this, they found another pirate group. This time, there were clearly far more pirates than before. And according to Ling Mo's investigation, these pirates were not from the same group as the previous ones. Those earlier pirates ate meat. These ones were just hoping to drink some soup. Small pirate gangs were good. Small gangs had a habit, they carried their valuables with them. Big pirate groups had too much stuff, so they left most of it behind. Otherwise, if they died, it would just benefit someone else. This time there are a lot of pirates. I'll let Black Wolf help you. Just to be safe, Ling Mo said. Ye Kai nodded. All right. He wasn't foolish enough to misjudge the situation. There were at least 100 pirates. He couldn't handle that alone. While Ye Kai and Black Wolf charged in, Ling Mo didn't stay idle. She launched a wave of mental attacks first, making the pirates lose their ability to act for a short time. The pirates suddenly felt a splitting headache, as if their skulls were about to explode. Before they could react, they were already dead under Ye Kai and Black Wolf's attacks. Even the stronger pirates who managed to recover had already missed the best chance to resist. At that point, it was only a matter of dying sooner or later. Chapter 539, Rescuing Ariel 22. After Ye Kai finished dealing with all the pirates, Ling Mo had already started looting the spoils. This was only a small pirate group, but they were truly rich. And because most of these people were fugitives or illegal residents, they couldn't have bank cards, so they carried cash on them. As for the money, Ling Mo and Ye Kai split it evenly on the spot. As for the equipment on the pirates, whoever needed it could take it. The rest would be sold for cash after they returned. By the way, these guys should have a spaceship, right? Otherwise, how did they get here? As he spoke, Ye Kai looked around excitedly, eager to try his luck. Ling Mo said, "It's useless. Even if we find it, we can't fly it. Spaceships have identity recognition. If we really find one, the best we can do is sell it as scrap." Hearing that, Ye Kai sighed in disappointment. Then forget it. But he quickly cheered up again. Let's go, let's find the next victim. Before Ling Mo could say anything, he dashed forward, leaving only an afterimage behind. Looking at the direction he disappeared in, Ling Mo crossed her arms. Did he forget that he still needs me to guide the way? Forget it. Too lazy to chase him. She'd just wait here. He should come back soon. While waiting, she decided to deal with the spaceship first. This pirate group had probably just arrived and had just gotten off the ship, so the spaceship was still hovering overhead. Although it was in stealth mode, it couldn't escape Ling Mo's mental detection. To be safe, she directly drained the ship's energy from a distance. Without energy support, the invisible ship quickly revealed itself, then lost power and began falling rapidly. Fortunately, Ling Mo had already prepared. She directly stored it in her spatial space. What she said earlier about ships having identity recognition wasn't a lie, but who said scrap metal wasn't valuable? The damaged mechs and ships she had collected from the battlefield before were in extremely high demand. People were practically fighting over them. This fully equipped ship would definitely sell for a good price. As for the dead pirates, seeing that Ye Kai still hadn't returned, Ling Mo decided to bury them first. After all, once bodies started to rot, they would not only smell terrible, but could also spread disease if unlucky. Burning them would make too much noise, and with so many corpses, who knew how long it would take? After all, everyone knew, killing was easy. Destroying the evidence was the hard part. So it was better to leave the difficult work to nature. Ling Mo took out a shovel and spent more than 10 minutes digging a large pit. Then she used her mental power to throw the pirates in one by one and finally buried them with dirt. By the time she finished, half an hour had passed. Why isn't he back yet? Looking in the direction Ye Kai had gone, Ling Mo frowned. She jumped onto Black Wolf's back. Without needing instructions, once she sat firmly, the wolf shot forward like an arrow. After running for a few minutes, they finally found Ye Kai's trail. More accurately, his mark. Ling Mo looked at the strange circular pattern on the ground. The pattern appeared because there was a small rotating vortex of wind left behind. This was something Ye Kai used to prevent himself from getting lost. It also worked as a marker. But now, there was no chance of getting lost. So the vortex here wasn't for navigation, it was a clue for her. However, Ye Kai went through all the trouble to leave clues for her, but in reality, he didn't need to. With a single thought, within a few breaths, Ling Mo locked onto Ye Kai's location. So he got captured. No wonder he left the wind marker. Wait there. Big sister is coming to save you. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ye Kai's hands were tied behind his back. The other end of the rope was held by a woman with a hot figure, exaggerated makeup, a wild hairstyle with red streaks, and a very flashy look. Let me go. Ye Kai glared at her angrily. Damn it, he didn't even know how this woman did it. She had easily neutralized his attack and captured him. As for his new talent, gravity, he had only used it on Earth before. But Ariel's gravity was different from Earth's. Before he could adapt, the most he could do was make himself float. Nothing else worked. When he first awakened the new ability, he had been extremely excited. Now he was just as disappointed. Let you go? Why would I? The woman laughed. It wasn't easy for me to find someone as good-looking as you. Perfect to be my 30th husband. We'll enter the bridal chamber today. As her face got closer, Ye Kai turned his head away in disgust. A wind blade suddenly appeared beside him and shot toward her. The next second, the wind blade disappeared the moment it reached her, as if it had never existed. Seeing this, the woman smiled proudly. I told you before. Your tricks don't work on me. Behave yourself and you'll suffer less. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what will happen. After all, you're this good-looking. If I sell you, you'll fetch a good price. Those people won't be as gentle as me. The surrounding pirates started cheering. Boss, if you don't want him, give him to us. Yeah, boss. We want a handsome man too. At this moment, tears of humiliation flowed from Ye Kai's eyes. Ling Mo. Where are you? Hurry and save me. Just as the female pirate leaned in, ready to take advantage first, a sharp whistling sound suddenly came from afar. Whoosh. She didn't care at all. She was confident that no attack could hurt her. The next second, her eyes widened. Her gaze slowly moved downward. A wound had appeared across her waist at some unknown moment. Blood burst out, splashing onto Ye Kai's clothes. As her life rapidly faded, in the last moment before losing consciousness, she saw that her subordinates had also been cut in half, without even knowing what happened. She never saw what killed her. But Ye Kai did. And he saw it very clearly. Chapter 540, Rescuing Ariel 23. Looking at the huge flying wheel made of countless blades in front of him, Ye Kai opened his mouth wide, his eyes bulging in shock. When he saw that everyone around him was already dead, he blurted out, "Wait, you're not planning to attack me too, are you?" Ye Kai couldn't help but take a few steps back. That thing had just killed so many pirates in an instant. Not to mention that he was restrained right now, even if he weren't, he wasn't sure he could escape from that thing. Yes, Ye Kai had never even considered fighting it. Running away was the more realistic option. As the saying goes, as long as the green hills remain, there will always be firewood to burn. But now, forget the green hills, he might not even be able to keep the firewood. He was even thinking about kneeling down to beg for mercy. There was no one around anyway. For the sake of staying alive, it wasn't shameful. Just then, footsteps sounded behind him. He turned his head and saw Ling Mo standing there at some point. Why are you here? Ye Kai was just about to warn her to run, there was danger here, when he saw Ling Mo raise her hand and open her palm. The flying wheel that had been hovering in the air quickly descended, shrinking as it fell. It kept getting smaller until it was only palm-sized, then flew back into Ling Mo's hand. Of course I came to save you. By the way, how did you even get caught? Even if he couldn't beat the enemy, couldn't he run? Honestly, she had been worried for nothing. Ye Kai was still too shocked by what he had just seen to speak. The attack that killed all the pirates in one strike was actually from Ling Mo. What, was that thing in your hand just now? My weapon. Pretty powerful, right? I only finished it recently. Polishing the snow monster horn required extreme precision. Not to mention Ling Mo's horn had been eaten by Xiao Bai before being reconstructed with mental power. When she polished it, she had no reference at all, and she couldn't rely on external tools. Everything had to be figured out little by little on her own. That was why it had only been completed recently. Actually, it still wasn't in its most perfect state yet. It needed a bit more fine-tuning. But overall, Ling Mo was very satisfied with the flying wheel's performance today. Ye Kai didn't keep asking. After all, she had just saved him. And if Ling Mo wanted to explain, she would have already. Besides, even if he knew where such a powerful weapon came from, did he really think he could get one himself? Don't joke. After the two of them finished looting everything from the pirates, Ling Mo took out a shovel again, preparing to dig a pit and bury the bodies. Seeing this, Ye Kai volunteered to help. Ling Mo simply handed him the shovel. Because Ling Mo had aimed to finish the fight quickly this time, although there were fewer pirates than before, the scene was far bloodier. Some of them had died with their eyes still open. After Ye Kai finished digging the pit, the two of them began carrying the bodies in. During the process, Ye Kai explained what had happened. Earlier, he had run ahead first. After going some distance, he realized he had no idea where to find pirates. So he stopped and decided to wait there for Ling Mo to catch up. Surprisingly, the two of them had thought the same thing, one waiting for the other to return, the other waiting for the first to catch up. But whether his luck was good or bad, he somehow ran straight into pirates anyway. At first, when he saw that most of them were women, he didn't think much of it. Their outfits were a bit wild, but after living through the information explosion era on Earth, he had seen all kinds of styles before. And this was the interstellar era, where there were more races than genders in some countries. So at first, he thought they were just a group of eccentric girls. It wasn't until that person started teasing him that he gradually realized something was wrong. By the time he fully reacted, it was already too late. He had tried to run, but the pirate leader used some unknown method to make all his attacks disappear, leaving him with no way to escape. MOMO, was that ability also a talent? Ye Kai asked. If I'm not mistaken, that should be a talent called mass exchange. It's not a powerful talent. Honestly, it's even a bit useless. Ye Kai looked doubtful. But she looked really strong when she used it. My attacks didn't work at all. Ignoring the fact that he had almost been forced into marriage, as he put it himself, he had been stunned again. I'm not wrong, Ling Mo said. It looks strong, but once you understand the principle, it's nothing special. It's just a branch of space-type talents. She explained, mass exchange means swapping two different spaces. Your attack didn't disappear, it was just transferred somewhere else. And this talent is much harder to develop than other space talents. Some people stay stuck at level 2 their whole lives. Level 3 is already rare, but this talent only becomes truly powerful after level 4. Before level 4, it's basically just support. And there are limits on distance, size, and duration when exchanging mass. If you had used a large-scale attack from the start, like a tornado, let's see if she wouldn't panic. The reason Ling Mo could hit that pirate so easily was because her flying wheel blade was essentially made of mental power. Something invisible and intangible like that couldn't be transferred away. Seeing Ye Kai listening like a serious student, Ling Mo couldn't help but complain, when you have time, you should read the online talent guides. Mass exchange has been explained many times. You mean the Starnet? I check it every day. Ling Mo rolled her eyes. I mean Earth's internet. The talent education channel. After all, not everyone could afford a smart brain device, and the ones Ling Mo had sold were already long gone. To prevent people on Earth from training blindly and damaging their talents, or causing disasters, several countries had jointly created a program, broadcast worldwide for free. Besides news, the show mainly introduced different talents, giving people with weak or seemingly useless abilities new ideas, so they wouldn't give up on themselves. After all, on Earth, just having a talent already put you ahead of many others. Chapter 541, Rescuing Ariel 24. After handling the scene, the two of them divided the loot they had taken. Ling Mo used her mental power to locate the pirates' hidden spaceship, not far from their current position. Upon inspection, she discovered that the ship contained a lot of valuable items, piles of Ariel crystals, as well as all kinds of priceless luxury goods. Compared to the previous group of pirates who had arrived but hadn't had time to do harm, this group had arrived earlier and had already collected the valuable items, preparing to escape. If they hadn't been reckless enough at the last moment to capture Ye Kai, they might have already left Ariel and been enjoying themselves elsewhere. As always, fate is unpredictable, and life is full of unexpected twists. Where to next? This time, Ye Kai had learned his lesson and didn't act on his own. The two of them sat on the back of the black wolf. Ling Mo patted the wolf's fur, sending mental commands, and in the next instant, it raced off in a certain direction. Meanwhile, a fully armed group appeared on Ariel. By coincidence, or perhaps not, they landed exactly at the spot where Ling Mo and Ye Kai had first encountered pirates. One of them observed the surroundings, then approached the leader with a serious tone. "Captain, there are minor traces of combat here, but we estimate that over 100 pirates were here." A pirate group of over 100 wasn't small by any means. Even if they didn't resist, it would take minutes to defeat them all. Yet here, only faint traces of battle remained. They saw blood on the ground, but no bodies. The leader, Black Moon, crouched to inspect the ground. After a moment, he said, "The ground has been cleaned." Although he didn't know why the scene had been tidied, he noticed faint dragging marks. If the battlefield had been cleaned but blood left untouched, the first thought in Black Moon's mind was, this must be a rookie. But could a rookie really defeat a pirate group of over 100 so quickly? Perhaps there were more people involved. The earlier report of over 100 didn't specify that all of them were pirates. Black Moon, an S-rank adventurer of the Adventurers Guild, had come here under orders from the Federation to scout and eliminate pirates on Ariel. The mission required rescuing Ariel with minimal loss, so the Federation sent the renowned S-rank Black Moon. Although officially a reconnaissance mission, Black Moon knew the Federation expected a decapitation strike. If the leader of this pirate raid could be eliminated, the remaining pirates would fall into chaos. However, such a decapitation strike was never simple. Even for an S-rank adventurer like Black Moon, completing this task required a detailed plan. Focusing again, Black Moon observed the ground carefully. Since the blood had not been cleaned, the attackers likely didn't fear being discovered. Therefore, the place where the bodies had been disposed of shouldn't be far. Looking around, he soon noticed a patch of soil that appeared freshly disturbed. "You all, dig here and see what's underneath," Black Moon ordered. "Yes, sir." Because the soil had been recently disturbed, digging was easy. A few shovels later, the pirates Ling Mo had buried were revealed. "Captain, they're pirates." Black Moon's expression didn't change. "Keep digging. Dig all of them up and see how many there are." 10 minutes later, all the soil had been dug up, revealing all the pirates in the pit. "Captain, we counted them. There are 111 pirates in total. Based on facial recognition, we've identified them as an active pirate group from the Ursa Major system. The Ursa Major system is adjacent to Ariel. These pirates likely came to claim a share after hearing the news," Black Moon said. One of the team nodded and added, "Also, Captain, we found that their belongings seem to have been completely looted. Except for the smart brains, we found nothing. However, the smart brains appear damaged and completely unusable." Hearing this, a small smile curved Black Moon's lips. "Looks like this pirate group met a stronger thief. Have Shiroway check if the smart brains can be repaired." "Impossible," the team member shook his head. "Shiroway has already checked. The smart brains were damaged beyond repair. It seems the pirates suffered a massive mental shock before death, causing partial nerve necrosis that affected the smart brains themselves. Black Moon furrowed his brow, his expression serious. Mental shock, all of them? Yes, all of them. To instantly affect over 100 people, the opponent's mental power must be extremely strong, a likely mental-type talent. In addition, we detected wind elements and beast claw marks at the pirate's wounds. We suspect a battle wolf was involved. So our hypothesis is either 2 people acted, or 1 person with a battle wolf. Either way, one thing was clear, the attacker was extremely powerful, and very greedy. After all, from what they had seen, the attacker didn't even leave the pirate's white crystal teeth behind. Hopefully, they're not an enemy, someone muttered, echoing everyone's thoughts. Even ignoring the unknown attacker, a battle wolf was already not something they could provoke. In the wild, they avoided battle wolves whenever possible. These creatures are born to fight. If provoked, only Black Moon and a few A-rank adventurers might survive, the rest would be dead before they could react. It's not about whether they could win a fight, it's about whether they could escape. Fine, bury the bodies again, Black Moon said. Whether friend or foe, at least what they did now works in our favor. Clearly, Black Moon didn't worry about this. As an S-rank adventurer, he had seen countless storms over the years. Others saw the attacker's strength, but he saw flaws everywhere. From a person's work, one can always discern their character. And now, these pirates were that work. Chapter 542, Rescuing Ariel 25. In the eyes of the experienced hunter Black Moon, the person who had dealt with the pirates was nothing more than a complete novice. Although they had killed the pirates, every move had flaws. Even the battle wolf showed signs of being young, just recently matured, without having gone through truly brutal training. A battle wolf that had fought across many lands would never leave a whole body for its prey, it would destroy it to prevent the prey from faking death and sneaking an attack. Being injured by weaker prey, especially through a sneak attack, was an immense humiliation for a battle wolf. Let's go. We have more important matters to handle. After restoring the ground to its original state, Black Moon led his team away. This incident was merely a minor event, he didn't dwell on it. His focus was now on how to carry out the decapitation strike. While Black Moon was devising a complete and feasible plan, Ling Mo and Ye Kai were preparing for their own little operation. After much effort, they finally contacted Fu Yu and Jiang Xian. Fu Yu's task was to infiltrate the pirates and gather intelligence to assist the outside team in eliminating them. Jiang Xian, thanks to his powerful talent, was assigned to the army involved in the mission, tasked with destroying the pirates. The two of them were the inside-outside collaborators. In comparison, Ling Mo and Ye Kai were basically cannon fodder. To turn fate's injustice around, the duo decided to give the pirates and the army a little shock. Jiang Xian, don't mess around, you might end up worse off than you planned. Ye Kai, don't worry, boss. With Mo here, nothing will go wrong. Jiang Xian. Jiang Xian stared at the info about Ye Kai on the smart brain, twitching at the corner of his mouth. Should he call Ye Kai blindly overconfident, or overly trusting of Ling Mo? Jiang Xian, anyway, be careful. If you get caught, I can't save you. Fu Yu, don't worry, if you get caught I'll save you. Go ahead. Ye Kai, Xiao Yu is the best, believes in our skills. Looks like she already read our fortunes, huh? Dressed as a pirate but still carrying an air of scholarship, Fu Yu couldn't help but twitch at the familiar nickname. As for reading fortunes, he hadn't done any. He trusted Ling Mo, and Ye Kai's remark was just joking. Fu Yu, after it's done, I want 1/3 of your share. Ye Kai. Jiang Xian, I'll take 1/3 too. Ye Kai. Ling Mo, who had witnessed the whole exchange, couldn't help laughing. She patted Ye Kai on the shoulder, though her smile was impossible to conceal. Serves you right for being so mouthy. Humph, if it weren't for needing these two for our plan, I wouldn't be this polite. Looking at Ye Kai trying to speak tough, she rolled her eyes, silently saying, let's see if I believe you. Their plan was simple. The pirates had come for aerial crystals, and by now had collected quite a few, including high-quality aerial crystals. It's worth noting that the pirate invasion didn't happen just a few days ago, it occurred half a month earlier. During this time, the crystals they had collected were all stored in one place, not yet transported away. If you think Ling Mo and Ye Kai were targeting the untransported crystals, you'd be wrong. Stealing these many crystals would alert both the pirates and the Federation, making it risky to act. Aerial crystals are mainly used for machinery components, meaning their buyers are limited and difficult to sell later. The real target for the two of them was the high-quality aerial crystals. The small number, high value, and wider audience made them worthwhile. According to intelligence from Fu Yu, the pirate's third-in-command had secretly hoarded many of these high-quality crystals for himself. Guided by Fu Yu's intel, Ling Mo and Ye Kai rode on Black Wolf and quickly approached their destination. Soon, they located the pirate's base. When they were a few kilometers away, Ling Mo had Black Wolf stop. "Why stop now? We're still far from the base, right?" Ye Kai asked. Ling Mo didn't answer, merely pointing upwards. Above them, tens of meters in the air, hovered a device resembling a small magneton from Pokémon. At its center was an eye-like structure moving in a steady pattern. "What's that?" "It looks ugly." "It's a sky eye, designed for surveillance. Once it detects any suspicious object entering its range, it fires a laser and kills the intruder," Ling Mo explained. "Our current position is just outside the sky eye's detection range." "Really that strong?" Ye Kai skeptically picked up a stone and lightly tossed it forward. The stone flew about a meter before entering the detection range, when a red laser shot from the sky eye, instantly turning the stone to dust. At that moment, a notification popped up in the smart brain. It was a message from Fu Yu. "Fu Yu, forgot to tell you, the outside of the pirate base is covered with sky eyes. Don't approach carelessly." "Fu Yu, you haven't already reached the base, have you?" "Fu Yu, the sensors are generally tens of meters high, with varying detection ranges. The pirates have achieved full ground coverage. You two can't go on foot, you'll have to fly over. Fu Yu, I prepared the items for you at this location. The rest is up to you." Ling Mo, got it, stay safe. After closing the smart brain, the two looked up at the sky. They couldn't walk on the ground, so they had to fly, but there was no cover above. Even if they avoided the sky eyes, human eyes might still spot them. "I wish it were nighttime," Ye Kai muttered. Unfortunately, since the start of the game, aerial sky had been in this perpetual dim, never fully dark. "Kaiman, check the item storage for anything that can hide our presence," Ling Mo instructed Xiaman. "On it." Chapter 543, Rescuing Ariel 26. Soon, Xiaman sent good news. "Master, I found an item called the Camouflage Cloak. When worn, it allows the user to automatically blend in with the surrounding environment, much like a chameleon. However, there's only one of this item, and each use lasts only 1 hour. After an hour, it requires a 24-hour cooldown before it can be used again." Because Ling Mo already had invisibility, this item was somewhat redundant for her. Its long cooldown also made it rarely requested in shops. After all, better options existed, and the cost of this item alone could buy multiple single-use life-saving items. Ling Mo had also refused to lower the price, which was why it had remained unsold. Good thing it hasn't been sold yet. She took out the camouflage cloak and handed it to Ye Kai. "Put this on. When we fly up there, it'll prevent the pirates from noticing us." Ye Kai looked at the green, patterned cloak and couldn't help but comment, "The taste in this is on par with my grandma's." Ling Mo tossed the cloak onto him. "It works, that's enough, no need to fuss about style." Ye Kai agreed, draping the cloak over himself like a cape, striking a pose as if he looked extremely handsome. Even if the cape was ugly, his looks remained impeccable. He was about to boast of his past glory when Ling Mo walked over, yanked the cloak off, and secured it tightly over his head with a nod at the nose. "This is how you properly wear it." Ye Kai. Mo, don't you think this looks a bit shady? Not at all, Ling Mo replied sincerely, mimicking his previous tone. With your looks, pulling off this style is effortless. Ye Kai. Don't think your serious face hides your mockery. By the way, give me the cloak. How will you get over there? Ye Kai suddenly asked. Ling Mo raised an eyebrow, giving a mysterious smile. I have my own way. Originally, she planned to simply go invisible, but then she remembered a star reward from a previous game and wanted to test its powers. She casually held a blue star in her hand. More precisely, it was a star-shaped hairpin. Item name, Mysterious Wishing Star. Item level, unknown. Ability, make a sincere wish to it, and it will grant your desire. Description, this star was born in some corner of the universe and possesses mysterious powers. It can take on different forms in the hands of different people. Please treat it kindly and always maintain a sincere heart. The description was cryptic, more puzzling than even the tastiest orange she'd encountered. Ling Mo placed the star hairpin on her head, communicated with it using her spiritual power, and in the next instant, she vanished from sight. Moments later, she reappeared. It worked perfectly. She had expected it might be tricky to use since the description required a sincere wish, but it wasn't difficult at all. Let's go, Ling Mo said to Ye Kai. Ye Kai looked at his slightly awkward appearance and at Ling Mo. Although this didn't diminish his handsomeness, he still felt a bit self-conscious. Ling Mo didn't give him time to comment. White wings unfurled from her back, feathers drifting around her and disappearing as they touched the ground. With a gentle flap, Ling Mo lifted off the ground. Follow me. The moment she spoke, she vanished from sight. Ye Kai, not daring to hesitate, formed two pairs of cyan wings behind him and slowly rose into the air. Using their flight abilities, they successfully evaded the sky eyes below and arrived at the location Fuyu had indicated. It was a dim little room, cluttered with all sorts of trash, damaged weapons, and even blood-stained clothes, making the air unpleasant. They endured the smell and found the clothes and identities prepared by Fuyu, along with two subdued pirates and their profiles. Seeing the pirates, Ling Mo realized where the identities had come from. After changing, they were ready to depart. What if our faces don't match? Ye Kai asked. No need to worry. The pirate's third-in-command was a follower of mysticism, so his subordinates always wore masks. Truthfully, the third-in-command was hideously ugly. Not only that, he couldn't stand seeing anyone more attractive than himself. If he did, he'd kill them. Naturally, anyone near him had grown accustomed to wearing masks. Besides the clothing and identities, the room contained a map of the base, marking blind spots in the surveillance system and the location of the third-in-command's private treasury. Ye Kai had a space dagger, allowing him to move effortlessly through these blind spots. After several moves, Ye Kai couldn't help but comment, if I'd known this, Fuyu could have just given us the map and skipped the clothes. The clothes are a precaution, Ling Mo said. We're moving through blind spots, but what if we run into someone directly? Speak of the devil, a patrol of pirates soon appeared. Ling Mo and Ye Kai quickly adjusted their appearances and nodded at them, barely passing unnoticed. Even for pirates, masks created a distance in daily interactions. Of course, masks might also obstruct vision, making communication harder. Regardless, it saved Ling Mo and Ye Kai considerable trouble. What's our first move? Ye Kai asked. The private treasury is heavily guarded. We need to find a way to draw these people away first, Ling Mo replied. Chapter 544, Rescuing Ariel 27. Draw them away? How do we do that? Should we go and kidnap the third-in-command? Ye Kai asked. If the situation were different, Ling Mo would have loved to shake his head hard enough to slosh the water inside it out. So many safer options, and yet he chose the most dangerous one. I have a stone called Cold Rock, Ling Mo said. When thrown, it instantly freezes the surrounding area. We'll split up, create chaos, you handle that, while I sneak into the private warehouse. Ye Kai's eyes lit up at the sight of the stone. He had heard Fuyu mention this kind of stone before and had been eager to try it out. Fine, I'll go to the warehouse. That place is more important. If it's attacked, even the third in command won't remain calm. Ling Mo nodded, taking off her protective shield and handing it to Ye Kai for safety. After splitting up, Ye Kai used his map and space dagger to navigate directly to the warehouse. Though called a warehouse, it was actually a massive spaceship. Crates of aerial crystals were being transported in, carried aboard by captured natives of the aerial planet. 2 other ships were docked on either side. Ye Kai judged that one was already full, while the other was still empty. Naturally, the full ship should leave immediately. Why hadn't it? Only one answer: internal conflict. According to Fuyu, the pirate crew was not harmonious, and the third in command harbored ambitions of his own. Ye Kai didn't care, the infighting had nothing to do with him. With the ship still there, the aerial crystals were all in one place, which would create chaos at the right moment. Satisfied, Ye Kai began his operation. Thanks to the pirate's habit of wearing masks, Ye Kai easily blended in. Once aboard, he was momentarily impressed by the ship's layout. Such a nice ship, it almost feels wrong to destroy it. But the cold rocks never left his hands. Here's a gap, 1 stone. Here's a vent, 2 stones. This is the cockpit, that deserves a few more. He placed the stones carefully throughout the ship. A single action could now trigger them all at once. Ye Kai's goal wasn't the crystals, it was maximum disruption. He tossed the cold rocks, and a stabbing cold spread like fireworks. Chain reactions followed immediately. The temperature plummeted to below -10 degrees Celsius, sending shivers through everyone. Screams erupted. Even the pirates panicked, the aerial natives didn't stand a chance. Ye Kai had placed cold rocks cleverly, targeting the ship's weakest points for maximum damage. Before anyone could react, the fully loaded ship erupted in white smoke, looking like a total write-off. Ye Kai felt a pang of sorrow, but couldn't stop the grin spreading across his face. Seeing more pirates rushing toward him, he vanished quietly. No use staying behind to hope for luck, better to cause more chaos elsewhere. Meanwhile, Ling Mo silently arrived at the private treasury. As she had predicted, the place was heavily guarded, not even a mosquito could slip in. But Ling Mo didn't need to enter. She found a concealed spot and expanded her spiritual power. Everything inside the treasury was laid bare before her eyes. Boxes of aerial crystals made her almost drool. Besides the crystals, she also found countless other treasures, especially sparkling jewels. Even the least valuable items, like piles of coins in the corners, were impressive. Clearly, the third in command valued this treasury greatly. Everything here was handpicked. Now it's all mine. To save time, Ling Mo transferred everything into her space at once. No complications occurred, likely due to her higher level now, giving her greater capacity. With everything collected, she prepared to leave. Then, a massive explosion echoed in the distance. Ye Kai had started his operation. Ling Mo thought, the objective is achieved, might as well leave the pirates a little gift on the side. She casually moved in another direction. Elsewhere, Fuyu, wearing a grotesque green-faced demon mask, was performing divination for the pirate third in command. A slimy tentacle crept toward him from behind. Just before it touched him, Fuyu spoke calmly, "My lord, I need complete focus for the divination, or the results will be inaccurate. Please don't disturb me." The tentacle hesitated, then reluctantly withdrew. A voice, neither male nor female, yet seeming to be both, came from above. "That's because your last few divinations weren't what I wanted." A massive octopus hovered above Fuyu, its purple skin covered in viscous slime, looking revolting. Fuyu's eyes nearly rolled into the back of his head, but he had to continue soothing the octopus. Raising his head, he said in a resigned tone, "My lord, such matters require patience." Chapter 545, Rescuing Ariel 28. Honestly, facing that thing every day was a real test of one's composure. Fuyu constantly had to hypnotize himself into believing his eyes were blind, seeing nothing at all. Then, suddenly, an explosion rang out, followed by a violent tremor. The vibration scattered the divination tools arranged in front of him. Fuyu sighed, shaking his head in regret, muttering lightly, "It's ruined." Before the third-in-command, Hai Nu, could even rage, Fuyu shouted first, "What on earth happened? Don't you know I'm divining? Not a single distraction can be allowed. Can you bear the consequences if you ruin my lord's great matter?" Hai Nu was momentarily taken aback by Fuyu's anger. After a long glance at him, his gaze shifted to the figure that had just intruded. "What happened?" As he spoke, Hai Nu leaned forward, his massive facial features looming, and his tentacles wriggled ominously around him. The young pirate, already trembling from Fuyu's earlier shouting, nearly fainted upon seeing Hai Nu's face. But anyone who could stay near Hai Nu and enter this place had a will forged through countless trials. So, despite the urge to faint, the pirate restrained his body's instinct and stammered, "My lord, the ship's transporting the aerial crystals." "I don't know what happened, but they were suddenly frozen." "Suddenly frozen?" Hai Nu snorted with disdain. "Did you let a traitor slip in? What's the situation with the ships now?" The young pirate lowered his head and reported truthfully, "The damage is severe. The cockpit has been badly destroyed. Repairs will take at least half a month." As the famous third-in-command of a pirate crew, Hai Nu wasn't a fool who only knew fighting. Octopuses are intelligent creatures. From the pirate's words, Hai Nu sensed something unusual. "Move the aerial crystals to the ship I'm on now," he ordered. But, the pirate hesitated. "There isn't enough space." "Load as much as you can. I'll contact the captain and the second-in-command to send more hands if needed." "Yes, my lord." Once the pirate left, Hai Nu called in his confidant. A blue-skinned man with a shark fin on his head and a vicious scar across his face strode in. No mask covered him, and his eyes were sharp as blades, making anyone uneasy. Fuyu, wisely, stood up to leave. "My lords have important matters, so I'll take my leave." Hai Nu stopped him. "You're one of us now. Stay here. It's not like this is some secret operation. Haisha, find those little rats sneaking in. Do not let them get anywhere near this ship's interior. Especially that place, understood?" "Yes, I'll complete the mission," Haisha said with a respectful bow and left without even a glance at Fuyu, as if he didn't exist. Fuyu didn't care, in fact, he preferred Haisha not notice him. Yet, he became interested in that place Hai Nu had mentioned. Though Fuyu thought he knew the entire layout of the pirate base, he had no memory of this particular area. Could there really be a hidden secret here? As Fuyu tried to quietly gather information, Ling Mo's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. "Don't ask. He's testing you." Fuyu's expression instantly changed, but the mask hid it. Regaining his composure, he bowed slightly to Hai Nu. "My lord, today's divination was disrupted. The optimal time has passed. We must continue tomorrow." Hai Nu looked at him for a long moment, then nodded. "Fine. Go back and resume tomorrow." Fuyu turned to leave, but Hai Nu's voice stopped him again. "We won't stay here long. Pack up, you may have to leave at any moment." "Yes, my lord." Fuyu left the room as usual. Outside, two fully armed guards patrolled. As Fuyu passed one, he pretended to stumble. The guard instinctively steadied him. "Thank you," Fuyu whispered, steadying himself. He brushed his head lightly and muttered, "The interruption affects my divination more than I expected." After Fuyu's silhouette disappeared, the guard entered Hai Nu's room. Hai Nu, unsurprised, asked in a low voice, "How is it?" The guard respectfully reported, "I placed trackers and listening devices on him." Hai Nu nodded. "Good. Not leaving yet?" he asked. "Anything else?" The guard recounted what he had seen and heard at the door. "Divination disrupted and rebounded?" "I've heard of such things." "All right, you may go." Hai Nu's suspicion toward Fuyu decreased, but was not completely gone. Hai Nu's sudden appearance was suspicious enough to warrant caution. If Fuyu's abilities weren't exactly what he needed, divination, Hai Nu wouldn't tolerate a potentially unreliable person nearby. Earlier, though unaware of the details, he had sensed Fu Yu's body hesitate slightly. Though well hidden, youth betrayed him, his acting wasn't perfect. But now, with trackers and monitoring, Hai Nu had no fear of betrayal. If Fu Yu were a traitor, Hai Nu would make him regret ever being born. Meanwhile, at his temporary residence in the pirate base, Fu Yu kicked off his shoes and collapsed onto the bed, exhausted and eager to rest. Soon, the bed carried the sound of calm, even breathing. Chapter 546, Rescuing Ariel 29. From the outside, Fu Yu appeared to be fast asleep, but in reality, in a place unseen, he held a blue star in his hand, silently communicating with it. "That guard just installed a monitor on you," Ling Mo said. I felt it," Fu Yu replied. When the guard had steadied him earlier, he felt a sharp sting on his arm, like a mosquito bite. "Who's to blame for that? You insisted on attaching yourself to him." Yes, Fu Yu had deliberately pretended to stumble from exhaustion when leaving, entirely to remove Ling Mo, that blue star, from the guard's possession. "How can you fully blame me? Believe it or not, even without me, they'd probably still install a tracker or monitor on you. You haven't earned their trust yet." Fu Yu wasn't surprised by Ling Mo's words. He knew that in such a short time, it was impossible to fully gain the pirate's trust, unless the pirate was completely brainless. Anyone would be suspicious if a mysterious, powerful individual suddenly appeared wanting to join them. "As long as they need my abilities, I'm safe." "But why are you here?" "By plan, you should be raiding Hai Nu's private vault with Ye Kai." "And why are you in this form?" Fu Yu asked. Ling Mo explained, "I already got the vault's contents. As for this form, remember that item from earlier? I originally thought of causing more chaos, but then I came in and almost got myself killed. Nearly scared me to death." Recalling the scene, Fu Yu shivered at the memory. Although he knew the pirates hadn't completely trusted him, their relatively courteous treatment over the past few days had eased his mind, almost dangerously so. "By the way, should I remove the monitor and tracker for you?" Ling Mo asked. Fu Yu thought for a moment. "Not yet. They just installed them, so they'll be watching me closely. Let's wait a bit." Earlier, the captain sent word that the Federation has dispatched an S-rank adventurer for the decapitation mission, and I need to assist. "Assist? How?" "That third in command is surrounded like an iron bucket. Ordinary people can't get near him. From what I detected, he has at least 10 hidden experts around him, and he's not weak himself. My mental presence nearly got detected." If Ling Mo hadn't reacted quickly to retract her mental power, he might have been discovered. From Ling Mo's perspective, Fu Yu leaving now counts as task accomplished. Why risk more? No matter how important the mission, it's not more valuable than life itself. Seeming to sense Ling Mo's thoughts, Fu Yu explained, "We don't actually need to charge in. Just create some minor chaos on the ship so the S-rank adventurer can infiltrate smoothly." "If that's the case, you don't need to act," Ling Mo replied. Fu Yu heard the tone in her voice. "What did you do?" Ling Mo chuckled awkwardly. "Nothing much. Didn't I say I came to sabotage? So on the way here, I planted explosives everywhere. Judging by the timing, it should be." Before she could finish saying explosions, a series of massive blasts erupted outside. Boom! Continuous explosions shook the ground. With such commotion, Fu Yu could no longer feign sleep. He got up and headed outside. "How many explosives did you set off?" Fu Yu asked. "Lost count. Basically, every few steps, one goes down. Whenever I see a good spot, another goes down. You'd better run, the safe path I left while planting them should get you through." Without further prompting, Fu Yu began running. Many others were also fleeing. Among the crowd, he even saw Hai Nu himself. Normally, Hai Nu would hide behind massive masks or cloaks, but not this time, obvious haste. Meanwhile, Black Moon, having painstakingly infiltrated the pirate base, prepared his next move. He had just received word that someone inside the enemy ranks would help create ideal conditions for his assassination. Accustomed to working alone, Black Moon hadn't expected much from a so-called partner. Even if someone had infiltrated the enemy, how deep could they go? Still, something was better than nothing. Unexpectedly, this helper was extremely effective. As soon as he infiltrated, the ships preparing aerial crystals already ran into trouble, causing chaos. Though Hai Nu hadn't been drawn out, the crystals hadn't been transported either, sparing the Federation losses, a major success. Just when Black Moon thought this was the limit, explosions erupted deep inside the pirate base. Listening to the endless blasts over several minutes, he realized just how many bombs must have been planted. Stunned, he saw pirates streaming out of the base, some familiar faces. He understood, his opportunity had arrived. At the same time, Fuyu ran while telling Ling Mo, "Quick, remove the trackers and monitors on me." Without hesitation, Ling Mo swiftly extracted the two devices hidden in Fuyu's body. She tossed them into the explosion zone. "Why does this path not lead to the exit?" Fuyu asked, noticing the route she indicated. "Because the direction they were running was a dead end. I planted explosives at the exit too. Follow me, you'll be fine." Though skeptical, he instinctively trusted her. After running a few minutes, a wall appeared before Fuyu. Before he could stop, everything went white. Spinning and dizzy, he realized he had emerged somewhere else. Chapter 547, Rescuing Ariel 30. At that moment, Fuyu suddenly remembered something he had overlooked before. Ling Mo's talent included spatial abilities. With that, passing through a solid wall suddenly didn't seem so impossible. After all, she had drunk soy sauce and acted crazy, a saying on Blue Star for doing the absurd. For anyone on Blue Star, anything done by someone drunk on soy sauce and acting crazy, no matter how ridiculous, instantly becomes reasonable. Just as Fuyu reassured himself mentally, a system notification popped up, indicating that the mission was complete and asking if he wanted to continue in the game. Without hesitation, Fuyu chose yes. With the mission complete, a weight lifted from his heart, like a stone finally removed from his chest. But clearly, now was not the time to relax. The Ling Mo who had been disguised as a blue star instantly returned to her original form, a pair of pure white wings radiating a divine aura behind her. Yet at this moment, no one noticed. The moment Ling Mo landed, she embraced Fuyu, flapped her wings, and the two shot into the sky at incredible speed. Just a second after they left, a series of violent explosions erupted behind them. The entire pirate base descended into chaos. What happened? Didn't you say this was a safe path? Why is it exploding? Fuyu asked, shivering from the near miss. If they had been even a second slower, they might have been caught in the blasts. This was indeed the path I left, but I never said it was guaranteed safe. Probably a chain reaction from the earlier explosions, Ling Mo offered a reasonable explanation. They watched pirates below scrambling in panic, some attempting to put out fires, only to be caught by the aftershocks of the explosions. Amid all this chaos, not a single person noticed the two flying above. By the way, you mentioned an S-rank adventurer would carry out the decapitation mission. Can he still do it in this situation? Ling Mo asked. Fuyu, he should be able to, I guess. He's S-rank, so minor chaos like this probably won't stop him, hopefully. He silently prayed it would be so. Meanwhile, on the other side of the pirate base, Hai Nu stared at the destroyed ships, roaring in rage, "Quick! Put out the fires!" Watching the ships continue to explode, Hai Nu's heart bled. These ships were his personal property, and now they were ruined. Not only that, the ships carried years of accumulated wealth, now lost as well. Hai Nu's fury reached its peak. This explosion was no accident. Whoever did it, if he found out, would be torn to pieces. At the same time, Black Moon, hiding in the shadows and previously impressed by the inside helper, now watched in horror as the situation spiraled out of control. Hai Nu's purple skin had turned red like molten lava with anger. At this point, there was no chance for a clean decapitation. The decapitation mission relied on surprise and a single lethal strike, but now? Now Hai Nu was like a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. Even for an S-rank adventurer with vast experience and countless dangerous missions, entering this alone would be suicide. He reported the situation and requested mission cancellation. Though the decapitation mission was now impossible, the pirate base in chaos presented the perfect time for a full-scale assault. Outside Aerial Planet, the fully armed forces received Black Moon's signal and immediately mobilized. One by one, battleships sped toward Aerial Planet. Jiang Xian was aboard one of the ships. Unlike others who only had Black Moon's rough information, Jiang Xian had already received 3 different accounts, from Ling Mo, Fu Yu, and Yi Kai. From their reports, Jiang Xian concluded these 3 were truly capable of causing mayhem. Such a massive pirate base had nearly destroyed them, and he even felt a tinge of sympathy for the pirates. Not only had the private vault been emptied, but the ships were gone too. In his heart, Jiang Xian had a simple thought for the pirates: tough luck, folks. Ling Mo was the first to notice incoming ships. Unsure whether they were friend or foe, she decided to leave the area first, avoiding accidental harm or future retaliation from pirates. Before leaving, they needed to locate Yi Kai. Finding Yi Kai was easy. Where the most ice was, there he was. By the time Ling Mo and Fu Yu found him, Yi Kai was having fun, turning the surrounding area into a frozen winter wonderland. 3 ships were completely encased in ice, and many pirates below had become frozen statues. Seeing Ling Mo and Fu Yu arrive, Yi Kai immediately stopped playing and asked, "Everything go smoothly?" "I just heard explosions." Ling Mo nodded. "Smooth. The goods are secured. Battleships are approaching, we should leave before getting caught in the crossfire." The 2 quickly left with Fu Yu. Once they were safely out of the pirate base, they looked back to see a dense swarm of battleships hovering above the base. Immediately, fierce fighting erupted inside the base, with endless explosions. Whether before or after the apocalypse, such a scene could only be seen in movies. The 3 stared wide-eyed. "When will I own a ship like that?" Yi Kai sighed. He wasn't greedy, just one like the pirate base's ships would be enough. From Yi Kai's perspective, such a ship dwarfed anything he had seen before. His wish was modest, but, save it. Ships are like yachts, just buying one doesn't mean you can afford to operate it. And even if you could, most people don't have the qualifications to command one, let alone afford it, Ling Mo said bluntly. Hey, Mo, why do you have to crush my dreams? I know I can't buy one now, but people need dreams. Doesn't hurt to have one, even if it doesn't come true. Yi Kai poked Ling Mo's face, laughing. Chapter 548, Rescuing Ariel End. It's not that I don't want you to have dreams, Ling Mo said as she pulled her face back from Yi Kai's playful grasp, but I'm afraid you'd become obsessed and suddenly try to get a spaceship for real. Although Yi Kai couldn't buy a ship now, that might not be true in the future. Besides, most people can't acquire a spaceship through legal channels, but other channels? Who knows? After all, where do you think the pirates got their ships? By the way, should we stay here, leave the game, or go somewhere else? Fu Yu asked. Ling Mo gauged the situation outside, the battle was nearly over, and said, let's leave the game. There's nothing more for us here. Don't forget to send Jiang Xian a message. She opened the system panel and clicked to exit the game. In the next second, her body disappeared. Seeing this, Fu Yu and Yi Kai quickly followed suit, exiting the game as well. Meanwhile, the battle on Aerial Planet was coming to an end. Because Ling Mo and Yi Kai had nearly destroyed all the pirate ships, the pirates couldn't escape and had to fight the incoming army. The earlier explosions had already caused significant casualties among the pirates. Aside from Hai Nu and a few of his loyal aides, the rest were just cannon fodder. After Black Moon and the others captured the remaining pirates, Jiang Xian finally heard the game system's notification of mission completion. He exhaled in relief, quickly left the battlefield, and clicked to exit the game. What he didn't know was that, as he left, a pair of gray eyes silently watched him. A figure in a gray robe, holding a notebook, had not participated in the battle at all. If Jiang Xian had seen the notebook's contents, he would have been shocked. It contained his personal information. On the last page were several large, red words: suspected fully awakened, no longer under system control, recommended for destruction. Flipping through the notebook, the gray-robed figure revealed pages with information on Ling Mo, Fu Yu, and Yi Kai. The final remark for each of them read the same: suspected fully awakened, no longer under system control, recommended for destruction. Ling Mo's page even had an extreme danger warning. Just as the gray-robed figure prepared to leave, a ball of light suddenly appeared, attempting to snatch the notebook. The figure easily dodged it. The light emitted a beast-like roar, "Give me that." The gray-robed figure remained calm, expressionless. Speaking in a calm voice that sent chills down the spine, he said, "Their existence threatens the balance of the universe. They are heretics and must be eliminated." "You're talking nonsense." The light spat back angrily, "You, an emotionless consciousness, don't understand. They are my painstakingly cultivated creations, my most perfected works. I will never allow you to destroy my creations." The light was the system itself. In truth, the system was a manifestation of the universal consciousness. Whenever a planet fell into danger, it sent out a distress signal. Resonating with the universal consciousness, the system would arrive. However, not all systems were the same. Depending on their personality, systems differed. Some were assistance systems, some survival systems, like the one Ling Mo had encountered before. The system's mission was to save planets, though the methods varied. Assistance systems were among the weakest, often unremarkable. Now, a dark horse like Ling Mo had emerged. Of course the system would pay attention, and it certainly wouldn't watch her be destroyed. Meanwhile, Ling Mo had no idea she was being observed. After the three of them returned to Qingyang Star, Jiang Xian also arrived shortly after. Ling Mo took out all the loot from the pirate's private vault, almost filling the entire living room. Yi Kai stared in shock. "This much?" He then looked at Ling Mo in disbelief. "How many space links do you even have to carry all of this back?" If he remembered correctly, she had even taken some of his aerial crystals earlier. Ling Mo paused, momentarily caught in her own pride, but quickly composed herself. "I wanted to bring back as much as possible, just in case. See? That's why I used them." She wasn't lying, she genuinely had many space links, though most were rarely used. Ignoring whether he believed her, Ling Mo continued, "As we agreed, I'll take half." Without hesitation, she immediately pocketed half the loot. The living room, once stacked high with treasures, instantly looked half empty. Besides miscellaneous items, most of it consisted of sparkling jewelry. Yi Kai picked a few pieces as gifts for his family, then told Ling Mo, "The rest can be used as shares in your jewelry shop. You just give me dividends later." "What jewelry shop? When did she even say she was opening one?" Still, Ling Mo nodded in agreement. Fu Yu, aware of her plans, also said, "There's too much here for me alone. I'll invest too." Jiang Xian, unaware of the context, followed suit. With the jewelry distributed, it was time to look at the items. Everything stored in the vault was carefully selected, true treasures of the highest quality. "Mo, come look at this item." Following the voice, Ling Mo saw Yi Kai holding a Rubik's Cube with scrambled colors. "What's wrong with it?" she asked, curious. It looked like an ordinary Rubik's Cube at first glance. Yi Kai excitedly explained, "This is the magical cube. Restore it, and one of your wishes will come true. The cube has different states. The more complex the restored cube, the stronger the wish you can achieve." Chapter 549, The Rubik's Cube and the Stolen National Treasure. As he spoke, Yi Kai began transforming the Rubik's Cube in his hand, starting with the simplest 2x2, 3x3, 4x4, 7x7, and even more complex designs appeared in rapid succession, leaving Ling Mo dazzled. "If it can grant any wish, wouldn't anyone with this Rubik's Cube be invincible?" Ling Mo joked. But if this item were truly that powerful, how could the pirate Hai Nu, who possessed it, be merely a third in command? She would probably have already ruled the entire interstellar space. That's what the item description says, Ye Kai explained, but the cube has a drawback. Once you start, you must complete the solution within a set time. Otherwise, the Rubik's Cube will turn into a bomb, obliterating the user and everything around them. At this moment, Jiang Xian and Fuyu approached, having heard Ye Kai's words. Fuyu picked up the scrambled 2x2 Rubik's Cube from Ye Kai's hand and, with only a slight flick of his fingers, restored it to its original state. Jiang Xian and Ye Kai seemed completely unfazed, while Ling Mo was utterly shocked, simply because it was done so fast. Ye Kai explained, Mo, you don't know, do you? Fuyu is a Rubik's Cube genius. He's even competed professionally. Don't even mention the simplest cubes, the most complex ones are nothing to him. As soon as Ye Kai finished speaking, a white ball of light appeared before them, followed by a beverage bottle with a straw dropping out. Hey, Fuyu. That's so wasteful. Solving it once only grants each of us a drink? You should at least treat us to a full-course meal. Fuyu didn't respond, only glancing at Ye Kai. I saw the word idiot in Fuyu's eyes. He's calling you an idiot, Ling Mo said, enjoying the spectacle. Fuyu finally explained, this is the limit of a second-order Rubik's Cube. To make other wishes, you need to solve even more complex cubes. Seeing his serious expression, Ling Mo asked, so this Rubik's Cube isn't as simple as it seems? Indeed, as Ye Kai had said, Fuyu could easily solve the most complex cubes. Even if there weren't many people like him on Blue Star, interstellar space contained countless others. Could no one else solve such cubes? If so, why was it stored away in Hai Nu's treasure vault? According to its description, it could grant any wish. If she were Hai Nu, Ling Mo thought, she would carry such a powerful item at all times. Even if she couldn't solve it herself, she would train someone who could. In that case, she might already rule the entire star system. Yet Hai Nu hadn't done that. Not only had she not acted, she had shelved the cube. The conditions for solving it were far more complex than they seemed. Fuyu added, this cube has a 1-hour cooldown after each use, but that's for the simplest 2x2. Each higher level increases the difficulty tenfold, and the cooldown multiplies by 10 as well. In other words, the item's challenge escalates exponentially, far beyond ordinary comprehension. Fuyu smirked, anyone interested? If not, I'll take it. Ling Mo and the others shook their heads. Mainly, they hadn't studied it before, and a single mistake could kill them. Thus, the Rubik's Cube ended up in Fuyu's hands. Having obtained it, he lost interest in all other props and focused solely on studying the cube. At that moment, Ling Mo, amid a pile of props, noticed a cylindrical object resembling an ancient archer's quiver. Holding it, she unscrewed the cap, revealing a quiver as thick as a bowl containing 4 solitary arrows. Although dusty and seemingly ordinary, the 4 arrows were remarkably beautiful, each a different color, red, yellow, blue, and cyan. They didn't look like conventional arrows but rather works of art crafted from translucent gemstones, warm to the touch. These arrows must be props too, Ling Mo thought. With so many props at her disposal, she could easily distinguish them from ordinary arrows. Without needing instructions, Man quickly retrieved information about the arrows. Elemental arrows, forged from 4 different elements, water, fire, earth, and wind, each arrow produces effects depending on the user's intent. This top-tier artifact was crafted by the Federation's second emperor using materials from 4 different planets. Its immense power helped the Federation defeat invaders multiple times. However, with technological advancements, cold weapons were gradually abandoned, and the elemental arrows became a royal mascot. 3 years ago, they were stolen by the notorious thief Wu Deke and have been missing since. Hearing this, Ling Mo felt the arrows grow hot in her hand. Yet, even knowing they were stolen, she couldn't discard them. Whoever they had belonged to before, they were hers now. Ling Mo released Xiao Bai from her spatial dimension. The little creature, who had been happily playing with cats and dogs, emerged with a bewildered expression. Ling Mo placed the 4 arrows before it. See if you can eat this. Little White could consume items, converting them into a spiritual form for Ling Mo to use, like the flying wheel, white wings, and white feather bow. But it didn't eat all items, only high-level ones, particularly melee weapons. Sure enough, upon seeing the 4 arrows, Little White's previously blank eyes lit up with golden light. Its white body leapt forward excitedly, drool hanging from its mouth. With a swift whoosh, Little White swallowed 1/5 of the arrows. As it did, Ling Mo, its master, involuntarily shivered. Chapter 550, Healing. At this moment, Ling Mo felt as if she were floating, soaked in water, light and airy. Xiao Bai was currently consuming the blue arrow, the one representing the water element. This had never happened before. It further proved the uniqueness of these arrows, they were even affecting her spiritual energy with the aura of water. Still, overall, it wasn't an unpleasant sensation. After Xiao Bai ate a bite, it stopped, seemingly digesting, a behavior Ling Mo had seen before when it consumed the flying wheels. So she placed Xiao Bai and the remaining arrows into the space, letting it eat at its own pace. Once Xiao Bai was settled, Ling Mo turned her attention to the quiver. She noticed that what had once been empty was now filled with black arrows. She drew one out, the shaft was completely black, including the feathers, while the arrowhead gleamed metallic. Clearly, this quiver was another item. Earlier, her focus had been on the elemental arrows, almost overlooking it. Infinite quiver, capable of producing unlimited arrows continuously. Different arrows have different effects: poison, paralysis, explosive, signaling, and interference. With technological advancements, more powerful weapons were developed. Like the elemental arrows, this quiver was collected by the royal family in a special treasury. After storing the infinite quiver in her space, Ling Mo had now collected 2 powerful items that suited her perfectly. Her interest in the remaining items dropped sharply. Most of them, she had already glanced through before returning. Although powerful, few were suited to her style. After greeting Yi Kai and the others, Ling Mo headed to the 2nd floor. She hadn't forgotten, she still had a patient waiting for treatment. Back in her room, Ling Mo tidied up briefly, then used a portal in her space to travel to Yunhai Star. Because she had brought many people there earlier, the star was unusually lively. At first, the newcomers were slightly unaccustomed, but soon adapted to life there. They were eager to repay Ling Mo, or rather, to repay the one who had given them such a life while drunkenly playing around with soy sauce, by working hard to express their gratitude. Some of the crafts they worked on were intricate and time-consuming, so results would take a while to materialize. Fortunately, patience was the one thing Ling Mo had in abundance. Ling Mo prepared to contact the patient using the contact info given by the elder. Initially, she had wanted to bring the patient to Yunhai Star for treatment, it would feel safer on her home turf. But she realized this risked exposing Yunhai Star's location. Though it had once been a junk planet, its position wasn't a secret, yet the outside world didn't know its transformation. Better to keep it hidden for as long as possible. She sent. Ling Mo, hello, I am Ling Mo, who promised to treat you. When can we begin the treatment? The reply came almost instantly. Reply, hello, respected Ms. Ling. I am Mr. Wei's steward. The matter has already been explained to us by him. Regarding the treatment time, we hope it can be as soon as possible, as his condition cannot hold for much longer. Cannot hold for much longer? That couldn't be. The previous treatment Ling Mo had performed should have allowed him to hold out another 10 to 15 days. Ling Mo, alright, please provide the address. I will arrive as quickly as possible. The other side paused briefly, then sent the location. Upon receiving the coordinates, Ling Mo opened a portal and began searching. However, she quickly encountered a problem: she couldn't pinpoint the exact location, only a rough area. It was like opening Gauda maps and failing to find the exact spot. After briefly explaining the situation, the patient's side responded, once Ling Mo reached the location, they would send someone to meet her. Passing through the portal, Ling Mo opened her eyes again. The scenery shifted, from an endless ocean to a lush, vibrant forest. Where am I? She muttered instinctively. Assistant, based on the search, we are now on a private estate. No wonder the portal could not locate it, entering someone's private property without permission is illegal. Ling Mo sent a message confirming her arrival. Soon, she heard a sound overhead. 3 men in tailcoats descended from the sky, their hair perfectly groomed. The leader wore a monocle and bowed respectfully. Ms. Ling, welcome. Please follow me. Sir has been waiting for some time. All right, Ling Mo nodded and followed. During the journey, she learned that the men were Mr. Wei's stewards and gained some understanding of Mr. Wei's condition. It was indeed very serious. If Ling Mo hadn't contacted them, the steward would have taken someone to Yunhai Star to fetch her personally. I remember giving Mr. Wei a simple treatment before leaving. It should have been enough for him to hold out another 10 to 15 days. Why has his condition worsened? Did something happen? The steward sighed. Honestly, Sir brought this on himself. Your previous treatment gave him hope, he believed he could recover, so. The steward hesitated, but Ling Mo guessed, Mr. Wei had overestimated his body and done something reckless, something he would never have done before. Ling Mo's treatment had improved him temporarily, but it couldn't prevent him from acting beyond his limits. After about 10 minutes of walking, they arrived at a castle, or rather, a palace. But Ling Mo had no time to admire it. As she stepped in, a woman suddenly dashed out in panic. Chapter 551, Healing? That's child's play. The woman ran up, shouting, It's bad. Sir has fallen critically ill again. The steward's face immediately darkened. Without hesitation, he spun around, hoisted Ling Mo, who was a step behind him, onto his shoulder, and dashed into the palace. At that moment, Ling Mo felt the world spin, followed by violent jolts, making it nearly impossible to speak. If she could speak, she would have said, Big brother, please put me down. I can run myself. Really, I can run faster than you. Still, Ling Mo understood the steward's actions. With her immense spiritual power, she had easily locked onto the location of the critically ill elder in the palace. The palace, however, was massive. Even at full speed, it would have taken the steward more than 10 minutes to reach the elder. But the elder's condition couldn't wait 10 minutes. For the sake of her hefty reward, Ling Mo activated her spatial power, teleporting herself and the steward directly to the elder's room. Inside, the elder was surrounded by a group of tense medical personnel. They were hired at high cost specifically to monitor and maintain the elder's health. Why not healers? Because healers were powerless against his illness, hiring them would have been a waste of money. If this had been an ordinary person, they would have long been buried, perhaps with grass growing high over their grave, but he had survived thanks to these medical staff, who spared no expense to keep him alive. Yet now, even this delicate balance had reached its limit. The monitors turned red, alarms blared, and for the first time, the medical staff felt helpless. They had exhausted all their methods. There was truly nothing they could do. Not long ago, the elder had miraculously improved, as if infused with new life. The medical team had been overjoyed, this recovery could extend his life another 3 months with proper care. But the elder had overestimated himself. Despite his fragile body, he had piloted a battleship and performed a spatial jump, a task even professional pilots trained long to attempt. Even with perfect technique, his body was unfit for the extreme strain. Now, all the team could do was hope for a miracle. The alarm shrieked, each beep tightening everyone's chest with tension. At the critical moment, 2 figures suddenly descended into view. Before anyone could react, one of them was recognized as the elder's trusted steward. Even he didn't know what had just happened. But he could not hesitate. Seeing the alarmed monitors, he immediately set Ling Mo down. Ling Mo had become the elder's last hope. She understood the urgency. Ignoring the dizziness and discomfort from the previous jostling, she quickly approached the elder. He was hooked up to countless instruments. Ling Mo couldn't read the data, but she knew his condition was dire. If she hadn't arrived now, the elder would have died within minutes. A ball of white flame appeared in her hand, and without hesitation, she pressed it into his body. Immediately, the shrill alarm stopped, and the monitor readings began to stabilize. Though the recovery was small, it was enough to pull him out of immediate danger. She continued, pressing several more flames into him, fully bringing him back from the brink of death. After finishing, Ling Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief. She turned to the steward who brought her. "He's out of life-threatening danger. Remove these instruments, they'll get in the way of further treatment." She found the dense, wired equipment cumbersome, making him look like a marionette. The steward and others seemed to wake from a daze. Especially the medical personnel, who looked at Ling Mo as if she were some kind of monster. They had witnessed countless healers and even a royal princess attempt to treat the elder over the years, with minimal or no effect. But this girl, with just a few white flames, had saved a man who had almost died. This wasn't just snatching someone from the gates of death, it was like kicking open death's door and grabbing the Grim Reaper by the collar, demanding the person back. "All right, I'll remove the instruments immediately." After that incident, the steward treated Ling Mo's words as absolute orders. Within minutes, the crowded room became much more spacious. The medical personnel initially wanted to leave, but insisted on staying to witness the treatment. Ling Mo allowed it, ready to start the next phase of healing once the elder awoke. She needed the steward to prepare a few things, and also wanted the elder to know who had saved him, to avoid someone else taking credit or denying it later. Chapter 552, Treatment Begins. To be honest, Ling Mo was worried the elder might go back on his word. After all, the half of the wealth promised to her was no small sum. But she was prepared. If the elder dared to break the agreement, she could make all her previous treatments completely useless. First, Ling Mo instructed the steward to have a massive wooden barrel made. The steward frowned in confusion. "A wooden barrel? May I ask why it has to be wood? Why not some other material? We don't really have wood barrels here." Ling Mo shook her head. "No, it has to be wood. And it has to be big enough to be filled with nutrient solution. Not only that, you need to prepare enough of the nutrient solution for the entire treatment." Based on Ling Mo's prior assessment, fully curing the elder would take at least half a month. And during that half-month, she would need to continuously cast her healing technique. That was her original estimate. Now, considering his condition, fully curing him would take several times longer, at least 3 months, maybe even more. Half a month was already the absolute limit she could tolerate. 3 months? No way. She still had to participate in the game, and months of continuous treatment would inevitably exhaust her. She didn't want to show weakness in front of these unfamiliar people. As the saying goes, never wish to harm others, but always be prepared. Even half a month wasn't something she wanted to endure lightly. So, to avoid accidents, Ling Mo decided to take drastic measures. As long as the end result was successful, the process didn't matter. This, of course, required an enormous amount of rare medicinal materials. Fortunately, the elder was wealthy enough that these materials were trivial for him. Ling Mo had Xiaoman prepare a detailed list of herbs, which she handed to the steward. The older and the greater the quantity, the better. The steward moved quickly, and soon all the requested items were ready. Nutrient solutions and herbs filled an entire warehouse. "Is this enough?" the steward asked anxiously. "Time is tight. We only have what's here for now, but the rest is on the way, it will arrive soon." Ling Mo couldn't help but twitch at the sight. She had underestimated how wealthy these people were. "This is enough," she said. Once everything was prepared, the elder finally awoke, slowly opening his eyes. His previously murky gaze was now clear. Immediately, he noticed a difference in his body. The heavy, oppressive sensation had lifted, leaving him feeling lighter than before. Was this a mere flash of revival? Or, was he already dead? The thought filled him with deep regret, not for his reckless actions, but because he realized he should have kept the person capable of healing him close all along. Soon, he noticed something unusual, his most trusted steward approaching. Tears filled the steward's eyes as he said, "Sir, it's wonderful, you're safe." I'm not dead," the elder croaked, his voice rough as if knives were cutting his throat with every word. The steward nodded. "Yes, you're alive. Miss Ling Mo saved you." At that moment, Ling Mo stepped forward. During the last treatment on Ariel Star, she had worn a mask and escort attire, so the elder hadn't seen her clearly. Yet the moment he saw her, he recognized her identity. "Miss Ling, you kept your promise," the elder said, smiling. That smile held much relief, survival against the odds, and renewed hope. "Of course I kept my promise. After all, you spent a lot of money," Ling Mo teased lightly. The elder's smile deepened. "Since you honor your promises, Miss Ling, then I, too, will honor mine." In other words, the promised wealth would not be revoked. With this assurance, Ling Mo felt somewhat at ease, but not completely. Until she received the reward, everything remained uncertain. First, she had to do her job properly, so claiming her reward would feel justified. With everything ready, Ling Mo instructed them to immerse the elder in the barrel filled with nutrient solution and rare medicinal herbs. The milky white nutrient solution was the highest grade available in the galaxy, each vial costing 200,000 gold coins. A vial contained only about 100 milliliters. Filling the entire barrel would cost an astronomical amount, not to mention that the steward had prepared a whole warehouse of it. Inside the milky liquid, herbs floated throughout, it looked almost like cooking rather than medicine. The elder was fully submerged, with only his head above the liquid. "Please endure what comes next. The treatment may be challenging," Ling Mo warned. The elder nodded slowly. "I've faced everything in my life. Let's begin. No holding back." He seemed to misunderstand her meaning, what she meant by challenging would soon become clear. Ling Mo once again condensed a ball of white flame in her hand. A closer look revealed a faint black ring around its outer edge this time. She hurled the flame into the barrel. In the next second, the barrel erupted with roaring flames, completely enveloping the elder. His graying hair, eyebrows, and beard were instantly burned clean. The steward instinctively tried to intervene but was stopped by Ling Mo. "Don't go over there if you don't want to die." Inside the barrel, the elder's eyes were shut tight, his brow furrowed, but otherwise, he did not react. The nutrient solution visibly decreased, and the herbs within withered, blackened, and eventually vanished. In contrast, the elder's complexion grew progressively healthier. Seeing this, Ling Mo instructed the steward, "What are you waiting for? Add more nutrient solution and herbs." "Yes," the steward replied eagerly. Chapter 553, The Inverse Tiangang Healing Method. Under the steward's instructions, people continuously poured nutrient solution and medicinal herbs into the wooden barrel. The stocks in the warehouse visibly dwindled with each passing moment. At the same time, the elder's complexion improved visibly. His face glowed with color, wrinkles seemed to smooth out, and his previously gaunt body filled out. Apart from the absence of hair, he looked significantly younger. But Ling Mo knew that this was only the beginning. What was visible on the surface didn't reflect the full story. Inside, the elder's body was still hollow and weak. With age so advanced, his metabolism was nearly zero. Based on her assessment, this body was at least 300 years old. Even in the galaxy, that counted as extremely old. Ling Mo's white flame had a faint black ring at its edge. First, she used her Limia, extinguishing, talent to eliminate the elder's aging cells. During this process, she continuously stimulated the growth of new cells, kick-starting the body's metabolism. If the stunned medical staff could see what she was doing, their jaws would drop. No, their entire worldview might collapse. What Ling Mo was doing was beyond radical, it was literally inverse Tiangang. It was as if a patient had a diseased organ, and instead of carefully treating it, she simply removed it and regenerated a new one. At that moment, she was renewing every single cell in the elder's body, even his blood. The benefit? If successful, the elder would be completely rejuvenated. The risk? Even Ling Mo didn't know what might happen if it failed. So she was ready to escape at a moment's notice. The steward continued commanding people to pour in nutrient solutions and herbs. Ling Mo sat on a stool about 2 meters away from the barrel, throwing a ball of white flame into it every hour. Half a day passed, and much of the warehouse stock had been consumed. Luckily, the rate of nutrient and herb consumption in the barrel had slowed, which made the steward sigh in relief. The new nutrient solution could arrive quickly, but herbs would take longer. He worried that running out could disrupt the treatment. As night fell, Ling Mo felt a pang of hunger. Seeing everyone busy, she didn't want to trouble them and simply retrieved a piece of bread from her spatial storage. The steward noticed and apologized. "I'm sorry, Miss Ling Mo. That was my oversight." Ling Mo waved him off. "Saving lives is more important. I'll just eat a little." Moments later, a maid entered, pushing a trolley filled with all kinds of delicacies. Having only eaten a single piece of bread, Ling Mo's attention was immediately drawn to the spread. "These were prepared just for you. Please, enjoy." Finally acknowledging her hunger, Ling Mo ate without hesitation. As she ate, the elder suddenly groaned in discomfort, drawing everyone's attention. Ling Mo didn't immediately check. She had already instructed Qiaman and the medical instruments to monitor him 24/7. She knew this was a normal reaction. After all, the old, decayed cells were being entirely purged. Though tiny, there were countless cells, and in the elder's case, it was as if his entire body was being renewed. This groaning was merely the immune system's last resistance. The steward approached cautiously. "Miss Ling Mo, he seems to be in pain. Please, take a look." Ling Mo wanted to refuse, but the steward's firm and unwavering gaze made it clear she had no choice. To avoid trouble, she put down her food and went over. After careful observation, she said seriously, "This is a normal reaction. Nothing to worry about." Based on Qiaman and the instrument's readings, the elder's condition was improving. Even if treatment were stopped now, he could likely live another 5 or 6 years without issue. Seeing a slight weakening of the flame in the barrel, Ling Mo added another ball of white fire, just in case. The steward hesitated before asking, "Miss Ling Mo, how long will this treatment continue?" Ling Mo thought for a moment. "If things go fast, 3 days. Slow, 5 days. By tomorrow, your master should wake, but he will still need to stay in the barrel for continued treatment." The steward's face lit up with delight. Although the elder had awakened once before, he had immediately lost consciousness again after treatment started. Without instruments, there was no way to know for sure. This had made the steward uneasy. Ling Mo, however, remained calm. Suddenly, a spark of realization hit her. Had she forgotten something? Just as she wondered, her AI brain popped up a video call. Jiang Xian was on the screen. She remembered what she had forgotten. She had forgotten to inform Jiang Xian and the others. Opening the call, Jiang Xian appeared on screen, frowning, clearly displeased. Upon closer look, he was wearing an apron. "Where are you?" he asked sharply. I'm outside," Ling Mo replied, her gaze wandering, voice slightly guilty. Chapter 554, News from Fuyu. "When did you go out?" "Never mind. The food is ready, come back quickly and eat. As for the props, Yi Kai and I have already picked ours. If there's nothing you particularly want, we'll draw lots for the rest." Hearing Jiang Xian's words, Ling Mo instinctively nodded, then shook her head. "I can't go back yet. I've taken on a task and am in the middle of it. As for the props, you two go ahead. Save the rest for me." Jiang Xian frowned. "What task? Is it dangerous? Why didn't you tell us?" "It's just a normal task, rescuing someone. No danger, and the reward is generous." I left in a hurry, so I didn't have time to tell you, Ling Mo explained. Jiang Xian didn't press further, he knew Ling Mo could handle things herself. When will this task be done, he asked. Fast, 3 days. Slow, 5, she replied. All right. Be careful. After the video call ended, Ling Mo let out a sigh of relief. Just now, she had felt like a naughty kid caught by their parents. 2 words, thrilling. Exiting the call, she noticed dozens of unread messages in her inbox, all from Jiang Xian, Yi Kai, and Fu Yu. Her attention had been focused entirely on the elder, while Chia Man was monitoring his condition, so she hadn't noticed them earlier. Opening the messages, she saw that Jiang Xian and Yi Kai were asking where she was and urging her to return home for dinner. But Fu Yu's message. Fu Yu, the game system contacted me just now. It said it couldn't reach you, so it came to me and told me some things. Fu Yu, when will you be back? Fu Yu, system matters can't be communicated through AI or the system itself. Wait until you're back. Seeing the words game system, Ling Mo's sixth sense immediately tingled. A bad premonition rose in her mind. Her intuition told her that whatever Fu Yu wanted to say was not a small matter. Ling Mo took a deep breath. No matter what, nothing was more important than the task at hand. Just then, hurried footsteps approached from outside. Ling Mo looked up to see a young man running into the room, his face anxious. But her eyes didn't linger on him, they went straight to what was behind him. A thick tail trailed the young man, covered in pale blue scales that shimmered faintly in the light, looking quite magnificent. The moment he entered, the young man saw the elder wrapped in white flames and was shocked. Grandfather, he shouted. He rushed forward, but as he passed Ling Mo, she quietly extended her foot. Completely focused on his grandfather, he didn't notice, and the next moment, his sharply defined face collided with the floor. Footsteps sounded again from behind, and the steward rushed in, panting. Seeing the young man sprawled on the ground, the steward instantly understood what had happened. Master, are you all right? The young man was helped up. A small pool of blood marked the floor, his nose still bleeding. But he didn't care. He turned to the steward. Steward, what's wrong with my grandfather? Who is this person? He glared at Ling Mo. This girl looked younger than him, barely grown. Was she a newly recognized granddaughter of his grandfather? Seeing that Ling Mo had no family traits, the young man remained wary. Technology could easily disguise physical features nowadays. In his mind, Ling Mo must be a granddaughter recognized from some secret child. She must have come to claim her inheritance. He had seen people like this before, he would never let her succeed. He had to admit, though, the choice of candidates this time was clever, fitting his grandfather's preferences. If she had been around earlier, the grandfather might have been happy to have her. But alas, she arrived too late. Ling Mo didn't know the young man's thoughts, but she could feel his hostility toward her. Thinking back to what she had just done, well, she deserved this hostility. If Ling Mo knew his true thoughts, she would have patted his shoulder and said, Big brother, I'm not your grandfather's granddaughter, but yes, someone is here trying to claim his wealth. The steward understood the young man's misunderstanding and quickly explained, Miss Ling Mo is the healer the master invited. She is currently treating him. He then introduced the young man to Ling Mo. This is the master's grandson, young Master Yi. He was overly concerned about the master, so if there was any offense, please forgive him. Although Ling Mo wasn't officially recognized as a healer yet, the steward still introduced her this way. After all, the title of healer mattered little compared to her abilities. Anyone who knew about her skills would immediately try to recruit her. Young Master Yi looked astonished. A healer? And she's a minor? He didn't say it aloud, but Ling Mo could read his thoughts. She smiled faintly. I'm an adult. Caught, he felt embarrassed, like he had been gossiping behind someone's back and got caught. To avoid more awkwardness, he turned to his grandfather, who was still wrapped in flames, and asked curiously, what kind of treatment is this? Fire attack? Why do healers' abilities have to be so strange, bloodletting, enemas, rolling in mud? No proper treatments? Ling Mo's expression remained calm. There are proper ways. Just slower. Your grandfather's condition, he's almost at the brink of death. If I don't use strong medicine, how else would I compete with the king of the underworld? Chapter 555, The Sudden Proposal. 3 days later, after consuming an unknown quantity of nutrient fluids and rare medicinal herbs, the flames in the wooden barrel gradually died down. This marked the successful completion of the treatment. The elder inside the barrel now looked completely different from the frail, aging figure he had been before. When the steward saw him, he was so overwhelmed that tears welled up in his eyes. He couldn't contain his excitement. Inside the barrel, the elder's body had regained its fullness, his wrinkles had visibly reduced, and the hair that had been burned off by the flames had grown back. The new hair was not the previous gray, it was jet black. Now, the elder appeared to have transformed from a feeble old man into a healthy middle-aged man. The onlookers had already expected Ling Mo's skill to be extraordinary, but the final result exceeded their wildest expectations. This was no longer just about skill or talent, it was miraculous. Wing Yi looked at Ling Mo, and besides shock, his gaze now held something deeper, something unusual. He wanted to say something, but the elder in the barrel opened his eyes first. From the steward, he learned that the treatment was finished. The elder first moved his body slightly. Feeling the surge of vitality within, his eyes lit up with genuine astonishment and delight. He turned to Ling Mo and spoke sincerely. Miss Ling Mo, I am deeply grateful. If you ever face a difficult situation in the future, just contact me. In this galaxy, I still have some influence and resources at my disposal. Ling Mo smiled and replied. If that day ever comes, I won't hold back. Hearing this, the elder laughed heartily, full of vigor. He liked this frank, unpretentious attitude. The treatment was over, and Ling Mo had other matters on her mind, so she rose to leave. The elder, having his own business to attend to, did not stop her and instructed his grandson to escort her out. As for the payment the elder had promised for the treatment, it had already been transferred into Ling Mo's name yesterday. When the elder handed over the prepared documents, Ling Mo had been genuinely surprised, they had been ready in advance. The elder seemed confident that Ling Mo would succeed in curing him, so he had prepared everything ahead of time. He made no fuss about it, though. He didn't hide the payment entirely, but neither did he announce it widely. Few knew that half of the elder's wealth had been designated for Ling Mo. At least, the grandson accompanying her should have no idea. From the moment they left the castle, he had been staring at Ling Mo with a meaningful, intense gaze, so piercing that she felt a chill down her spine. Once they were out of the castle grounds, Ling Mo said. This is as far as I go. I can handle the rest of the way myself. The gaze from this man was unnerving. She had a bad feeling and wanted to leave quickly. Just as Ling Mo turned to leave, Yi, who had been silent until now, suddenly called out. Wait. Instantly, she felt a hand grab hers. Instinctively, she turned and saw Yi kneeling on one knee, looking at her with utter devotion. Ling Mo was shocked. Her mind went blank, and she froze in place. In her head, the only thought was, who am I? Where am I? What is he doing? Regardless of her thoughts, Yi continued. Miss Ling Mo, my name is Lan Yi. I am 25 years old, 188 centimeters tall, currently a student in the combat department of the Empire's top military academy, and the future heir of the Yunhui group. Will you be my fiancé? If you agree, I promise you a lifetime together as one. As he spoke, Lan Yi's eyes reflected Ling Mo's image, filled with deep affection. Ling Mo's frozen brain finally rebooted. She first withdrew her hand from Yi's and stepped back, creating distance. With an awkward smile, she said. You must be joking. Beneath her calm expression, her inner thoughts screamed. Ah. Proposal? What is going on? What the heck? Were people really this casual about marriage here? They say a woman feels happiest when proposed to, but but that depends on the person. Ling Mo had known Lonnie for barely 3 days. They hadn't exchanged more than 100 words. She felt no surprise, no joy, only horror. Lonnie didn't get angry at her refusal, understanding that his approach had been too sudden. I'm telling the truth. Do you believe in love at first sight? I don't ask you to agree now, only to give me a chance. I'll make you believe in me. Believe in what? A lifetime together? She couldn't even promise that for herself, let alone him. Besides, to have a lifetime together, did he ask for her consent? No. Ling Mo wasn't about to play the field, she didn't have time. Romance was out of the question, it was a waste of time, intelligence, and money. And as for his love at first sight, Ling Mo didn't even believe a single word. She put away her smile and spoke seriously. Sorry. I'm not considering romance or marriage right now. I'm still young, and, besides, you're not my type. So give up, where not possible. Without giving him a chance, she vanished instantly. Seeing her disappear, Yi's expression froze. Was he shocked at her disappearance, or at her ruthless rejection? After several minutes, Yi stood, and the deep affection in his eyes was replaced with a glint of determination. He immediately video-called his father. Moments later, a middle-aged man resembling the elder appeared on the screen. Father, I remember I have a betrothal. Could you help me cancel it? I've found someone more worthy of marrying. Lonnie spoke directly and bluntly, leaving no room for hesitation. Chapter 556, Standing Firm. Meanwhile, inside her private space, Ling Mo had no idea what had happened outside. To her, Lan Yi's so-called love at first sight was likely just an appreciation of her abilities. Love at first sight? Probably love at first sight with her talent, she thought. Patting her chest, she admitted that the sudden proposal had truly startled her. Kaiman, the steward, started organizing the assets we obtained earlier, especially the planets. This time, the number of planets Ling Mo received from the Elder was absolutely staggering. Managing so many planets personally would be unrealistic, so she decided to lease them out and simply act as a landlord, collecting rent. For now, this was just an idea. First, she needed to inventory all the planets. After leaving her space, she returned to Yunhai Star, and then from Yunhai Star back to Qingyang Star. Entering her own room, surrounded by familiar surroundings, Ling Mo took a deep breath and collapsed onto the large bed behind her, letting out a long yawn. These past few days, treating and saving the Elder had left her with no time to rest properly. Drowsily, she drifted off to sleep. She was awakened by a pleasant aroma at some unknown hour. Slowly opening her eyes, she realized it was completely dark outside. She remembered it being daylight earlier, she had slept for several hours straight. After getting up, she took a shower and changed clothes before leaving the room. Downstairs, Jiang Xin, Yi Kai, and Fu Yu were eating. Stretching and yawning, Ling Mo asked, "Did you save a portion for me?" Her sudden voice startled the three of them. Mo, when did you get back?" Yi Kai asked. "Around noon. You guys were busy in Shinpa, so I didn't disturb you," Ling Mo replied. Jiang Xin went into the kitchen and brought her a bowl of rice. "Oh, Mo, Fu Yu said the game system contacted him earlier. Do you know about this?" Yi Kai asked. Ling Mo nodded. "Fu Yu already told me." "So, what's going on?" Yi Kai shook his head. "We don't know either. Fu Yu insisted on waiting until you returned to explain, asking him earlier got us nowhere." All three then turned their gaze to Fu Yu. He swallowed his food calmly and said, "Let's finish dinner first. Otherwise, if I tell you now, you won't have any appetite left." As expected, this was not good news. Dinner finished quickly, and the four sat at the table, expression serious, looking at Fu Yu. "We've been targeted by the cosmic consciousness," Fu Yu said. "The system warned me that it might take action against us soon." Having known about this for several days, Fu Yu was calm in delivering the news. But Ling Mo and the others were anything but calm. What do you mean by targeted by the cosmic consciousness, which may take action soon? Jiang Xian asked, agitated. It means exactly what you think. We're on the cosmic consciousness hit list, Fuyu said. Wait, does this mean all of Blue Star, or just? Ling Mo asked nervously. No, just the four of us, Fuyu replied. What? Why us? Did we eat his rice or something? Ye Kai shouted indignantly. The system says it's because our strength is too extreme. The cosmic consciousness considers our existence harmful to the galaxy and wants to eliminate us. Trying to nip the threat in the bud. If the one about to be eliminated wasn't them, that would be a relief. Since the system warned us, did it provide any solutions? Ling Mo asked. From the very fact that the system contacted them, it seemed the system stood on their side. Fuyu nodded. Memories of the system's earlier contact flashed through his mind. The system had scolded the cosmic consciousness relentlessly. 9 out of 10 complaints were insults, which Fuyu had to filter automatically. The system provided 2 solutions. The first is to voluntarily give up our player identities. This would temporarily remove the target from the cosmic consciousness. However, this is only temporary. If we don't want to remain on the list permanently, we'd have to live very quietly afterward. This first option is too lame. What's the second option? I'll take that one, Ye Kai said immediately. Ling Mo and Jiang Xian didn't speak, but their eyes showed they also disagreed with the first option. The second option is to face the cosmic consciousness head-on. We must complete the 3 challenges it sets and prove that we are harmless. Success means the cosmic consciousness will recognize us, failure means total annihilation. Hearing this, Ling Mo and the others fell silent. The second method looked incredibly dangerous. No thinking required, they could guess the 3 challenges would be extremely perilous. But the first method was just cowardly. All 4 were hot-blooded, still young and confident. Since the apocalypse, they had been top 0-level players. Though not always shown, they were proud and even arrogant. Choosing the first method was psychologically unbearable. I choose the second option. At worst, we die. Dying at the hands of the cosmic consciousness, still worth it, Ye Kai said first. Don't be impulsive. Life is precious, Jiang Xian slowly replied. Boss, stop the speeches. Just say whether you're in or not. In. Jiang Xian said firmly. The 2 then looked at Ling Mo and Fuyu. Fuyu nodded. I choose the second option. Finally, Ling Mo took a deep breath. I also choose the second option. In her previous life, she had lived timidly. There was no reason to hide and run in this life. In short, it boiled down to, one lousy life, might as well fight. Reaching consensus, the 4 exchanged a smile. Did the system mention what the challenges are? Also, I have something I need to confess, Jiang Xian and Ling Mo spoke simultaneously. They glanced at each other. Answer him first. I'm not in a hurry, Ling Mo said, taking the lead. Chapter 557, Revealing Her Identity. The system didn't say what the challenges are exactly. Judging from its tone, the cosmic consciousness doesn't want us to know. But from what I can tell, it's probably related to the game. Our next 3 games might send us to extremely dangerous places, so we should prepare ourselves mentally, Fuyu explained. Also, I've divined both options over the past few days. In short, neither result is good. We have to be careful. The others had already mentally prepared for this when they chose to face the cosmic consciousness head-on. Looking on the bright side, although Fuyu said the results weren't great, he didn't declare them hopeless, which meant they still had a chance to survive. The 3 of them then turned their gaze toward Ling Mo. I need to confess a secret to you all. But before I say it, you must prepare yourselves mentally. Don't get too excited, Ling Mo said, mainly addressing Jiang Xian and Ye Kai. What's so serious? You look like you're about to announce the end of the world, Ye Kai said, still unaware of the gravity of the situation. But, Why is it the four of us and not five? Even drunk on soy sauce and acting crazy is stronger than us, at least we didn't wipe out a whole nation. Ling Mo, feeling slightly offended. Because I am drunk on soy sauce and acting crazy. The moment she said it, Jiang Xian and Ye Kai froze, their arms suspended in midair. Their eyes shifted from initial confusion to shock and horror after locking onto Ling Mo's calm gaze. Ye Kai jumped from his chair, trembling, and pointed at Ling Mo, unable to say a word. Jiang Xian was slightly calmer. Noticing Fu Yu's composed expression, he asked. You knew all along, didn't you? Fu Yu smiled sheepishly and held up his thumb and forefinger. Just a little earlier than you guys. Then he quickly passed the blame, she wanted it kept secret, so I didn't tell you. And honestly, I only found out because I stumbled upon it by accident. Otherwise, I'd have been in the same dark as you. Ling Mo cast him a look of disdain for throwing her under the bus. Fu Yu, however, gave her a look that said, you're on your own now, then withdrew his gaze. In his mind, the big boss and Ye Kai won't go all out against you, but me? Who knows? Feeling the intense stares from Jiang Xian and Ye Kai, Ling Mo shyly lowered her head and mumbled. This isn't entirely my fault. Such a big secret is better kept from as many people as possible. When we first met, we weren't close. Later, I didn't know how to bring it up. Because of her safety concerns and uncertainty about timing, she had kept it hidden. Now, intuition told her the secret might be discovered anyway. Better to reveal it herself than have it exposed at the wrong time, potentially affecting trust among teammates. Besides, the identity of drunk on soy sauce and acting crazy had already been mythologized, and revealing it now might even give the team a morale boost. After a brief silence, Fu Yu spoke first, don't blame Ling Mo. It's human to keep such a secret. Besides, thinking back, she's already pulled countless tricks behind our backs. As the beneficiaries, they really had no right to blame her. I and the big boss aren't blaming Mo. It's just, this is so shocking I need some time to process it, Ye Kai said, his expression strange. Ling Mo is drunk on soy sauce and acting crazy. That meant all the messages he sent to drunk on soy sauce and acting crazy were actually sent to Ling Mo. Although the messages weren't inappropriate, realizing the recipient was Ling Mo now. Ye Kai wanted to find a hole in the ground and crawl into it immediately. This is social death, he thought. Today, he truly experienced it. Jiang Xian nodded in agreement. He hadn't sent messages to drunk on soy sauce and acting crazy himself, he had left that to Ye Kai, but learning the truth still hit him hard. For a while, the living room was silent. Feeling the tension, Jiang Xian asked, besides this, is there anything else you want to tell us? Anything else? Ling Mo thought for a moment. She had plenty of secrets. Her rebirth could never be revealed. Her space, better left unsaid for now. Her silence made everyone, including Fu Yu, alert. After a moment, Ling Mo spoke, actually, there is one thing. After I went to save someone, the patient's grandson proposed to me. Jiang Xian, Ye Kai and Fu Yu. But I rejected him. He said that if I agreed, I'd be his fiancé, and he would give me a lifetime, a pair for life. What a joke. Just because he agreed doesn't mean I would. Jiang Xian, Ye Kai and Fu Yu. They breathed a sigh of relief after the first part, but the second part made their eyes widen in shock. They hadn't expected Ling Mo to think this way. Are high school students nowadays really this open-minded? Also, she wasn't keeping them as part of a harem, was she? Seeing their horrified expressions, Ling Mo guessed their thoughts. Expressionless, she said, you're not my type. In other words, I'm not interested in any of you. Chapter 558, The Game Begins. Hearing Ling Mo say that, the three of them exhaled in relief, though a sense of defiance still welled up in their hearts. There's one more thing, my reward for saving someone is half of their estate. Half of the estate? Is that a lot? Ye Kai asked instinctively. A lot. Let's put it this way, if I do nothing now, and as long as future generations don't mess things up, that half of the estate will allow them to live comfortably forever. That was a bit of an exaggeration, but not by much. Hearing Ling Mo say that, the three of them realized that when she said a lot, she really meant it. However, they didn't ask for details, not because they weren't curious, but because they had already been through enough excitement for one day. Having made her decision, Ling Mo and the others became busy immediately. Every day was fully scheduled with various types of training to prepare for whatever situations might arise in the future. During training, they weren't allowed to use any talents or items, and each day they returned utterly exhausted. In the meantime, Ling Mo had Qiaman organize her assets and make preparations for the worst-case scenario. If she ultimately failed and was erased, all her inheritance would be divided among the people of the Moonwheel and Blue Star. Moonwheel had been raised on Ling Mo's spiritual energy since childhood, calling it her child wasn't an exaggeration. Alongside Moonwheel were Yunhai Whale, Ghost Cat Eagle, Black Wolf, and Qiaman. Death is like a snuffed-out light. If she truly failed, these things would mean nothing to her, but she still had responsibilities toward these little ones. Moreover, she wanted someone to remember her. Ling Mo sat at her desk, a blank sheet of paper in front of her, a pen spinning rapidly between her long, pale fingers. Master, don't lose heart. You won't necessarily fail. And if you succeed in the end, you absolutely mustn't give up. Ling Mo's expression remained unchanged, as if the person drafting the will wasn't really her. She spoke calmly, I never said I was going to give up. This is just the worst-case plan. There's a saying, prepare for a rainy day. If she truly failed, the cosmic consciousness wouldn't leave time for them to write a will. It was like a scene she had seen in a drama before. Soldiers, after becoming special forces, would write a will in advance. She had such a large fortune in her hands, rather than letting it become unclaimed property to be devoured by various forces, it was better to allocate it in advance. It was best if it never had to be used, but if she truly failed in the end, these things had to go to her own people. By the way, Qiaman, during this period, organize all my items and make a list. I'm worried that, like that survival game on the island before, there might be restrictions on how many items we can carry. Understood. After preparing all of this, Ling Mo spent the rest of her time either training or probing the game system, trying to extract useful information from it. However, the game system was like it was dead. No matter how Ling Mo called or harassed it, it remained completely unresponsive. Unbeknownst to her, the support game system had already been shut down by the cosmic consciousness because it had secretly reported on her. After a period of training, Ling Mo could clearly feel her strength improving. That day, Fuyu suddenly came to Ling Mo. I remember you have a lot of gold and goldsmiths, right? Ling Mo nodded. Yes, why? That's perfect. Now have those goldsmiths make each of us a gold bracelet using pure gold. The design doesn't have to be too complicated, just one where the gold is formed into separate loops and then linked together. Each loop should weigh about 1 gram. Hearing Fuyu's description, Ling Mo immediately knew what kind of bracelet he wanted, but what are these for? And one for each person? Fuyu didn't hide anything. I divined this morning, and the result was that gold will be very important to us in the coming events. Ling Mo had no doubt and said, no problem. I'll bring the finished bracelets to you shortly. With Ling Mo giving the order, the workers acted quickly. Within a few hours, the bracelets she wanted were completed. Because Fuyu had emphasized the importance, Ling Mo made them long enough to wrap around the wrist several times. When Jiang Xian and Yi Kai received the bracelets, after learning about Fuyu's divination, they immediately put them on and promised never to remove them, even while eating, sleeping, or bathing. Moreover, fearing that the space might later be unusable, Ling Mo also spent a high price to custom order several large storage spaces, filling them with all sorts of supplies and weapons that might be needed. In short, Ling Mo now wanted to put everything she saw into her spaces, just in case it might be useful later. Thus, as the start of the game drew closer, about a month away, Ling Mo and the others grew increasingly anxious. Even at night, they remained fully armed. Then, in this tense state, a cold and indifferent voice suddenly echoed in their minds. Welcome to the game. This round has only one task: survive. The game duration is 30 days. During this game, players cannot rely on outside help. All spaces will be sealed. Players may select only 5 items to enter, and the space carried may not exceed 10 square meters. Additionally, any supplies in the space will be removed. This game, Linhai City. Compared to before, Ling Mo could clearly feel that the voice was different. The icy tone made her once again recall the previous pirate survival game. The voice had been equally cold then. As for the rules, they were roughly as Ling Mo had expected. 1 10 square meter space and 5 items. She just didn't know if the 10 square meter space counted as one of the 5 items. Even if it did, the space was absolutely indispensable. Having anticipated this, Ling Mo quickly made her choices. Then, after a flash of white light and about 10 seconds later, her surroundings gradually became clear, with sounds coming from all directions. When Ling Mo saw her surroundings clearly, she realized she was in a bustling shopping mall, with a trash can placed nearby. Chapter 559, Sound Pollution 1. Perhaps due to the angle or some other reason, Ling Mo's sudden appearance didn't attract the attention of the people around her. Everyone was busy with their own activities. Customers were shopping, while sales assistants were energetically promoting the products. This scene made Ling Mo involuntarily recall how Blue Star looked before the apocalypse, stirring a long-lost sense of familiarity in her heart. However, she did not forget that this was a test given by the cosmic consciousness. So even when seeing such familiar scenes, Ling Mo remained alert. Danger often hides in the most inconspicuous places. She observed her surroundings carefully. These people looked human, with nothing particularly different or unusual about their appearance. Ling Mo left the spot where she had been standing and began wandering around. Since she had to survive here for 30 days, the first issues to solve were shelter and supplies. Chia-man. Ling Mo called out to Chia-man in her mind. As expected, there was no response. Without Chia-man, she couldn't contact Jiang Xian, Yi Kai, or Fu Yu either. Based on her experience in previous survival games, and her own intuition, the first day of the game should be the safest. She needed to take this opportunity to familiarize herself with the area and, at the same time, buy some supplies. At this moment, the gold bracelets she carried came in handy. However, Ling Mo didn't rush to sell them. Instead, she casually blended into the crowd and strolled around the mall. After spending some time in the mall, Ling Mo's brows furrowed, and she eventually found a seat, placing one hand on her forehead with a look of frustration. From the very beginning, her ears had been assaulted by an extremely loud noise. It sounded as if thousands of people were chattering incessantly right beside her. At first, she could tolerate it, but as the noise continued, Ling Mo's mood became increasingly irritated. What on earth was going on? She looked around and saw no one shouting or causing a commotion. Nevertheless, she decided to leave the crowded area and move to the relatively empty home appliance section. Business in this part of the mall seemed slow. Aside from the sales assistants, there were barely any customers. As soon as she arrived, Ling Mo immediately felt much better. The noise around her had lessened considerably. At that moment, a sales assistant noticed a rare customer and approached with a broad smile. "Hello. Can I help you with anything? You don't look very well, are you feeling unwell?" Having just escaped the noise, Ling Mo didn't catch the sales assistant's words clearly. She instinctively rubbed her ears while looking at the assistant. Seeing this, the sales assistant immediately understood. He turned and retrieved a pair of white, stylish headphones from under the counter, complete with cat ears on top. "I think you might really need these." Ling Mo took the headphones from him. The packaging read, "Latest noise-canceling headphones, adjustable noise levels, bringing you a quiet world." Thinking about what had just happened, even without knowing the exact cause, Ling Mo felt she probably did need them. However, she glanced at the price expressionlessly. The headphones were priced at 19,888 yuan. For Ling Mo, who was currently penniless, this was astronomical. She returned the headphones to the assistant with a polite smile. "These headphones are nice, but I need to go find my parents first." Hearing this, the sales assistant immediately understood. The girl in front of him looked young and clearly couldn't be carrying so much money. At that moment, a woman with red hair, wearing towering heels, approached and said to the assistant, "I want this one too, but please get me the red version." Seeing a customer arrive, the assistant immediately turned his attention to the red-haired woman, leaving Ling Mo behind. While waiting, the red-haired woman complained casually to her companion, as if no one else were there. Ling Mo, seeing no one paying attention to her, didn't rush to leave. She found a seat and listened to their conversation. "Lately, I don't know why, but I always hear a buzzing in my ears, like many people are talking beside me." "Same here. At first, I thought I was imagining it. I heard many others are experiencing this too. Even going to the hospital doesn't help, they can't figure out what's wrong." Listening to them, Ling Mo picked up a crucial piece of information: what she had experienced wasn't unique. Many people here were experiencing the same thing. And the cause couldn't be found. There were usually two possibilities: either there was no illness at all, and the sounds were real, but only some people could hear them, or they were actually sick, but the medical technology here was too limited to detect it. Ling Mo leaned toward the first explanation, as she knew her own body very well. There was nothing wrong with it. So, could the key challenge of this game be sound? Being exposed to continuous noise for a long time could cause nervous breakdowns, just like she had experienced before. Some sounds might even be lethal without leaving a trace. If that were the case, then the headphones were essential. But before that, she needed money. Without money, forget the headphones, she couldn't even buy bread. Ling Mo followed the crowd out of the mall. The moment she stepped outside the main doors, she nearly blacked out from the sheer noise. It was unbearable. She seriously wondered if going out like this would make her deaf. Thinking this, Ling Mo steeled herself and used her spiritual energy to temporarily block her auditory nerves, creating a short-term deafness. Better to take control than passively go deaf. After doing this, she stepped outside again. This time, it felt much better. Walking along the street, Ling Mo scanned the surrounding shops for a jewelry store. Earlier in the mall, she had seen people wearing gold jewelry and noticed counters selling gold. However, they seemed to only sell gold, not buy it back. As she walked, Ling Mo soon noticed something peculiar. Adults here looked like normal humans, but children had two antenna-like protrusions on their foreheads, some even had four, with two long and two short. Chapter 560, Sound Pollution 2. Earlier, she had thought this might be a parallel world of Blue Star, but it seemed she had been mistaken. Finally, she found a jewelry store along the street and happily walked inside. Upon entering, the store was empty. To make communication easier, Ling Mo slightly relaxed the temporary block on her auditory nerves. Approaching the counter, she asked, "Boss, what's the gold price today?" The owner first sized her up and immediately noticed the gold bracelet on her wrist. A smile spread across his face as he said, "Today, gold is 720.35 yuan per gram." Hearing the price, Ling Mo looked at her bracelet. It weighed 200 grams. Selling all of it would fetch over 140,000 yuan. That seemed like a lot. What if she didn't use all of it? That would be a waste. After thinking for a moment, she decided to sell only half. Taking off the bracelet, she noted that it had been specially designed at the clasp for easy conversion into cash whenever needed. "I'll sell 100 grams. "Boss, can you give me cash directly?" she asked. If not, she would have to try another store, since she was essentially unregistered here and didn't have a bank card. The owner smiled and said, "Of course. Let's weigh it first." Ling Mo counted out 100 small gold loops from the bracelet. Each loop weighed exactly 1 gram. The bracelet immediately shrank to half its original length, and she put it back on her wrist. After checking the quality of the gold, the owner handed over 72,035 yuan in cash without hesitation. That's when Ling Mo realized that the largest denomination in this world was 1,000 yuan. Originally, she had thought about asking for a bag to carry all that cash, but now she saw it was unnecessary. She could just put it in her pocket and go. However, with such large denominations, losing even one bill would feel catastrophic. After leaving the jewelry store, she had intended to buy the headphones she had seen earlier, but recalling the price, she hesitated. She decided to buy other essentials first. The headphones could wait. Ling Mo strolled through the city center, stopping here and there. Her first stop was a real estate agent. If she was going to live here for 30 days, she needed a place to stay. With limited funds and the need to buy other items, her budget for housing wasn't large. Fortunately, she quickly found a suitable place. It was a somewhat old but not too rundown residential complex. The facilities, environment, location, and price were all moderate. Most importantly, while other apartments required a minimum 3 or 6 month lease, this one could be rented for a month. The deposit was low, 2,000 yuan, and the rent was 5,000, totaling 7,000 yuan. The apartment had gas, air conditioning, TV, fridge, one bedroom and living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom, everything she needed. Such conditions at this price, especially the low deposit, would make anyone suspicious. Of course, Ling Mo had her doubts too, but she wasn't afraid. She had been through too much already. What could scare her now? After paying and getting the keys, Ling Mo first walked through the apartment. Using her spiritual power, she meticulously scanned every corner. Finding nothing unusual, she took a short break before heading out again. If she was going to live here for 30 days, food and water were essential. Also, bedding, she had noticed none was provided in the rental, and there were no pots or utensils. She would have to prepare everything herself. At the nearest supermarket, Ling Mo pushed a shopping cart, placing food inside as she walked. She quickly encountered a major issue: her appetite. Her consumption far exceeded that of ordinary people, meaning she needed more food than she had expected. To cope, she chose high-calorie foods that were filling. She didn't plan to cook in the apartment, so staples like rice and flour weren't on her list. Soon, her shopping cart was packed full. At the checkout, she was surprised to find she had spent only a few hundred yuan for so many items. The prices were much lower than she had anticipated. This was good news. It meant her money would stretch further. Carrying the bags to a secluded corner, she checked for surveillance before storing everything in her spatial space. After this, she headed to another supermarket. Repeating this process a few times, Ling Mo finally bought all the food and water she would need. As night fell, she returned to the apartment, hands full of food and daily necessities. Once inside, she didn't rest immediately. She put down her purchases and began cleaning and replacing the bedding. From bedroom to kitchen, it took her over an hour to clean everything satisfactorily. Afterward, she collapsed on the sofa and glanced out the window. The sky was fully dark, but the streets were far from quiet. Ling Mo could even sense that the city was livelier at night than during the day. The building she lived in had seemed lifeless during the day, but now it had come alive, bustling with activity. Listening to the noise coming from all directions, Ling Mo realized why the rent for this apartment had been so cheap. She recalled a clause in the contract: if a tenant moved out early for any reason, the landlord would not be responsible, and neither rent nor deposit would be refunded. Looking back, it was quite a trap. She decided to go out for a walk anyway. Stepping outside, she found that the noise wasn't much better than inside the apartment. Without hesitation, she once again severed her auditory nerves with her spiritual power, and the world finally became quiet again. Chapter 561, Sound Pollution 3. The city at night was still extremely lively. Ling Mo found a bustling snack street and was quickly captivated by the dazzling variety of foods. She decided to buy a little from each stall, and if she found something she liked, she would buy more to save for later. Walking through the crowd, she noticed many people wearing different styles of headphones. She thought to herself that headphones would have to be a priority on her shopping list tomorrow. However, the ones she had seen earlier were far too expensive, it wasn't worth it. The price of a single pair could buy several other types of headphones instead. Curious, she approached a long queue at one stall and discovered it was selling specialty cakes, exquisitely made like works of art. As for taste, the long line of customers was proof enough that they must be delicious. Since she had more or less finished exploring this street, Ling Mo happily joined the end of the queue. While waiting, she listened to the chatter of the people in front of her. You must have exams coming up soon. How's your sound training going lately? The question was directed at a girl wearing a tracksuit, her hair tied in a ponytail. The girl shook her head in frustration. Not well. I haven't been able to practice at all because I can't book the sound studio. I don't know why, but the city's sound studios have either been under maintenance or completely booked every day. Even paying extra doesn't help. Then why not practice at home? I think you have a small sound studio there, said another girl. The ponytail girl sighed. I tried that at first. But recently, as soon as I start practicing, someone knocks on my door within 10 minutes, saying I'm disturbing them. Some people even complain about me in the neighborhood chat group. Could it be a problem with your home studio? The other girl asked. No, I've had it checked multiple times, nothing is wrong. Even if I remodel it now, it's too late. I'm afraid this exam is going to be a disaster, the ponytail girl said, dejected. Listening to their conversation, Ling Mo grew curious about this so-called sound studio. What was that exactly? Before she could ponder further, something else caught her attention. A phone? The ponytail girl in front of Ling Mo tapped something on her wrist, and a palm-sized, translucent blue screen appeared in her hand. She didn't notice Ling Mo staring and casually shared a funny video with her friend, both of them laughing happily. Seeing this, Ling Mo added this phone-like device to her shopping list. After about 10 minutes, it was finally her turn. The cake stall offered over a dozen varieties, flavors she had never seen before. Ling Mo decided to buy one of each. Seeing her choose every flavor, the vendor kindly warned her, "Young lady, these desserts are very high in calories and very filling. Buying so many at once, you probably won't finish them all. Even if you refrigerate them, their taste will deteriorate after the optimal eating time." Ling Mo smiled and replied, "It's fine. I have a big appetite, and my family loves sweets too." Hearing her mention family, the vendor nodded, so it was for her family, that made sense. Just as Ling Mo was about to leave, she remembered the vendor's comment. She paused and turned back. "Boss, are you sure these cakes are really so filling?" "Of course. Don't be fooled by their small size, the ingredients are generous. Even someone with a small appetite can't finish one in a single sitting." Satisfied with the answer, Ling Mo asked, "Do you accept reservations? I want to invite friends over, and since there will be many people, I'd like to order several cakes." Naturally, the vendor couldn't refuse such business. No problem at all. Ling Mo quickly finalized the order, 1 plate of each flavor, about 24 pieces per plate. After paying a deposit, she arranged to pick them up the next day and left with her shopping bag. After wandering around for 2 to 3 hours, she figured it was time to head back. Returning to her apartment, it wasn't quiet as she had hoped, it was even noisier. Ling Mo could clearly hear the disputes of neighbors on all sides. Upstairs was a young couple with a child. Their child, for some reason, was pushing a chair around the room, dragging the legs along the floor with a grating noise. Next door, a mother was tutoring her child. Anyone who's experienced this knows how slow and meticulous children can be while doing homework, touching this, needing water, going to the bathroom. By the end, both parent and child are bound to go crazy. This mother had clearly reached her limit and was yelling at the child to vent her frustration. Seeing this, Ling Mo, thinking she couldn't sleep anyway, turned on the TV to watch the news and look for clues about the game. After a while, she found nothing useful and yawned from boredom. The game only allowed 5 items, and luckily the spatial nodes she carried weren't counted among them. As for the items Xiaobai had eaten, Ling Mo found she could still use them, though their power seemed reduced. She could feel that after concentrating her spiritual power to form the white feather bow, a restraint had been added, and even the bow's appearance had become much simpler. Well, as long as it worked. Ling Mo remained in a good mood, better to have something than nothing. Moreover, the 5 items she brought were all auxiliary in nature. If her spiritual power couldn't form the white feather bow, she would need to find weapons some other way. Ling Mo checked the 5 items in her spatial node. The first was a white crossbody bag, embroidered with a red cross, simple and unassuming. Chapter 562, Sound Pollution 4. The first item was something Ling Mo had made herself, called the medical pack. As its name suggested, it was designed to store various potions. Though it looked even smaller than a regular crossbody bag, it could hold up to 100 vials, all completely secure. All 100 potions came from the pharmaceutical ring, guaranteeing their quality. Every member of Ling Mo's group had one of these packs. Since Ling Mo had a natural healing talent, she didn't carry typical healing potions. Instead, her medical pack contained items that could temporarily boost combat power, along with various poisons. The second item was a brown beret, called Blink. It was a tool designed for escape, its name literally meaning disappear in the blink of an eye. Ling Mo didn't understand why a hat would be called Blink, but its escape capabilities were top tier among all her tools. Each use came with a cooldown of 1 to 60 minutes. That was exactly why she brought it into the game. A longer cooldown allowed for a longer teleportation distance, while a shorter cooldown meant a shorter distance. Used strategically, it was essentially an extra teleportation skill. The third item was the pair of white sneakers she was wearing. They had a built-in relaxation function, no matter how far or long she walked, she wouldn't feel fatigued. The shoes also greatly increased her speed and jumping ability. Previously, Ling Mo had tested herself. Without the shoes, her jump limit was just under 10 meters. With the shoes, she could easily leap tens of meters up a tree. And that wasn't even her maximum potential. The fourth item was a magic wand with a small star at the tip, capable of quickly hypnotizing a target to follow her instructions for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the hypnotized person would forget everything from that period, including having been hypnotized by Ling Mo. The fifth item was a delicious orange. She carried it simply because it had a high utility ceiling, and Fuyo had suggested she keep one on hand. Ling Mo took the orange out of her spatial node and squeezed it. It felt nice, almost like a stress relief toy. As she played with the orange, a news segment on TV caught her attention. Recently, the number of residents suffering from noise sensitivity syndrome has increased, causing hospitals to be overcrowded. The condition manifests as suddenly heightened hearing, making sufferers feel as though people are constantly talking around them, especially in crowded places. At night, symptoms worsen and severely disrupt sleep. Research shows that the sounds these sufferers hear are not imaginary, they exist in reality. Currently, there is no effective treatment for this condition. However, experts state that wearing noise-canceling headphones can significantly alleviate symptoms. Ling Mo's first thought upon seeing the news was, "Great. I hope the headphones don't go up in price tomorrow." The next day, Ling Mo woke up early, planning to wash up and head out to buy headphones, as well as pick up the cake she had pre-ordered. When she reached the bathroom sink, she realized it was completely empty. She had forgotten to buy toiletries. She tried to wash her face quickly, only to realize she hadn't bought a towel either. Ling Mo. So what exactly had she bought in those massive shopping bags yesterday? After a moment's hesitation, she decided to just go out without washing. A day without washing wouldn't kill her. After all, she was naturally beautiful. At worst, she could wear a mask. Once outside, Ling Mo headed straight for the mall. At the headphone store, her heart sank the moment she saw the price. Of course, the headphones had gone up in price. Not only that, but supply was far below demand. She thought she had woken up early enough, but by the time she arrived at the mall, all she saw were absurdly high prices and empty shelves. Oh well, it wasn't like she absolutely had to buy a pair. Turning, she went to the mobile device counter. Here, phones were called wrist screens. They were worn like bracelets. A flick of the wrist would make a transparent screen appear in the palm of the hand, very convenient and simple to operate. Ling Mo didn't need any high-end performance, so she chose a relatively cheap model and had it activated with the clerk's help. Once activated, she was about to leave when she overheard the clerk's whispering. She caught the words headphones. Even though she didn't absolutely need a pair, having one would make her feel more secure. Ling Mo pretended to browse nearby items, subtly moving closer to hear more clearly. Clerk 1, even though the warehouse got so many new noise-canceling headphones yesterday, why do we have to tell customers they're out of stock? Clerk 2, you're asking the right person. My aunt's neighbor's cousin's husband drives for another mall owner. I overheard that the noise sensitivity syndrome is going to persist for a long time, and headphone prices will keep rising for a while. Clerk 2 continued, now every store is stocking up on noise-canceling headphones but claiming they're out of stock, just to wait for prices to go higher. Clerk 1, that's so shady. But should we buy some at the lower price too? Even if we don't use them, we could make a profit. The second clerk smiled mysteriously, I already did. My husband bought a bunch cheaply and resold them for several times the price. Clerk 1 sighed in envy. Hearing this, Ling Mo was now 80% sure the danger in this game was related to sound. Looking at her money, she realized that even if she could afford the headphones, she wouldn't have much left after buying them. Not to mention she still had the cake balance to pay. Should she go to the gold shop again? After thinking, she discarded the idea. The headphones were too expensive, even if she had enough money, she probably couldn't get them. So for now. Chapter 563, Sound Pollution 5. With a plan in mind, Ling Mo left the mall and headed to the location she had arranged with the cake vendor yesterday. When she arrived, the vendor hadn't shown up yet. Ling Mo didn't hurry him, instead, she took out the wrist screen she had just bought. If she could handle a full light brain, this tiny wrist screen was nothing. Within moments, she had completely figured out how to use it. Once she understood its functions, Ling Mo started researching the planet and the country she was currently in. After a while, she discovered that this planet was called Sunny Star, and its development history bore surprising similarities to Blue Star, even the historical events had many parallels. The main difference was that this planet didn't have hundreds of countries, just 3. 3 nations balanced each other, giving a distinct feeling of a divided world. From Ling Mo's research, she learned that the primary means of communication for the people here was sound. But this wasn't the sound made by vocal cords. It came from 2 antennae on their foreheads. For the inhabitants, even if someone were mute, it didn't matter, they could still perceive the world through their antennae. The antennae were like a second life. Losing them was akin to a blue star human losing their eyes, the world would plunge into darkness. Next, Ling Mo looked up noise sensitivity syndrome. The earliest recorded case appeared 2 months ago. A man suddenly went mad, shouting that it was too noisy. He cut off his own antennae with a dagger and then used chopsticks to pierce his ears, leaving himself deaf. His family assumed he had gone insane and sent him to a psychiatric hospital. It was from that moment that noise sensitivity syndrome began to gain widespread attention. Ling Mo continued to search through various sources, trying to understand this world as quickly as possible so she could make accurate decisions when danger arose. At that moment, she deeply missed Qiaman. If Qiaman were here, she wouldn't have had to do any of this, the necessary information would already be laid out in front of her. Then Ling Mo remembered something, what about the large batch of cakes arriving soon? She would need a vehicle. There was no way she could transfer them all into her spatial node in front of the vendor, that would definitely shock him. Fortunately, there was a car rental nearby. Ling Mo went in, intending to rent a small truck with a refrigerated compartment. A few minutes later, she emerged with a helpless expression. She had forgotten she didn't have a driver's license. The rental shop also required registration information, which she, as an outsider, obviously didn't have. Under the staff's scrutinizing gaze, Ling Mo had no choice but to slip away quietly. Unable to rent a truck, she decided to rent a nearby warehouse and have the vendor deliver the cakes there. After a brief explanation, the vendor agreed. Ling Mo hurried to the warehouse. When she arrived, a white truck was already parked outside. Its side was decorated with a painted cake, looking deliciously enticing. Even standing nearby, the sweet aroma was unmistakable. After returning home last night, she had sampled every cake flavor. 2 words could sum it up: delicious. All 10 or so flavors were perfect, no mistakes. Ling Mo approached the warehouse, entered the code, opened it, and worked with the vendor to unload the cakes. She then paid the balance and watched them leave. The vendor was unusually quiet, no longer as cheerful as yesterday. Ling Mo also noticed that the vendor and his 2 companions looked unwell. Dark circles under their eyes betrayed their lack of rest. Curious, Ling Mo asked if she could order more cakes, but they refused. They had contracted noise sensitivity syndrome since yesterday. Having learned about the planet, Ling Mo understood that the people here were extremely sensitive to sound and had high requirements for sleep quality. Even the smallest noise could keep them awake. Normally, at night, their antennae would filter out ambient noise, much like how a drowsy person struggles to hear others talking. Noise sensitivity syndrome, however, blocked this filtering ability and even amplified sound, making noisy environments unbearable. After seeing the vendor off, Ling Mo transferred all the cakes into her spatial node. What had previously been some empty space now felt cramped, filled almost entirely with food items. Fortunately, the items she had bought were mostly ready to eat, so the space could accommodate them. Ling Mo muttered to herself, "I miscalculated. I should have brought nutritional drinks." They were unpleasant to consume, but 1 bottle could sustain her for an entire day without food or water. Next time, she would definitely bring them. Better to have them and not drink than to starve. This time she was lucky, the game was set in a city, and most supplies were available. If it had been a deserted zone, she might have had to eat dirt to survive. After leaving the warehouse, Ling Mo went to a supermarket to buy toiletries and a seemingly spacious backpack. Just as she approached the counter, a staff member wheeled over a cart of earplugs. The packaging looked old, covered with a thick layer of dust. Ling Mo's attention was immediately drawn to them. Even though the inhabitants used antennae to perceive sound, as she had observed, they usually kept them retracted. Ling Mo approached and saw the staff preparing to price them, 20 units per pair. Compared to the headphones that cost tens of thousands, this was incredibly cheap. The earplugs were clearly old stock, and 20 units was already a generous price. Without hesitation, Ling Mo bought 100 pairs. With headphones in short supply, earplugs weren't as effective, but having something was better than nothing. She predicted correctly. Shortly after she left, a crowd suddenly appeared, scrambling for the earplugs. If she hadn't acted quickly, she might not have gotten any at all. Chapter 564, Sound Pollution 6. Some of the people who had been too slow to grab earplugs saw Ling Mo take so many and tried to approach her, hoping she might share a few. Ling Mo naturally refused without hesitation. Those who were disappointed didn't push it, but a few glared at her with hostile eyes. Especially when the second batch of earplugs was pushed out, priced 10 times higher than before, from 20 to 200 units, their resentment toward Ling Mo only intensified. In their minds, if Ling Mo hadn't bought so many at once, they might have gotten some without having to pay such an inflated price. At that moment, a sarcastic voice rang out, dripping with mockery. Nowadays, kids have no respect for the elderly or consideration for others. Buying so many earplugs at once, can you even carry them all? Ling Mo ignored it, treating it as if she hadn't heard anything. The remark wasn't directed at her specifically, and as long as it wasn't, she simply pretended it wasn't said. With the angry stares of the crowd behind her, Ling Mo went to the cashier and paid. Thinking of the tasks ahead that evening, she then bought a black tactical jacket, a black baseball cap, and didn't need to buy a mask, she already had one. After that, Ling Mo spent the day moving around the city, scouting locations, preparing for the night's plan. Finally, night fell. Ling Mo returned to her rental, changed into the outfit she had prepared, and took out some items from her spatial node, freeing up a little space. With her backpack ready, she set off. She arrived at the location she had scouted earlier, the mall where she had been teleported before. The reason for choosing this spot was simple: the security here was lax, likely because the mall was wealthy and influential. Nobody would dare act rashly. This, she realized, was the confidence of the strong. Another reason was that another group had also targeted this location tonight, intending to make their move. Upon learning this, Ling Mo planned to take advantage of the chaos. When she arrived, the other group was already there. Noticing the noise-canceling headphones on their heads, Ling Mo immediately understood that they were all noise sensitivity syndrome patients. Suddenly, one of them ripped off his headphones and threw them toward Ling Mo. They landed nearby with a loud bang, shattering into pieces. Ling Mo briefly panicked, thinking her position had been revealed and prepared to hypnotize them all. But she quickly realized it was a false alarm. They had just tossed the headphones casually, and she happened to be in their path. The man rubbed his ears, frustrated, his face shadowed under the dim lights. "Any more noise-canceling headphones?" he asked a companion. The companion shook his head. "No, this is the last stock I have. You'll have to hold out a bit longer. Once we enter the warehouse, there'll be new headphones. I can't take it anymore. My head feels like it's about to explode." Another added, "My noise-canceling device is near its limit too. Lately, these headphones wear out so quickly." "Yeah, I noticed. A regular noise-canceling headset used to last 6 months easily. Now, just a few days." They had been suffering from noise sensitivity syndrome for some time. In the first few days, symptoms were mild and tolerable, but over time, it felt as if hundreds of people were constantly partying in their minds 24/7. For all this time, they had only survived thanks to noise-canceling headphones. Now, with prices skyrocketing, they couldn't afford them, or even find them, leaving them desperate. One person finally pulled a pair of earplugs from his pocket. "Use these for now." Ling Mo, hiding in the shadows, listened to their conversation carefully. Noise-canceling headphones only lasted a few days now? Really? She had originally only intended to buy a few for emergencies. But after hearing this, she immediately discarded that plan. Hiding in the dark, Ling Mo released her mental energy, taking in the entire mall at a glance, including the warehouse's location. When the security guard switched shifts, the other group finally made their move. To buy more time, Ling Mo hypnotized the guard on duty. Watching the fear in his eyes fade into blankness, she knew it had worked. "Take me to the warehouse where you store your best headphones," she commanded. The guard, expression vacant, nodded and led her to the warehouse. All nearby surveillance had been disabled by Ling Mo's mental energy, so there was no worry of being caught on camera. A few minutes later, Ling Mo entered the warehouse. Inside were the latest noise-canceling headphones, labeled clearly as all-new second-generation upgrade. These were clearly the best headphones available. Without hesitation, Ling Mo began transferring them into her spatial node. Time was limited. Once the spatial node was full, she used the remaining headphones to fill her backpack. Only 5 fit before it could hold no more. Ling Mo shook her head in regret. She should have bought a larger backpack. Estimating that her hypnosis would soon wear off, Ling Mo slung the backpack onto her back, held 2 more headphones in her hands, and ran into the darkness. The hypnotized guard awoke moments later, disoriented. "Where am I? Why am I here? What was I doing?" After a moment, he remembered he was supposed to switch shifts, but now 10 minutes late. But thinking it over, he concluded it wouldn't matter much. He brushed it off and slowly made his way to his post. Chapter 565, Sound Pollution 7. By the time the piercing alarm sounded behind her, Ling Mo was already far away. Following the blind spots she had scouted in the daytime, she returned to her residence without any trouble. Once back in her room, Ling Mo removed her hat, took off her backpack and tossed it onto the floor, and set down the 2 headphones she was holding. Then, she plopped headfirst into her bed. It took a while for her racing heart to settle. No wonder so many people enjoyed seeking thrills or extreme sports. The surge of adrenaline was addictively intense. Before, with her mental energy and spatial node, acquiring anything was just a thought away. This, however, was the first time she had experienced this kind of thrill. After resting enough, Ling Mo began to organize her loot from the night. She took all the headphones out of the spatial node and neatly arranged them. Counting the ones in her backpack and the 2 she held, there were 75 in total. With 28 more days to survive in the game, this amount of headphones should be plenty. Seeing the boxed headphones, Ling Mo realized it would be wasting space to put the boxes back in the spatial node. She spent the next 10 minutes removing all the headphones from their packaging and storing them individually, which indeed saved a lot of space. Then, she took a moment to flatten the empty boxes and stored them in the spatial node to deal with later. The next morning, Ling Mo got up early, washed up, and went to the living room to eat breakfast while watching the news. As expected, the mall theft from last night was on the news. According to reports, all suspects involved in the mall theft were captured within 2 hours. Interrogations revealed that all of them suffered from noise sensitivity syndrome and resorted to theft because they could not afford headphones. However, when police recovered the stolen goods, the numbers didn't add up. After multiple interrogations, the suspects claimed that all stolen items were accounted for with no hidden stash. It is therefore speculated that there were 2 waves of thieves, and police are currently searching for the second group. Ling Mo was confident she wouldn't be caught. There was no way they would find her. After that story, the next segment covered the rising prices of noise-canceling devices. It seems authorities are finally noticing merchants gouging prices on headphones. In reality, if left unchecked, last night's incident was only the beginning. As the symptoms of noise sensitivity syndrome worsen, those affected will completely lose rationality. And a person without reason can do anything. Ling Mo finished the last bite of her bread, patted her hands together, and stood up to go out. There was nothing pressing at home, so she decided to look for Jiang Xian and the others, hoping to find some clue. Walking down the street, she noticed the crowds had thinned considerably. Ling Mo knew the reason: people were avoiding going out. As she stepped outside, her wrist screen pushed a news article from an expert. The article detailed research on noise sensitivity syndrome, concluding that the condition might be contagious, though the transmission method was unknown, and advised people to stay indoors. Whether true or not, people were err on the side of caution, staying inside. Ling Mo searched the streets for a long time but found no trace of Jiang Xian and the others. If only she had local ID, she could report it to the police. Giving up the idea of finding them, Ling Mo felt a bit lost. She had a place to stay, enough food and headphones, so the safest strategy would be to find a secure spot and wait out the game. Still, Ling Mo felt this was a waste of time and a bit unsatisfying. Walking further, she suddenly stopped at the entrance of a large chain supermarket. Next to the door was a recruitment poster. Urgently hiring temporary cashiers. Age 18 to 36. Daily wage, 200 units. Daily settlement. Meals included, no accommodation. Ling Mo stared at the ad for a moment and then walked into the supermarket. Inside, she found the manager's office, a middle-aged woman with a slightly plump build and dark-rimmed eyes. Seeing Ling Mo, the woman inspected her from head to toe and asked, "May I help you?" "I saw your recruitment ad outside," Ling Mo replied. "Here to apply?" "Are you at least 18?" the woman asked skeptically, scrutinizing her closely. Ling Mo nodded. Actually, her hesitation wasn't about her age, but that she didn't have an ID. Before she could worry further, the manager asked, "You don't have noise sensitivity syndrome, right?" Ling Mo shook her head firmly. The woman examined her again, saw no headphones, and nodded. "You can start today. We're short-staffed, most cashiers are on leave due to noise sensitivity syndrome." And just like that, Ling Mo became a cashier at the chain supermarket. She had prior experience as a cashier, so despite some differences, she quickly learned the system after a few demonstrations. The instructor, impressed by her speed, commented, "Young people really do learn faster than us older folks." Ling Mo pretended to be shy, lowering her head, but her hands never stopped moving. Originally, the store had 7 cashiers, but 5 had fallen ill, leaving only 2 struggling. Ling Mo's arrival significantly relieved their workload. Even so, the 3 of them still worked from noon until late afternoon before the supermarket gradually quieted down. At last, they had a moment to catch their breath. Chapter 566, Sound Pollution 8. During a break, one cashier complained, "What's going on today? So many people are coming to the supermarket?" "You didn't know?" another cashier asked in surprise. "What's happening? Just tell me already," the first cashier pressed anxiously. Today, an expert released an article claiming that noise sensitivity syndrome might be contagious. The transmission method is unknown, so everyone is advised to stay home to avoid infection. Upon hearing this, the first cashier's face lit up with understanding. "Ah, that article. I read it, but that expert, 9.5 out of 10 things he says are false, and the remaining half is nonsense. How can anyone believe him?" At this, the other cashier shook their head. "Better safe than sorry. I already told the manager to convert my salary this month into food. If you want to do the same, hurry up. When I left the manager's office earlier, I overheard her saying she's planning to raise prices on the store's items." And so, Ling Mo worked continuously until 8 in the evening. After receiving her 200-unit daily wage, she looked at the manager and asked, "Can I use this money to buy some items from the store?" The manager wasn't surprised, several employees had asked her the same thing today. "Sure, take whatever you want and pay at the counter yourself." Her tone was kind, she had already seen Ling Mo's work today. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Ling Mo's efficiency matched 2 people's work, making the 200-unit wage completely worthwhile. Before Ling Mo left, the manager even dangled a carrot. "Keep working hard. After a month, I'll make you a permanent employee with full benefits and a raise." Ling Mo smiled and nodded. Workplace rule number 1, never argue with your boss and don't burst their bubbles. Ling Mo moved to the food section. Today's surge of customers had emptied the shelves, but they had just been restocked. She picked a few boxes of her favorite small breads and 3 cases of bottled water. At the counter, the total came to 356 units. Ling Mo took out her daily wage and added 156 more units from her pocket. The manager, seeing the young girl carrying so much, couldn't help asking kindly, "Are you walking home with all this?" Ling Mo nodded. Yes. Though it looked heavy, it wasn't for her. After all, she could lift a gas cylinder with her bare hands. The only minor inconvenience was that it partially obstructed her view while walking, but that wasn't a problem. She had already freed up some space in her spatial node and planned to store everything in there once she found a hidden spot. Hearing this, the manager felt a pang of sadness. Ling Mo was about the same age as her daughter, and she was already out making a living, not an easy life for someone so young. "It's dark now, and it's dangerous to walk alone. Where do you live? I'll give you a ride." "No, it's fine, I can go myself," Ling Mo instinctively replied. "You're being too polite. Come on, get in. Don't buy so much next time, it's inconvenient to carry. Or have someone from your family pick it up," the manager insisted. Reluctantly, Ling Mo got into the manager's car. Hearing the name of her residential complex, the manager said in surprise, "Our complexes are so close to each other." When they reached the entrance of her complex, Ling Mo thanked the manager and was about to head to her apartment. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind. "Momo?" Ling Mo froze, then turned. "Fuyu?" Seeing him clearly, Ling Mo was thrilled, it really was Fuyu. Earlier that day, she had given up looking for them, and now, he appeared at night. It was like searching for someone through thousands of people, only to find them under the lamplight. "How did you find this place?" Ling Mo asked curiously. Don't tell me you used divination. Fuyu carried some of Ling Mo's groceries and walked beside her, explaining, half right. I saw today's news and did a divination. That's how I found you. Today's news? Did I leave some clue behind? Ling Mo asked through their comms. Relax, you didn't leave any clues. It was just a gut feeling. When I saw the news, I instinctively sensed it involved you. Ling Mo was speechless. I've only heard of a woman's sixth sense, didn't know men could have one too. Fuyu rolled his eyes. By the way, why are you carrying so many headphones? Do you actually have noise sensitivity syndrome? He asked, concerned. Unlike Ling Mo, who had been transported to a mall, Fuyu had been sent directly to the hospital, so he had seen patients during episodes. Ling Mo shook her head. I can't say for sure. My symptoms are similar, but not exactly the same. You know my talent is mental energy, I can sense things you can't. She suspected that everything she had encountered since entering the game was related to her mental energy. The reason was simple, when she reduced the range of her mental energy, the sounds in her ears also diminished. As for the headphones, they're just for emergencies. When they arrived at Ling Mo's apartment, Fuyu was astonished at the sight inside. How do you have so much food? Counting what he was holding now, the apartment seemed filled with all kinds of supplies. You didn't bring any nutrient liquids or energy bars? Ling Mo shook her head. I did at first, but I didn't put them in my treatment bag. Besides, I don't like the taste of nutrient liquids, and I get tired of energy bars quickly. I prefer normal food. Chapter 567, Sound Pollution 9. Hearing Ling Mo's words, Fuyu said, I still have some extra nutrient liquids here. Want some? Ling Mo shook her head. No need. I have enough food for now. Fuyu didn't press the issue, knowing full well her dislike and aversion to nutrient liquids. By the way, who was the person that gave you a ride just now? Fuyu asked. Ling Mo explained, after preparing all my supplies, I thought I might as well get a job at a chain supermarket. Daily wage of 200 units. Fuyu. After circling the apartment a couple of times, Fuyu said, you should move in with me today. Sure. Ling Mo agreed without hesitation. Based on what she knew about Fuyu, his living place was definitely better than hers. Otherwise, he wouldn't ask her to move in but would have moved in himself. Ling Mo didn't have much, just her bedding, toiletries, and the food that couldn't fit in her spatial node. After transferring everything into Fuyu's spatial node, the two of them left. Before leaving, Ling Mo glanced back at the apartment she had lived in for 2 days and sighed, too bad I can't get a refund. Can't you talk to the landlord tomorrow? Fuyu suggested. Ling Mo shook her head. Forget it. The rental contract was crystal clear. Besides, if I mention it, I might not even get the money back. The landlord could easily rent the apartment to someone else. In that case, leaving it empty is better. Fuyu. To avoid losing both money and resources, it was better to leave the place empty. Ling Mo's refusal to take a loss was truly consistent with her character. Or you could go to an agency tomorrow and see if you can sublet it. Any money recovered is better than none. Ling Mo shook her head again. No. This place is notorious at the agency. Only people who are really desperate would rent it. Even if they did, they wouldn't stay long. The neighbors are too noisy. Outside the complex, Ling Mo realized that Fuyu had driven here. Judging by the look of the car, it seemed brand new. What? Did you rob a dealership? Ling Mo stared at him in shock. If she remembered correctly, Fuyu, like her, had no ID, he was technically off the grid. Fuyu grinned and tapped her on the head, saying, get in the car. Once inside and the car started moving, Fuyu explained, I was transported to a hospital, right outside the ward of a critically ill patient. At that time, the patient's family had just finished visiting and were about to leave. Then I suddenly appeared. Just from Fuyu's description, Ling Mo could picture the scene perfectly. Outside the ICU, a stranger suddenly appears. Some people with weak nerves could have fainted on the spot. Luckily, the patient's family had strong composure, and with Fuyu wearing a prophetic robe and reacting swiftly, he managed to intimidate the family just by showing a little skill. They even regarded him as a mysterious healer sent to treat their loved one. Fuyu went along with it. Before entering the game, he had chosen the treatment pack. Besides nutrient liquids, it contained carefully selected various medicinal potions. He was confident he could heal the patient. However, when he examined the patient, he was a bit shocked. Ling Mo exclaimed, "You mean, that person wasn't sick at all, just a failed awakening?" Fuyu nodded. The boy was about 18 or 19. His symptoms started as a mild fever, but by the third day, his condition rapidly deteriorated, his organs failing fast. Back at the base, I had accessed the database about failed awakenings. His symptoms matched perfectly. If it weren't for the machines keeping him alive, he'd be dead. Such cases were incurable on this planet, but not in the interstellar realm. Even in the interstellar world, the chance of successfully awakening naturally, without potions, was extremely rare, 1 in 10,000 at most. On Blue Planet, without awakening potions, less than 1,000th of the population could awaken successfully. After learning about the patient, I gave him a dose of fever-reducing potion, Fuyu said. Of course, the potion wasn't free. Half an hour later, Fuyu's car stopped at the largest hotel in Linhai City. They went to the penthouse on the top floor. When Ling Mo learned that each night cost 20,000 units and Fuyu had rented it for a month, she was speechless. The penthouse was huge, and the entire top floor had only this one suite, including 3 bedrooms. Fuyu took the master bedroom, and Ling Mo would take the secondary bedroom. When she opened it, she was stunned. The room had been cleared out and instead piled high with neatly packaged headphones. Fuyu approached and, before Ling Mo could ask, calmly explained, all of these were exchanged for potions. Even in the interstellar world, his potions were highly sought after. Here, it was like a different dimension, just selling a few bottles would let him live lavishly for a lifetime. Of course, Fuyu knew when to stop, he only sold 3 bottles. Hearing that he had not only exchanged potions for these supplies but also made a huge profit, Ling Mo fell silent. So what was all my running around for these past days? Going to the chain supermarket to work, for what? If I had known, I would have sold potions too. Saying this, Ling Mo immediately opened her wrist screen and messaged the supermarket manager, resigning. Her reason, her brother came to find her and worried about her safety, so she couldn't work outside. After sending it, she ignored any response and went to the other bedroom. Fortunately, this bedroom hadn't been taken over by headphones, and Ling Mo collapsed onto the bed, bouncing twice on it. The soft sensation made her realize just how much more comfortable it was compared to her old rented apartment bed. Chapter 568, Sound Pollution 10. The next day, Ling Mo went out with Fuyu. The first stop was the hotel restaurant for breakfast. As expected from the best hotel in the city, even breakfast had an impressive variety. Ling Mo and Fuyu picked a table by the window and sat down. Since breakfast was served as a buffet, the plates in front of them quickly piled high with food, much to the astonishment of other diners. And the food seemed to disappear before their eyes. They ate neither sloppily nor slowly, their speed was simply extraordinary. Some diners watching them were so shocked that they almost felt they weren't at breakfast but at a competitive eating contest. Most astonishingly, despite consuming so much, their stomachs remained flat, it was impossible to tell where all the food had gone. But Ling Mo and Fuyu didn't care about anyone else's stares. Once breakfast was finished, they left the restaurant. "What's the plan for today?" Ling Mo asked as the car started moving. Fuyu explained, "Before meeting you, I conducted 3 divinations about this game. The results show that the first 10 days are relatively safe, no significant life-threatening danger. Days 11 to 20 gradually become risky, so we need to stay alert. The last 10 days are the most dangerous. One slip and you could lose your life." Hearing this, Ling Mo felt a strange sense of déjà vu. After thinking for a moment, she remembered. This is similar to that island survival game I played before. The first 10 days were fine, but from day 11 onward, dangers started appearing, manageable at first. By the last few days, though, a volcanic eruption wiped out the entire island. Fuyu frowned as he recalled it too. If it's really like that, then we're in danger. No one could predict what terrifying events the final days might bring. Although most signs suggested this disaster involved sound, they couldn't be certain. They needed to use this relatively safe period to prepare as much as possible. Fuyu drove Ling Mo out of Linhai City. The car stopped after entering a wooded area. Stepping out, Ling Mo instinctively scanned the area with her psychic power and quickly sensed that something was off. The ground here has been hollowed out. Fuyu nodded. I found an abandoned air raid shelter through divination. If we can't stay in Linhai City, this could serve as our temporary refuge. An abandoned air raid shelter? But there are people inside. Ling Mo said, noticing activity. Not only were there people, but quite a few. They seemed busy with something. These people were hired to clean and reinforce the shelter. It's been abandoned for a long time, and the environment inside was terrible. Ling Mo followed Fuyu into the shelter and saw a group of workers busily at work. Fuyu had been generous with payment, several times the market rate, and promised that if the renovations were completed within 3 days, wages would double. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. With this incentive, the workers barely rested, working as if every second counted for two. Previously, some had asked why Fuyu bought an abandoned air raid shelter and spent so much to renovate it. Fuyu gave a simple explanation: he wanted to open a theme restaurant. Wealthy people, after acquiring most material things, often pursued some ritualistic sense of sophistication. The workers clearly thought he was some rich heir from a prominent family. Since only the best materials were used, the shelter could be lived in immediately after renovation, without waiting for ventilation. How soon will this renovation be finished? Ling Mo asked. If everything goes well, today. At worst, tomorrow. But I brought you here to act as a quality inspector. A quality inspector? Ling Mo looked at him suspiciously. Fuyu gestured, and Ling Mo activated her communication corridor. You'll use your psychic power to check if the workers cut corners or missed anything in the renovation. Oh, that's easy. She extended her psychic power, with countless strands 100 times finer than hair reaching in all directions. Soon, she could see everything inside and outside the shelter clearly. The workers hadn't cut corners, but due to the tight schedule, some minor details were inevitably overlooked. With Ling Mo's guidance, they corrected these small mistakes and even blocked some hidden vole tunnels. You've got a sharp eye, young lady. Those vole tunnels were hidden really well, yet you found them, one worker said. Ling Mo smiled shyly. I just noticed them by chance. When will your brother open this restaurant after renovation? The worker asked curiously. I don't know. I'm not interested in restaurants. I'm going to find my brother now. You keep busy, master. She ran off to Fuyu. Any other issues? Nope. That was the last one, Ling Mo said. Good. Once renovation is done, we'll bring supplies here and store some of the headphones in the rooms. They stayed at the shelter until the afternoon. Once the renovations were finished, Fuyu paid the workers and prepared to leave. Before leaving, Ling Mo relocated the shelter's entrance. Literally moved it to a new position. Fuyu was stunned. Your talent can do that? Moving the entrance consumed far more energy than she expected. Just shifting it a few dozen meters left her feeling drained. Catching his astonishment, Ling Mo panted weakly, Don't forget, my talent includes spatial manipulation. I can move myself, let alone an entrance. After a full day without food, the two went straight to the hotel restaurant for dinner. The evening spread was even more lavish than breakfast, seafood buffet included. Seeing this, Ling Mo wasted no time and ordered a full spread. Chapter 569, Sound Pollution 11. As usual, the two ordered a huge spread of food, drawing the attention of everyone in the restaurant. One waiter even approached, politely reminding them, "Guests, our food is abundant, but please don't waste it." Before she could finish, another staff member forcefully pulled her away. Before leaving, he smiled apologetically at Ling Mo and Fuyu, then whispered a few words to the first waiter in a corner. The first waiter had initially been annoyed by her colleague's actions, but after hearing what he said, her annoyance turned into astonishment. She stared incredulously at Ling Mo and Fuyu, muttering to herself, "Is this for real?" Both of them looked slim, the kind of people you wouldn't expect to have such enormous appetites. Because she had skipped work in the morning and only arrived in the afternoon, she hadn't witnessed the morning's events. Her doubt only vanished once she saw their eating capacity firsthand. After they had eaten their fill, Ling Mo and Fuyu stood and headed toward their room. "Get some rest tonight. Tomorrow we'll buy supplies and rent a warehouse," Fuyu said. Ling Mo replied, "I already have a warehouse. I rented it because I bought too many items at once and didn't want them delivered. Initially, I only wanted it for a day, but the owner insisted on a month minimum, so I rented it for a month. Later, when I wanted to cancel, they said the rent wouldn't be refunded. Their stance was firm, so I didn't bother arguing. It might still be useful in the future." The next day, the 5th day of the game, the two left early. Sitting in the passenger seat, Ling Mo looked out at the streets. There are even fewer people than yesterday, and the noise in the air is getting sharper. On her head, she wore a white metallic noise-canceling headset. Although the headset reduced the noise she could hear, it didn't block everything. It might have been effective initially, but the longer she wore it, the less effective it became. "What kind of sound is it?" Fuyu asked. On the nearly empty streets, he hadn't heard a thing. Cars were sparse, and people even rarer. Ling Mo described, "Have you ever been to a concert? Where fans scream nonstop? Imagine thousands of fans screaming right next to your ears, that's what it feels like." Fuyu fell silent for a moment. "That does sound unbearable. But you haven't reacted yet, which likely means we won't contract noise syndrome." "That's good news," Ling Mo said. Before sleeping last night, she had researched and basically confirmed that her ability to hear the sounds was tied to her psychic power. Yet the noise-canceling headset still worked, which was quite remarkable. They first confirmed the location of the warehouse, then headed to the mall. On the way, Fuyu suddenly said, "I just realized something. If we don't get noise syndrome, all those headphones I hoarded might be useless." Ling Mo, "That's a problem. Should we sell them at a high price then?" "Money here isn't portable," Ling Mo replied. "Look for items we can actually take with us." She had no problem with this task, it was her specialty. First, she opened a shopping app. But she wasn't buying anything, she was scouting the variety of items available in this world. After browsing, everything seemed ordinary. That made sense. Accessible channels like these wouldn't carry anything rare or valuable. Ling Mo decided to use a small trick. Her wrist screen suddenly went black. When it lit up again, the interface had completely changed. Fuyu, driving and glancing at her screen, almost lost control of the wheel. "You can hack too. I learned a little out of boredom." "But this isn't hacking, it's using psychic power to infiltrate," Ling Mo explained. The coding was boring, she had only learned the basics, just enough to act as a stepping stone. Open the door with tech, then infiltrate with psychic power. "That's impressive. When did you learn that?" Fuyu asked. "I saw an S-rank wanted criminal called the Emperor Hacker on the bounty list. High rewards and psychic powers piqued my curiosity. I learned he could easily infiltrate networks and even merge his body with the network, teleporting anywhere. His combat power wasn't impressive, but his escape and survival abilities were incredible. Anywhere there's a network, no one could catch him. With stellar network coverage, catching someone like the Emperor Hacker would be nearly impossible." Ling Mo had drawn inspiration from him and adapted some of his techniques. So far, it was showing promising results. Besides that, she also discovered a lot of scandalous news about the Emperor hacker. Ling Mo initially thought this world's technology level was similar to Earth, but apparently, they had hoarded the best items. For example, translation chocolate, eat it and you can understand any language, even the language of other creatures. It seemed only moderately effective. Soon, Ling Mo finished previewing all the items and quickly made a shopping list for Fuyu. The rest was up to him. The mall they arrived at, bustling a few days ago, was now eerily quiet. Few customers were present, and every clerk idly stood at their post. In the furniture section, they ordered a bunk bed, a desk, and 2 chairs. Next, in the camping section, they purchased outdoor and cooking supplies. Because they had more places to visit, they left the warehouse address for delivery. Chapter 570, Sound Pollution 12. Just as the two were about to leave, a shadow darted out from the side. Its target was precise, the headset Ling Mo was wearing. However, Ling Mo had already sensed it the moment the shadow moved. She stepped back slightly, letting the shadow pass by without a scratch. It was then she saw clearly a young boy, dressed entirely in black, with a black cap. Seeing that he had failed to grab the headset, the boy didn't retreat. Instead, his eyes turned a deep blood red, as if the entire iris had been dyed. He looked like a feral beast gone mad, his gaze filled with murderous intent. "Give me the headset. I want the headset." The boy shouted and charged at her again. But once more, he didn't even touch a finger of hers before security arrived and stopped him. As he was being taken away, he continued struggling and shouting things like "I want the headset." A staff member approached, apologizing, "Sorry for the fright, we'll handle this immediately." Ling Mo watched the boy being led away and asked, "Does this happen often lately?" The security had arrived so quickly, it seemed like they were prepared. The staff member smiled wryly, "Not often, but the number of people suffering from noise syndrome has been increasing. Noise-canceling headphones are out of stock, so tempers are short. Some people naturally lose control." After leaving the mall, the two sat in the car. Fuyu didn't start driving immediately but took out the shopping list Ling Mo had given him earlier. "These items are expensive. Even if we sell all the headphones, we still couldn't buy much," Fuyu said. Noise-canceling headphones might be rare for ordinary people, but not for the wealthy. "So what's the plan?" Ling Mo asked. "I'll sell all the medicines I have, except the nutritional liquids. These are unique and in high demand here," Fuyu replied. The medicines were mainly for emergencies. Now that Ling Mo was with him, they were less critical. "In that case, I'll give you my share too. I'll keep a small portion for myself. Can you contact the buyers, or do you want me to help?" Ling Mo offered. Fuyu shook his head, "No need, I can handle this. I suspected those 3 weren't ordinary, and their actions are already getting attention. Many are looking for me now. I'll arrange an exchange using the items on the list." "Good," Ling Mo nodded. "Then I'll add a bit more." After a brief discussion, they agreed the transaction should happen as soon as possible. The two then split up. Ling Mo was responsible for moving all the hotel items to the abandoned air raid shelter, while Fuyu contacted the buyers. Ling Mo first visited the shelter to clear the space nodes, grumbling to herself, "Universe consciousness is stingy. Not only did it limit my space, it only allows a 10 square meter node to enter. Not nearly enough." As she approached the shelter, she noticed something unusual. New footprints had appeared near the previous entrance, recent, concentrated, and suspicious. Using her psychic power to scan the area, she quickly spotted a suspicious vehicle at the foot of the hill. Inside were the workers who had previously done the renovation. There were 2 of them, looking terrified. Clearly, they had come to steal the renovation materials. Fuyu had used the best materials for the shelter. Even selling them second-hand would fetch a good sum. The thieves clearly underestimated the risk. Ling Mo decided to teach them a lesson. Being close to the city, there were no large animals around. She hypnotized a few snakes and sent them their way, scaring the intruders away. Afterward, to prevent the entrance from being discovered, she blocked it with stones and entered using her space node. After unloading the items, she hurried back to the hotel. She repeated this several times until everything was transferred. That evening, Fuyu returned, but from outside the window, startling Ling Mo. Before she could ask, Fuyu explained, "Someone was following me. Next time, tell me immediately. I'll perform a grand disappearing act for them," Ling Mo said. Fuyu sat on the sofa. "I've made the arrangements. Considering our limited space node capacity, only 10 units of each item from the list will be delivered, the rest will be exchanged for gems." The idea was impromptu. Before Ling Mo revealed her identity, she had been fond of collecting shiny objects, something most girls enjoy. Ling Mo naturally agreed. "When's the delivery?" she asked. 3 days from now, at a bar," Fuyu replied. "I'll go with you. Don't forget my abilities, I won't slow you down." Fuyu was about to decline, but swallowed his words. "Fine. But you must follow my instructions, and the communication corridor must remain open at all times." Over the next 3 days, except for occasional trips out, the two spent most of their time in the hotel room. Even so, their life wasn't particularly calm. As more people fell ill, everyone became increasingly irritable. This escalated to the point where just making eye contact could trigger fights, sometimes turning into brawls. Ling Mo had witnessed this multiple times. When people attacked, they had no rationality, behaving like mad beasts, seeking to kill. Sometimes even bystanders trying to intervene would end up joining the fight. In these days, every time they went out, someone would proactively provoke them, which was extremely annoying. Chapter 571, Sound Pollution 13. It was the 8th day of the game, which also happened to be the day they had arranged to exchange goods. Ling Mo and Fuyu arrived at the designated place one after the other, a bar called Nightfall. To avoid seeming sudden, Ling Mo had already visited once 2 days ago. She pretended to be a rebellious teenager sneaking out, accidentally discovering this bar and finding it fun, so she had come by to play over the past couple of days. Moreover, with one of her headphones, she had successfully befriended the bartender. Today, as soon as she entered, Ling Mo went straight to the bar counter and sat down. "Not many customers today," she said casually. The bartender was a young man, only 3 years older than Ling Mo. He had dropped out of school early and had been working here for years. The headset Ling Mo had previously given him had helped him out of a tight spot, so he held her in high regard. While wiping a glass, he leaned in and whispered, "I heard a big shot is coming here today to make an important deal, so all the small-time thugs were cleared out." "Just the small-time thugs? What kind of operation is that? Shouldn't everyone be cleared?" Ling Mo asked, puzzled. "Who knows? They say the big shot wants to keep a low profile," the bartender replied. Ling Mo. First time hearing that kind of low-profile method. "Since that's the case, I'll leave early today," she said with a smile. "I'll have the apple juice you made yesterday, then I'll go." "Sure." Soon, the bartender brought a green drink. Ling Mo sipped it gracefully, like a true lady. At this moment, Fuyu walked in. He wore a black hooded cloak, covering the upper half of his face, and a black mask over the lower half, leaving only his eyes visible. After entering, Fuyu scanned the room, silently confirming Ling Mo's position. Through the communication corridor, his voice came. "Those people are already here, in the private room at the far corner of the 3rd floor." "Third floor corner?" Ling Mo sipped her juice while tracking Fuyu's location with her psychic power. At the far corner of the 3rd floor, Fuyu stopped. It truly was a corner so isolated that she had thought it was a storage room. Fuyu pushed open the door and saw only one man wearing glasses waiting. The man wore a formal, polite smile. "Master, I've been waiting here for quite some time." Since Fuyu hadn't given his name before, the man respectfully called him Master. "I've arrived. Where are the items I want?" Fuyu asked, his voice slightly hoarse, clearly disguised. The man's smile didn't change. Master, please don't be impatient. You must let me verify the goods first. Fuyu nodded. With a wave of his hand, a light blue vial appeared on the table. This is Sleeve Universe. The man was visibly shocked, exclaiming without control. Realizing his rudeness, he chuckled awkwardly and asked, "What exactly does this vial do?" Fuyu explained. It regrows severed limbs. Consuming the whole vial can regrow missing limbs or even internal organs. If you have the severed limb, applying a small amount to the wound can perfectly reconnect it. The man's eyes were filled with shock and doubt. Could the medicine really be that powerful? The test was simple. The man drew a dagger from his waist and without hesitation cut off his own index finger. Blood gushed, yet he didn't flinch. After a quick stop to the bleeding, he took the vial from the table, opened it, and applied the potion to both the wound and the severed finger. A few seconds later, his eyes widened, he could feel the finger's presence. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded, the wound began to heal visibly before his eyes. In another private room, an elder watched the scene on a screen, his clouded eyes shining with excitement. The footage showed the exact moment the finger was restored. The same scene played simultaneously in several other rooms. They were all astounded just watching, but the man who experienced it directly felt it more vividly. He could feel the wound healing in real time. Goods have been tested. Can we proceed with the transaction? Fuyu asked calmly. The exchange went smoothly. Fuyu waved his hand again, and rows of various vials appeared on the table. 175 vials in total, with effects labeled on each bottle, he said, preparing to leave. At that moment, two burly men appeared, blocking his way. Fuyu asked calmly, "Have I just encountered a blackmail scheme?" The man behind quickly explained. "Of course not, Master. Don't worry. The items you want are in the bar's basement, but my employer wants to make your acquaintance. I hope you'll oblige." "What if I refuse?" The man's smile remained. "Master, my employer means no harm." Meanwhile, Ling Mo, after obtaining the information she wanted, finished her juice, picked up her backpack, and headed outside. The so-called basement was not a parking garage, but an underground vault, heavily guarded. Such a situation was no challenge for Ling Mo. The problem, not only were there guards outside and inside, but also 360-degree cameras. Any tampering would immediately trigger alarms, so she couldn't destroy them. But while there were no blind spots inside, there might be outside. She approached the only blind spot outside the vault entrance. The four guards outside, seeing her suddenly appear, were shocked and reached for weapons. But Ling Mo was faster. She hypnotized the four guards with her device and ordered them to bring the hypnotic tool and 2 space nodes into the vault. Chapter 572, Sound Pollution 14. The 4 hypnotized men opened the vault door and walked inside. The 4 guards inside, seeing their colleagues enter, looked puzzled. "Weren't you supposed to stay outside? Why are you coming in? Did the boss give new orders?" But then they thought again, it didn't make sense. Even if the boss had new instructions, he could have told them directly. Soon, someone noticed that the 4 who entered were acting strangely. Their eyes were blank, as if they had been hypnotized. "Not good, it seems they'd been." Before the sentence was finished, that person too was controlled. What followed was simple. All 8 people quickly cleared out everything from the underground vault. To prevent accidents, laser weapons had been installed in the vault. These were the kind that could slice a person into countless pieces instantly if triggered. Ling Mo used her psychic power to interfere with the laser's operation. After the team placed all the items into the space nodes, Ling Mo used her talent to retrieve the hypnotic devices and the 2 space nodes from them. At that moment, urgent footsteps sounded nearby. Clearly, someone had noticed something and was coming to check. In the blink of an eye, Ling Mo vanished, and without her interference, the laser weapons resumed operation. By the time the intruders arrived, all they saw was a completely empty vault and the scattered remains of the 8 bodies. Back in the car, Ling Mo immediately rescued Fuyu. He was still confronting those people inside. The man had apparently thought Fuyu had nowhere to escape, attempting to forcibly take him away and even remove his mask and hood. Just as he was about to act, Fuyu vanished, along with the box containing the vials. Before anyone could recover from that scene, a piece of paper floated down from the ceiling. On it were written, in flowing calligraphy, "Since you aren't sincere about doing business, forget it. Consider this a little lesson." The signature was a grinning ghost face. Elsewhere, Fuyu had already returned to the car, furious. "They're really untrustworthy," he said. Ling Mo patted his shoulder. "This was expected, wasn't it? And we didn't lose out, we got the items, and the vials are back." Fuyu agreed. If these people had been honest, they wouldn't have had a perfectly legitimate reason for a justified black-on-black confrontation. "Let's go back," he said, starting the car. "Will we move back after returning?" Ling Mo asked. "Not yet," Fuyu shook his head. "I already calculated it, moving now would expose our identities and put us in danger." "When will we move then?" "In 15 days. By then, we'll have a legitimate reason. After what happened today, those people won't let this go easily." Ling Mo thought this made sense. Instead of returning directly to the hotel, they went to an underground garage. Ling Mo got out and approached another car, opening the door. If one looked carefully, it was the same car Fuyu had driven a few days ago. In the driver's seat was a middle-aged man, unconscious. "Hey, wake up." The man awoke from unconsciousness, but before he could fully comprehend the scene, Ling Mo hypnotized him. "Now, drive the car next to you back to the dealership," she commanded. "Yes." The man struggled to get out of the driver's seat and walked to the car they had just driven. Ling Mo and Fuyu then reboarded their car and returned to the hotel. Passing through the lobby, the front desk clerk had headphones on, but even so, upon noticing their footsteps, she showed displeasure. When their eyes met, Ling Mo could sense the suppressed anger in hers. These past few days, they had learned a lesson: if you look fiercer than the other person, they won't dare cause trouble. So their expressions were even grimmer than hers. Seeing their faces, the front desk, though irritated, realized these were people she couldn't provoke. Back in their room, Ling Mo turned on the TV. The host's voice filled the room. "Emergency notice. Just now, a wealthy household in the city was robbed of a large number of precious treasures. To catch the thieves quickly, the police will conduct a citywide search starting tomorrow. Citizens are asked to cooperate. This news is obviously aimed at us," Ling Mo remarked. After watching the broadcast, she immediately assessed. "Bring it on. This was expected, and we're prepared. No need to fear their investigation." Fuyu, relaxed, nodded. Before the operation, they had anticipated the outcome. Ling Mo had already used her psychic power to hack the system, clearing their unregistered accounts and fabricating a story of being orphans with a massive inheritance. The only tricky part was their names, as some people already knew them. Ling Mo handled it perfectly. One took the father's surname, the other the mother's, solving the issue seamlessly. The next day, they were woken by knocking at the door. Fuyu opened it to find a serious-looking official standing there. "Hello, routine inspection." Behind him stood the man from yesterday's transaction, his calm composure now replaced by a violent aura. He scrutinized Fuyu, similar build, similar eyes. "What's your name? Did you go out yesterday?" Fuyu nodded. "My name is Fuyu, and yes, I went out." "For what?" "To find someone." "Who?" "My sister." "What's her name?" "Ling Mo." "If you're siblings, why are your names different? Or are you pretending to be siblings, and yesterday you went out to do illegal things?" Fuyu, bewildered, looked at the man with a "are you crazy" expression. One takes the father's surname, one takes the mother's. What's wrong with that? Chapter 573, Sound Pollution 15. The man was momentarily stumped, but seeing that the people before him had similar builds to the ones he had seen before, he didn't want to let the opportunity slip. "Since you say that, where's your sister?" Brother, who's outside? Why aren't they leaving yet? Ling Mo rubbed her eyes as she walked out of the bedroom. When the man saw her, a flash of admiration crossed his eyes. After 3 consecutive awakenings of her talent, consuming countless high-quality items, and undergoing multiple body refinements, Ling Mo's beauty aside, her aura alone was striking. If this were the past, he might have lingered on appreciating her, but now. The admiration quickly faded, replaced by a shifting, suspicious gaze between the two. Since you are siblings, why don't you resemble each other at all? If they were truly siblings, especially full siblings, there would usually be some resemblance. This gentleman, our appearance isn't something we choose, right? If you don't believe us, you can verify our records. Now please leave, we're going to have breakfast. With that, Fuyu slammed the door shut without further explanation. Because of the noise disorder, everyone's temper had been short lately, so Fuyu's boldness actually dissuaded the man's suspicion. After all, the person from yesterday could retrieve objects from a distance and vanish at will. Someone like that wouldn't be affected by noise disorder. Still, Fuyu's similar build and the familiar feeling he brought didn't completely dispel the man's doubts. Once no one is around, send someone to search. Be careful not to alert them. The items in the underground vault had disappeared without a trace yesterday. The surveillance was preemptively destroyed, and all witnesses had been eliminated. There were no clues left. But based on the telekinetic retrieval and vanishing acts, they inferred that the person might possess a method to move large amounts of items in a short time, like space folding. Of course, such techniques likely had limitations. Moreover, based on the items demanded and the vials provided, they were almost certain that the other party was a scientist who, by accident, acquired the technology to make these vials and manipulate space. If true, they had to find this person, either to seize these technologies for personal ambition or exchange them for immense wealth. While waiting for Ling Mo and Fuyu to leave, the man had his subordinates investigate their records. Besides photos of the two, there were photos of their parents. Ling Mo had photoshopped a new family photo, using her father's photo and Fuyu's mother's photo, and fabricated a few details, making the record flawless. The man looked at the couple in the photo, then back at the siblings, one taking the father's surname, the other the mother's, one resembling the father, the other the mother. Could he have been wrong all along? A few minutes later, Ling Mo and Fuyu left the room and headed to the dining area. As they entered, pleasant music greeted them. The decor has changed, Ling Mo remarked, surveying the room. Even the noise has decreased a lot. She was referring to the ear-splitting sounds from before. Not only that. Look at the expressions of the diners here, they're much calmer, Fuyu added. The scene reminded him of the beginning of the game. It seems that after the conflicts a few days ago, special measures were taken to prevent the situation from escalating. The secret likely lay in the sudden changes to the decor. They chose a wall-side seat. The walls had changed from white to pink, with numerous sparkling white fragments attached. On closer inspection, these were white crushed stones. Using her wrist screen, Ling Mo quickly searched for information. These stones were called sound-absorbing stones, which could absorb sound to a certain degree, reducing noise. Ling Mo's eyes lit up, a useful item. Her shopping instincts stirred. But after reading all the details, she immediately discarded the thought. As the saying goes, what goes in must come out. The noise absorbed by the stones wasn't eliminated, just redirected elsewhere. In simple terms, the stones transferred the noise outside to make the room quiet. While enjoying breakfast, Ling Mo suddenly said. Those people entered our room just now. The items are already gone, what's there to fear? Fuyu replied casually. I'm not afraid of them finding anything. They planted listening devices before leaving, even in the bedroom and bathroom. Ling Mo frowned. Devices in the bedroom made sense, but the bathroom? Really? Listening in the toilet? After we go back, we'll remove most of the devices, leaving 1 or 2 so they don't get suspicious. Ling Mo nodded. Leave it to me. I'm good at this. After breakfast, they didn't return directly to their room. Ling Mo took Fuyu to a supermarket, buying a large amount of snacks and 2 cases of bottled water. Next, they went to the sports equipment section, buying a badminton racket and shuttlecocks. Seeing baseball bats on the shelf, Ling Mo grabbed 2 bats and a baseball. Back in the hotel room, even though the intruders had restored everything, Ling Mo and Fuyu's sharp eyes spotted flaws everywhere. "Brother, it's so boring staying in the hotel. Let's play badminton," Ling Mo said loudly on purpose. "You'll disturb the guests downstairs." "Be careful of complaints," Fuyu disapproved. "Oh, it won't bother anyone. I checked upstairs before, we're the only ones here," Ling Mo pouted. Fine. But you have to promise me, no more venturing into dangerous places like that bar, got it?" Fuyu sighed. "Yay. Then let's start." Ling Mo cheered. Chapter 574, Sound Pollution 16. Over the next few hours, Ling Mo and Fuyu engaged in a wildly intense house-destroying match. Not really, it was a game. Both of them had formidable histories, and a casual serve could leave a dent in the wall. If the shuttlecock hit the floor, it would leave spiderweb-shaped cracks in the flooring. Why? Naturally, it was because neither of them was particularly skilled at the sport. Ling Mo seemed born unlucky with racket sports. She could hit the ball out, but catching it? Impossible. Even when aiming perfectly, the shuttlecock would somehow graze past the racket. Odd, isn't it? On the other hand, Fuyu was even worse. At least Ling Mo could hit the ball out. Fuyu would swing 10 times and miss at least half. Catching the ball was out of the question. They were in a state where neither could return the other's shots. Eventually, they decided to go with the flow, taking out all the shuttlecocks and agreeing only not to hit each other. The game continued from the living room to the bedroom, then to another bedroom, and even into the bathroom. In short, every corner bore the marks of their destruction. By noon, the match finally ended. Both of them collapsed onto the sofa, breathing heavily, staring at the chaotic living room, but wearing smiles. Ling Mo's gaze rested in a certain direction. Fuyu shook his hand slightly and mouthed, "Let's leave that as it is." Not wanting to go downstairs for lunch, they simply ordered room service to deliver food upstairs. After lunch, neither bothered to tidy the living room. Ling Mo sat on the sofa, casually turned on the TV, and ate snacks while watching. The hotel was still relatively safe, and they were on the top floor, so normally no one would come up. As long as they didn't go downstairs, nothing would happen. Watching the news report the record-breaking prices of headphones and the panic buying of food, Ling Mo turned to Fuyu. "Brother, do we have enough food? Should we buy some more?" Fuyu replied, "We only have the snacks we bought in the morning. But the hotel provides 3 meals a day, so we don't really need more. Plus, we won't stay here long. Let's buy some anyway, just in case. Besides, these snacks aren't enough for me." Earlier, for the mission, Ling Mo had stored all the space's food in the air raid shelter, so they didn't have much food on hand. Meanwhile, the man asked his subordinates monitoring the devices, "How many listening devices are still functional?" A subordinate replied mournfully, "Only 2 remain. The rest are either completely broken or about to break." "Could it be intentional? Should we reinstall them?" another asked. The man shook his head. "Not intentional. Our methods are so covert that no one has ever discovered them. Reinstalling is pointless. What if they play another match? Earlier they said they were going out to buy food. In the afternoon, have our people follow them and create minor disturbances along the way." One subordinate asked, "Sir, we monitored so many people, why are you focused only on this one?" Even though they monitored everyone meeting certain conditions, it was obvious that the man was particularly interested in Fuyu. He seemed convinced that this was the person he was looking for. "I doubt you'll understand. Do you believe in intuition? I've been up close with that master. No one knows him better than I do." Even though the master disguised his appearance and voice, somehow, at the moment he saw Fuyu, the master's image merged with him, and even the voice seemed similar. At that moment, a voice inside seemed to tell him. Fuyu is the one I'm looking for. Moreover, during the incident, Fuyu's sister, Ling Mo, had also appeared. He never believed in coincidences. Though the subordinates didn't fully understand, they knew their rank meant they had no say, so they simply focused on their assigned tasks. By the way, sir, here's your antipyretic. The man took the medicine, took a pill directly from it, and swallowed. He had been running a fever since yesterday, likely from blood loss after cutting his finger, which weakened his immune system. But he noticed that since the fever began, his noise disorder improved, and the incessant sounds had vanished. Even his mind felt unusually clear. If Ling Mo were here, she would notice that the man was undergoing a talent awakening, and success was imminent. In the afternoon, Ling Mo and Fuyu went out to buy some food. Since they weren't truly hungry, they didn't venture far and went to the same supermarket from the morning. As they entered, a flood of customers suddenly poured in, rushing to the food section. Why are they running so fast? Ling Mo asked, puzzled. This was a global chain, and while the quality was good, the prices were extremely expensive. The two went to the snack and dessert aisle. Ling Mo, worried that others might grab the food and then try to snatch from them, didn't bother picking carefully, tossing everything into the cart. Soon, two largest carts were filled with snacks and sweets. Next, they moved to the frozen section and bought some meat. Feeling like hot pot tonight. Let's have hot pot tonight, Ling Mo said, pushing a cart and filling it with various meats, some vegetables, soup base, and dipping sauces. Before leaving, she also grabbed 2 boxes of ice cream. The people who had intended to cause trouble for them were dumbfounded. Wait, they came here to buy food, yet the two immediately went to the snacks aisle? By the time they realized what was happening, it was already too late, because the grains and snacks sections were far apart. Chapter 575, Sound Pollution 17. After checking out at the cashier, Ling Mo and Fuyu could still feel a faint, lingering gaze from behind them. Once they left, the customers who had emptied the grains section returned everything they had taken, despite the staff trying to stop them. What a joke, the supermarket was notoriously expensive. With their meager salaries, there was no way they could afford to buy so much, let alone return it. And reimbursement? Just the thought was exhausting. The process could take 2 months, and there was no guarantee of success. By then, they'd likely have starved. Even if reimbursement were possible, it depended on the mission's success. Faced with either losing face or emptying their pockets, they chose the former. Losing a little pride was nothing compared to money. Meanwhile, Ling Mo and Fuyu, having bought so much, borrowed the carts they used to carry their items. For wealthy customers like them, the supermarket was more than willing to oblige, especially since they stayed in the nearby hotel. We can have the staff escort you back to the hotel, saving you another trip, the attendant suggested. That works, Fuyu said, giving their room number. Suddenly, Ling Mo and Fuyu seemed to sense something and turned toward the same direction. A young man was walking toward them. In a world where everyone must wear headphones or earplugs outside, this man's ears were completely bare. His outfit was simple, a washed-out t-shirt, jeans, and flip-flops. Of course, it wasn't his clothing that caught their attention. It was the subtle but unmistakable murderous intent radiating from him. Their instincts told them, he was coming for them. Hey, whose young master and miss are these? Not hiding at home and buying so much, the youth said, grinning in a way that practically screamed, I mean trouble. Seeing Ling Mo and Fuyu's faces, his eyes glinted with greed. With looks like that, if he could sell them, he'd make a fortune. He couldn't believe his luck, just strolling around and he stumbled upon 2 such treasures. Remembering this morning's events, he thought, if the circumstances were right, he would have held to the sky. He was indeed the chosen one, the world's protagonist. For him, kids like Ling Mo and Fuyu were easy targets, a little intimidation and hinting, and they'd hand over money instantly. In his eyes, they were walking ATMs. Thinking this, the youth approached Fuyu, voice laced with threat, Little master, meeting you today is fate. Your friend is now mine, but... Before he could touch Fuyu's shoulder, he was blown away tens of meters. It wasn't Fuyu who struck, it was Ling Mo. The staff watching were stunned, but even more so by what came next. Next time, leave this to me, Fuyu said, thinking to himself that next reaction would have to be faster. Ling Mo casually brushed non-existent dust off her lap. You didn't kick him farther than me. Fuyu, silence is golden tonight. A moment later, the youth struggled on the ground, pained and unable to stand, his face flushed from the abdominal pain. He hadn't expected such strength from a seemingly tiny girl. After struggling, his pain eased enough to get back up. But Ling Mo and Fuyu had already vanished, reappearing less than 100 meters from the hotel, laughing and chatting along the way. Seeing the staff behaving respectfully beside them, the youth's heart burned with anger. In his mind, only one thought echoed, kill them. With that rage, flames erupted from his body, consuming him entirely. His clothes and shoes turned to ash, and he became a living fire being. The man observing from the shadows saw the youth's transformation and gasped, the chosen one. He immediately shouted to his subordinates, stop him. I'm reporting to our superiors. His lips trembled, he hadn't expected to encounter the chosen one here. In fact, along with noise disorder, another disease had emerged. Sufferers experienced high fevers, with a very high mortality rate. Current medicine had no effect, except for the master's previous antidote. The rule was simple, those who survived the fever awakened special abilities. Scientists called them the chosen ones. It was as if they were handpicked by the gods, the fever was a trial. Those who failed died, those who passed received divine rewards. Ordinary people didn't know this yet. Once a chosen one was discovered, they were forcibly controlled, since some abilities were extremely dangerous. For example, the fire being in front of them. Ling Mo and Fuyu naturally felt the heat radiating from behind, and in fact, they had suspected he was awakened from the start. Ever since Fuyu healed the failed awakener, they had been guessing, if some fail, some must succeed. Chapter 576, Sound Pollution 18. Ling Mo and Fuyu were thinking of silently dealing with the youth. After all, he had already set his sights on killing them. Leaving a potential threat like him alive was not their style. Just as they were planning, a faint sound rang out, and a white screen suddenly appeared between them and the youth. The screen materialized from thin air, completely blocking sight on both sides. From Ling Mo and Fuyu's perspective, there was nothing behind them, empty as air. From the youth's point of view, his target had suddenly disappeared. Thus, a confrontation that was about to erupt was unexpectedly interrupted. Ling Mo and Fuyu were safely transported back to their room. Their plan to have hot pot for dinner wasn't just talk. As they prepared the ingredients, they communicated via their private channel. That was a chameleon screen, pretty handy. I wonder how long it lasts, Fuyu said. The white screen that appeared earlier was on the list of equipment they had. It allowed them to become invisible at will. Most of the items they had obtained from the underground stash were designed for battlefield applications, like the chameleon screen, high-temperature perfume, lava lipstick, and so on. Try it out later and you'll know, Ling Mo said, putting meat on the table. Judging from their reactions, they probably already know about gifted individuals, Fuyu added. Ling Mo nodded. That guy was covered in flames. I think it's a talent called Fire God Body. Fire God Body? I saw something similar online, but that person was surrounded by water, seemed useless. At most, they could stay underwater longer, Fuyu said. That's the Water God Body, Ling Mo explained. Talents like this aren't powerful at first. But as you level up, your body gradually elementalizes. At level 5, you become fully elemental, that's when the talent truly shines. It's a late bloomer talent. I've wondered, since some people fail to awaken talents here, could it be that this planet, like our blue planet, is experiencing the same process we went through? Fuyu mused. Very likely, Ling Mo agreed. So that would mean systems might descend here too. But we awakened after the game system appeared, and even failures didn't die, at worst, they lost eligibility to the game. Later, some non-player people suddenly developed high fevers, showing signs of awakening. Some died at the time, but with Ling Mo's awakening medicine, such deaths gradually stopped. When I previously communicated with the game system, it said that systems come in many types. The rescue type system is relatively benevolent, but some systems are ruthless, they don't care about lives, only saving the planet. Some even think natural awakening is too slow and spread a virus called X to forcibly trigger awakenings. X virus? What's that? Ling Mo felt a bad premonition. Sure enough, Fuyu explained next. X virus is also called the zombie virus. It's the first awakening medicine, extremely potent, but with huge side effects. Infected people may fall into coma, some awaken talents successfully, but more become zombies, stuck between life and death, without thought, only raw instincts. These are called incomplete awakenings. To fully awaken, they must consume other zombies or talent users. Ling Mo's expression darkened. These systems are so cruel. Even if an incomplete awakener eventually fully awakens by consuming others, it's hard to accept. Among the victims could be friends or family, even if forgotten by the awakener, the survivors wouldn't accept it. Looking back, the system on Blue Planet was quite cute. I'm really glad we had it, Ling Mo said sincerely. Fuyu nodded. By the 10th day, Ling Mo got up and, as usual, turned on the news. Today, several places have erupted into riots. When they went to the dining hall for breakfast, something seemed off. The air carried a faint smell of blood, and there were traces of fighting everywhere. It appeared a brawl had just occurred. They quietly finished their meal and returned to their room. Recently, elevator conflicts had caused several fights, damaging elevators. Going back now required climbing stairs. Ling Mo and Fuyu didn't mind, it was good exercise. The hotel had 30 floors, and when they reached the 21st floor, someone appeared in their path. Other people, exhausted from climbing from the 1st to 21st floor, were panting heavily. Ling Mo and Fuyu, however, were calm and unfazed. The person sitting on the stairs saw them and brightened, standing to block their way. Hello, I live on the 25th floor, my name is Liu. Could you help me with something? What kind of help? Ling Mo asked. Liu pointed to the items on the floor. I bought too much and climbed all these stairs. I'm exhausted. Could you help carry these to my room on the 25th floor? She looked weak and pitiful, appealing to them. Ling Mo smirked, we can help, but what's the reward? Reward? You want payment? Liu was shocked and incredulous. Before she could react further, there was a loud thud from upstairs, and a man rushed down. He was of average build, but his expression made it clear he wasn't coming to reason. Chapter 577, Sound Pollution 19. The man came down the stairs, and when he saw the 3 people in the stairwell, his eyes were fierce, his tone harsh. Which one of you just shouted so loudly? He pointed at them with his finger, as if the moment he got an answer, he would rush forward and give them a beating. Seeing the man's expression, Ling Mo realized he was likely a noise syndrome patient. She was about to speak when Liu beat her to it. It's not me. It has nothing to do with me. They were the ones speaking so loudly, I tried to persuade them, but they wouldn't listen. Her voice grew more aggrieved, and by the end, it even carried a hint of crying. Her acting was so convincing that if Ling Mo didn't know better, she might have believed it. It wasn't me, Ling Mo said expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, Liu became emotional. You're lying. It was clearly you. As soon as the words left her mouth, she sensed the man's gaze fall on her. Liu swallowed hard, and her confidence faltered, but she still insisted on blaming Ling Mo for the incident. Ling Mo calmly responded. Alright, even if it were me, what's the reason? Why would I be shouting here? Seeing Ling Mo admit it, Liu breathed a sigh of relief, feeling proud. Young people nowadays were so hot-headed that they actually admitted it. Perfect, she wouldn't have to bother. Looking at the items on the floor, she quickly came up with a story. Well, you bought too much and wanted me to help carry it. I refused, and you got angry and started shouting. Let me give you some advice, young lady. Don't take someone else's help for granted, you'll pay a big price otherwise, Liu lectured, taking on the air of a mentor. Ling Mo nodded in agreement. You're right, I'll remember that. Liu was taken aback. No anger, no rebuttal, she hadn't expected this. A bad feeling began to rise in her chest. Sure enough, under her gaze, Ling Mo first gave the man a polite apologetic smile and said softly. Sorry about earlier. I'll watch my volume and won't disturb you again. As for this time, please accept this noise-canceling headphone as a token of my apology. Her voice was like gentle hands, smoothing over the man's irritation and restoring his nearly fractured composure. Once his reason returned, the man quickly noticed the loopholes in Liu's story, and his gaze toward her turned unfriendly. However, seeing Ling Mo hand over the headphones, he didn't expose her lie. Alright, but don't let it happen again, he said, taking the headphones. Liu wanted to step forward to stop him. After all, these items belonged to her, and how could he give them away without her consent? At that moment, Fuyu appeared in front of her, smiling faintly. Miss Liu, what are you trying to do? My sister has already apologized. Looking into Fuyu's sharp, beautiful eyes, though they held a smile, Liu felt a shiver of fear. Alright, brother, don't scare Miss Liu. She was only trying to help. Everyone should handle their own matters. Let's head back. Ling Mo then picked up the 2 large bags of items effortlessly and walked up the stairs 2 steps at a time. Fuyu followed closely behind. By the time Liu recovered, the pair had already disappeared up the stairs. She realized she should chase after them, as the items were expensive purchases. Just as she was about to pursue, another obstacle appeared. The man from earlier stepped in front of her, blocking the way. She saw the noise-canceling headphones in his hand, the newest model she had spent 100,000 on, now given away by that little girl. Because of her own earlier words, she had no excuse to retrieve them. Sir, could you let me through? Liu forced herself to calm down. No, the man replied playfully. I just realized, Miss Liu, you're really beautiful. Want to come to my room for a drink? He shook the headphones teasingly. Don't you want this? Liu's eyes betrayed her inner struggle. From where she stood, there were 10 floors above, and she couldn't determine which floor Ling Mo and Fuyu were on. Moreover, from the 26th floor upwards are presidential suites, accessible only with a key. Even if she found them, could she truly get her items back? Considering the previous incident. The stairwell had cameras, but the one on her floor was broken, that's why she dared lie earlier. Now, with no evidence, the others could easily pretend not to know her. Liu finally realized the consequences of her own actions, and it stung. Fine, I'll go with you, she said to the man, thinking to recover at least part of her belongings while using him as a witness. Meanwhile, Ling Mo and Fuyu returned to their room with the bags. Once the door was closed, they couldn't stop laughing. Today's luck is incredible, we got all this for free. Ling Mo said excitedly. The look on Liu's face when you left with the stuff, priceless, Fuyu said. Humph, Ling Mo snorted. Serves her right, she falsely accused me. She went to the sofa and opened the 2 bags. The bags were large, like those used when moving houses. The first bag was filled with food, neatly packed, mostly high-calorie, long-lasting items. Ling Mo casually set it aside. The second bag piqued her interest. The headphones she gave the man came from this bag. Inside, there were several more identical noise-canceling headphones. Ling Mo counted, 5 in total, and also noticed some other very familiar items. Chapter 578, Sound Pollution 20. Seeing this, Ling Mo suddenly called out to Fuyu not far away. Brother, come look. That person must really love beauty, they're even buying cosmetics at this hour. Fuyu knew Ling Mo wouldn't say something like this for no reason, so he walked over to see what she meant. Inside the snakeskin bag, they found a row of beautifully packaged, yet familiar lipsticks, a set of false nails, nail polish, and various other cosmetics and jewelry. Coincidentally, all of these items were on their previously prepared exchange list. The main purpose of these items was self-defense. It seemed the woman named Luyu had realized that the coming days could be dangerous. Where she acquired these items was unknown. Ling Mo also found a vest in the bag, featuring many small pockets. Judging by their size, they were meant to hold those items. Wearing the vest and a looser jacket over it, from the outside, it looked completely normal. Moreover, Ling Mo moved around, and it didn't hinder her mobility at all. This vest was extremely convenient. Anyway, you don't use most of these, so they're all mine now, Ling Mo said, taking the items without hesitation. Knowing she had spoken deliberately for the listeners on the other side, Fuyu didn't mind and just waved his hand. By the way, I don't recall ever seeing you use cosmetics, skincare products too, Fuyu said. Except for a brief moment on Blue Star, when she needed to cover up the side effects of eating snow chestnuts, Ling Mo rarely wore makeup, and even then, it was just a light touch. If Fuyu knew she called it light makeup, Ling Mo would roll her eyes and correct him, "That's not light makeup, it's pseudo-natural." Hearing Fuyu's question, Ling Mo narcissistically grabbed a nearby mirror, caressed her face with one hand, and said, "I was born beautiful, I don't need external things to help me." Fuyu, well, that's a strong argument. Indeed, Ling Mo's face didn't need much enhancement. Meanwhile, on the other side of the listening device, those people were also catching up on the situation. Judging by their conversation, they don't seem to know the purpose of those items. Did we suspect the wrong people? Some things can be disguised. How can you be sure they weren't speaking to us deliberately? Hearing this, the others looked at each other, and from each other's eyes, they all saw the same thought: have this pair of siblings offended the man? Otherwise, why would they be so targeted? After all, in their eyes, Ling Mo and Fuyu weren't very suspicious, and there were no issues in their records. Other suspects seemed more likely, yet the man was relentless with these two. The man noticed his subordinate's doubts but didn't explain. Inside, he was torn. His intuition told him that Fuyu was the person he was looking for, yet reason told him Fuyu's suspicion level was low. These two thoughts pulled at each other in his mind like two little people fighting. Believing intuition or reason, that was the question. After much internal struggle, the man gave himself a deadline: if Fuyu and Ling Mo showed no cracks by that time, he would abandon his suspicion. "Alright, that's what I'll do," he decided. At that moment, a subordinate ran in hurriedly. "Sir, there's been a large-scale brawl at Lantian residential area, a few hundred meters from here. We just received the news and need to go assist." "Assist?" The man frowned. "We're on a mission. How can we waste time on such a minor issue?" "Tell them we don't have time." "I'm afraid that's impossible," the subordinate said, troubled. "It's a large-scale fight, there have even been casualties." Meanwhile, Ling Mo also became aware of the brawl at Lantian residential area. Though using her mental powers made the noise in her ears worse, she still occasionally extended her mental perception to monitor the situation in Linhai City. The larger the area she covered, the more intense the noise became. When she extended her perception to all of Linhai City, it felt like a rock band was performing right next to her eardrums, amplifiers blasting. Her head throbbed painfully. Every time she finished scanning, it took her a long moment to recover from the disorientation. Ling Mo rubbed her ears and flopped onto the sofa, her eyes vacant. "When will this madness ever end?" she murmured. "What's wrong? What happened?" Fuyu asked. "My noise syndrome seems worse again. I think I just heard a group of people fighting." Fuyu immediately extracted the key information from her words. "Noise syndrome is flaring. The sounds in the air are louder. A group brawl is occurring." Following Fuyu's guidance, they opened the communication corridor. "I feel something's off," Fuyu said. "What's wrong?" Ling Mo asked, still dazed. "This game challenge, it's related to sound." "Yeah, sound," We already figured that out, what's the problem? Ling Mo said. This is the biggest problem. The locals all have noise syndrome, making them irritable and aggressive, but we don't get this disease. So it doesn't affect us. Hearing this, Ling Mo sprang up from the sofa. That's right, the noise syndrome didn't affect them, but then, what danger were they actually facing? Wait, noise doesn't affect you, but it does affect me. I can hear those sounds, and in some ways, I hear them even more clearly than the locals. Could it be that the universe consciousness designed this challenge specifically for me? Ling Mo felt a strange mix of emotions, pleased that the universe was targeting her, yet worried, because if this were true, it might spell trouble. Don't worry, you have a way to deal with it. As long as you don't release your mental powers, there's nothing to fear. Fu Yu, ignoring Ling Mo's inner world, continued with his analysis. Chapter 579, Sound Pollution 21. In the end, Fu Yu concluded that the sound was a test for the locals, and the real disaster they faced was something entirely different. Hearing this, Ling Mo remained silent. I thought you'd have a clue by now, she muttered. Is that all? In Ling Mo's view, no matter what disaster came, as long as they kept themselves safe, everything else could wait. Yet, facing Ling Mo's optimism, Fu Yu couldn't smile. Perhaps it was because of his divination talent, his intuition was sharper than most people's. And now, his intuition warned him that a disaster was quietly approaching them. However, he could not see what kind of disaster it was. All he saw was a layer of white mist, as if someone was deliberately hiding the answer. Seeing Fu Yu's serious expression, Ling Mo suddenly recalled their time on the deserted island survival challenge. At first, they didn't know what dangers awaited them. But in the last few days of that game, the apocalyptic scenes had left a deep impression on her. Back then, her space powers were still available, so she felt confident. But now, thinking of this, Ling Mo felt her chest tighten with unease. Today is the 10th day. Why don't we go outside and look for clues, she suggested. If this game is anything like the deserted island survival, then by the 10th day, the second phase of the disaster has already begun. There must be signs outside, Fu Yu replied. Hearing this, Ling Mo nodded. Then, Fu Yu glanced toward the listening device. Ling Mo immediately caught on and said, Brother, staying cooped up in the room is too boring. I want to go out and explore. Right now, the number of people affected by noise syndrome is increasing. Going out is dangerous, Fu Yu disagreed. Hearing this, Ling Mo scoffed, clearly unimpressed. Dangerous? Brother, you're overreacting. I'm going out, I'm going out, I'm going out. With that, she plopped onto the floor, kicking and flailing as if throwing a tantrum. In the end, Fu Yu reluctantly gave in, and the two left the hotel in a car. While driving, Ling Mo pulled up a map of Linhai City on her wrist screen. Let's cover the city systematically, see if we can find any useful clues, and get familiar with the routes. I just checked, Linhai City has a very long history. Besides the major roads marked on the map, there are many smaller alleys, some of which are on the map, some are not, Fu Yu explained. Good. Fu Yu took the lead, while Ling Mo sat in the passenger seat, carefully taking notes, recording routes and hidden alleyways. Previously, if she had used her mental powers, she could have noted even tiny details, from alleyways to even how many babies a mouse had in its nest. But now, using her powers made her head feel like a club of people dancing, overwhelming her. She could notice the big picture, but the details? She didn't have the patience. To see more clearly, Ling Mo rolled down the car window, and a foul smell immediately wafted in. It was somewhat like a sewer smell, but slightly different. Ling Mo wrinkled her nose instinctively. As she tried to locate the source, the smell suddenly disappeared. Looking at the pedestrians, their faces showed no reaction, as if they hadn't noticed it at all. Did you just smell that? Ling Mo asked Fu Yu. He nodded. A little. I thought it might have been my imagination. They both dismissed it quickly, brushing it off. Ling Mo rolled the window back up. Suddenly, a figure darted in front of their car. Fuyu slammed the brakes immediately. With a screeching halt, the car stopped about half a meter from the person. "Are you okay?" Fuyu asked Ling Mo first. She shook her head, indicating she was fine. At that moment, the car shook again, and the figure clung to the hood. The person wore a blue and white hospital gown, and his head was wrapped in white bandages, as if he had just escaped from a hospital. But none of that mattered. What was important was that he was pressed against the car hood. "Is this insurance fraud?" Ling Mo muttered. Before they could react, the man had moved to the front windshield, his face pressed against it. Ling Mo finally recognized him. It was the first noise syndrome patient she had seen online, the one sent to the mental hospital by his family. His face was scruffy, the bandages stained with fresh blood, and his eyes were bloodshot and wild. The man screamed, pounding the windshield with his fists, staring intensely at Ling Mo, looking like a mad beast. Though he didn't attack anyone else, the scene caused quite a commotion. Fortunately, the police and security arrived quickly, so the chaos didn't last long. The man was immensely strong, and it took great effort to restrain him and put him into the police car. Once he was in custody, Ling Mo caught the first words he had spoken since appearing, actually, just 2 words. "Antidote." His voice was hoarse and slurred, but she still heard it clearly. After taking the man away, a police officer knocked on their car window. "Hello, could you come with us to give a statement?" "It won't take long." They nodded. Cooperating with the police was every citizen's duty. On the way to the station, the officer suddenly asked, "By the way, what perfume are you two using? It smells really nice." "Perfume?" "We didn't use any," Ling Mo said, sniffing around, "but smelled nothing." "Not perfume? Then it must be your body wash." "Too bad, I was going to buy my girlfriend a bottle. It smells amazing, she'd definitely like it." Hearing this, they exchanged a glance. To avoid revealing their identities, they always used unscented body wash. "If you really want a gift for your girlfriend, I'd suggest lipstick or something else, not perfume." Chapter 580, Sound Pollution 22. "Why?" the police officer asked curiously. "Because no matter how good a perfume smells, eventually you'll get tired of it. Most people only spray a few pumps at a time, and each bottle holds hundreds of milliliters. How long would that last? So, it's better to buy samples or trial bottles, cheaper and less wasteful. Of course, if you have money to burn, ignore what I said." When they arrived at the police station, nearly every person they passed gave them a curious look. Ling Mo kept hearing people murmur, "So fragrant." "Something's off," she whispered to Fuyu, feeling a growing sense of alertness. Among the compliments of "so fragrant," a different voice suddenly spoke up. "Those two smell just like you. Are you using the same perfume?" "I've said it many times, I don't use perfume." "You must have smelled wrong." Yes, we must have smelled wrong. You have a natural scent." "How about that, my fragrant lady?" "You." Ling Mo followed the direction of the voice and saw 2 female officers laughing together. The one being teased blushed, her body emitting subtle fluctuations in response. 2 hours later, they left the station. Inside, they had met the man's family, who apologized sincerely for the trouble caused and promised to cover repair costs and compensate for mental distress. However, both Ling Mo and Fuyu refused any compensation. Back in the car after leaving the station. "Any discoveries?" Fuyu asked. "I want to go buy perfume," Ling Mo suddenly said. "Perfume? Are you suspecting the guy from before?" Ling Mo shook her head. "Not him. It's all the people who thought we smelled good. One person could be a mistake, but if everyone thinks we smell good, something's definitely wrong. And that first guy. I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like he wanted to eat me. And when he was taken away, he said antidote. Are we the antidote? What kind of antidote are we? Why is he so sure?" Originally, they planned to go to the mall. But on the way, passing a supermarket, Ling Mo suddenly changed her mind. She went in and bought all the medicated colognes and 84 disinfectant, much stronger than perfume, and cheap too. I think we also have protective suits from before, right? Back in the car, Ling Mo began searching through the space drawer. Moments later, she pulled out a silver rectangular case, revealing protective suits inside. According to the description, the suits have the latest air filtration system, completely isolating the wearer from the outside environment. Most importantly, they don't hinder movement. Ling Mo pulled out all the suits, distributing them evenly between 2 space drawers, giving one to Fu Yu. Just in case. They didn't abandon their original plan. Driving down every street, they occasionally stopped at small alleys not marked on the map, walked inside to see if they were dead ends, and marked the map accordingly. By nightfall, they had covered less than a third of the city. Looking at the map with her own markings, Ling Mo said, I didn't expect Linhai City to be like a maze. Playing hide-and-seek here would be fun. Back at the hotel, the front desk suddenly called out to them. A guest on the 25th floor wants to inquire about you too. Inquire about us? How? Ling Mo asked. The front desk didn't hide anything. She says she's a relative with something important, and she wants your room number. What is your relationship with Ms. Liu? We don't know her. Not familiar. As they were about to leave, the front desk called out again, this time bashfully. May I ask which brand of body wash you use? I want to try it. Ling Mo smiled faintly and named a brand, adding, and add a bit of Lucian medicated cologne. Add Lucian to body wash? The front desk clearly had never thought of such a combination. Ling Mo nodded confidently, yes, my secret recipe. Not only does it smell amazing, but it also repels mosquitoes. The front desk gave a half-believing nod. On the way back up the stairs, Fu Yu said, aren't you afraid she'll try it and come back to complain tomorrow? Why complain? I didn't lie. This method really works. Every summer, I add Lucian to my shower gel. Works perfectly. Back in their room, after quickly washing up, they went to sleep. They had walked a lot today, after all. It was now the 11th day of the game. Ling Mo turned on the TV to watch the morning news as usual. This morning, a man set fire in public, injuring 11 people, and was subdued by 2 girls on the spot. The photo showed a 13 or 14-year-old girl in school uniform, twin pigtails on her head, performing a hip toss on the arsonist. Beside her was another girl with a fierce expression. The arsonist was broad-shouldered and muscular, clearly a power type. If not for the news, Ling Mo would have thought it was photoshopped. Almost certainly, both girls had awakened their powers, likely strength-type abilities. Today, they planned to cover the remaining 2/3 of Linhai City. To prepare, they sprayed themselves with Lucian medicated cologne and 84 disinfectant before leaving. Fu Yu frowned at the overwhelming smell. Aren't we overdoing it? And based on a few words from yesterday, we still don't know if it's really related to the scent. Ling Mo smirked, better safe than sorry. Just deal with it. Chapter 581, Sound Pollution 23. The scents on the 2 of them, once they stepped outside, were partially dispersed by the wind, but the smell of Lucian medicated cologne and 84 disinfectant was still detectable. When they got out of the car to investigate the unmarked alleys on the map, no one watched them anymore, and no one came up to ask what perfume they were using. Looks like it actually worked, Fu Yu said, glancing at a passerby with a disgusted expression mixed with surprise. Just then, a cry for help came from inside a nearby alley. Ah! Help! Ling Mo and Fu Yu rushed over to see what was happening. Inside the alley, a group of yellow-haired thugs wearing earplugs surrounded another person. The person's hair was messy, their face had scratches, and broken headphones lay on the ground. What are you trying to do? The person asked weakly. Nothing, just thought you smelled good, bro. Hearing this provocative remark, Ling Mo and Fu Yu immediately understood the situation. The thug's attention was fixed on their victim, unaware that someone had approached from behind. Ling Mo quickly pulled out a baseball bat she had prepared and charged forward. One swing knocked a thug to the ground before the others even had time to react. These people were school dropouts turned delinquents, barely scraping by, who preyed on honest people just because they were in a group. With Ling Mo, even one-handed, they stood no chance. Within less than a minute, 7 or 8 of the thugs were knocked unconscious. They didn't die, right? The rescued youth asked nervously. They had only acted to save him, and he didn't want his saviors to get into trouble. His mind raced, already preparing to give false testimony if needed. He thought, if something happens, I'll claim these thugs fell on their own. Ling Mo tossed the baseball bat over her shoulder with a casual flourish, saying, "Don't worry. I controlled the strength, just stunned them, didn't hurt their brains." That's a relief. Hearing that, the youth exhaled in relief, almost collapsing from the tension. Ling Mo and Fuyu exchanged a glance. Another case of being staged for trouble, perhaps? Ling Mo touched the youth's forehead and was burned by the heat. A box of fever medicine fell from his pocket. Apparently, he had just been out buying medicine when the thugs targeted him. "What do we do now?" Fuyu asked, looking at the unconscious youth. "Take him back. This isn't just a normal fever, could be a precursor to awakening," Ling Mo said after checking him. The youth, still feverish, partially opened his eyes. His consciousness was hazy, but he vaguely muttered a few words. Fever, awakening. Before he could understand, he faded back into darkness, losing consciousness entirely. When he woke again, he was lying in bed, bewildered by the unfamiliar surroundings. Remembering the events before his collapse, he furrowed his brows. Suddenly, footsteps approached, and he sprang upright. The door opened, and Ling Mo walked in. "You're awake. How do you feel?" she asked. The youth recognized his rescuers and relaxed his guard. "I'm fine. Thank you for saving me. I'm Hua Xiaoxiong. Call me Xiaoxiong or Ah Hua. I'm Ling Mo. By the way, do you feel anything different in your body?" Ling Mo asked curiously. Normally, during awakening, a body unprepared for these energies can trigger a small-scale talent explosion, revealing the type of power. After Ling Mo gave Ah Hua the awakening medicine, he did experience an energy flare, but no obvious talent manifested. Ah Hua, thinking Ling Mo was just checking on his health, shook his head, but then noticed a strange change in his vision. Next, he saw Ling Mo's expression shift, from shock to calm astonishment. When he moved his head slightly, it detached from his neck. The scene was so terrifying it defied description. Ling Mo initially thought someone had assassinated him. But she saw that the cut on his neck was clean, no blood flowed, and skin was regenerating as if it were a natural healing process. She realized this was Ah Hua's awakened talent. Fuyu entered and immediately witnessed the shocking scene. Surprised? Astonished? After some chaos, Ah Hua's head reattached to his neck, and Ling Mo explained his current condition. Ah Hua couldn't process it for a long time. "You mean, this planet is experiencing a disaster, and I am one of the lucky ones to awaken a talent?" "Correction, you're not the only one. You're not a savior either. And stop reading so many novels, being a savior isn't that easy," Ling Mo said with mild exasperation. Fuyu couldn't help but chuckle at the last line. Ah Hua nodded, feeling a mix of relief and disappointment. "By the way, how do you know all this? Are you prophets who can see the future? Otherwise, how could 2 young people know secrets even the highest officials don't?" "We're not prophets. We're aliens," Ling Mo said calmly, as if it were just a mundane fact. Ah Hua's first reaction, she must be joking. Aliens? Aren't those just legends? Chapter 582, Sound Pollution 24. In fact, discussions about aliens had never really stopped. Several times before, people claimed that aliens had been discovered, even captured, but in the end, all of them turned out to be rumors. If you don't want to say it, then don't. There's no need to make up an alien identity to fool me, Ah Hua said. Seeing that he didn't believe her, Ling Mo didn't argue. She had already expected this reaction. But still, I need to thank you for saving me, Ah Hua said, thanking the two of them again. No need. Just happened to help, Ling Mo replied casually. By the way, do you know what my awakened talent is called? Ah Hua asked curiously. As he spoke, one of his hands suddenly grabbed the other. With only a little force, there was a crisp sound, and his hand came off like a detachable block. Then with another click, he put it back in place. There are many kinds of talents. I can't tell exactly which one you awakened. It needs to be tested, Ling Mo said. How do you test it? Ah Hua asked excitedly. You need professional equipment. I don't have that. Hearing this, Ah Hua said oh, in disappointment, but soon cheered up again. After all, knowing the name wasn't that important. Then can you tell me what talents you two awakened? I can communicate with animals. My brother has magic hands, Ling Mo said without hesitation. Ah Hua was like a curious child, asking Ling Mo question after question, and she answered all of them patiently. It wasn't until an hour later that Ah Hua finally said goodbye, still reluctant to leave. Because the hotel they had stayed in before was being monitored, the place they were staying now was a different hotel. After Ah Hua left, Ling Mo sat down on the sofa and let out a long breath. Finally sent him off. Are you sure this guy is really important to us? She said. A few hours earlier. When Ah Hua fainted, their original plan had been to send him to the hospital. But when they got there, the hospital refused to admit him. They politely explained that they already had too many patients with noise syndrome, and that fever and cold should be treated at home first. After leaving the hospital with no result, the two found a nearby hotel and opened a room. They were planning to just leave him there to recover on his own. But Fuyu happened to notice Ah Hua's facial features, round face, full forehead, the kind of look associated with good fortune. So he casually did a divination. The result showed that this person was actually their destined benefactor. Only after seeing that result did everything that followed happen. We just exposed our identities like that. What if he tells someone? Don't forget, we're still being monitored, Ling Mo said uncertainly. Revealing that they were aliens in front of a stranger. It sounded easy when she said it, but thinking back now, it made her uneasy. The divination says that when dealing with this benefactor, we must be honest. Only then will he save us when we fall into danger, Fuyu said, holding copper coins in his hand. You changed tools again? Where's the turtle shell you used before? Ling Mo asked. Didn't bring it. It wasn't until the 13th day of the game that the two finally finished completing the map of Linhai City. They returned to the hotel carrying 4 large shopping bags. That night, while sleeping, Ling Mo suddenly opened her eyes. She heard a strange sound coming from downstairs. After temporarily cutting off the nerves in her ears, she released her mental power, which reduced the noise interference. When her mental power reached downstairs, she was instantly shocked by what she saw. Before she could react, she sensed someone opening a door, then climbing the stairs. They were staying on the top floor. Which meant, that person was very likely coming for them. Without hesitation, Ling Mo rushed out of the room and woke Fuyu in the next room. He wasn't sleeping, he was meditating. What's wrong? Why are you so flustered? He asked. Someone downstairs is killing people. Ling Mo quickly explained what she sensed. The killer is coming upstairs now. He's probably coming for us. Just as she finished speaking, there was a loud knocking outside. Open the door. Open the door. Open the door. In the living room, the closed door shook violently under the force. Ling Mo also felt a strange fluctuation from the person outside. Be careful. Something's wrong with that person, she whispered. Fuyu quickly did a calculation with his fingers. After getting the result, his expression relaxed. Don't worry. We'll be fine. Don't forget, we're staying in the best hotel in Linhai City. As he spoke, he glanced toward the listening device. Besides, we bought insurance. Outside, the knocking became even more frantic, loud enough to wake the whole hotel. But it didn't last long. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded outside, the knocking stopped, and intense sounds of fighting broke out. Ling Mo kept watching with her mental power. Outside, a group of people were already fighting together. Even while surrounded, the man who knocked on the door was not at a disadvantage. What shocked Ling Mo even more was that he used two different talents at once, skin hardening and limb stretching. Earlier she had sensed multiple chaotic energies. Was this the reason? Just as she was thinking, the killer realized he couldn't win, smashed through the window, and jumped out. Everyone was stunned. Chase him. But when they reached downstairs, all they found was a crater in the ground. The man was gone. The next morning, the door was knocked again. This time, Ling Mo opened it. Outside stood the same police officer they had met before. Is something wrong? She asked. Last night, there was a murder in the room below yours. I need to ask if you heard anything unusual. Someone knocked on our door last night, Ling Mo said truthfully. What time? About 3 in the morning. Chapter 583, Sound Pollution 25. After hearing Ling Mo's answer, the officer asking the questions exchanged a glance with the colleague beside him. 3 in the morning matched exactly with the time they had already learned. Did you open the door? The officer continued to ask. Of course not. Someone knocking in the middle of the night, and so forcefully too, definitely not a good person, Ling Mo said as if it were obvious. You already suspected the person wasn't good, so why didn't you call the police? Call the police? So you could come and be cannon fodder? Ling Mo complained silently in her heart, but of course she couldn't say that out loud. I was going to call, but just when I was about to, the knocking suddenly stopped. My brother and I waited for a while, and there was no more movement outside. Since it was already very late and nothing actually happened, we decided not to call for now. The officer felt the explanation was a little strange. After all, a young girl who had just reached adulthood, in an unfamiliar place, encountering something like that, she should have been nervous. But Ling Mo's attitude didn't seem like she cared much about what happened last night. Still, thinking about it again, she wasn't alone. And some people simply had big nerves, so her explanation couldn't be considered completely unreasonable. He also recalled the file he had read before coming. The two siblings had lost their parents when they were young. As the older brother, Fuyu had raised his younger sister by himself. To avoid being bullied, the two had learned to use various weapons and practiced different fighting techniques since childhood. Although they had never broken any laws, it was clear that they were far more capable than ordinary people. After that, the officer asked a few more questions, but Ling Mo brushed them off one by one. Before the officers left, Ling Mo suddenly asked, Can I ask something? The person who knocked on our door last night, he wouldn't happen to be the murderer, right? The officer nodded. But he's no longer in this hotel. Miss Ling, you and your brother are safe for the time being. Ling Mo nodded politely. Thank you for telling me. After closing the door, she walked to the table, picked up an object casually, and threw it hard toward the direction of the last listening device. With a clear shattering sound, the cup she threw, along with the bug, broke into pieces. At that moment, Fuyu walked out of the room. Seeing the last listening device destroyed, he asked. In a bad mood? Ling Mo rubbed her hair irritably and dropped onto the sofa. I just suddenly feel bored. I'm losing my patience. When is this damn game going to end? As her mood grew more irritable, her mental power also began to fluctuate violently. Noticing something was wrong, Fuyu quickly tried to calm her down. It'll end soon. Did you forget why I joined this game in the first place? After a few minutes, Ling Mo's emotions gradually stabilized. The negative feeling had come quickly, and it disappeared just as fast. At this moment, Ling Mo even felt that her earlier self had been a bit stupid. Just as she was reflecting on her behavior, the doorbell suddenly rang. Ding dong. Fuyu glanced at her, asking with his eyes, "Is that for you?" Ling Mo shook her head. "I didn't call room service." Because of the noise syndrome, the hotel was short-staffed. Even cleaning wasn't done every day anymore, guests had to call the front desk if they needed it. And it cost extra. The same went for room service. Ding dong, the bell rang again, twice in a row this time, as if urging them to open the door quickly. "It's probably those police from earlier, or the people monitoring us. After all, they just lost their last listening device," Ling Mo said. Fuyu walked over and opened the door, still puzzled. Standing outside was someone they had never seen before. Judging by his clothes, he should have been hotel staff. He glanced at Fuyu with a strange expression. His gaze moved slowly across him, then finally stopped on Ling Mo in the distance. "Do you need any help?" Fuyu noticed his eyes and said coldly. "We don't need anything. Please leave immediately." "Really?" The corner of the staff member's mouth slowly stretched, then split open down the middle like a cleft lip. Inside his mouth were teeth as sharp as those used for gutting fish, and a tongue covered in barbs. He looked like a monster straight out of a horror movie. "But I can clearly smell it, the scent of food." "You're awakened too. If I eat you, I can become." Before he could finish, his voice suddenly stopped. An ice needle shot straight through his forehead, pinning him to the wall. He died instantly. This proved one thing: if you can attack, then attack. Don't waste time talking nonsense. Fortunately, there was only one room on their floor. And since a murder had just happened downstairs, even if someone heard the noise, no one came to check. "Looks like we can't stay here anymore," Fuyu said. Ling Mo walked over and looked at the corpse. Even after death, the mutation on his face hadn't disappeared. "I've seen this kind of talent on the StarNet before. It's called mutation. It causes part of the body to change. Unlike body enhancement, which strengthens the whole body or certain parts. Mutation was more like radiation exposure, parts of the body would become different from normal humans. Turning hands into tentacles and things like that was considered mild. I'm thinking, could it be that my loss of control just now attracted him?" She thought about how her emotions had suddenly spiraled earlier. Most people might think it was a coincidence, but Ling Mo didn't. Anyway, it was already the 14th day. According to Fuyu's divination, on the 15th day they would leave this place and move into the bunker they had prepared. After deciding to leave, the two packed up quickly, erasing every trace of themselves from the room. Then, just like the previous 2 days, they drove away from the parking garage. The only difference was, this time, they would never come back. However, they didn't go to the bunker yet. After all, it was still only the 14th day. Chapter 584, Sound Pollution 26. The two drove along the road, attracting quite a bit of attention along the way. When the third person tried to rush in front of their car to stop them, Ling Mo realized something was wrong. She reached behind her, took out a bottle of 84 disinfectant, and splashed it all over the car seats. Then she took out another bottle of floral water and sprayed it wildly over both herself and Fuyu. After this series of actions, the uncomfortable stares finally disappeared, and no one tried to stop their car anymore. Just then, Ling Mo suddenly noticed a familiar figure in the distance being dragged into an alley. "Stop the car!" With a sharp screech of brakes, Ling Mo and Fuyu jumped out and rushed into the alley. Inside the alley, there were about a dozen people. Each of them was holding something like a chunk of meat in their hands and gnawing on it. When Ling Mo and Fuyu arrived, this was the strange scene they saw. "Sister Ling. Brother Fu. Save me." A familiar voice came from the corner. Seeing this, Fuyu immediately took out the annihilation gun, firing one shot at each target, while sharp spikes kept forming in Ling Mo's hands. In less than a minute, the fight was over. The pieces of meat those people had been holding suddenly seemed to gain a will of their own and began moving toward one direction. After a few minutes, a completely naked young man appeared in the corner, his body covered in bite marks of all sizes, looking extremely miserable. Who else could it be but Hua Xiaoxiong? How did you end up here? Ling Mo asked. He curled up, trying his best to cover his private parts so he wouldn't be exposed, and said pitifully. Sister Ling, can we not talk about that yet? Could you help me get some clothes first? Ling Mo glanced at the torn pieces of cloth lying nearby. They were completely unusable. In the end, she took a bath towel out of her space buckle and handed it to him. Just like that, Hua Xiaoxiong stumbled along behind them and returned to the car. After getting in, Ling Mo looked at the miserable marks on his body. There were at least dozens of bite marks. And these weren't playful bites. Every single one was deep, clearly meant to tear flesh off. The wound on his arm was obviously bitten open, with the teeth marks still clearly visible. Human mouths were full of bacteria. If wounds like this weren't treated in time, infection was certain. A white flame appeared in Ling Mo's hand. The flame separated from her fingertip and floated unsteadily toward Hua Xiaoxiong. As soon as it entered his body, the pain from his wounds disappeared instantly, replaced by a warm current. By the time he reacted, all the injuries on his body were gone. Not even a scar remained. And for some reason, he even felt like his skin had become a bit fairer. Your healing ability seems to have gotten stronger, Fuyu said. It's not stronger, just more skillful now, Ling Mo explained. After confirming he was fully healed, Hua Xiaoxiong said gratefully. Thank you, you saved my life again. No need to thank us. Can you tell us what just happened? Ling Mo asked. Hua Xiaoxiong nodded. After we separated that day, I went home. When I got back, I suddenly realized my noise syndrome was gone. I guessed it might be related to awakening my talent, so I planned to sell the headphones I had stocked up and make some money. Today I finally contacted a buyer. I wanted to go check the meeting place first, but as soon as I went out, a group of people surrounded me saying I smelled good. At first I thought they just wanted trouble, but I didn't expect. If Ling Mo and Fuyu hadn't arrived, he would have been eaten alive. Thinking about it now, he still felt terrified. Even though his body had split apart, he could still feel the pain. The feeling of teeth biting through his skin and into his flesh was something he would never forget. Sister Ling, do you know why those people acted like that? Hua Xiaoxiong asked. Ling Mo shook her head. We don't know either. The only thing we can be sure of is, to the people outside, we should count as a cure. She suddenly remembered the person a few days ago who had tried to stop their car. A cure? What cure? Are those people poisoned? It's not poison. It's the apocalypse. Your planet is going through an apocalypse. If things go badly, your entire race might go extinct in this disaster. Hua Xiaoxiong's first reaction was that they were joking. But thinking about everything that had happened recently, he had no choice but to believe that what she said might be true. Then he suddenly noticed something else. Ling Mo kept saying your planet, not our planet. His eyes widened instantly. You're not really aliens, are you? After saying that, he laughed awkwardly. No way. You look exactly like us. How could you be aliens? It's true. We only look similar. We're actually different. This time, Ling Mo's voice sounded directly inside his mind. Hua Xiaoxiong froze for several minutes. So long that Ling Mo wondered if she had scared him stupid. After a long while, he finally came back to his senses and screamed excitedly. You're actually... Before he could finish, Ling Mo stuffed a ball of tissue into his mouth. You want the whole world to hear you? Hua Xiaoxiong covered his mouth tightly with both hands, but the excitement in his eyes couldn't be hidden. After a long time, he finally calmed down, though his voice still trembled. Sorry. I'm just too excited. I never thought I'd actually meet aliens in my lifetime. And this close. By the way, what are you doing here? Are you on some secret mission? What is that apocalypse you mentioned? Is it related to you? What is your planet like? Is it like in the movies? He fired off a whole string of questions. Ling Mo answered them one by one. First, we are here for a mission, but not a secret mission, it's a survival mission. Second, the apocalypse is just the apocalypse. To be honest, I don't really know what it is either, and it has nothing to do with us. Our planet is just as unlucky as yours, it's going through an apocalypse too, but we've already found a way to deal with it. Third, I've never watched the movies from your world. Chapter 585, Sound Pollution 27. Ever since confirming that the two of them were aliens, Hua Xiaoxiong had been in an overly excited state. It took quite a while before he finally calmed down. You said your planet is also going through an apocalypse. Does that mean people there also got noise syndrome? Have you developed any effective treatment? In Hua Xiaoxiong's eyes, these two alien visitors could easily travel to his planet, which meant the technology on their world must be far more advanced than his. Moreover, although they said they had experienced an apocalypse too, the two standing in front of him didn't look miserable at all. They even said they had already found a way to deal with it. Maybe, they had a cure for noise syndrome. As for whether he had doubted their words before, honestly, of course he had. After all, they were aliens. He couldn't just believe everything they said without question. But right now, it didn't seem like he had the right to refuse. Even if he had doubts, he couldn't voice them. Unfortunately, the apocalypse we experienced was caused by natural disasters. It's not the same as what your planet is going through, Ling Mo said, shaking her head regretfully. Although he had expected this answer, disappointment still flashed in Hua Xiaoxiong's eyes. Then, can I ask how you saved your planet? He asked unwillingly. Even if the disasters were different, learning from someone else's successful experience couldn't hurt. In the early stage, we endured it. Later, we found a planet suitable for living and moved part of the population there. But we didn't abandon the original planet either. After hearing this, Hua Xiaoxiong was stunned. He had never expected the so-called solution to be like this. He thought it would be like in the movies, where the protagonists go through countless hardships, follow clues to find the source of the apocalypse, and destroy it completely. So, is our planet really beyond saving? Hua Xiaoxiong stared blankly out the window. Through the glass, he saw people on the street acting crazily one after another. They looked around everywhere, as if searching for something. It's hard to say. When we first faced the apocalypse, we were also lost, but... Just as Ling Mo was about to talk about the system, a cold voice suddenly sounded in her ear. This planet has not yet received a system. Players are forbidden to expose the existence of the system. Violators will be erased immediately. Seriously? She had already revealed that she was an alien, and even said they came here for a survival mission, and the universe consciousness didn't stop her. But the moment she mentioned the system, it showed up. Ling Mo cursed silently in her heart. Fine. When you're under someone else's roof, you have to lower your head. If she couldn't say it, then she wouldn't. Let it be clear, it wasn't that she didn't want to be honest with their benefactor. The universe consciousness simply wouldn't allow it. But what? Hua Xiaoxiong asked anxiously when she suddenly stopped. Nothing. I can't say it yet. When the time comes, you'll know. Anyway, there's always a way out. After saying that, no matter how much Hua Xiaoxiong asked, she didn't answer anything related to it again. Realizing he wouldn't get anything more from Ling Mo, Hua Xiaoxiong didn't get discouraged. He believed that one day he would find out. Oh right, you said earlier that you came here to complete a survival mission. What does that mean? It means exactly what it sounds like. We were sent here. As long as we survive for enough days and complete the mission, we can go back, Ling Mo explained. But Hua Xiaoxiong caught the key point. What do you mean? You already knew the apocalypse would happen? Then why didn't you spread the news in advance? There was a trace of anger in his voice. At this moment, Fuyu spoke coldly, and what would happen if we did? No one would believe us. Haven't there been doomsday rumors on your planet before? How many people believed them? If we had really announced it everywhere, we would have been treated as lunatics on the spot. Hua Xiaoxiong knew he was right. For a long time, there had always been rumors about the end of the world. Some even had exact dates. People had long gotten used to it. Those who believed would believe deeply. Those who didn't would laugh at it. Still unwilling to give up, he muttered quietly. Even so, you could have worked with the government. With official protection, wouldn't that have been safer? Hearing this naive thought, Ling Mo almost laughed. If we really did that, what we'd have to face wouldn't just be the apocalypse. Two living aliens standing right in front of them, what scientist could resist the temptation to dissect them for research? This time, Hua Xiaoxiong finally shut up. So, where are we going? Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, he said. My home isn't this way. You know so many of our secrets now. How could we let you go back? Ling Mo said from the side. Hearing that, Hua Xiaoxiong's heart jumped, and a bad feeling rose. You're not going to kill me to keep me quiet, are you? Ling Mo rolled her eyes. Relax. We're not that bloodthirsty. You'll just stay with us for a while so we can make sure you don't leak anything. Besides, I think you're safer with us. With your skills, you'll get eaten like a buffet sooner or later. Her words reminded him of what happened in the alley, and he shivered. All right. I'll go with you. Hearing this, the corner of Ling Mo's mouth lifted slightly. She glanced at Fuyu, who was driving seriously, as if saying, see? I'm good, right? Since Hua Xiaoxiong was supposed to be their benefactor, it was naturally better to keep him close. Although she still hadn't figured out what exactly made him so important. Even his awakened talent didn't seem useful, aside from letting his body split into pieces. Could you take me home first? I'm not trying to leave. I just need to get something, Hua Xiaoxiong said. What thing? Is it important? Ling Mo asked. Hua Xiaoxiong nodded seriously. My graduation thesis. I spent months writing it. I just finished it yesterday. Although the paper had been returned by his advisor this morning after submission, it was still his hard work. With some revisions, it could still be used. Chapter 586, Sound Pollution 28. Since the two of them had nothing else to do, they simply followed Hua Xiaoxiong's directions and drove to his home. Blue Sky Residential Complex? Looking at the name of the neighborhood, a trace of surprise flashed in Ling Mo's eyes. She remembered that this was the first place where a cannibalism incident happened. That's right, the fight back then. It had originally just been an argument between two people, but when one of them punched the other and caused his nose to bleed, the moment the blood splashed out, the people around them instantly lost control. Because of the noise interference, Ling Mo hadn't seen the whole process. But based on the situation at the time and her previous judgment, the person who was hit was probably someone who had awakened a talent. However, she hadn't sensed any talent fluctuation from him. So, was he someone with a latent awakening ability? After all, everyone knew that without awakening potions, not everyone could awaken a talent. You've been to Blue Sky Complex before? Hua Xiaoxiong asked. Ling Mo shook her head. No. But I heard about a group fight that happened here before. It was pretty famous, so I looked it up out of curiosity. Oh, I see. The two followed behind Hua Xiaoxiong and entered the complex. From the moment she stepped inside, Ling Mo felt something was wrong. It felt like something here was attracting her. I want to look around a bit. I won't go with you, Ling Mo said. Be careful, Fuyu replied. Ling Mo nodded. At the same time, Fuyu's voice sounded in the communication corridor. I feel like something in the southwest corner is attracting me. Go check what it is. Okay. But I also feel something here pulling me. I need to check first, Ling Mo replied. After they separated, Ling Mo released her mental power to sense carefully. Nothing unusual appeared in the southwest direction, but she was sure the force attracting her was in the northeast corner. To save time, Ling Mo moved toward the northeast as fast as possible. When she arrived, she found a green belt area with a small flower bed. Inside the flower bed were flowers she couldn't name, blooming unusually brightly. Too bright, in fact. Compared with the other flower beds she saw along the way, this one looked completely out of place. Feeling that the attraction came from inside the flower bed, she looked around to make sure no one was nearby, then jumped in and started searching. To save time, Ling Mo began mercilessly pulling up the flowers. Soon, the entire flower bed had been cleared out, but she still hadn't found what she wanted. Yet she could clearly feel that the thing was here, right under her feet. Buried underground? Ling Mo looked around and finally found a stick that could barely be used, then began digging. If I had known, I would have brought the universal gloves. At this rate, how long is this going to take? And that damn universe consciousness, not only did it seal her storage space, it also said she could bring 5 items into the game, but when she tried to bring the universal gloves, it claimed the gloves copied too many abilities and violated the rules, so she wasn't allowed to bring them. Fortunately, Ling Mo's luck was good this time. After only a few digs, she hit something. She brushed away the soil on the surface, and a faint green object appeared. As if stimulated by the outside world, the pale green layer of light suddenly shattered with a pop, like a bursting bubble. The moment the light disappeared, Ling Mo clearly felt a wave spreading outward. She could hear restless noises coming from the nearby buildings, and a bad feeling suddenly rose in her heart. With the protective layer gone, the thing inside finally revealed its true form. It was a seed, glowing faintly green. Ling Mo could feel a powerful life energy coming from it. At that moment, a strong urge suddenly rose in her heart. She wanted to swallow the seed. Just as Ling Mo picked up the seed and was about to put it into her mouth, it suddenly disappeared from her hand. Xiaobai had appeared at some point, standing about a meter away from her, the seed clamped in its mouth. Before Ling Mo could stop it, Xiaobai opened its mouth, and the seed was gone. Strangely, as soon as the seed was eaten, Ling Mo herself calmed down. Still, what needed to be taught had to be taught. Next time, don't eat random things without my permission, do you? Before she finished scolding, she saw a group of people running toward this direction in the distance. More and more people were joining them. Seeing them, Ling Mo's first reaction was, run. With a thought, her figure disappeared instantly. The people who arrived just in time saw her vanish. Where did she go? Why did she disappear? One of them shouted uncontrollably. All of them had been suffering from noise syndrome. But just now, the noise suddenly disappeared, and at the same time, a mysterious force attracted them. It was as if a voice in their hearts was telling them that as long as they obtained that power, they could completely get rid of the noise syndrome and gain great strength. But when they followed the guidance and came here, they only saw a blurry figure from afar. Before they could even approach, the figure vanished. On the other side, Ling Mo, who had teleported to a safe place, watched from a distance as the people searched the area but found nothing. They didn't give up. Instead, they split up and began searching everywhere. Seeing this, she immediately ran toward the southwest corner, while informing Fuyu. Hua Xiaoxiong was still packing, but based on what just happened, only Fuyu had sensed that thing, maybe only he could find it. At the same time, after receiving Ling Mo's message, Fuyu glanced at Hua Xiaoxiong, who was still packing his luggage, and said, "You keep packing. I'm going out for a bit. I'll be back soon." Hua Xiaoxiong nodded. "Did something happen to Sister Ling? I just heard a lot of people running downstairs, and I also felt a strange energy fluctuation." To be honest, if he hadn't been busy packing, and if Fuyu hadn't been there watching him, he would have gone out to see what was happening. That power was really tempting. By the time Fuyu reached the southwest corner, Ling Mo had already searched the place once. But she found nothing. Chapter 587, Sound Pollution 29. Seeing Fuyu jogging over, Ling Mo said helplessly, "You finally made it. I searched everywhere here and found nothing. Try looking yourself." After arriving, Fuyu first looked around at the surroundings, then his gaze fell on an old, shabby convenience shop not far away. The shop looked extremely worn down. Inside were only some simple snacks and drinks. The interior was dim, and there was only a single window. Through the window, the goods inside could be seen clearly. Customers would choose what they wanted through the window, and the owner would hand the items out from inside. Ling Mo had noticed this shop earlier and had already checked it with her mental power. There was even a half-finished bottle of drink on the table, as if the owner had left in a hurry. In the most visible spot inside the shop, several snow globe crystal balls were placed on a shelf. Fuyu jumped in through the window and walked straight to the place where the crystal balls were stored. Could the thing he sensed be inside the crystal balls? Ling Mo guessed when she saw his actions. But the next second, Fuyu grabbed the shelf holding the crystal balls and lifted it directly. Underneath was a thick layer of dust, and a broken crystal ball lying on the ground. The moment he saw the shattered crystal ball, excitement flashed in Fuyu's eyes. When his finger touched the crystal ball, a purple spark burst out from his fingertips. The originally broken crystal ball instantly returned to its original state. Before Ling Mo could even react in surprise, a familiar fluctuation spread outward from the crystal ball. This scene was extremely similar to before. Fortunately, because of what had happened earlier, everyone had been drawn toward the southeast corner, so it would take some time for them to get here. "Hurry, let your spirit body eat it," Ling Mo said. She couldn't tell whether the fluctuation just now was temporary or continuous. The safest method was to let the spirit body consume the object. After all, when Xiaobai ate that seed earlier, those people hadn't been able to find her. As for whether there would be side effects, based on her understanding of her own spirit body, there was an 80% chance there wouldn't be any. And judging from how eager Xiaobai had been before, that seed was not only harmless, it was actually a great tonic for it. After hearing Ling Mo's words, Fuyu didn't hesitate and summoned his spirit body, the silver snake. Normally, whenever the silver snake was summoned, it would immediately rush to Ling Mo and cling to her affectionately. But this time, the moment it appeared, its attention was completely drawn to the crystal ball in Fuyu's hand. As its master, Fuyu could clearly feel the intense desire coming from the silver snake. "Eat it." There was reluctance in his eyes, but he still handed the crystal ball to the silver snake. The silver snake didn't hesitate at all. Its mouth opened to an unbelievable size, and it swallowed the crystal ball in one bite. After swallowing it, the silver snake quickly fell into a sleeping state. It probably absorbed too much energy all at once. "Once it digests it, it'll wake up naturally," Ling Mo explained briefly. With her current strength, she could already see figures rapidly approaching from the distance. Seeing this, Ling Mo restored the convenience shop to its original state, then grabbed Fuyu's arm, and the two disappeared at the same time. Inside the apartment, Hua Xiaoxiong, who had packed 4 suitcases and 1 large woven bag, jumped in fright when the two suddenly appeared in the room. "You scared me to death. When did you come back? Why didn't I hear anything?" Ling Mo smiled. "We just got back. You were too focused on packing, so you didn't notice." "Yes, exactly," Fuyu added from the side. "Is this all your luggage? Anything else? We can help carry it to the car." "Great, thank you. These things are very important to me." Ling Mo and Fuyu each pulled 2 suitcases and walked in front, while Hua Xiaoxiong carried the woven bag on his back and followed behind. Before leaving the apartment hallway, Ling Mo suddenly stopped. She sniffed herself first. After confirming that the smell of disinfectant had mostly faded, she took out a bottle of 84 disinfectant from her space ring and sprayed herself, and the other 2, several times. Only after making sure all 3 of them smelled strongly of disinfectant did she stop. When they walked outside, they saw a large group of people searching around the area. Hua Xiaoxiong clearly knew them. He asked curiously, "Aunt Li, what are you all looking for?" The woman called Aunt Li looked up. "Oh, Xiaoxiong? Are you moving?" Hua Xiaoxiong nodded. "Yeah. Living alone isn't safe, so I'm moving to stay with relatives." "Relatives? Those 2 behind you?" Why haven't I heard you mention them before? She asked. They were studying abroad before and just came back recently. Then the noise syndrome happened. Alright, we're in a hurry, so we'll go first. Just as they were about to leave, a group of people suddenly blocked their way. Looking at the unfriendly faces in front of him, Hua Xiaoxiong asked, Aunt Li, what are you doing? Xiaoxiong, something important was lost in our complex just now. You can leave, but we need to check your luggage first. And we also need to search your bodies. Otherwise, you can't go. As soon as she finished speaking, the others echoed her words. Hua Xiaoxiong wanted to say something, but Fuyu spoke first. Let them search. We don't have anything to hide anyway. They weren't afraid of being searched. As for body checks, they were even less worried. All their items were stored in the air raid shelter and space rings. The space rings were disguised as accessories, one looked like an earring, and the other like a plain silver ring. After a full inspection and body search, naturally, nothing was found. During the process, Ling Mo kept spraying disinfectant on herself, Fuyu, and Hua Xiaoxiong from time to time. Almost every time someone touched them, she sprayed again. Don't ask why. The answer was simple: severe germophobia. She couldn't tolerate being touched by anyone other than family. After being stopped and searched, Hua Xiaoxiong was no longer smiling. He forcefully shut the suitcase that had been messed up. Now that you've finished checking, can we leave? Chapter 588, Sound Pollution 30. Although those people had been driven somewhat mad by the noise syndrome, they had not completely lost their reason. Since they didn't find what they were looking for on the three of them, they simply let them go. After getting back into the car, the space inside became very cramped because of all the extra luggage. However, because of what had just happened, Hua Xiaoxiong was in a low mood and didn't pay attention to it. As the car started, they left Blue Sky Residential Complex. Among those people just now, were there any who awakened talents like me? Hua Xiaoxiong suddenly asked. No, Ling Mo replied. The probability of natural awakening is very low, and the process is extremely dangerous. You should have seen it on the news, those people who died from high fevers, they all failed to awaken. Because she had just gained a benefit, Ling Mo explained very patiently. Sure enough, Fuyu's divination hadn't been wrong. This person really was their lucky star. With just a small involvement, he had already brought them such a big gain. Although they still didn't know exactly what those items were, one thing was certain: anything that could drive so many people crazy could not be ordinary. Isn't there a safer way to awaken? Hua Xiaoxiong continued. He looked at the two people sitting in front. Through the rearview mirror, Ling Mo could see a faint pleading in his eyes. A safer way does exist, she said. You can use awakening potions or awakening stones. But those are extremely rare. Ordinary people simply can't afford them. Right now, Ling Mo could obtain tens of thousands of awakening potions in a day without even blinking. But for the entire blue planet, that was still far from enough. Even in interstellar society, awakening potions and awakening stones were considered scarce resources. She still remembered how excited she had been when she first obtained an awakening stone. Hearing how precious those things were, Hua Xiaoxiong instantly gave up the idea of getting one from them. First, he didn't think this alien would carry awakening potions with her. Second, even if she did, he had nothing valuable enough to exchange. As night gradually fell, fewer and fewer people remained on the streets. At that moment, Ling Mo suddenly noticed someone on the dim street. The person had a bulging backpack on his back and was sneaking toward a certain direction. What caught Ling Mo's attention wasn't the sneaky behavior, but the fluctuation coming from his body. Another awakened person. Ever since night fell, the noise syndrome patients who acted like they had suddenly awakened some violent gene had decreased, while the number of awakened people had begun to increase. From just now until now, this was already the fifth one. Hua, do you know how many people live in Linhai City? Ling Mo suddenly asked. Hearing that, Hua Xiaoxiong thought for a moment. The permanent population is about 100 million. If you count tourists, it's even more. Why are you asking? Ling Mo didn't answer him. Instead, she said to Fuyu beside her, let's follow him. Without hesitation, Fuyu turned the car around and chased in the direction the man had gone. Earlier, they had already driven around Linhai City once and recorded all the known routes on the map. So even if they lost sight of the person, with the map and Ling Mo's mental tracking, they could quickly find him again. They tracked him all the way out of Linhai City and finally arrived at an abandoned tunnel. The place was remote, yet strangely lively. The liveliness wasn't from noise. In fact, everyone there was very quiet. But there were a lot of people, more than 100. If the awakening rate was really 1 in 10,000, then most of the awakened people in Linhai City were probably gathered here. To avoid alerting anyone, they didn't approach. Instead, Ling Mo used her mental power to probe the area. This is a trading place, she concluded after investigating. We can bring our headphones here to trade, Ling Mo said. Those things were useless to keep anyway, and they didn't need them. They might as well exchange them for something useful. Alright, Fuyu said, turning the car toward the air raid shelter. After arriving near the shelter, Ling Mo got out alone. She could teleport, and the entrance had already been sealed by her. No one could get in without her. Carrying 2 space rings, Ling Mo teleported inside the shelter. She quickly took out the items stored in the rings and began stuffing the noise-canceling headphones from the shelter into them. Even after both space rings were filled, there were still quite a few headphones left. Forget it. She would leave the rest here for now. Before leaving, Ling Mo checked the food supplies again. Everything was fine. Even the cakes she had ordered were still intact. Because cakes didn't last long, she directly froze them and created a giant ice freezer using her ability. Now the air raid shelter was basically an ice cellar. After returning to the car, the group went back to the tunnel. Ling Mo took out the backpack she had bought earlier, and Fuyu naturally took it and slung it over his shoulder. The bag was completely stuffed, so it was very heavy, yet Fuyu carried it without changing his expression. Watching from behind, Hua Xiaoxiong couldn't help but ask in shock, "Can I ask, is your strength natural, or did you gain it later?" "After awakening, your physical condition improves too," Ling Mo replied. "But how much depends on what kind of talent you awaken. Besides that, training later can also strengthen your body." When they reached the entrance of the tunnel, a group of people stopped them. From those people, they learned that they had to pay a fee to enter. Of course, the payment wasn't real money. One of them took out 30 white feathers and said, "Inject your talent energy into the feathers. Once 10 are filled, you can go in." Interesting. Feathers that could store talent energy. If she remembered correctly, this ability was called angel wings. Ling Mo and Fuyu quickly filled 10 feathers each without any trouble. Hua Xiaoxiong, having just awakened his talent, was a bit clumsy. After wasting some time, he finally managed to fill 10 feathers as well. The original 30 white feathers had now turned into 3 different colors, silver, blue, and gray, and they looked unexpectedly beautiful. Chapter 589, Sound Pollution 31. After checking the quality of the 30 feathers, those people allowed them to enter. Before leaving, knowing that it was their first time here, they even gave them a sheet of rules and precautions. After taking the paper, the first rule written on it was, "Do not tell ordinary people about this place." The next few rules all meant roughly the same thing. In short, confidentiality. After entering the tunnel, Ling Mo discovered that there were quite a lot of people trading here. However, transactions here were not done with money. Everything was exchanged through barter. This kind of trading market had existed on Blue Planet before, and she had visited a few times. Back there, the hard currency had been gold. Here, however, the hard currency was headphones. Gold was also accepted, but its value was far lower than noise-canceling headphones. After walking a few steps, Ling Mo stopped in front of a stall. The stall owner was a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses and dressed neatly. His goods were different from the others, they were all stones. From the outside, those stones looked no different from ones picked up on the roadside. Because of that, the other stalls were crowded, while this one had no customers at all. After all, at a time like this, no one wanted to trade precious supplies for a useless rock. Even if they were meteorites, ordinary people couldn't tell whether they were real or fake. "This uncle should be a meteorite hunter," Fuyu said. "You've got a good eye, young man," the middle-aged man replied immediately. "I am indeed a meteorite hunter, and also a collector. Every one of these is my treasure. If it weren't for these terrible times, I would never be willing to trade them." The previously silent man suddenly became talkative when speaking about his hobby. He introduced every meteorite on the stall as if he knew them by heart. But Ling Mo didn't stop to listen to stories. Her gaze swept across the stones one by one, and finally landed on a piece about the size of a fist, with an uneven, pitted surface. Noticing her gaze, the man explained, "I found that one in a meteorite crater on a mountain. The meteorite broke apart in the air when it fell. By the time I got there, I only found this small piece. The rest must have been taken by someone else." There was obvious regret in his tone, as if he blamed himself for being too slow back then. "How much for this meteorite?" Ling Mo asked, holding it in her hand. The man raised 2 fingers. "2 noise-canceling headphones, and it's yours." "1 broken rock for 2 headphones? Why don't you just rob people?" Hua Xiaoxiong couldn't hold back and spoke first. "If you don't have headphones, I also accept feather payment," the man said calmly. "But you need to tell me what your talent is first. If it's a weaker talent, the price will be higher. And you have to pay the feather cost yourself." Hua Xiaoxiong wanted to argue again, but Ling Mo interrupted him. "We just paid the entrance fee. Our energy hasn't recovered yet, so forget the feather trade. Brother, give him 2 headphones." Fuyu took off the backpack from his shoulder, opened it, and took out 2 brand new headphones with the packaging removed. The middle-aged man grabbed them immediately and hid them as fast as possible. At that moment, Ling Mo asked, "Boss, what exactly is this feather trading you mentioned?" After putting the headphones away, the man finally relaxed, and even his tone became much gentler. "You're new here, right? Feather trading is a rule set by the person who created this market. If you don't have goods to exchange, you can use feathers, the same kind you charged when you entered. Once charged, the feather stores your talent energy, so it becomes like a one-time weapon. Feather trading means exchanging your own talent energy. Strong talents, like fire or lightning, are worth more. Weak talents, even if charged, nobody wants them. Also, every feather trade here takes a 30% cut for the owner behind this place." After understanding what feather trading was, the 3 of them left the stall. Ling Mo carefully stored the meteorite she had just bought, as if afraid of scratching or damaging it. At the same time, her gaze toward Hua Xiaoxiong became noticeably softer. "When we leave later, can we take him with us?" Ling Mo said through the communication corridor to Fuyu. Fuyu had already guessed that the meteorite wasn't ordinary. Seeing her hopeful expression, he replied helplessly, "Not very likely. Our space rings can't carry living people. Dead ones maybe, but don't forget, we still have other things inside." Hearing that, Ling Mo sighed in disappointment. "All right. By the way, what exactly was that meteorite?" Fuyu asked curiously. "There's an eternal evolution stone inside it," Ling Mo said, unable to stop the smile on her lips. To run into something this good, her luck was unbeatable. "Eternal evolution stone? What does it do? What does it evolve?" Fuyu asked. Anything that made Ling Mo this excited had to be something incredible. "You know awakening stones, right? The reason I can keep producing awakening potions is because I got an eternal awakening stone in a previous game. Normal awakening stones disappear after one use, and they don't even guarantee success. But an eternal awakening stone can help people awaken endlessly. The eternal evolution stone works the same way." After hearing this, Fuyu also became excited. "So this can evolve talents too?" "Of course," Ling Mo said firmly. but what it evolves into, that's unknown. Before Fuyu could celebrate, Ling Mo poured cold water on his excitement. Unlike the Eternal Awakening Stone, which only had benefits, an evolution stone was a double-edged sword. The direction of evolution was uncontrollable. The energy inside the evolution stone is very unstable. No one knows what the final result will be. But that's not a big problem. After we go back, I'll put it into the alchemy ring. Once it's turned into a potion, it should become stable, Ling Mo said. Chapter 590, Sound Pollution 32. The potion made from the Eternal Evolution Stone should be an evolution potion, but what the exact effect would be was still unknown. After obtaining the Eternal Awakening Stone before, Ling Mo had deliberately studied this kind of knowledge out of curiosity, thinking that she might run into something similar one day. Sure enough, heaven didn't disappoint those who prepared in advance. Now she had really encountered an Eternal Evolution Stone. In fact, the effect of ordinary evolution stones wasn't permanent. After evolving, the body would gradually return to its original state over time. Depending on physical condition, the speed of this regression could be fast or slow. In a way, this also gave people who evolved in the wrong direction a chance to regret it. The Eternal Evolution Stone was different from ordinary evolution stones. After evolving, it probably wouldn't revert, at least, that was Ling Mo's guess. While the three of them were only halfway through the market, Ling Mo suddenly noticed something interesting. She stopped in front of a very eye-catching stall. This stall was most likely set up by the owner of the tunnel trading market. Why was she so sure? Because everyone else was selling things on cloth spread on the ground, some didn't even have cloth at all. But here, someone had actually driven a camper van into the tunnel, and even hung up a sign. The camper had 2 doors. One door had a long line of people waiting, while the other door had no one at all. What was going on? Was one for entering and one for leaving? But Ling Mo watched for a long time and didn't see a single person come out of that door. Let's go inside and take a look. Driven by curiosity, they entered through the door with no line. Welcome, feel free to look around, someone greeted them warmly as soon as they went in. Ling Mo looked around and noticed that everything displayed here was feathers of different colors, all of them already charged with ability energy. On the other side were plain white feathers. So the other door was selling blank feathers, and this side was selling charged feathers. When she read the descriptions of the feather abilities, she finally understood why no one was here. What kind of abilities were these? Quack feather, after use, the target will only be able to make quacking sounds for 3 days. Transformation feather, turns the user into a random feline animal, granting all abilities of that creature. Duration, 10 minutes. Ling Mo looked through all of them. Most of them were just as useless as the quack feather. There were good ones too, but the price was ridiculously high. In short, the cheap ones weren't worth buying, and the good ones were too expensive. However, for Ling Mo and Fuyu, these feathers were more useful than headphones. So, boss, do you accept noise-canceling headphones? Ling Mo asked. A few minutes later, the 3 of them walked down from the camper. The backpack behind them had become flat, and all the headphones in their space rings had been exchanged for feathers. At that moment, Ling Mo suddenly sensed something wrong. She glanced behind her, then without hesitation grabbed the 2 beside her, and in the next second, the 3 of them disappeared from the tunnel. When they reappeared, they were already behind a hillside about 100 meters away. Under the cover of night, no one could notice them. It was Hua Xiaoxiong's first time seeing such an ability. He almost cried out in shock, but Ling Mo covered his mouth. Quiet. Hua Xiaoxiong nodded quickly. At that moment, terrified screams suddenly came from the tunnel below. The 3 hid behind the slope, not daring to make a single sound. After an unknown amount of time, the noise below stopped. Then came the roar of truck engines starting. Only after the sound of the trucks completely disappeared did Ling Mo finally relax. Sister Ling, what just happened? Should we go down and check? Hua Xiaoxiong asked uneasily. Even now, he had no idea what had happened. Actually, Ling Mo wasn't completely sure either. She had only sensed a group of fully armed people rushing toward the tunnel. She felt killing intent from them, so she immediately took the two of them and left. After confirming that it was safe, the three returned to the tunnel. The once bustling place had become extremely desolate. There were signs of fighting everywhere. Things were scattered all over the ground. There were even bloodstains and bullet holes. When they were hiding earlier, they hadn't heard any gunshots. They must have used silencers. It looks like everyone was taken away. This place isn't safe. We should leave too, Fuyu said. Ling Mo nodded. Hua Xiaoxiong was clearly frightened by the scene, and followed behind them in a daze. Brother Fu, Sister Ling, who do you think those people were? To subdue so many people in such a short time, they must be well-trained, fully armed, and carrying guns. Put those together, who do you think they are? Fuyu said calmly. They stopped a few hundred meters away from the air raid shelter. To avoid leaving traces, Ling Mo decided to teleport the rest of the way. As for the car, they pushed it down the slope. Don't let go of my hand, or the consequences are your own fault, Ling Mo warned. 3 people, plus a pile of luggage. By the time they reached the shelter, Ling Mo was so exhausted she didn't even want to speak. Not physically exhausted, mentally exhausted. She collapsed onto a chair and went completely blank. Hua Xiaoxiong, on the other hand, looked around the shelter with curiosity. Amazing, you actually prepared this much. But why is it so cold here? He shivered. Fuyu handed Ling Mo a recovery potion. She took it and drank it in one gulp. Huh. I'm alive again. When she stood up, she saw Hua Xiaoxiong's face already turning pale from the cold. Seeing that, Ling Mo used her ability to divide the shelter into 2 areas, one cold, one normal temperature. That's going to consume a lot of your energy, Fuyu reminded her. It's fine. Not a big problem. Don't forget, I have 3 talents. And this also helps me train precise temperature control, Ling Mo said seriously. She turned around, took a few cakes out of the ice storage, and placed them in the normal temperature area to thaw slowly. Oh right, what was that thing you got earlier? She was asking about the crystal ball from Blue Sky Complex. A crystal ball used for divination. It seems to have the ability to see the future, but I don't know how to use it yet. What about yours? Mine was a green seed. I don't know exactly what it does either, but I can feel the huge life force inside it. Chapter 591, Sound Pollution 33. After eating that seed, aside from the initial sensation, Ling Mo didn't feel anything else afterward. She tried to summon Xiaobai, but was rejected. Ling Mo could sense that Xiaobai was extremely repelled by the surrounding environment, so it refused to appear. She wanted to condense the seed out of her spiritual power, but she was afraid something like last time might happen again. If that happened, their location would be exposed. So after thinking about it, she decided to forget it. Looking at the time, it was already 3 in the morning. Not far away, Hua Xiaoxiong had already fallen asleep. Ling Mo yawned as well and decided to sleep first. Seeing this, Fuyu also prepared to sleep. Right now, the most important thing for them was the game. Everything else had to wait. No one knew how long had passed when suddenly a sharp, piercing sound exploded beside her ears. Ling Mo, who was asleep, suddenly opened her eyes. Pain. So much pain. Her hands instinctively covered her ears, and then a stabbing pain came from her heart. Under this torment, Ling Mo forced her eyes open and saw that Fuyu and Hua Xiaoxiong were in almost the same state. The sound lasted for nearly a full minute before it finally stopped. The 3 of them lay on the ground, gasping heavily, their bodies covered in cold sweat from the pain. After a long time, Ling Mo gradually came back to her senses. Her ears were still ringing, and she couldn't hear anything. After another long while, the ringing finally eased. Ling Mo and Fuyu supported each other as they stood up, and not far away, Hua Xiaoxiong had shattered into pieces. Fortunately, he was still alive. The impact from the sound must have been too strong, and his body had automatically disassembled. "Mo, use your spiritual power to check what just happened," Fuyu said, while taking out a tool to start divination. "Okay, I'll try." As she spoke, Ling Mo carefully spread out her spiritual power. Honestly, if there were any other option, she wouldn't want to use it right now. Because every time she expanded her spiritual power, the noise in the air would swarm toward her as if it smelled her presence. After what just happened, Ling Mo had become extremely sensitive to sound. As soon as she heard any noise, her ears started to hurt. But she still knew what was more important. Finding out what had happened came first. The noise, she could only endure it. Why was there no sound? After expanding her spiritual power, the expected chaotic noise did not appear. It was quiet. Too quiet. Without the interference of noise, Ling Mo smoothly spread her spiritual power outward, covering the entire Linhai city. The city had also become extremely silent. At this hour, silence should have been normal, but there were explosions everywhere, cars burning on the roadside, some even crashed directly into shops. As for the people inside the cars, all of them had died with blood flowing from their eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Broken glass was scattered across the ground. The entire city looked like it had fallen into darkness. Everything told Ling Mo that this was not an ordinary night. All of this had been caused by that sound just now. Just when Ling Mo thought the whole city had been wiped out and there was no one left alive, suddenly, a figure appeared at the end of the street. Because she couldn't see with her eyes directly, Ling Mo couldn't confirm the person's condition. She only knew that the figure was walking very slowly, step by step, and the hair stood upright. Just as Ling Mo tried to observe more closely, the person's mouth opened slightly, and a sharp, explosive scream burst out. The sound wave alone flipped the nearby car into the air. Seeing this, Ling Mo immediately withdrew her spiritual power, and a guess formed in her mind. The sound they heard earlier was very likely made by humans. Before pulling her spiritual power back, Ling Mo quickly scanned the entire city once more. There wasn't just one of those monsters. There were more than 10 of them. They were wandering through the city, destroying everything without purpose. After retracting her spiritual power, Ling Mo rubbed her numb ears. These ears really suffer because of me. When she got back, she would find something to nourish them, or some kind of item to compensate them properly. She turned to look at Fuyu. His divination had already ended. "How is it?" she asked. "We're safe for now." "For now? So we can't just hide here until the game ends?" Ling Mo said. "It's not impossible, but it would be very dangerous. We'd be in a very passive position," Fuyu explained. Ling Mo sighed. "Fine. Temporary safety is still safety. At least they could live peacefully for a couple of days." "What about your side?" Fuyu asked. "I have good news, and bad news." "Which do you want first?" Ling Mo raised her eyebrow mysteriously. "The bad news. The bad news is that I found the source of the sound. The enemy is extremely powerful. Just opening their mouth can flip a car. There are at least a dozen of them. Right now, the entire Linhai city is paralyzed, and casualties are severe. Rough estimate, about 90% of the people died from that roar just now. We still don't know the maximum range of the sound, so nearby cities might also be affected. That estimate is conservative." Fuyu looked at her. "Didn't you say there was only one bad news?" Ling Mo looked innocent. "Did I?" "You heard wrong. I said one good news and bad news." "Fuyu, then what's the good news?" "The noise is gone. My spiritual power isn't being disturbed anymore." It wasn't until the next day that Hua Xiaoxiong finally woke up from the sound-induced coma. After putting himself back together, he said with lingering fear, "Sister Ling, Brother Fu. I had a nightmare last night. I dreamed a woman in red screamed and rushed at me, and then I lost consciousness." Ling Mo patted his shoulder. "We know. Eat first. The table was filled with food. They could only stay here a few days, and they couldn't take everything with them anyway, so it was better to use up what they could instead of wasting it. While eating, Ling Mo spread her spiritual power again to check the situation in Linhai City. Very quickly, she realized the situation outside was even worse than she imagined. On the street, a man was running in panic, and from time to time, he kept looking back behind him. Chapter 592, Sound Pollution 34. Behind him, a shadow was pursuing. His steps were unsteady, hair standing on end, and though he wasn't moving very fast, the distance between him and the figure chasing him was rapidly closing. Perhaps because of sheer terror, the person in front stumbled and fell. Hunters don't give prey a chance to get back up. The shadow caught up immediately, lifted him up, opened its mouth, and bit down directly on the most vulnerable spot, the neck. With a scream, blood spurted instantly. Ling Mo quickly retracted her spiritual power, it was just too cruel. Seeing her put down the half-eaten food, Fu Yu asked, "What's wrong?" Ling Mo waved her hand, "I don't feel like eating anymore." Then, she recounted what had just happened through the communication corridor. Perhaps it was her storytelling talent, but as Fu Yu listened, nausea suddenly rose in his stomach. "You mean, those monsters used humans as food?" "Yeah. Not only that. I observed that from last night until now, everyone who survived either turned into a monster or awakened a talent. However, because they only just awakened, their strength is still weak. They have no ability to fight back against the soundwave monsters. They had hoped some survivors could fight back and reduce the monster threat, but that now seemed impossible. What about the armed forces we encountered yesterday?" Hearing this, Ling Mo shook her head. "I even looked specifically, but I couldn't find anything, not even a corpse. They must have left." Fu Yu reminded her, this place was safe for the moment, but they remained vigilant and prepared for retreat. Important items were stored in the spatial links. Day 15, nothing unusual. Day 16, still nothing unusual. Ling Mo used her spiritual power to constantly monitor Linhai City. Day 17, after several days of massacres, the surviving people in Linhai City finally gathered courage to resist. They discovered a weakness in the monsters. They were extremely sensitive to smell and sound, but their vision was poor. Although monsters were active both day and night, those during the day moved slower than those at night. Using this knowledge, they successfully counterattacked and killed one monster. Watching the survivors counterattack, Ling Mo was more excited than they were. Day 18, Ling Mo noticed something was off. Because she had been closely observing the survivors, she quickly detected the anomaly. Among the survivors, 2 individuals were undergoing changes. Their movements and the energy radiating from them indicated silent but ongoing transformations. Ling Mo remembered, they were the 2 who had rushed to the front during the monster hunts. Were they infected? As soon as the thought appeared, Ling Mo felt it necessary to warn them. Otherwise, by tomorrow, they might be wiped out, and that could not happen. She was relying on these survivors to help share the pressure. Meanwhile, in Linhai City, as night fell, the 2 finally completed their mutation. In the darkness, they slowly stood up, staggering as they approached their former comrades, swallowing nervously. Just as they were about to act, something unexpected happened. Their former teammates had all turned to stone. It turned out that among the survivors, someone had awakened a substitute talent. After receiving Ling Mo's hint, that person quickly gave everyone else a substitute feather, except the 2 infected individuals. Then, with a violent explosion, the 2 infected were buried beneath the rubble. The remaining survivors had already relocated to a safe distance. "I originally thought the warnings about the sound were false, but I didn't expect them to be real," one survivor said, still dazed. "Yes, luckily we chose to believe. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. It's just that we don't know how they were infected. If we accidentally got infected too, I'd rather die than become such monsters," someone said. A female survivor then spoke, "I might know how they got infected." Everyone. Ling Mo. how were they infected? After the first successful monster hunt, I overheard them complaining that when they killed the monsters, some blood got into their mouths. I wondered if that might be the reason. Did you hear them say it yourself? The girl nodded. My talent is photographic memory. Anything said or seen, I can remember perfectly. This talent would be highly sought after in the galaxy, but right now, it seemed somewhat useless. I can't confirm for sure that this is how they were infected, but I do know that among all of us, only these two accidentally ingested monster blood. So I guess this might be the infection route. Regardless of whether it's correct, they now knew they had to be extra careful during monster hunts. Day 19, a monster somehow appeared near the air raid shelter. As soon as Ling Mo discovered it, she teleported it away to another location, and delivered a feather bomb at the same time. The appearance of this monster made Ling Mo and the others realize that the shelter might no longer be safe. After sending the first monster away, the second and third monsters appeared. Like new mobs spawning on a map. This must be the universe consciousness messing with us, trying to force us out, Fuyu said. Pack up. We leave tomorrow. How despicable. Ling Mo said angrily, but there was nothing she could do. To maximize the items they could take, they compressed the space inside the spatial links as much as possible. After everything was packed, they sealed it with candy beans. Seeing the two fully armed, Hua Xiaoxiong asked, Sister Ling, Brother Fu, what do I need to prepare? Ling Mo tossed him a weapon, then pointed at the nearby backpack, take whatever you want. A reminder, pack useful stuff. Leave your books and such. We'll get them later if we have the chance. Hua Xiaoxiong obediently started filling his backpack with high-calorie, filling foods, choosing sugary drinks for water. Chapter 593 Sound Source Pollution 35. The 19th day passed in a flurry of activity. By dawn on the 20th day, monsters began respawning at a much faster rate than the previous day, almost every half hour, with 1 to 3 appearing each time. Ling Mo finally understood why Fuyu had warned them they would be in a very passive position if they stayed put. Of the three, Fuyu's ability lay in divination, Hua Xiaoxiong was fragile and easily overwhelmed, and her own physical abilities were extremely poor. Ling Mo was their only real fighting force. Although she possessed the terrifying annihilation talent, her intuition told her it was best not to use it in front of the cosmic consciousness. After all, besides surviving, the game required them to prove their safety. Spatial power could transfer monsters elsewhere, but that was only a temporary solution, not a long-term strategy. After dealing with the newly spawned monsters, the three left the air raid shelter before the next wave arrived. Before stepping out, Ling Mo donned 3 sets of protective suits. These suits prevented their aura from leaking. Once on, they were fully covered, except for their eyes. The suits were form-fitting, with an internal temperature control system to keep them warm in winter and cool in summer. Aside from slightly obstructed vision, everything was perfect. Even the limited vision was compensated by a temperature sensing system that detected approaching heat sources and issued early warnings. Doesn't this look like a low-budget version of an exoskeleton, a temperature-controlled suit, and an isolation suit all in one? Ling Mo remarked. Fuyu nodded. It does. Give them some more time, and they'll probably develop a full exoskeleton next. Ling Mo added an outer layer over the suits. Walking around all in white would be far too conspicuous. Once ready, she used her mental power to lock onto their teleportation location, and in the next moment, they disappeared from sight. Outside, Fuyu surveyed the surroundings. Mo, how far can your spatial teleportation reach? Depends on the situation, Ling Mo replied. For small, non-human targets, I can teleport them anywhere within the range of my mental energy. And for a person? Depends even more on the situation. If it's just me, with enough energy, I could teleport up to 1,000 meters. But here, the limit is 100 meters. Their shelter was quite far from Linhai City. For a mere 100 meters, teleporting would be less efficient than walking, and splitting the others into batches for teleportation would waste energy and risk an ambush. Ling Mo cared little for Hua Xiaoxiong, but she cared about Fuyu. So they decided to walk. The distance was trivial for Ling Mo and Fuyu, but Hua Xiaoxiong struggled. They hadn't walked long before he was already out of breath. Coincidentally, at that moment, a monster appeared behind them, hair standing on end, swaying unsteadily. They had dealt with many monsters yesterday, but this was the first time facing one like this directly. In Ling Mo's mental image, the monster had seemed humanoid but unsteady. Seeing it in reality, they realized their imagination had been too conservative. Its long, bamboo pole-like legs threatened to collapse at any moment, its pale skin deathly, and its face was eerily featureless. Two small black dots marked the nose, but the mouth, lined with shark-like teeth, was conspicuously large. Ling Mo sensed immediately that this monster was different from the others. Hua Xiaoxiong, ignoring his exhaustion, sprinted forward. Seeing its prey flee, the monster prepared a sonic attack, inflating its belly. Without hesitation, Ling Mo shoved a nearby piece of meat into its mouth to silence it. Fuyu swiftly drew her annihilation spear, ending the monster's life. After confirming the threat was neutralized, Fuyu asked, "You didn't bring any weapons?" Ling Mo slapped her forehead. "Oh right. I almost forgot." With a flick of her hand, a white bow and arrow appeared, and a black quiver materialized on her back. Fuyu's eyes gleamed with envy. "Tell me, if I let the little snake devour a few items, can I be like you?" Ling Mo laughed. "You can try. Divination is related to mental power, but I doubt the success rate would be high. Most people with mental talents, once their spiritual bodies awaken, don't exhibit any item-devouring ability." Thinking for a moment, Ling Mo added, "My talent is variable, it contains spatial attributes. When I first awakened it, mental attributes were primary and spatial attributes secondary. After evolution, the two reached a balance." As they chatted, they easily caught up with Hua Xiaoxiong, who had fled earlier, and even retrieved the discarded backpack, obviously left behind to lighten his load. Chapter 594 Noise Source Pollution 36. Meanwhile, in Linhai City, gunshots rang out from all directions. The targets were three monsters. While bullets could injure them, the effect was limited. These monsters' sonic attacks could deflect the projectiles. Even so, the survivors refused to give up. They had to endure both their own futile efforts and the torment of the monster's sonic attacks. Then, a ricocheting bullet struck one of the survivors. He groaned and collapsed. Nearby, others rushed to help him back to the support area, a section staffed entirely by healers or those with minimal combat ability, though even they could barely keep up with the wounded. Seeing the increasing number of casualties, some despaired, questioning whether they could survive this disaster. They had been basking in the pride of killing the monsters, but that joy was short-lived. The monsters had undergone a second evolution. Their skin grew tougher, their speed increased, and their attacks became more devastating. Just as the survivors' weapons were running low, three sharp whoosh sounds cut through the air. 3 arrows flew, striking the monsters. But these monsters were extremely resilient, even with arrows through their heads, they seemed unfazed. Then, almost simultaneously, the arrows embedded in their heads exploded. 3 monsters that countless people couldn't kill were annihilated by 3 arrows from seemingly nowhere. All eyes turned toward the source. On a nearby rooftop, a mysterious figure in a black windbreaker, wearing a mask and sunglasses, slowly sheathed a longbow. After stowing her weapons, Ling Mo lightly leapt over the railing and plummeted to the ground. The crowd gasped. The building she had just jumped from was 30 stories high. An ordinary person would have been pulverized. Yet Ling Mo landed as lightly as a feather. If one word could describe the scene, it would be elegant. Fuyu and Hua Xiaoxiong emerged behind her. Fuyu approached the remains of the monsters. The explosions had shattered their bodies into countless fragments, utterly useless for study. "Don't be so heavy-handed next time," Fuyu said. Ling Mo stuck out her tongue and muttered, "Heavy-handed? At least I left a corpse, you didn't even have one." The other survivors cautiously gathered around. Hua Xiaoxiong suddenly spotted someone in the crowd. Excitedly, he shouted, "Guild leader, you're still alive." Due to the protective suits, his voice was muffled, and Li Huai didn't recognize him immediately. "Who are you?" Zhang Huai asked. "Don't you remember me?" "I'm Hua Xiaoxiong." He removed his face mask, revealing a kind, harmless expression. Hua Xiaoxiong was well known at school, his reputation tied only to his name. Li Huai, as student council president, remembered him clearly. The classmates recognized each other, and Li Huai quickly noticed two others. "These two are classmates too. Why don't you take off your masks and sunglasses?" Hua Xiaoxiong shook his head. "President, these two aren't classmates. They're friends I knew before, but both have severe misophobia, so," he gave a knowing look. Their school had a teacher with severe misophobia. Being his student was pure torture: no makeup, no perfume, no body odor, and nails inspected meticulously. Hearing Hua Xiaoxiong, Li Huai instinctively took a step back. "They'll only target themselves, not outsiders. Just don't let them take off the masks and sunglasses," Hua Xiaoxiong reassured him. "All right," Li Huai replied. Ling Mo was impressed. "Well done." Hua Xiaoxiong's voice rang in her mind, "Don't forget what you promised me." "I won't. Keep our secret, and after we leave, we'll provide some awakening potions," Ling Mo responded mentally. Li Huai approached, smiling. "Hello, I'm Li Huai, leader of the survivors." "Welcome." Ling Mo nodded. "Ling Mo." Fu Yu, her companion, added. After brief introductions, Li Huai asked, "Ling Mo, how did you kill the monsters just now?" Their firearms were blocked by the monsters, yet she had slain 3 with only arrows. Li Huai's gaze drifted to her back, no bow was visible. "That's my innate ability. You should have awakened your talents too. With practice, you can do it as well." The survivor's expression shifted to incredulity. "Our talents are weak, they can't even harm those monsters. Can you teach us?" Ling Mo hesitated, explaining true strength wasn't simple. Fu Yu stepped in. "We've already told Hua Xiaoxiong the cultivation method. If you want to learn, ask him." Hua Xiaoxiong froze. "You told me? Why don't I know?" Before he could protest further, Ling Mo had already transmitted the meditation method to him mentally. Chapter 595 Noise Source Pollution 37. Seeing the meditation method suddenly appear in her mind, Hua Xiaoxiong was utterly shocked. It was exactly like when a peerless master imparted cultivation techniques to their disciple. After calming down, she looked at the expectant eyes around her, swallowed hard, and said, "It's not safe here, Guild Master. How about we move somewhere secure?" Li Huai, though eager to learn the method, nodded in agreement. They were led to a building that had clearly been modified, a building Ling Mo and Fu Yu had previously used as their residence. Upon returning, Hua Xiaoxiong was immediately surrounded by the other survivors, while Ling Mo and Fu Yu found a quiet place to rest. Somewhat bored, Ling Mo turned on her wrist screen. Normal internet access was obviously down, but during a previous hack, she had discovered a well-hidden dark web. Opening the dark web forums, she found discussions on the apocalypse and even photos of people killing monsters. Some of the braver had even brought slain monsters back for research. It just proved there was no shortage of capable people in the world. Ling Mo considered for a moment, then anonymously posted the meditation method. After all, it wasn't exactly a secret. At first, nobody paid attention to her post, but she didn't mind and continued browsing other threads. Her gaze then fell on a post. #shocking. A lightning messenger appears in Chuanzhou, #. A photo of a lightning strike accompanied it. Even from a distance, the destructive power of the lightning was evident. Below, commenters expressed shock and awe. "Brother, look at this post, doesn't it look familiar?" Ling Mo held the screen in front of Fu Yu. Though it was just lightning in the photo, without a single person visible, she knew there was only one person in the world capable of this, Jiang Xian. "It should be the boss, I've seen him use this move before." Fu Yu confirmed. Ling Mo checked the post's timestamp, 20 minutes ago. At least this means he's still alive, she said. Fuyu asked, should we go find him? Ling Mo didn't answer immediately, instead pulling up a map. Chuanzhou City was far from Linhai City, nearly 10 hours away by flight. Seeing the distance, Ling Mo decisively abandoned the idea. Just then, Hua Xiaoxiong approached hesitantly. Sister Ling, Brother Fu, they're planning to leave Linhai City today. They asked if we want to go with them. Leave? Where to? Ling Mo asked. The closest city is Xinshi. We're going to check it out, Li Huai said, walking over. There are too few survivors here. Most have awakened talents but little combat ability, and our weapons are nearly gone. Staying is just waiting to die. Ling Mo pondered whether to go with the main group or act alone, finally deciding to join them. Let's go together, many hands make light work, she said. Hua Xiaoxiong visibly relaxed. In that case, let's rest for a bit and set off after the wounded recover. Li Huai glanced at Ling Mo and Fuyu. I see the three of you only have one backpack. That won't do. We'll use this time to find transportation. If you need supplies, come with us to collect them. Ling Mo nodded. Understood, thank you for the reminder. A little while later, under Li Huai's guidance, a dozen boys went outside. Ling Mo and Fuyu followed. Before setting off, Ling Mo went to the kitchen and grabbed several buckets used for holding purified water. After emptying them, she tied them around her waist. Fuyu raised an eyebrow. What are you doing with those? To store gasoline, Ling Mo replied. You'll find a vehicle, I'll collect the fuel. Cars were everywhere on the street, but finding usable ones was difficult. Most windows were broken, glass littered the streets, and many tires were punctured. Ling Mo's approach was to avoid waste, draining the gasoline from unusable cars. It wasn't easy, sometimes she had to ride overturned vehicles to access the tanks. What Ling Mo didn't notice was the horrified expressions Li Huai and the others wore as she single-handedly flipped a car. Little bear, who exactly are your two friends? Hua Xiaoxiong muttered in disbelief. Even after witnessing countless bizarre events, this surpassed anything he imagined. Who are they? Aliens, he thought. I don't know either, maybe it's their talents, Hua Xiaoxiong chuckled. Talents? Isn't hers archery? How is she this strong? Some might be born strong or develop strength through training, but this was beyond ordinary limits. She lifted a car, he saw it clearly, without pushing, just lifted it. I don't know either. She's a genius. Remember, she provided previous training methods. Being a genius, she's naturally different from us. Hua Xiaoxiong shifted all the credit to Ling Mo and her companion, assuming the president wouldn't verify it. Even if he did, neither would expose him. Chapter 596 Sound Pollution 38. Fuyu held a compass in his hand, heading in a specific direction with a clear goal. He arrived at a villa area and quickly located a perfectly functional SUV in a private underground garage. After circling the villa, he easily found the car keys. Just as he was about to leave, his body suddenly floated uncontrollably into the air. At the same time, a flirtatious voice sounded behind him. Hey, handsome, taking other people's things without permission is very bad behavior. And you're hiding yourself so well, are you ashamed to show your face because stealing is wrong? Ye Kai moved, removing Fuyu's sunglasses, hat, mask, and other items, revealing a head covered in a white protective suit. At first glance, it looked a bit like a hard-boiled egg. Ye Kai laughed out loud at the sight. Hearing that familiar voice, Fuyu struggled to turn his body and reached out to pull off the mask, revealing his true face. Ye Kai's laughter abruptly stopped. Fuyu? It's you? Who else would it be? Put me down right now. Fuyu said, expressionless. Though he had been happy to meet Ye Kai, his joy quickly vanished. If it weren't for the inconvenient location, he would have beaten Ye Kai up right then and there. After putting Fuyu down, Ye Kai asked before Fuyu could speak. Are Boss and Mo with you? Ling Mo wasn't surprised that Fuyu had found the car, but she genuinely froze when she saw two people stepping out of it. Sensing a familiar presence, she tentatively asked, Yi Kai? Mo, I finally found you. Yi Kai excitedly hugged Ling Mo tightly, cuddling her for a while. Ling Mo pushed him away with difficulty, then looked at Fuyu. What happened? Fuyu pointed at Yi Kai. Ask him yourself. Yi Kai recounted his experiences over the past few days. You guys are lucky to have met me right at the start of the game. Unlike me, I almost got caught. If I hadn't run fast, you probably wouldn't have even seen me. Ling Mo gave him a speechless look. I prepared a gold bracelet for you before you entered the game. Yi Kai touched his nose guiltily. It's not my fault. Who would have thought the thieves here were so skilled? The main problem was that he had been teleported to a newly opened water park, packed with people. He changed clothes with the crowd and wandered through the park in a daze. When he finally came out, he realized the gold chain on his wrist was gone. Without income, unable to find work, no money to buy supplies, and nowhere to stay, Yi Kai was destitute for several days. He slept under a bridge, sharing space with a group of homeless people. It wasn't until he found his gold chain in the hands of a petty thug that he realized he could simply take it back. It wasn't a big deal. Although he managed to retrieve it, he hadn't expected the thug to have such powerful connections. After several days of outsmarting and outmaneuvering them, Yi Kai realized he couldn't continue like this. He decided to go all in, raiding their hideout, looting everything, and leaving that unfortunate city that very night. Fortunately, the universe didn't restrict people from leaving the city they were teleported to, otherwise, Yi Kai would have had to fight to the death. After some twists and turns, Yi Kai finally arrived in Linhai City, the day Ling Mo and the others left for the air raid shelter. He arrived almost immediately after they had departed. By the way, where are you all going? And why are you collecting so much gasoline? Yi Kai asked. After sealing the last can of gasoline, Ling Mo replied, We're going to Shinshur with the survivors. You'll come with us. Shinshur? I've heard of that place. They've established a survivor base there, must have been prepared for this. Going there is a good choice. After a while, Li Huai and his men found several intact cars and even a motorhome at a 4S shop. Once everyone was in the vehicles, the group left Linhai City. After the lead car safely exited the city, the driver breathed a sigh of relief. We were lucky today, we didn't encounter a single monster. If Ling Mo, sitting in the middle of the convoy, had heard this, she would probably have sneered, Lucky my foot. The reason you didn't encounter monsters is because I sent them away before you even saw them. She slowly opened her eyes, exhaling, finally out. Yi Kai, sitting in the back, teased, Mo, you shouldn't interfere with them. People need to learn self-reliance. As the saying goes, give a man a fish, you feed him for a day, teach a man to fish, you feed him for a lifetime. Protecting them will only make them useless. I didn't intend to protect them forever, but we can't lose half of our people before even leaving the city. I'm also thinking of our safety. Yi Kai gave a resigned can't argue look. By the way, I heard from Fuyu that you exposed your identities to a local. What are you planning to do about that? Yi Kai was shocked to learn that Ling Mo and Fuyu had actually told a native about their alien identities. He wondered if their heads were filled with water. Could they really say something like that so casually? Weren't they afraid of being captured and dissected for research? No problem for now. Hua Xiaoxiong is trustworthy, and Fuyu said he's our benefactor. We must be honest with him. Yi Kai sneered. Benefactor? Honest? And the truth? Sitting in the back, Hua Xiaoxiong looked at the SUV ahead with a displeased expression, like a puppy abandoned by its owner. Who was this person who suddenly appeared and took his place? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, could this newcomer also be? Chapter 597 Sound Pollution 39. Upon considering the possibility, Hua Xiaoxiong's pupils dilated instantly. Could their planet already have been occupied by aliens? Scenes from every alien invasion movie he'd ever seen played on a loop in his mind. Only one thought remained: what should I do? Should I tell someone? But if he did, he would die. Remembering Ling Mo's earlier warning, Hua Xiaoxiong shuddered. Just then, Ling Mo's voice rang in his mind without warning. Don't think nonsense. We have no interest in your planet. Startled, Hua Xiaoxiong sat up abruptly, hitting his head on the roof of the car with a loud thud. Xiaoxiong, are you all right? The others in the car asked, concern in their voices. Because Hua Xiaoxiong had taught them the meditation technique, they treated him with a certain respect, even if just for a moment, he was their teacher. Hua Xiaoxiong waved them off, indicating he was fine, then cautiously asked in his mind, Sister Ling, can you hear my thoughts? No, your mind is too active, Ling Mo replied. Hua Xiaoxiong fell silent. If she can't hear my thoughts, then who was I communicating with just now? Was it a hallucination? It's different. You wouldn't understand even if I explained. Anyway, don't get any ideas. After traveling for half a day, the group encountered another convoy of survivors, all heading to the same destination, the new city. Seeing the growing crowd, Ye Kai remarked, why do I feel like there are far more survivors in other cities than in Linhai? Although other cities suffered casualties, compared to Linhai City, the numbers were small. Ling Mo scanned the area with her mental power. Tens of thousands of survivors were scattered across other cities, and ahead, countless heads moved through the streets. Could the terrible state of Linhai City be because of us? Although she didn't want to place the blame on herself, as the only variable targeted by the cosmic consciousness, it was the most reasonable explanation. The arrival of Ling Mo and her group didn't attract much attention. Despite the large numbers, everyone moved quietly, a faint smell of blood in the air, fresh stains, and monster corpses nearby. Most survivors chose to walk, with only a few driving, and even then, they moved slowly. Although Ling Mo's convoy didn't initially draw notice, it wasn't invisible. Elderly people and children were rare, considered too vulnerable to travel alone. Most of these survivors were family or friends, huddled together for warmth, observing everyone cautiously. Their faces were unreadable, confused, worried, and wary of strangers. Ling Mo and her companions felt a pang of pity, but that was all. Their current priority was safety. From time to time, members of the crowd subtly observed the convoy. Vehicles in the apocalypse weren't just for travel, they were a place to rest. And through the windows, the passengers looked well-fed and strong, starkly different from the exhausted people walking. Ling Mo noticed the gazes but ignored them. What else could she do? Step out and argue? However, ignorant and self-righteous people always seem to appear at the worst times. A commotion broke out ahead. A man in a black trench coat, sunglasses, and a sharp chin stepped forward, heading straight for them. He scanned the convoy, finally focusing on the car carrying Ling Mo's group, simply because it looked the best. All the other vehicles appeared damaged, but theirs was intact, pristine. Ye Kai's lips curled into a smile. He cracked his wrists with a crack crack crack. I'm going to take a look. I'll be back soon, he said to the two in the front. Just teach him a lesson, don't go too far, Fuyu said, eyes on the road. Got it. Ye Kai disappeared from the car. Moments later, the sounds of fists smashing flesh, cries of pain, and pleas for mercy echoed through the crowd. The others did not intervene, just as they hadn't when Ye Kai had caused trouble before. About 5 minutes later, Ye Kai returned, rubbing his slightly reddened fists. Those guys all awakened the skin-hardening talent. I must say, fighting them is completely different from using a sandbag, he said. At that moment, Ling Mo looked in a certain direction. Something's approaching, she warned. A shrill, piercing noise cut through their ears. Sound waves swept in, carrying a cloud of sand that engulfed the convoy. Soon, the entire group was lost in swirling dust. Everyone! Stay put! Don't panic, a voice shouted. A red figure flashed through the sand, accompanied by a scream, then silence. 10 minutes later, the sandstorm dissipated. People began checking who had been attacked, the scream still fresh in their minds. Ling Mo already knew who the victim was, the one who had warned everyone not to move. The red-clad figure was decisive, swift, and ruthless, grabbing the person and leaving without hesitation. "I have a bad feeling, that guy will probably come back," Ling Mo said grimly. Chapter 598 Sound Pollution 40. A prophecy fulfilled. As evening approached, traveling at night was extremely dangerous, and everyone had been on the move all day. It was time to rest. Just then, a red figure flashed through the crowd again. A mother's scream rang out, "My child!" In an instant, the child was gone. Inside the car, the group noticed the commotion. "Mo, did you sense something approaching?" Yi Kai asked. Ling Mo nodded. "Yes, but it was incredibly fast, it was here in the blink of an eye." There had been no warning this time. At least before it made a sound, but this time? Silent. "Impossible to guard against," Yi Kai said grimly. His talent was wind. After taking the Violet Sea potion, not only had his original ability evolved, but he could now sense subtle changes in the air around him. "That thing must have been following us the whole time." "Impossible," Ling Mo shook her head. "If it had been, I wouldn't have missed it." After comforting the grieving mother, everyone returned to their business, leaving her alone, silently shedding tears. Late into the night, Ling Mo opened her eyes and glanced out the car window. What she saw nearly gave her a heart attack. Outside, a woman in a red off-shoulder dress, pale-faced, hair standing on end, stared intently at her with a chilling smile. The car windows were designed to prevent peeping, but in that moment, Ling Mo felt exposed. Based on the attack methods she had encountered earlier, she was certain this was the same monster, but different. Different appearance. Different intelligence. Before she could warn Fuyu beside her, the woman suddenly opened her mouth, revealing a row of shark-like teeth, with fresh pieces of flesh and blood stuck between them. This time, the threat was direct. Ling Mo acted immediately, activating her annihilation talent. Black flames erupted, engulfing the woman in red. In an instant, she was gone, not even ashes remained. Ling Mo couldn't help but marvel again at the terrifying power of her annihilation talent. The next morning, the 21st day of the game, after Fuyu and Yi Kai woke up, Ling Mo recounted the previous day's events. "The monster was right outside our window yesterday," she said. Both Fuyu and Yi Kai were shocked. Mo, why didn't you wake us?" Yi Kai asked during breakfast. "I was scared out of my mind, almost had a heart attack. And it was already resolved." "You were sleeping soundly, so I didn't wake you," Ling Mo replied. Mo, I thought you said the annihilation talent was too dangerous, that you were avoiding using it because the cosmic consciousness might target you?" "Special cases require special handling," Ling Mo shrugged innocently. "Yesterday, if I hadn't acted immediately, she would have attacked me face to face. Dealing with the enemy is the priority." Just as Ling Mo thought the day would pass quietly, a shrill, piercing sound erupted from all directions. A sandstorm swept over everyone, more intense than yesterday. "Don't panic. Stay where you are," someone shouted. "They're here, and there's more than one," Ling Mo said solemnly. Through the swirling sand, several red figures flashed past. Each time they landed, someone screamed, some went blind. Attempts to fight back were futile, no one could pinpoint the attacker's location. "These monsters are incredibly fast. Even with my mental power, I can't locate them precisely," Ling Mo said. "Yi Kai, use the wind. Blow away all the sand," she commanded. The monsters were using the sand to conceal themselves. Without it, they couldn't hide. Yi Kai waved his hand. A hurricane swept across the area, clearing the sand and even the clouds above. Finally, the monsters were visible. "A female ghost," someone gasped. Red dress, high heels, deathly pale skin, hair standing on end, chilling smile, she was terrifying in appearance. Without the sand, Ling Mo sensed panic, even fear, emanating from the monsters. "They're trying to escape." don't let them get away. Ling Mo and Ye Kai leapt from the car almost simultaneously. Ye Kai unleashed over a dozen wind blades toward the monsters, while Ling Mo fired 3 arrows at once. The others in the convoy joined in, gathering their courage to fight. Soon, most of the female ghost monsters were dead, and 2 were captured alive. A woman in the crowd, eyes red and swollen, rushed forward to one of the captured monsters. "Where is my daughter? Where have you taken her?" she demanded. There was no answer. With the immediate threat resolved, Ling Mo and Ye Kai quietly returned to the car, not showing off their strength. These monsters aren't that strong, mostly scary looking. Their defenses are probably weaker than the ones in Linhai City. Are they the same kind? Ye Kai asked. Probably, just mutated individuals, Ling Mo guessed. Chapter 599, Sound Pollution 41. Soon, another commotion erupted in the crowd. Several people in uniforms, fully armed, emerged from the throng. They had heard that 2 monsters had been captured alive and had come specifically to take them away. As a newly discovered species, and alive at that, these ghost-like creatures had immense research value. After a brief negotiation, the monsters were officially handed over. Most of the ordinary people present had no idea what to do with living monsters. They couldn't exactly carry them along like luggage. It would have been akin to carrying a ticking time bomb. Once the 2 creatures were taken away, one man didn't leave. He approached Ling Mo's car. Bang bang bang. Fuyu rolled down the window. "What's the matter?" The man replied, "We heard you were the first to fight back when those monsters appeared and that you killed the most. We also heard you developed a meditation method that can make people stronger. I've been ordered to invite you to join us." Ling Mo and the others immediately realized that only the last sentence revealed his true purpose. "We're sorry, but we have no intention of joining any faction. As for the meditation method, you can ask Hua Xiaoxiong," Fuyu replied politely. The man, seemingly anticipating this, didn't get angry. He continued, "Don't decide so quickly. You can think it over. Also, just yesterday, when those female ghost monsters appeared, our Professor Hua made a discovery. This might be related to the apocalypse. Are you sure you're not interested?" Ling Mo and the others instantly became curious. Inside the communication corridor, they discussed the situation. "Something's off. It's strange to reveal something so important. This guy seems to want us to come with him," Ye Kai said. "Mo, can you get Professor Hua's research data directly from there?" Fuyu asked. Ling Mo shook her head. "I don't even know who Professor Hua is or where he is. How could I? Besides, this guy seems confident we'll come." "If that's the case, let's go with him and see," Ling Mo said. With their spatial talents, leaving would be effortless. She didn't think they posed any danger. Finally, their curiosity got the better of them, and the 3 followed the man to the front of the group. As they approached, Ling Mo whispered, "I think I know why they were so insistent." "Why?" Ye Kai asked. "Professor Hua. Hua Xiaoxiong." They arrived at a tent and indeed saw a familiar face. Hua Xiaoxiong's eyes lit up. "Sister Ling, Brother Fu, you've finally arrived." Standing beside him was a man in his 40s or 50s, with gray hair, a white coat, and thick glasses. "I've heard Xiaoxiong mention you before. Thank you for taking care of my son along the way," he said, extending a hand to Fuyu. In a split second, Ling Mo noticed a flash of white light in the man's eyes. Instinctively, she slapped his hand away, her gaze sharp and hostile. At the same time, a rapidly equipping flywheel pressed against his neck, slicing the skin and drawing bright red blood. Ling Mo's movements were lightning fast. By the time anyone reacted, it was too late. "Don't be impulsive, Sister Ling. My father meant no harm." Hua Xiaoxiong shouted anxiously. Meanwhile, the guards protecting the tent rushed in, guns raised. But in the next instant, their bodies floated uncontrollably into the air. Inside the tent, Professor Hua remained calm, despite the tense atmosphere. He first apologized to Fuyu for his earlier actions, then ordered the guards to retreat and forbade anyone else from approaching. Once back on the ground, the guards glanced at the trio with lingering fear before slowly leaving. Soon, only Ling Mo, her companions, Professor Hua, and his son remained inside the tent. Ling Mo retrieved the flying wheel and slowly said, "Mind reading." Initially, physical contact was required to read thoughts, but now, Professor Hua had no choice but to reveal his talent. "I apologize for meeting you this way, but I have no ill intentions. I simply want to obtain useful information to help save this planet," he explained. Using his mind-reading ability, Professor Hua had unintentionally accessed Hua Xiaoxiong's memories, learning of the extraordinary encounters they had faced. He also read Fuyu's memories. Though he was disappointed, the apocalypse they experienced was entirely different. Memories are vast, and even mind-reading cannot perfectly retain all details. He could only extract what was useful. From Fuyu's memories, he learned that the people of Blue Star had relocated to another planet called Qingyang. "If that's the case, then you've come to the wrong place. We don't know how to save your planet." If Ling Mo hadn't been capable of finding Qingyang, the people of Blue Star would still be suffering. Before entering the game, Blue Star had already entered another ice age. Every day, countless lives were lost, and survivors eked out a meager existence, hiding in elven treehouses. Chapter 600, Sound Pollution 42. Hearing Ling Mo's words, Professor Hua, though already knowing the answer, still showed a trace of disappointment. But the emotion quickly passed. Just because these people couldn't solve the crisis themselves didn't mean they couldn't help. Compared to the unsolvable natural disasters on his planet, their situation seemed relatively optimistic. As long as the mutated monsters were eliminated, the planet would be safe, or at least, that was how it appeared for now. Even so, Professor Hua continued, "I want to gather more information from you, about the talents you've awakened, and anything you know about places beyond this planet. I want to know everything." He paused, then added, "From Little Bear's memories, I know you came here on a survival mission. I can help you complete it, provided I get the information you know." Ling Mo exchanged a glance with Fuyu. After a brief nod from him, she replied, "I can tell you, but not now. At least not until our mission is complete." Professor Hua's expression brightened, then he frowned. "When will your mission be finished?" "I don't know. It will be finished when it's time. Of course, you can ask me questions during this period." Ling Mo knew she still had several days left in the mission. She also had another reason for holding back: she needed time to organize the data. Unlike meditation methods, implanting knowledge into someone else's mind wasn't a trivial task. Professor Hua, initially disappointed, perked up again. "You're willing to answer all my questions?" "Of course not, I'm not an encyclopedia," Ling Mo said, giving him a look that clearly said, "What are you dreaming about?" "I'll answer what I know. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't answer everything," she added. After some discussion, the group reached an initial agreement. Ling Mo and her companions requested that Professor Hua and Hua Xiaoxiong keep their identities secret until the mission was complete. He didn't refuse. He knew that if he did, Ling Mo's group wouldn't hesitate to silence them permanently. From previous encounters, he understood that even all of them combined would be no match for these people. The group set off again, Ling Mo and her companions riding with Professor Hua in his car. "By the way," Ling Mo said, "when you called us here before, you mentioned a new discovery. I'd like to know what that is." Professor Hua's eyes lit up. "Ah, yes. Ever since the noise-induced illness appeared, I've noticed a strange sound wave emerging in the air. It has a huge impact on the planet's inhabitants, making people impulsive. Each person is affected differently, depending on their constitution. But over time, this sound wave strengthens, affecting almost everyone. My original prediction was that eventually, nearly everyone would develop severe noise-induced illness, ultimately descending into madness from its torment." "Originally? And now?" Ling Mo asked. Professor Hua pondered. Now, you've likely noticed that these mutated monsters have started eating people. Even intelligent beings are being treated as food. Based on my research, those being eaten are likely the most severely affected by noise-induced illness. Though they retain intelligence, they've lost rationality. Their behavior is guided by instincts, predatory, dangerous instincts. Even beasts know to avoid danger, but these creatures are now hunting humans. Hearing this, Ling Mo and her companions understood the implications. In nature, nearly no creature hunts humans. Humans are strong, vengeful, and capable of extraordinary feats, especially now with awakened talents. If these monsters were intelligent, they would know humans aren't typical prey. Yet they still hunted humans. There was only one possibility: consuming humans must provide them with some unexpected benefit. Ling Mo's thoughts immediately returned to the man's earlier words, the antidote. Was it referring to these monsters? Or to everyone? Because of their previous agreement, Professor Hua and Hua Xiaoxiong held notebooks, eyes fixed on Ling Mo. Their pages were filled with notes, but Ling Mo had barely paused to breathe while explaining. Especially after learning from his son that Ling Mo might have an awakening potion, Professor Hua connected the dots. Could these three be the master they had been searching for? Yes. Their miraculous abilities, the power to disappear at will, and methods far beyond human comprehension suggested they were indeed extraordinary. The incident had caused a stir before. Those who tried to blackmail the master had lost everything and were now under investigation. Professor Hua's excitement surged. He had even seen the video of the severed finger healing. If he hadn't verified its authenticity, he would have suspected it was fake. As evening fell, the group stopped again. Some rested, others started fires, and a few cooked. Ling Mo finally found a quiet spot to eat. Ye Kai joined her, teasing, "This is the first time I've seen you so talkative." Ling Mo rolled her eyes. She didn't want to speak. She'd talked more in one day than she had in an entire month. Just then, Fu Yu approached. Given the events of the previous night, they decided to take turns keeping watch. "Yes, that's right," Fu Yu said, "just the two of us. I'll take the first half, and Ye Kai will take the second." Ye Kai glanced at Ling Mo. "What about Mo?" Chapter 601, Sound Pollution 43. Ling Mo looked up at Ye Kai, her eyes silently saying, "You devil. I'm exhausted already, and you want me to keep watch?" Night had fallen, and after a long day's journey, most of the group was fast asleep. Only a few, still shaken by the day's events, remained awake. Inside an SUV, Ling Mo sat in the passenger seat, eyes closed, appearing to be asleep. Since their agreement with Professor Hua, he had offered them a tent to live in, but they had refused. First, it would draw too much attention. They were already conspicuous enough, and a separate tent would make it impossible for outsiders not to notice them and question their identities. Second, the SUV, though cramped, was safer than a tent, and that mattered far more in the middle of this apocalypse. In the latter half of the night, Ling Mo was suddenly awakened by Ye Kai. He looked at her with a serious expression. "I sense fluctuations in the air, something is approaching rapidly. Can you use your mental energy to investigate?" Ling Mo nodded, expanding her mental energy to its maximum. Fu Yu, just waking up, asked, "What's happening?" "Something's coming. Mo will check it." Ye Kai's voice was low, tense. Moments later, Ling Mo's expression darkened. "There is indeed something approaching us. It's very large, and..." Her gaze grew complicated. Ye Kai leaned forward. "And what? Tell me." "The way it moves is strange. Its shape is very strange." Fu Yu frowned. "What do you mean?" Ling Mo hesitated, searching for words. "It's X-shaped, like the lower halves of two people cut in half and joined together, tumbling through the air, and singing." The song was faint, ethereal, and chilling, a melody that was as beautiful as it was terrifying. As the creature drew closer, Ling Mo and Ye Kai tried to interfere, attempting to force it off course or send it away. But all efforts failed. It was as if the monster had a GPS, heading straight for them. Neither Ye Kai's wind manipulation nor Ling Mo's teleportation could stop it. Ling Mo took a deep breath. "I'll deal with it." Fu Yu and Ye Kai immediately protested. "You just teleported multiple times, how much energy do you have left? What if it's dangerous?" And Li Mia. Li Mia was powerful but unpredictable, a double-edged sword. "I'll go." "I have the Spear of Annihilation," Fu Yu offered. "I'll go." "Give me the spear, Fu Yu." "I can fly and return quickly," Ye Kai added. Seeing the two vying for the task, Ling Mo stopped them. "I'll go. I can handle it without the spear. I have a secret weapon." She tapped her beret with a mysterious smile, and vanished. A few hundred meters from the group, the monster loomed closer. Only now could Ling Mo see its true form, a gigantic X, composed of countless smaller monsters, tumbling together as one horrifying entity. The eerie song swirled around her, pulling at her mind with visions of a strange paradise. For a brief moment, she almost fell under its spell, but then, a sharp pain stabbed through her head, snapping her senses back. "I almost fell for it," Ling Mo muttered, steadied herself, and reached into her pocket. She pulled out a plump orange. "Go ahead, eat this." Tossing it into the air, the orange rapidly expanded in size. To Ling Mo's amazement, it devoured the monster. "It actually works." Even as she watched, a strange fullness overtook her stomach, as if she were being forced to eat despite already being full. She gagged, rubbing her discomfort stomach. When the orange returned, it had transformed into a grapefruit. A message flashed in her mind. Super delicious orange, a concept-level item. As long as the holder firmly believes in it, it can devour anything and return an equivalent amount of energy to the owner. Friendly reminder, do not be greedy, or you may burst. Ling Mo understood immediately. The fullness she had felt was the result of the energy being processed. Fortunately, it passed quickly, and the energy was absorbed into her body. With 3 talents now active, Ling Mo realized she required 3 times the energy of an ordinary person to cultivate effectively. Previously, her new talents had been influenced by her older ones, allowing rapid progress. But cultivating 3 distinct talents independently had caused stagnation at level 4 for so long. So that's why my progress has been slow, she thought. Despite the frustration, the deed was done. She could only accept it, and adjust her training accordingly. Chapter 602, Sound Pollution 44. If Ling Mo's thoughts at this moment were known to others in interstellar space, countless people would be so envious they couldn't sleep. Others struggle immensely to awaken even once, yet she awakened 3 times in a row. Others expend countless efforts to cultivate a talent to level 4, but she barely exerted any effort, eating and drinking as usual, and easily reached level 4. This couldn't be described as merely shocking, it was downright astonishing. And she was still not satisfied? Although Ling Mo needed 3 times the energy to level up, the super delicious oranges perfectly compensated for it. She weighed the orange-brown pomelo in her hand, realizing she hadn't eaten enough earlier. After resting for a while, until the item's cooldown period was over, Ling Mo returned to the car. Back in the car, she saw the other two. "What are you two planning to do?" she asked. The 2 men had fierce eyes, weapons in their hands, looking ready to fight at any moment. Upon seeing Ling Mo unharmed, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. "Why did it take so long?" Fu Yu asked. "The blinking cooldown hadn't finished yet, so I waited a while," Ling Mo replied. The 2 looked on with understanding. "But what method did you use to defeat the monster?" "There wasn't a sound of battle," Ye Kai asked curiously. Hearing this, Ling Mo smiled mysteriously. "Fighting and killing are not elegant at all, definitely not suitable for a lady like me." Ye Kai and Fu Yu. "Lady? What does that have to do with you? You super strong girl." Of course, they dared not say such things directly. Afterwards, Ling Mo took out the super delicious orange and showed it to the 2 of them, explaining the situation. However, she didn't mention the orange's effects or the difficulty of cultivating multiple talents. Currently, the only person here with multiple talents besides Ling Mo was Yi Kai. She planned to tell him after the game ended. Thus, the unusual disaster disappeared under Ling Mo's control, and people enjoyed a peaceful night. By the morning of the second day, the 22nd day of the game, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they should arrive in New City that afternoon. During this time, aside from meals and the 1-hour lunch break, Professor Hua and Hua Xiaoxiong constantly bombarded Ling Mo with questions. After a night of interaction, the two had evolved. Yesterday, they both asked the same questions and recorded them together, but now they seemed to have planned it all out, one asking, the other answering. It was thanks to them that she was unaware of her vast knowledge. She could answer about 70% of the questions Professor Hua and Hua Xiaoxiong posed, with Fuyu occasionally filling in the gaps. Finally, in the afternoon, as the gates of New City came into view, Ling Mo felt a sense of relief. They had finally arrived. Ling Mo picked up a bottle of mineral water and gulped it down in one go. Before entering New City, they would need to undergo a check to confirm they weren't secretly infected. So, Xinshi calls those monsters infected? Hidden among the group, Ling Mo curiously observed the inspection process. Of course, she was most concerned about Professor Hua and his son, Hua Xiaoxiong. These two knew their identities, and she wanted to prevent them from secretly revealing them. Although the possibility was extremely small, it was better to be safe than sorry. Fortunately, the two were very honest and didn't pass any information to the inspectors. After confirming they were cleared, another problem quickly arose: how to pass the inspection. Once inside the inspection room, Ling Mo and the others realized that the inspection required them to expose their tentacles. As Earthlings, they didn't have these. Oh no, they'd been exposed. Just then, Ling Mo took out a device and hypnotized the staff and the others who had come in for the inspection. With the aid of psychological suggestion, they passed the test without incident. Fortunately, the inspection room was sealed, and those outside couldn't see inside, otherwise, it would have been very difficult. After all, this tool's abilities were limited, it couldn't hypnotize everyone here. Moreover, hypnotizing so many people would definitely attract the attention of the city's higher-ups. After leaving the testing room, they saw Professor Hua and Hua Xiaoxiong waiting for them outside. "Sister Ling, you're finally out. You're unfamiliar with this place, why don't you stay at my place? It'll be more convenient," Hua Xiaoxiong warmly invited. Ling Mo said, "Wouldn't that be too much trouble?" Hua Xiaoxiong shook her head. "How could it be? It's just my dad and me at home, and our house is big enough that it won't be too crowded. Are you sure you can get back to your own house under these circumstances?" Fuyu asked meaningfully, looking behind her. "Don't worry about that. No one dares to touch my house without my permission," Professor Hua said domineeringly. The three thought about it and ultimately accepted Hua Xiaoxiong's invitation. After all, compared to painstakingly searching for a place to stay, which might not even be good, it was better to stay where there was already a place available. Now wasn't the time to act superior. Upon entering the new city, they found the streets crowded with people, and the air thick with an unpleasant odor. Although they had accepted Professor Hua and his son's invitation, they didn't go back together. Professor Hua needed to return to the research institute, and Hua Xiaoxiong was also busy. Ling Mo and the other two decided to familiarize themselves with the new city in preparation for any unexpected situations in the coming days. Just then, a little boy who looked about 8 or 9 years old suddenly ran over, looked up at them, and asked, "Is this your first time in the new city? I can show you the way, all you need is a packet of instant noodles or a bottle of mineral water." "Okay, thank you for your help," Ling Mo said with a smile, bending down. "But I don't have instant noodles, only bread. Is that all right?" The little boy's eyes lit up at the bread in Ling Mo's hand, and he quickly hugged it to his chest, saying, Sure, of course. Where do you want to go?" "I'll take you there right now." "Take us to wherever newcomers usually go after entering the new city," Fuyu said. Chapter 603, Sound Source Pollution 45. The little boy led the three of them to the mission hall. Looking at the scene inside, exactly as described in the novel, Ling Mo couldn't help but sigh. It's like a dream come true. Haven't you seen places like this before? Fu Yu asked. Ling Mo shook her head. The two are completely incomparable. Because of the different disasters they faced, even though both were survivor bases, New City felt almost like the world before the apocalypse, except there were more people on the streets, and their faces were a bit grim. Just as the group was about to check what missions were available, a piercing scream suddenly erupted from the crowd. A person who had been talking to a companion suddenly began to convulse, his pupils turned white, and he collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Just as his companion was about to check on him, the convulsing man suddenly sprang up, grabbed the nearest companion, and bit down. Instantly, blood splattered everywhere. Everyone was stunned by the scene. It wasn't until the monster took its second bite that people reacted and ran away. At the same time, the guards responsible for maintaining order in the mission hall stepped forward, preparing to capture the clearly infected person alive. The reason for capturing him alive was, of course, for human experimentation. However, at that moment, the monster that had been devouring the creature suddenly sprang up. It charged toward Ling Mo and the others at incredible speed, emitting a beast-like roar. Seeing this, Ling Mo decisively drew her bow and shot an arrow, pinning the monster to the wall and rendering it immobile. The situation was resolved so quickly that the surrounding crowd didn't even have time to react. But Ling Mo had no time to care about their shock. That monster had charged straight at them without hesitation. She simply didn't believe there wasn't something fishy going on. For no apparent reason, two words, antidote, appeared in her mind again. Could they really be the antidote? No, 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 this must be a conspiracy of the cosmic consciousness. The monster's corpse was quickly taken away. Although nailed to the wall, the monster was incredibly resilient, and Ling Mo's arrow hadn't struck its vital point. It was still alive when it was removed. Even severely wounded, it still roared at Ling Mo and the others. The unfortunate soul who had been bitten to death by the monster also had her body taken away. After all, if someone bitten by a monster turned into a zombie, the body would be taken away and destroyed by the authorities. Only a pool of red blood remained on the ground. Around the bloodstain, Ling Mo noticed a broken test tube. Most of the liquid inside had spilled out, leaving only a tiny bit. Pink, Ling Mo murmured to herself. Hearing her words, Yi Kai asked curiously, what pink? Following her gaze, Yi Kai and Fu Yu also saw the broken test tube in the blood and the tiny bit of pale pink medicine remaining inside. Is there something wrong with that medicine? Yi Kai asked. Ling Mo shook her head. I don't know. But in this situation, a broken test tube on the surface would inevitably attract attention. After all, most people wouldn't carry test tubes around. However, Ling Mo didn't dwell on it and quickly put it out of her mind. In the center of the mission hall was a huge screen displaying various missions. The tasks varied in content and difficulty. Following each task was a corresponding point system. Points could be used to redeem various items, essentially functioning as currency. In a corner of the hall, an exchange window allowed users to exchange valuables for points. Conversely, points could also be used to redeem various valuable items at very low prices. However, not many people did this. The three had no intention of accepting any tasks. After all, their main goal was to complete the game. Barring unforeseen circumstances, they would likely remain in New City until the game ended. This was the safest approach for them. Beyond the giant screen were various display windows showcasing items with special abilities, props. These were all things discovered since the apocalypse. The props were clearly priced, each one extremely expensive. Many people lingered in front of the display windows, their eyes filled with envy. Then, a familiar object caught Ling Mo's attention. Wasn't this the feather she had charged? Ling Mo looked at the carefully arranged ice blue feather in the display window. That's right, these were her charged feathers. How did they end up here? Besides, they also sold white feathers here, which were uncharged. They were cheap, only 2 points per feather. Ling Mo examined one of the feathers. The white feather had a faint pinkish tinge at the base. Such feathers were rare, but not uncommon. The pinkish part was probably skin and flesh. These feathers seemed to have been ripped off while alive. After looking around for a while, Ling Mo realized most of the items here were disposable. The three didn't find anything of interest. Seeing that it was almost time, they decided to leave the mission hall. Following the address Hua Xiaoxiong had given them, the three arrived at his house. Hua Xiaoxiong was already waiting outside. Seeing them, his face lit up with joy. "Great! Sister Ling, Brother Fu, Brother Yi, you're finally back. I thought you weren't coming." Hua Xiaoxiong warmly led the three inside. On the way, he asked cautiously, "Sister Ling, I heard you encountered infected people in the mission hall and took care of them." Ling Mo nodded. "It hasn't even been an hour, and you already know?" The news spread fast. "It's not just me, the whole of Xinche probably knows. Sister Ling, you're going to be famous if nothing unexpected happens." Hua Xiaoxiong gave Ling Mo a strange look. Didn't she say before that they wanted to keep a low profile? Why were they suddenly so high profile now? Then he thought, maybe this was just a casual move for them. After all, he still didn't understand what kind of talent Ling Mo and the others possessed. What kind of talent could simultaneously grant them the abilities of spatial teleportation, archery, and long-distance telepathy? Chapter 604, Sound Pollution 46. Entering the living room, they found a table full of dishes already prepared. Knowing that Ling Mo and the others didn't like too many people, the only others in the living room were Professor Hua and his son, Hua Xiaoxiong. "I heard." At the dining table, Professor Hua asked about what had happened in the mission hall today. "You killed that infected person with one blow, which has drawn the attention of the higher-ups in New City. They want to meet you, and I told them that you are my distant relatives, whom I happened to meet on the road," Professor Hua said. The implication was clear, they had to attend this meeting. Going was fine, if nothing unexpected happened, the other party probably wanted to recruit them. They didn't object to this. Being able to obtain official protection was beneficial, provided they didn't reveal their identities. "By the way, Professor, do you know anything about a pink potion?" Ling Mo asked suddenly. "Pink potion? Why do you ask that?" Seeing Professor Hua's question, Ling Mo guessed he probably knew about it, or had even seen it. "It's nothing, just asking casually. Today in the mission hall, I saw a broken test tube on that unfortunate person who was bitten to death by an infected. There was still a little pale pink liquid inside," she explained. Professor Hua nodded. "This potion is the latest research from Xinche. I only saw it once today. It said that the person who developed this potion awakened a special talent, able to extract special factors from other substances. By injecting them into their own body, they can greatly enhance their combat power. I'm very curious about this potion, so I applied to the Research Institute for one to study. However, they said it's very rare right now, and I'll have to wait a few more days to get the finished product." Professor Hua was thinking that if the potion's effects were real and the formula were distributed to all survivors, everyone would experience a rapid boost. His words made Ling Mo fall into deep thought. A talent that can rapidly increase levels? After dinner, Professor Hua and his son continued asking Ling Mo questions for a long time, until the early hours of the morning. When she returned to the room prepared for her, she lay on the soft, comfortable bed, closed her eyes, and opened the communication corridor. "Mo, you know a lot about talents. Are there really any that can improve a talent level in a short time?" Fu Yu asked. "I can't say for sure," Ling Mo replied. "I do know a few talents that can boost talent levels rapidly, but without exception, the owner pays a huge price when using them. Moreover, some improvements aren't permanent and have a time limit. However, the world is vast and full of wonders. Perhaps such a talent truly exists, but it just hasn't been discovered or recorded yet. Like me, Before I appeared, there were no other talents with mental and spatial mutations. Talent mutations are rare, but they do exist. My own talent mutation is clearly not ordinary, it's more like a combination of two talents. Since you two have said so much, why don't we just go meet that person and ask him what's going on? Neither Ling Mo nor Fu Yu paid attention to Ye Kai's remarks. They didn't want to talk to idiots, it would lower their IQ. By the way, what are you planning to do about what Professor Hua mentioned? About the high-ranking officials in Xinshi wanting to meet us? Have you figured out how to fool them? Ye Kai asked. Too lazy to explain. Just play dumb, Ling Mo said straightforwardly. Fu Yu remained silent, tacitly agreeing with her. After all, he couldn't think of a good explanation, actually, he was just too lazy to try. Some things only get more complicated the more you explain them, making matters worse. It's better to explain nothing and maintain a mysterious persona. With their strength, no one in Xinshi should be able to harm them. Moreover, as long as those high-ranking officials aren't fools, they won't attack, they'll rely on their strength. The next day, Ling Mo opened her eyes promptly at 5 o'clock. It wasn't that she wasn't sleepy, but a sudden, eerie howling sound had startled her awake. She sat on the bed, rubbing her head. She had forgotten to withdraw her mental energy last night, the sound that had woken her must have been several kilometers away. Today was the 23rd day of the game, with less than 8 days left until the game ended. The dawn of victory was just around the corner, keep going. At 7 o'clock, after breakfast, Professor Hua prepared to take Ling Mo and the other two to meet someone. Professor, isn't this a bit too early? Ling Mo asked. No, the mayor is eager to see you all, Professor Hua said, leading the group out. Half an hour later, they arrived at the mayor's office. Inside, a middle-aged man in a suit with gentle features was sitting. Seeing them enter, he immediately stood and greeted them warmly. You must be the ones who dealt with the infected in the mission hall yesterday. Truly, heroes emerge from among the young. Thank you so much for yesterday. If it weren't for your timely intervention, that infected could have caused unimaginable harm. This is all my dereliction of duty as mayor. The mayor warmly led Ling Mo and the others to sit in the reception room. With a gentle wave of his hand over the table, 6 pale pink vials appeared. Here, 3 of these are a reward for your bravery, a gift from the city, and the other 3 are a personal gift from me, as a token of gratitude for protecting the people. Looking at the 6 vials, the 3 didn't immediately accept them. Mayor, what are you saying? This is what we should do. Besides, even without our help, I believe the guards in the mission hall could have dealt with the infected, Fu Yu said with a smile. Hearing this, the mayor laughed heartily. You're right, but by then it would have been too late. These are what you deserve. In that case, thank you, Mayor. Hearing Fu Yu's words, Ling Mo reached out and placed the 6 vials into her bag. The moment she touched them, she felt a faint fluctuation, but she didn't show it. Judging from the mayor's ability to conjure things out of thin air, she realized he had awakened a spatial-type talent. Chapter 605, Sound Source Pollution 47. As someone with a spatial talent herself, no one knew better than Ling Mo how difficult it could be to deal with someone else possessing spatial talent. However, spatial talents had many branches. It all depended on which type the mayor's talent leaned toward. For example, Ling Mo's own spatial talent leaned more toward spatial movement. Just as the group engaged in a friendly, but ultimately pointless, conversation, actually, the mayor was just flattering them and making empty promises, a sudden knock came at the door of the reception room. Immediately afterward, a woman in a suit, with short hair, glasses, and an aura of competence and authority, entered. Her gaze swept across the room before finally landing on Ling Mo and the others. A kind smile appeared on her otherwise serious face. I presume these are the heroes who dealt with the infected in the mission hall yesterday? My apologies for not recognizing you. The woman strode over, pushed the mayor out of his seat, and sat down herself. The mayor's reaction was fascinating. As the leader of New City, he should have been the top authority in the entire city. In this turbulent situation with an uncertain future, calling him a local tyrant wouldn't have been an exaggeration. Yet, faced with such unreasonable behavior, he only showed restraint. Ling Mo also sensed the woman's subtle hostility and disdain toward the mayor. Although her facial expression remained calm, Ling Mo knew that the truest feelings of the heart could never be completely hidden. This was interesting. Were these two rivals? Next, Ling Mo and her companions truly experienced what it meant to be so embarrassed they wanted to curl their toes. The woman's words were coated in a sickeningly sweet flattery. They wanted to hit her, but couldn't. After all, one doesn't hit a smiling face, and if nothing unexpected happened, they would still have to rely on her support. Perhaps noticing the strange expressions on Ling Mo's and the others' faces, the woman finally paused her incessant praise. By the way, haven't I introduced myself? My surname is Lon, and I am the vice mayor of New City, she said. To be honest, the three already knew who she was. While Vice Mayor Lon spoke non-stop, Ling Mo idly explored the room, sharing her observations with her companions. Vice Mayor Lon glanced at the time and exclaimed in surprise, "It's almost noon. Why don't we eat and chat? I have something very important to tell you, and I hope you'll agree." "What? Chat?" The mayor, hearing this, clearly became agitated. "Vice Mayor Lon, these are my guests. Isn't it inappropriate for you to overstep like this?" Vice Mayor Lon glanced at him and said, "What time is it now?" The mayor is still fussing over such trivial matters. How petty. Seeing this, Ling Mo and the others exchanged glances. They were beginning to wonder if they had been dragged into some inexplicable political vortex. Vice Mayor Lon was clearly well prepared, even the restaurant had been arranged. After taking their seats, Vice Mayor Lon stood first, raised her glass to Ling Mo and the others, and said, "I heard that you not only dealt with the infected yesterday, but also invented a meditation method. On behalf of all the survivors, I would like to toast the three of you." Seeing the glass on the table, none of the three moved. Vice Mayor, my siblings and I all have severe alcohol allergies. We're fine with regular alcohol, but drinking it could be fatal, Ling Mo explained. Vice Mayor Lon looked slightly embarrassed but quickly masked it. "Oh, I see. Never mind then. If you can't drink alcohol, have some soft drinks." Several drinks were served, but Ling Mo declined all of them, citing allergies. After inquiring again about the ingredients and reiterating their allergies, Vice Mayor Lon couldn't help but comment, "You have quite a few allergies." Ling Mo nodded, troubled. "It's been like this since we were little. We have to be extremely careful about what we eat. We take allergy medication more often than we eat. And, for some reason, although our allergens are different, we all share the same allergens whenever we're near each other." Vice Mayor Lon, who had never heard of such a thing, was shocked. She had never imagined such an allergy could exist. However, she couldn't verify it on the spot. She wanted to win them over, not risk offending them. The meal was completely tasteless, and Vice Mayor Lon even forgot her original plan. When they left, the mayor personally saw them off. "I'm very sorry about today. Vice Mayor Lon is young, she's only been in office for a month. By the way, she probably wanted to invite you to join her superhero team today. If possible, I hope you will refuse." Ling Mo asked curiously, "Why should we refuse? Isn't a superhero team good?" After all, everyone loved heroes. Especially in these chaotic times, heroes were needed to provide spiritual support. For example, Ling Mo herself. Although she personally felt nothing, to the rest of Blue Star, she was the spiritual anchor of the entire planet. Heroes are good, of course, the mayor continued, but Vice Mayor Lan's reasons for forming this superhero team aren't simple. She wants to create gods. Those who join will either become gods, or cannon fodder. With the strength you displayed yesterday, you should have a much wider world to explore, not be trapped in a shell called God so early. The mayor looked righteous and awe-inspiring, as if he truly cared for them. Ling Mo smiled faintly. "Thank you for the reminder, Mayor. we will refuse the vice mayor. Hearing this, the mayor smiled. By the way, have you heard of the Thunder Venerable? He suddenly asked. The Thunder Venerable? Ling Mo recalled the post she had seen earlier and nodded. I've heard some news, but not much. That Thunder Venerable seems to have awakened an extremely powerful talent, but it has gone out of control. Before you arrived, I received a document from the capital, requiring each region to send its most powerful talent user to capture the Thunder Venerable. I had already chosen my people, but now I want to add you to the list as well. Chapter 606, Sound Source Pollution 48. Ling Mo and her companions, who had originally planned to stay in Shinshur until the end of the game, now deeply understood what it meant for plans to go awry. Going to besiege the Thunder Venerable? The mayor really thinks highly of us. His judgment of people is spot on, Ling Mo murmured. If the Thunder Venerable was indeed Jiang Xian, then besides them, probably no one could stand against him. The mayor clearly had no intention of giving them a chance to refuse. He even informed them that their departure would be tomorrow and instructed them to return to pack their things. Since this was an official mission, all food and supplies would be provided by Shinshur. To motivate the three, the mayor promised that upon their return, they could choose any reward from the mission hall, anything they wanted. Ling Mo and her companions didn't react to the mayor's arrangements. After all, if what the mayor said was true, Deputy Mayor Lan, having failed to achieve her goal this time, would certainly not let it go easily. Although they didn't want to offend anyone, directly refusing was itself an offense. Leaving at this moment was indeed the best option, and their reason for leaving was valid. They didn't refuse, but Professor Hua, standing to the side, looked displeased and disapproving. If the mayor sent these aliens out, wouldn't he have less time to ask questions? At that moment, Professor Hua wanted nothing more than to jump up and knock the mayor's head. Why did he have to capture the Thunder Venerable now? Didn't he understand priorities? However, he couldn't afford to offend either the mayor or Ling Mo and the others. Especially seeing that Ling Mo and her companions didn't object to the mayor's arrangement, he dared not speak. Back at Professor Hua's home, Ling Mo took out the several pink vials of medicine. Professor, didn't you want one to study? Here, take these too, she said, generously handing him the vials. Professor, let me remind you, just study these. Don't inject them into yourself, or you'll regret it. Professor Hua, who had been somewhat pleased to receive the vials, froze. He didn't know whether to take them or not, and his smile became awkward. What, is there a problem with this potion? Fu Yu asked. Ling Mo nodded. There is indeed a problem, but we don't know exactly what. However, I am certain that what's inside is alive. The only thing she knew for sure was that if this thing entered their bodies, it would do more harm than good. Given that Professor Hua had been kind to them lately, she was merely giving a warning. As for the remaining potion, she planned to take it back for Qiaman to investigate thoroughly. She really missed Qiaman. Because they were leaving Shinshur tomorrow, and Professor Hua didn't know when their mission would end, he tried to make the most of their remaining time to extract as much information as possible from them. For this reason, even Fu Yu and Yi Kai were conscripted into answering questions. This continued until their departure the next morning. Fortunately, the three of them were physically strong, not sleeping all night didn't affect them much, and they remained energetic. Because the infected were adept at sonic attacks, flying was out of the question, they could only drive. As someone without a driver's license, Ling Mo naturally occupied the passenger seat, while Fu Yu and Yi Kai took turns driving. Of course, she wasn't idle either. Ling Mo held the documents the mayor had given her in hand. This Thunder Venerable doesn't seem to be the same person as the Thunder Messenger we saw on the dark web before, she murmured. For one, their locations were completely different. Even if the previous one was Jiang Xian, he couldn't have arrived here in such a short time. So now the question was, which one is Jiang Xian? There were no photos in the information, making it very hard to tell. Just then, news came from ahead that a gas station had been found. There were no staff, it was unclear whether they had run away or become infected. Thankfully, they could still refuel. Their group consisted of 11 people, plus Ling Mo and her 2 companions, making 14 in total. Except for Ling Mo and her companions, who were in their own car, everyone else was in 2 vehicles provided by the city. Even though they had chosen larger vehicles, the space inside was still cramped. In this situation, someone took an interest in Ling Mo and her companions. Their SUV looked large but only carried 3 people. Helping them out shouldn't be a problem, since they were now comrades in arms. Ling Mo and her companions filled the car's gas tank and replenished supplies. Just then, a man and a woman approached them. Before they could speak, a dark figure suddenly darted out. A scream followed. Everyone turned in horror. They saw the man writhing on the ground, fresh blood pooling beneath him. The culprit? Something around his neck, a baby who looked only a few months old. Because of its small size and motionless position, no one had noticed it until now. Seeing this, the other person conjured a ball of flame, setting both the infected baby and the man ablaze. To prevent the baby from escaping, they watched the entire process intently. The woman who had been with the man cried uncontrollably, trying several times to rush forward, but was stopped by the others. Ling Mo and her companions remained bystanders, not intervening. Because of this incident, they abandoned their plan to rest at the gas station. After refueling, they drove on through the night without stopping, clearly intending to continue their journey. Inside the car, Ling Mo's mental energy remained active. If danger appeared ahead, she could respond immediately, otherwise, she would deal with it later. Fortunately, although a few obstacles appeared along the way, Ling Mo moved them all to other locations. They didn't insist on returning, and the group had a very peaceful night. While the others were comfortable, Ling Mo felt somewhat unsettled. Chapter 607, Sound Pollution 49. Ling Mo's frustration peaked when she heard others boastfully claim that this mission was easy and posed no challenge at all. Sitting in the passenger seat, she gazed outside, yawning, expressionless. "I'm going to get a good rest tonight," she said. Actually, there was no need to wait until night. Around noon, without Ling Mo's mental protection, the 2 cars ahead suddenly began acting strangely. The vehicle swayed left and right, and faint, cheerful singing could be heard from inside. Someone was singing? Then a soft thud came from above, as if something had landed on the roof of the car. The movement immediately caught Ling Mo's attention. The next second, her vision warped. The once flat highway transformed into a winding path, flanked by trees, with unknown flowers blooming underneath. Butterflies and bees fluttered among the blossoms, and a faint, sweet fragrance lingered in the air. "Something's wrong." Ling Mo snapped out of her reverie, opening her eyes to the real scene. A little girl, her skin bluish, hair standing on end, and a grotesque clown-like mouth stretching toward her ears, pressed against the windshield. Her wide, unblinking eyes stared intently, and a chilling laugh emanated from her throat. Upon seeing Ling Mo awake, the girl's gaze locked onto her. Her sharp fingers transformed into claws, scraping the windshield with a piercing screech. Ling Mo assumed she intended to attack and prepared to retaliate, but nothing happened. The little girl continued scratching the windshield, producing only a shrill, ear-piercing sound. An idea suddenly formed in Ling Mo's mind. She wanted to try communicating with this girl-shaped infected. "Hello," she sent a friendly invitation using her mental energy. But upon contact, the girl's once neutral black and white eyes instantly bloodshot, and her calm expression twisted into rage. Her mouth opened, revealing a red cavity and an oppressive aura that pressed on Ling Mo. This was all too familiar. Without hesitation, Ling Mo moved a stone into the infected's mouth, temporarily silencing her. She then glanced at Fuyu beside her and Yikai behind her, noticing their vacant eyes still lost in hallucinations. Ling Mo quickly stimulated their brains with her mental energy, bringing them back to reality. She then left the passenger seat and stepped outside. Only now did she realize the scope of the problem. The infected were not alone. Every single one of them had bluish skin and petite figures, resembling 11 or 12-year-old girls. A new form? The monsters swarmed all 3 cars, particularly the roofs, with a rough count suggesting over 20 identical infected. Without time to think, Ling Mo summoned the white feather bow and the flying wheel, attacking while simultaneously putting distance between herself and the monsters. Seemingly sensing danger, the infected all turned toward her, and then vanished. Ling Mo watched in shock. She didn't believe they fled because they thought they couldn't defeat her. So, they became invisible. Because she often used invisibility to avoid detection, Ling Mo quickly understood what was happening. Invisibility prevented others from seeing you, it didn't mean you truly disappeared. Using her mental power, she quickly located the hidden infected. Once found, the situation became much easier. A few minutes later, the car was back on track. The vehicles ahead had no idea what had happened, assuming the illusions were just their imagination. Back inside, Ling Mo held a handful of irregularly shaped cyan crystals, about 20, the same number as the infected she had confronted. "You said these crystals dropped from those monsters?" Ye Kai asked in surprise. Ling Mo nodded. "I've checked them. These crystals contain pure energy and can be directly absorbed. However, my attributes don't match the energy. If I forcibly absorb them, it will only restore my energy, similar to drinking a recovery potion." She handed one of the crystals to Ye Kai, signaling him to try it. Ye Kai held it, feeling the energy flow naturally into his body. A few minutes later, the crystal in his hand turned into a puddle of white powder, disappearing with the wind. "I feel my energy has increased, but not by much." Given Ye Kai's high level, the effect was naturally subtle. A single crystal was like a drop of water falling into a lake, creating only a slight ripple. Even so, it was remarkable for just a few minutes of exposure. Ling Mo's eyes gleamed with certainty. "These crystals are similar to the crystal cores I read about in novels. If that's the case, why didn't we find them earlier?" Fu Yu asked. "We missed out on a fortune," Ye Kai muttered. "There are 2 possibilities," Ling Mo explained. "First, we simply hadn't discovered them. Second, not every infected drops this kind of crystal after death." She handed all remaining crystals to Ye Kai and activated her wrist screen. "I checked the dark web, this isn't an isolated case. Someone discovered similar crystals days ago. Crystals dropped by different infected vary in type and properties." Ling Mo showed them a picture of one. Someone had mentioned this on a forum before, but the post was deleted within minutes. Clearly, someone didn't want others to know this secret. Ye Kai clicked his tongue, amused. "What time is it now, and we're still thinking about this? How petty." Chapter 608, Sound Source Pollution 50. Originally, Ling Mo and her companions had preferred to avoid trouble, steering clear of combat with the infected whenever possible. They sought the simplest, most effective solutions, taking action only as a last resort. However, their thinking changed when they learned that these infected dropped crystals of varying attributes, similar to zombies leaving explosive crystal cores. Hunting time had arrived. From the moment they discovered this, their group had been constantly attacked by all kinds of monsters, some even deliberately lured by Ling Mo and her companions. Of course, they handled all the monsters themselves. By evening, things had calmed down a bit. Although none were seriously injured, the events had shaken everyone. Their previous arrogance and ease vanished, replaced by fear, even to the point of being too scared to walk at night. Ling Mo sat in the car, gazing at the darkened world outside. Only 5 days remained before the game ended. Time was running out. She opened a box containing the crystals they had collected that day, over 100 in total, each a different color and shape. Still, this was not enough. To gather more, they decided to take the initiative. Ling Mo and Ye Kai informed Fu Yu, then slipped away from the group under the cover of night. After traveling far enough, they reached an open area. Ye Kai drew the dagger he had prepared and made a shallow cut on his palm. A few drops of blood flowed, then healed rapidly. The scent of blood hung in the air. Ling Mo used her mental power to lure the infected in the vicinity. They had already experimented with this during the day. Compared to others, these infected were far more attracted to their flesh and blood. After several trials, the team concluded that their flesh and blood had a drug-like effect on the infected. Ling Mo's mental power acted as a catalyst, sending them into a frenzy. Once the bait was set, Ling Mo and Ye Kai didn't wait long. Soon, a familiar, piercing sound rang from the distance. Fortunately, the two were prepared. As the infected approached, they felt no fear, only excitement. After all, in their eyes, these monsters were walking crystals. By dawn, Ling Mo and Fuyu returned to their vehicle. Fuyu stirred and asked, "How was the harvest?" Ling Mo smiled mysteriously and opened the box in her hands, now brimming with crystals. Because Ling Mo and Fuyu's spatial storage was full, the box was left with Ye Kai. "The harvest was good, but we should have cleared most of the infected in this area," she said, implying that they wouldn't be bothered again today. Sure enough, the journey was smooth, with no further dangers. Yet yesterday's events had left a mark. Even without incidents, everyone's nerves remained taut. By noon, they finally arrived at their destination, Fog City. When they arrived, many others were already present. From these people, they learned that the entire city, except for their group, had become a ghost town. "According to our intelligence, the Thunder Lord is inside Fog City," one of the others said. These individuals had planned their approach before arrival. This was just an update. Ye Kai asked, curious, if the Thunder Lord is so powerful, why not try recruiting him instead of insisting on killing him? "Because the Thunder Lord is more dangerous than useful," another explained. "His abilities are uncontrollable. Initially, we tried negotiation. If he had accepted supervision to prevent another outburst, it would have been fine. But he refused, and even killed the envoy sent to reason with him." Ling Mo's gaze fixed on Fog City. Her mental power already covered the area, pinpointing the Thunder Lord's location. "Boss," she called tentatively. Jiang Xian lay among the ruins, clothes tattered, panting, looking utterly wretched. Hearing a familiar voice in his mind, he, who had been on the verge of despair, burst into tears of joy. "Mo. Where are you? Take me away quickly. Everyone here has gone mad." The city was devastated, filled with gunpowder smells and explosion marks. "I'm outside, with others." "Don't worry, I'll heal you first," Ling Mo replied, explaining briefly before beginning remote healing. Remote healing wasn't as efficient as in-person treatment, taking a full 10 minutes to fully mend Jiang Xian's injuries. Once healed, Ling Mo requested Ye Kai provide clothes and food, bringing them to Jiang Xian. With injuries treated, clothes changed, and hunger satisfied, Jiang Xian finally felt safe again. Ling Mo, outside the city, glanced at the others. Because of their behavior along the way, Ye Kai and Fuyu were called away to discuss the plan. Seeing no one paying attention, Ling Mo confidently began exchanging information with Jiang Xian. First, she wanted to know how he had gotten into this state. Jiang Xian sighed, frustrated and speechless. "I don't know either. I was passing through a forest when I saw a purple, apple-like fruit on a tree. After eating it, I lost control. When I came to my senses, shells were flying everywhere." He shuddered at the memory. "If I hadn't reacted quickly, you probably wouldn't be seeing me now. By the way, what day of the game is it now?" Jiang Xian asked. "The 26th day. You didn't know? When did you lose control?" Ling Mo asked. "The 15th day," Jiang Xian replied honestly. He had understood that the game's danger was related to sound, so he had tried to hide and avoid detection. Yet by chance, passing through a grove of trees, he glimpsed that mysterious fruit, setting off everything that followed. Chapter 609, Sound Source Pollution, End. When Fuyu and Ye Kai returned after discussing plans with the others, Ling Mo recounted Jiang Xian's situation. Upon learning that the Thunder Venerable was indeed Jiang Xian, both Fuyu and Ye Kai had a feeling of, "I knew it." Since the Thunder Venerable was Jiang Xian, their original plan was effectively off. "Anyway, we only have a few days left. why don't we take this chance to leave? Ling Mo said. Before discovering the crystals, she probably wouldn't have suggested this, as the others had ensured their safety to some extent. But now, their presence was actually slowing down crystal collection. Okay. Almost without hesitation, Fu Yu and Jiang Xian agreed. Ling Mo then informed Jiang Xian, resting in Fog City, of their plan. Before that, you need to get me out of here, Jiang Xian said. Ling Mo raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? I think I'm being locked on, Jiang Xian frowned. Although I've been out of control recently, it doesn't mean I've lost my memory. As soon as I leave Fog City, artillery shells will automatically target me. Hearing this, Ling Mo hacked into the missile system via her wrist screen. Although her intrusion was quickly detected as a virus, she understood what was happening. It's not you being locked on, it's the entire Fog City, Ling Mo said coldly. If our mission fails, they're preparing a devastating strike on the whole city. Moreover, the Thunder Lord had originally been just a decoy to hold off the threat. Transferring Jiang Xian directly would consume too much energy, and the distance wasn't far enough to avoid detection. Ling Mo simply sent her prop, the beret, to Jiang Xian in the blink of an eye. Receiving the prop, Jiang Xian entered a dilapidated building and activated it. In an instant, he vanished. Once Jiang Xian had left Fog City, Ling Mo exhaled in relief. It was now their turn. Leaving the group unnoticed was difficult. Their performance along the way had been outstanding, and with the others' praise, the three of them were poised to become leaders in everyone's eyes. In this situation, the quickest, cleanest solution Ling Mo could think of was to feign death. How to convincingly die, however, required precision. Fortunately, not everyone was entirely convinced of their supposed competence. When Fu Yu suggested scouting ahead, the others, in a jumble of voices, pushed the three forward. Ling Mo expressed strong dissatisfaction but ultimately had no choice and headed into Fog City. Not long after entering, a massive tornado erupted, accompanied by purple lightning striking across the city. The force was terrifying. Half an hour later, the tornado dissipated, and calm returned. Those who had witnessed it silently refrained from commenting again. As for collecting the bodies of Ling Mo and the others, no one even brought it up. With the tornado and purple lightning, the completeness of any corpse was questionable. Meanwhile, Ling Mo and her companions, now considered dead, left Fog City under the cover of night to reunite with Ye Kai. Boss. Seeing Jiang Xian, Ye Kai's excitement turned into astonishment. Even Ling Mo and Fu Yu were stunned. What was this? The person who looked like he'd been struck by lightning was Jiang Xian? Pfft. Ha ha ha. After confirming it was indeed Jiang Xian, the three burst into laughter. Jiang Xian, however, remained expressionless. After an unknown amount of time, seeing they wouldn't stop, he finally shouted in frustration, "Enough. Are you ever going to stop?" Ha ha ha, boss, sorry, we just couldn't help it. How did you manage to look like this? Even a black person looks whiter than you now. At that moment, Jiang Xian expressionlessly tore off a layer of blackened skin from his face, revealing fair skin underneath. The sudden action startled them. Why tear off your face like that? It was a little frightening. They noticed the exposed skin quickly turning yellow. Something was definitely wrong, it didn't look like he'd been struck by lightning. Ling Mo stepped forward to check Jiang Xian's condition. As her spiritual energy explored his body, her expression slowly turned strange. Seeing her reaction, the others grew anxious. Mo, what's wrong? Is it serious? Jiang Xian asked, a sense of dread settling in. Ling Mo withdrew her energy and said, "It's nothing serious. Your metabolism is just extremely fast. These dead skin cells are forming because your body regenerates at such a rapid rate." She carefully pulled on Jiang Xian's arm, tearing off the dead skin along with her hand. Wait, Mo, won't such a fast metabolism shorten your lifespan? Fu Yu asked, alarmed. If his metabolism was 3 times normal, wouldn't that age his cells 3 times faster? Don't worry, Ling Mo said, glancing at Jiang Xian. His cells regenerate while metabolizing. Aside from a little more dead skin, there's no other impact. We'll need a full checkup later to gather precise data. By the way, she added with a smirk, I'm curious about what you actually ate. On the 27th day, with the game nearing its end, Ling Mo and the others stopped wasting time. They resumed hunting infected individuals and collecting crystals. As time passed, their collection grew steadily. Finally, on the 30th day, the cold, mechanical voice rang out. Time's up. Congratulations, you have completed the first challenge. No more words followed, but Ling Mo and her companions felt the immense relief that comes from a long-fought battle finally ending. The weight on their shoulders had been lifted,